What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate starting as intern on Roger Pirates 1 RP Chapter 1, The Little Demon with Supernatural Powers. I am a brain man who ate the brain fruit and have the ability to store brains. See Circle Calendar 1492, Duramos Island, an ordinary small island located in the first half of New World. Hey, Jesse, you don't want word to get out that you're 8 years old and still wet the bed. In a messy alley, a little boy with long black hair and a naked upper body was looking at the runny-nosed kid in front of him with a wicked smile on his face. A few angry little brats in the distance also glared at the long-haired boy. Hey, I washed it before dawn, how did you know? Halfway through his words, the runny-nosed kid Jesse quickly covered his mouth, as if he was afraid that his friends in the distance would hear him. I said it a long time ago, nothing in the world can escape my eyes. He snatched the several hundred Bailey's pocket money from the little brat's hand, put it in his pocket, and walked away laughing under Jesse's angry eyes. After he left, a few children dared to come over to comfort Jesse who had been robbed, and they cursed angrily. Damn it, this guy, I will take revenge on him when I grow up. Yeah, this guy Oss is always stealing our pocket money. I will definitely beat him up if I get a chance. But there were also some children who were more rational and just looked at the long-haired figure walking away with a bitter look on their faces. This kind of thing is impossible no matter how hard you think about it. The mayor has already said that Osko killed a wild boar when he was 6 years old, he is. As the child spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he seemed to recall the words his parents had warned him. A natural-born monster. Good, another 500 Baileys came in, so I can buy 2 more newspapers. Oz opened the door happily. This is the 9th year since Oz came to the world of Pirates King. Abandoned since birth and raised by the old mayor, he has long been accustomed to this new world. However, he was still far from seeing the truly vast side of the world, so he was always actively buying newspapers from the Seagull to learn about major events happening on the sea. Today, as usual, he was going home to have lunch, but for some reason, the old mayor was not at home. He looked around and saw no one, so he frowned and looked towards the door of the house next door, as if he was feeling something carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. That's not right. The widow next door doesn't have it either. Advertisement. Probably he went to drink wine, so Oss didn't think much about it. He found some bread and ham from the kitchen and ate them while sitting on a chair. While eating, I read the newspaper I just bought today. The remnants of the rocks are developing their own forces, among which are Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others. There is nothing much to note, but to be honest, young Charlotte Linlin is really beautiful. Looking at the curvy figure on the newspaper, Oss sighed secretly while chewing and then continued to look down. Roger Pirates are suspected to be on Sandrilla Island. The living king of pirates, Oss sighed as he chewed, then continued to look down. The next news is, etc. Oss's mouth suddenly paused, as if he sensed something wrong, and then he suddenly looked at the message about Roger Pirates. He didn't even notice that the bread in his mouth fell to the ground, and he was stunned for a moment. Sandrilla Island? Isn't it the island a few dozen nautical miles away? Oh shit, at this time, Roger has not yet arrived at Raftel, nor is he the king of pirates. Heaven-defying. Oss's eyes widened, and within just a few seconds, a very bold decision came into his mind. I waited for nearly 30 years in my previous life, but still didn't understand what One Piece was. Now doesn't that mean I have a ready-made opportunity to see it? If I could join the Roger Pirates, what is this called? The peak at the beginning? The great secret treasure that ordinary pirates have been searching for their entire lives, but he found it just 2 years after he went to sea? When Oz thought of this, he became excited. Not to mention, Roger's group is made up of world-class masters, and just learning a few moves from them would be enough to become the final boss of a movie. The secondary thing is the status bonus. Didn't you see that even Buggy in the future was looked up to wherever he went because of his identity as a member of Roger's crew? Do it when you think of it. Advertisement. Old man, I'm going to join the Roger Pirates. I'll repay you for your kindness in raising me when I return home in glory. Write a goodbye note. Carrying a stick on his shoulder with a bag tied to the end, Oss made up his mind that when he became a big shot, he would come back to repay the people who raised him. When the time comes, I will take all the stray dogs in the village to those big kingdoms to be used as police dogs. They will also eat a share of the royal food. That's quite considerate, right? Oss immediately packed up the few belongings of the old mayor's family and ran towards the pier, walking briskly all the way. At the same time, a huge ship with a gorgeous red and gold pointed bow and 2 mermaid statues carved on the bow officially docked at the largest pier in Duramos. At the bow, a man who looked like the captain stood there steadily. He is wearing a red coat and a captain's hat. Under his iconic mustache is a bold smile that belongs only to the strong. His natural kingly aura radiates. Extraordinary bearing, Haki exposed, worthy of being the top powerhouse in the sea. Just by perception, Oss could already understand the abyss-like gap between his own strength and that of his opponent. This is the king of pirates, Gol D. Roger. At present, he and his companions have experienced the great battle in the Valley of Gods, and are sailing around, looking for the 4 lost historical texts, and embarking on the final adventure. Today, he has not suffered from the incurable disease and is enjoying the freedom and travel of the sea. At the dock, members of the Roger Pirates group disembarked one after another. They passed through this place only to replenish supplies. However, among this group of big men, the 2 little guys walked among them, looking out of place. Those are 2 red little ghosts. One has red head and the other has a red nose. Who are you calling Red Nose? Say it again if you dare. Young Buggy was furious, his face flushed red. No one said you have a red nose, Buggy. Shanks jumped off the deck, pressed down his straw hat that was blown up by the risk, and said helplessly, I can feel it even without any sound. Is your observation Haki a red nose? No, someone must have said it. This feeling can't be wrong. Buggy clenched his fist and shouted loudly, then looked around and suddenly saw a figure running towards him from a distance. Hey, is that you, kid? Ha. Sassy, Buggy, Shanks, Oss ran over while smiling and greeting. Chapter 2. Succubus Oss on the sea on the dock. Many crew members were watching this farce with laughter, including Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba and others. What? Although he didn't know where the kid who suddenly appeared in front of him got the name of Uncle Buggy, it didn't stop him from expressing his dissatisfaction with this kind of familiarity. Do I know you? You just ignore me when you come here. Buggy's performance was very vivid, blushing and imitating Oss's smile and opening his mouth, which made Shanks beside him laugh out loud. The companions next to them couldn't help but hug each other's necks and laugh heartily. Don't say that, Buggy. Oss is also a thick-skinned person. Facing a ship full of New World's top masters, he did not show any stage fright on his face. He still had a smile on his face. My observation Haki will not lie. We will definitely become good friends in the future. Oss has long black hair that is almost to his waist. Although his face is still a little childish, it is not difficult to see that he is handsome. The smile on the corner of his mouth is very contagious. His upper body was naked, with some faint scars and muscle lines, simple military pants and boots, no extra accessories, at most the luggage on his shoulders. When the deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh heard this, his narrow eyes narrowed. You've awakened your observation Haki at such a young age? It seems like it's a very special kind. Like, Redfield? Roger found it interesting and joined in the conversation. He walked over and put his hands on the edge of the boat, looked at the long-haired kid on the dock, and said with a smile. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? That's to join you, of course. Oz, who knew the personalities of these top masters very well, smiled and said. Please call him. Succubus Oss of the sea, little boy, why do you have to board our ship? The man who hid the great secret treasure at the end of the sea. The pirate king Gol D. Roger, asked Oss in front of him with a smile. For this question, Oss happens to know a standard answer. Hahahaha, of course, that's to turn the world upside down. Hahahaha. Hearing Oss say this with a childish face, Roger and Rayleigh were stunned at first, then looked at each other and laughed out loud together. Both of them thought of the scene when they just met, which was also the original reason why the Roger Pirates group was established. Advertisement. They saw themselves in this young man. Hahahaha, if you are not afraid of death, just get on board. Roger was a casual person. He agreed to Oss's request based on his liking for him. Rayleigh rarely asked questions and just let the captain do what he wanted. But Jabba and others on the side didn't quite understand. They still felt it was a bit sudden. Hey, Captain, our ship is about to become a ghost infirmary. There's really nothing we can do about having a willful captain. Some crew members spread their hands, expressing helplessness and acceptance. In the Roger Pirates group, all crew members have the same consensus. That is, they can laugh and joke around casually, drink and play around at ordinary times, but once the captain makes an order or decision, the crew must agree unconditionally. This is also Roger's personal charm. Watching this scene, Oz thought to himself, he is indeed the man who has bewitched Golden Lion. His charisma is beyond words. That's all. Oz successfully got on board the Pirates King's ship as an intern. Old Zeke, who used to be Rox's subordinate, had just returned home after his group was defeated by Roger and others. He is still dreaming of training a monster like Captain Whitebeard and Golden Lion to lead him in the future. Seeing the house that looked like it had been robbed and the note on the table, he fell into silence, and then burst out in silence. Roger the First asterisk. Oss looked at the gradually receding coastline. There seemed to be a figure jumping up and down on the beach. Even though his natural observation Haki was not far enough, with his excellent eyesight, Oss could still roughly see that it seemed to be the figure of the old mayor. Oi, goodbye. I will take good care of myself. Oss looked at the old man who was jumping up and down to see him off, and thought that he was reluctant to let him go, so he also waved his arms vigorously, with tears in his eyes. After all, they have been together day and night for 9 years, so even if they have a dog, they should have feelings for it. You're usually so strict, but you're finally gentle just when I'm leaving, you old man. Oz's actions attracted the attention of Shanks and Buggy. The two looked at Oz, who seemed a little sad. As interns, they came over and patted Oz on the shoulder. Don't be sad, we will be your relatives and brothers from now on. Shanks smiled sincerely. Advertisement. How can a man on the sea cry so easily, you guy? Buggy had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and tried to comfort him in a roundabout way. Only Rayleigh, who was drinking, twitched his mouth slightly and looked at the old-times version of the three little ones, with a strange look. After thinking about it, I still didn't complain. With his observation Haki, which allowed him to cross the comm belt without getting lost, it was not difficult for him to sense what the old man on the shore was shouting. The general content was, damn you Roger, you killed someone without even chasing him down. I'm #**. It seems like there is something else going on about someone's mother. But after all, they were the family members of the new crew members, so Rayleigh couldn't do anything and just pretended he didn't hear anything. Roger, you scumbag, damn it. Hey, Oz, remember to wear a coat next time, don't catch a cold. Old Zeke shouted loudly with gritted teeth, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and watched the Oro Jackson disappear into the sunset. The sun and the moon rotate, the sea breeze caresses. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. To be honest, even with mental preparation, life on the sea was still more boring than Oz had originally expected. The endless blue sea, the occasional sea kings that pop up from the water and are lulled to sleep by the conquerors on the boat, the endless banquets and cleaning. If it weren't for the fact that he had 2 friends to chat and amuse himself with, Oz felt that he might really not be able to bear it. "Hey, Oz, why are you slacking off again? And lying on my bed?" The cabin door was suddenly kicked open. Buggy, who had just finished cleaning the deck, rushed in, grabbed Oz by the collar, and shouted angrily with sharp teeth. "Don't be so serious, Buggy, I'll give you some hard work money." Oz, who was being held by the collar and shaken, did not mind Buggy's attitude at all. Instead, he took out a few Baileys from his pocket and stuffed them into Buggy's pocket with a smile. Seeing Buggy's greed for money, Oz straightened his collar. Buggy was probably the only one on the ship who looked like a real pirate. He was greedy, cunning, and loyal. Oz only needs to pay a little money each time to appease Buggy. This way he can sleep in occasionally. At this moment, a young voice sounded from outside the house. "Oz, Buggy, come out and practice." Chapter 3. Sharingan version of Observation Haki? Hearing this voice, Oz, who was originally sitting on the bed, was the first to stand up excitedly and ran out the door. On the contrary, it was Buggy who had a bitter look on his face. He really didn't like the hard training. Anyway, there were many experts on the ship, and it wouldn't be his turn to be the main force when grabbing treasures. But seeing Oz and Shanks running quickly towards the stern, he didn't want to be left behind, so he pretended to be calm and followed them. "Wait for me, you two." Several people walked out of the cabin and headed towards the stern. Along the way, they could see several strong men who had drunk too much and were lying on the ground. The 3 of them were already used to this kind of banquet, and they all found their weapons in the warehouse. Buggy chose the throwing knives, while Shanks preferred the rapier. Oz thought for a moment and picked up a sniper rifle. This is the result of his careful consideration. In addition to being in line with his natural observation hockey strengths and being suitable for being the 6th, there is another point. The track with the swords was too convoluted. There were Golden Lion, Roger, and Rayleigh early on, and in the middle there were Red Hair and Hawkeye, and in the future there will be Zoro the 3 Blades Lu. If Oz wants to stand out in the knife-using circle, he feels that the price-performance ratio is still a bit low. If he wants to be the best, he should be the best in the world. This is the only way to justify his great start. But on the road to becoming a great swordsman, let alone whether he has the talent to learn swordsmanship. Even if Oz himself went through untold hardships and became the so-called world's greatest swordsman, he would probably still be chased and hacked by Hawkeye and Zoro. Every day, I hear the words, "Accept my challenge, I will become the world's greatest swordsman." I'd rather be annoyed to death. Why not just become the world's best gunner? After all, as a former Blue Star man, Oz naturally yearns for using firearms, and he also has a natural observation hockey. The most important thing is that this track is not rolled. The snipers who will be famous in the future are nothing more than Usopp, Van Oka, and at most Ben Beckman. The track is niche and not popular. Oz felt that he was not inferior to others. When Conqueror's entanglement is developed, see and kill or foresee the future, buy some Seastone bullets. Killing 4 emperors with 1 shot may not be possible. Advertisement, but it's not too much to kill 1 emperor and 1 vice chairman with 1 gun. Shanks can also kill 3 billion with 1 sword. When I have mastered my magic skills and become a 4 emperors, I will travel around the world to enjoy life and see famous scenes. When I am old, I will buy a few maids and build a small manor to live in. Being a cow and a horse was so hard in the previous life, I must live a better life in this life and enjoy myself. But ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. Right now, I am just a child who is born with awakened observation hockey and is a little stronger. Although Rayleigh is indeed a mediocre teacher who misleads students, it should be no problem to lay a solid foundation. Just learn it as it comes. Next is the first lesson after Oz boarded the ship. Physical skills are the basis of all fighting methods, whether it is using a knife or fists. Even if you are using a long-range gun, you still need strong reaction ability and hockey to be invincible. The word hockey is not unfamiliar to the 3 little ones living in the New World, so Rayleigh did not explain it in detail. He turned to look at the weapons each of them had chosen. Besides physical training, everyone is more interested in the fighting style that they're good at, so. Rayleigh looked at the others and took a sip of wine. "Tell me what you want to learn. If I know how to learn, I can teach you my experience and skills." "I want to learn swordsmanship." Shanks was very focused from the beginning, or perhaps influenced by Roger and Rayleigh. He had a preference for longswords. "Swordsmanship?" Rayleigh smiled. "Then start from today and chop 5,000 times a day to learn the most basic sword-holding skills." Then he looked at Buggy. "The short sword is similar to the long sword. Let's start by practicing swinging it." The last person he looked at was Oz, who had a sharp gaze. Since he didn't know much about this kid, Rayleigh asked him what he wanted to learn in advance. "Can I learn everything?" "Of course, but if you want to learn how to shoot, the sniper on board, beat him, is a dead shot." "Then I want to learn Conqueror's twine, puff." Oz's shocking words almost made Rayleigh spit out a mouthful of wine 5 meters away. After a while, he wiped the corner of his mouth and said unhappily, "Kid, I don't know where you heard this from, but this kind of advanced technique requires someone with Conqueror's qualifications, if nothing else." What this means is that Oz may not even have Conqueror's Haki, so how can it be considered a hegemon? Advertisement, however, Oz didn't care about it, and thought of playing 2 shots with no matter what. So, if I own Conquerors, then Uncle Rayleigh, can you teach me? Why not? Rayleigh thought it was just the child's ignorance and agreed casually. After chatting for a while, the 3 of Oz began the most basic training. Carrying a huge iron weight, Oz was lying on the ground doing push-ups with one hand while reading a newspaper on the ground. At the same time, he did not forget to practice his observation haki. In his perception, Shanks was doing sword training with sweat all over his face, and his young face was very serious. Although Buggy is also exercising, it can be seen from the deliberate slowing down of his movements that he is slacking off. Shanks seems to be swinging his sword more and more fiercely each time. After Oz finished his strength training, Shanks finally finished his daily sword training. Should we say that he is indeed a swordsmanship genius? The progress was visible to the naked eye. Oz was like an old man, secretly observing Shanks' progress and secretly recording his skills in his mind. When Shanks was exercising his strength, he picked up the long sword that Shanks had placed on the ground, and recalled the way Shanks exerted force and the changes in airflow that he had sensed. I also started sword-wielding training. What a greedy little devil. On the observation deck, a long-haired muscular man wearing sunglasses was watching Oz training hard at the stern, and he said to the fat blonde man beside him, he wants to learn the gun and the sword, and if he comes to me to learn the axe, I won't teach him. Although I don't approve of snipers using knives, he is a little different. As a sniper of the Roger group who is a master of observation, Beatum can see some clues. Oz, this kid is stealing Shanks' efforts, it is true. Oz was pleasantly surprised to find that Shanks had practiced the technique for 5,000 times before he could master it perfectly. My super, Sharingan version of observation haki? The range of the naturally awakened observation haki is actually not very wide. Even after Oz's efforts to develop it over the years, it is only a few dozen meters. But Oz's observation haki is different from others. Although his level of observation is not as detailed as a microscope, it is also naturally at the maximum level. All the subtle changes and techniques cannot escape his eyes. Therefore, in addition to hard skills, learning any technology will be twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 4 Young Hai Bing, take my shot. Therefore, in the following days, most of Oz's training focused more on physical training. Although I can't compare with some geniuses who work 200 times harder. But whether it is sniping skills or swordsmanship and physical skills, he can learn them at twice the efficiency of a genius like Shanks, which can be regarded as a monster level. Therefore, developing physical strength and haki as early as possible is better than anything else. Time flies by. 2 months have passed since I left my hometown, and Oz's life has been fulfilling and ordinary. Not long after dawn, Oz was pulled up by Buggy and Shanks to clean up. Because Captain Roger's bounty was a bit higher last night, there was another party on the ship. Everyone was happy drinking, except the 3 villains under the king. Blanche, how can you not feel tired if you hold a banquet every day? Oz was helpless against this group of hot-blooded idiots and Roger, who had a personality similar to King Luffy. It's not that he didn't want to join in, but the so-called rum was really unpalatable, and Oz, who had no alcohol addiction, said he couldn't appreciate it. This was not the passionate pirate's journey that Oz had imagined. Apart from the occasional storms, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, there was no so-called passionate adventure at all. Sure enough, the so-called pirate's king's grand journey is actually just a bunch of top-notch strong men. The cleaning continued until almost lunchtime, when Oz and the others finally cleared the bottles and residue. I was just about to eat some food and then go exercise. But suddenly, Oz seemed to sense something, and he stopped where he was, and suddenly looked up at the sky in the distance. Something is flying over here. Oz was the first to see and hear the sound. Buggy ran to the side of the boat and took a closer look, only to find that it looked like a cannonball. Oh shit. Then I looked into the distance and suddenly saw a white sail appear in my sight. What kind of shells can be thrown so far? Missiles. Oz had a vague idea of who it was. Without even bothering to shout for help, under the nervous gazes of Shanks and Buggy, Oz immediately drew out the spear on his back and aimed it at the black spot in the sky. At the same time, Captain Roger appeared at the bow of the ship, looking at Oz who was aiming his gun. Kid, that guy's shells are very fast, can you hit it? Advertisement. Roger grinned, looking at Oz who was still trying to find his aim. Who are you looking down on? I can't beat him myself, can't I just use a cannonball to hit him? Oz curled his lips, aimed his crosshairs at the black dot, and used his observation haki to assist. Hit. In the perception of observation, the cannonball was hit by the bullet dozens of meters outside the ship, hitting the center of the sphere directly. But it didn't quite hit. Under Oz's surprised expression, the shell not only did not explode in the air as expected, but instead bounced his bullet away and fell along its original trajectory. 666, this shell is Gwei. No, this must be a cannonball with haki. Seeing that he could do nothing, Oz decisively put away his gun and retreated behind Buggy and Shanks. He was not panicked because if the sky collapsed there were tall people to hold it up, so it would not be the turn of the 3 idiots. Sure enough, God avoid, as Captain Roger shouted angrily, the blade with black and red lightning slashed across the sky. It seemed as if the sky was about to be torn apart by this. In addition to the one that Oz was aiming at, several shells that followed also exploded violently in the air before they even landed. Oz was dazzled by this extremely powerful sword. Although I know this move is exaggerated in the anime, it is a different experience to see it in person. Split the sky with one knife. It's good to avoid gods, but you have to learn how to avoid gods. Oss's scalp was tingling and his mouth was watering. He carefully felt every move of Captain Roger. But maybe he was too weak now. He could only feel a very strong force running in his body, but couldn't see anything more clearly. Oss feels sorry. This may be the same reason why Sharingan cannot copy forbidden technique. The level is too low and it cannot be pasted. But before he could react, Shanks and Buggy pulled him back behind the many crew members who had come. Hahahaha, guys, it's time to fight the Marine. Roger drew his sword and laughed. Advertisement, we finally got rid of this mad dog. How come it's caught up with us again in less than 2 months? Jabba, wearing a vest and holding 2 axes, said unhappily. Then let's have some greeting gifts. Rayleigh was much more direct. He stretched out his hand and a huge sword energy split the sea surface. Of course, just as Oss had expected, it had no effect and was shattered by a black fist on the warship. Oss was very quick and climbed up to the observation deck in a few steps. He greeted his sniper master, Beatum, and said, "Hey, Uncle Beatum." Although Beatum was fat, his reaction and movements were not slow. Looking at Oz, who also climbed up to the observation deck, he smiled and said, "Oh, it's Oz. You have to be careful. The one you meet this time is not just a small fry. I will take good care of myself." Oz smiled and looked at the figure on the warship in the distance through the scope on his gun. He was a short-haired, bearded man wearing a Marine Vice Admiral cloak and a black suit, weighing a few shells in his hands. The cannonball that had previously rendered Oz helpless was fired by this guy with his hands. If Oz were to say, today's cannons are still too powerful, and automatic transmission can't even beat manual transmission ones. It's worthy of being called the King's chicken sauce. Hey, can you hear me, Roger? Just surrender? From a distance, I could see Garp holding a huge megaphone and shouting something. Hahahaha, that won't do, Garp. Roger responded with the same smile, and the 2 old rivals began shouting at each other from a distance. The 2 of them exchanged the same old gay opening lines. What followed was the usual chase and entanglement. Since Roger's team has many experts and is highly flexible, it is unrealistic for Garp to take them all down by himself. Roger and his team did not want to fight Garp on the sea. After all, if the entanglement between the 2 parties were to be leaked, the ship would be destroyed and the people would survive, and they would have to swim together to the next island. Occasionally, a Marine who didn't know his own limits would walk on moonwalk and try to get close to the Oro Jackson, but he would either be knocked into the water by Rayleigh and his crew, or be ambushed by an Oss sniper rifle. Among this group of young Marines, Oz discovered an unusual figure through the scope. A curly-haired, skinny guy. Hey, this guy is mixed up with ordinary Marines. He must be up to no good. If Oz hadn't known him, he would have been fooled by this young man. The frozen fruit user on the other side wants to get close to our ship, which must be bad no matter how you think about it. Silently taking out the only Seastone bullet he had managed to coax from Beatum, Oz began to aim, his lips curled up slightly. Just consider this as a greeting gift. Young Sea Ice, Kuzan. Chapter 5 Young Oz vs Young Shanks. Oz closed his left eye, and tried to calm his breathing as much as possible, his gaze fixed on the tall man among the many Marines. Put your finger lightly on the trigger and pull it firmly. One gun-style destiny kill. Oz, who aspires to learn from the user of the naming fruit, certainly won't let himself be inferior to others. Even if it's just a gun attack using the Haki of observation. Puff. Following the sound of flesh tearing, a floating blood flower appeared above the sea and then fell into the sea. The figure that fell from the sky was very tall, much taller than the surrounding Marines, but very thin, with incredible fear and powerlessness in his eyes. Then it slowly fell into the sea. Hey, Kuzan. A Marine who was fighting not far away saw this scene, and he yelled and stepped on moonwalk to rescue. As a veteran on Vice Admiral Garp's ship, he clearly knew the potential and ability of this recruit, and knew that such a seedling should not be planted here. My ability. Kuzan gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, feeling a sharp pain in the thigh root, as well as a feeling of weakness and suffocation all over the body. G possibility came to his mind. Anyone who wants to fight minions must use Seastone. However, just before he fell into the water, he vaguely saw the person who fired the gun, who seemed to be a guy with long black hair. Tisk. Man's instinct. He can even miss the target with his Observation Haki. The Observation Haki saw that the target was not hit, which meant that the first female admiral in the history of Marine would no longer exist. Oz curled his lips, feeling a little pity, but he is not the kind of person who puts all his eggs in one basket. Wouldn't it be good to treat everyone equally? This is also to reverse the situation of more yang than yin in the Marine, and to maintain balance on the sea. So, in a sense, Oz became king before Roger. What kind of king do you want to ask Oz? Of course it's the king of hot orders. Advertisement. Chopping with a knife is not suitable for me. The best way is to ambush people from a commanding position. Seeing Oz's marksmanship gradually improving, Beatum, who was mainly dealing with the flying shells, was relieved but also had cold sweats running down his face. This kid is really not a human being. The chase was a bit tense, but overall, Roger's group had an advantage because of their high average combat power, and they were leading and moving away from the Marine warship at a certain speed. Bouncing, my armed color. Oz was hit by bullets again, and then blocked by the armed color pants. He was helpless. It's okay to fight against low-level soldiers, but if you can click on the two-color Haki, you will be completely helpless. Any attack will be difficult to track back and break the defense. Of course, with his meticulous observation haki, no bullet could hit O's. Wait until I develop the ability to arm myself and foresee the future, and then we'll see if you can still protect me. Pa. Os was very agile. He put his gun on his back and quickly climbed down the observation tower along the rope. Since I haven't developed yet, I won't play this kind of high-end game for now. After all, those domineering armed color attacks will kill me if I touch them, and I will be injured if I just touch them. The other crew members on the deck did not say anything when they saw the little man with a gun retreating into the cabin. After all, facing this group of elite Marines, a 9-year-old child is of little use, and if he insists on going in, they will need to be distracted to protect him. The same thing happened with Buggy and Shanks. The crew had no time to care about them. They were no different from Os. Even though Os felt that Shanks and Buggy together couldn't beat him. In the eyes of the official crew, the three little devils are actually the same. The dishes are equally good. Hey, Shanks. That Os guy must have hidden himself a long time ago. Let's hurry up. Come on, Buggy, this is a manly battle on the sea. Os's observation haki sensed two figures still on the deck, and he paused and headed to the other side of the ship. In fact, Os is essentially a fun-loving person, so he likes to travel around the world and do whatever he wants. The reason why I want to become stronger is to have fun, not to be treated as fun. Seeing the two funny guys still lingering on the deck, Os smiled and was no longer in a hurry to return to the cabin. On the deck, a red-nosed devil was pulling a red-haired devil, and a devil with a black gun on his back was approaching them on foot. Apparently, Shanks was holding a knife and wanted to join the fight, and Buggy wanted to persuade him to hide together, but because he couldn't pull Shanks away, an argument ensued. Advertisement. It must be said that although Buggy is a bad guy, he is still a loyal guy. Buggy, who did you say was hiding? Silently, Os suddenly patted the struggling Buggy on the back, and a sinister voice rang in his ears, almost scaring the two of them half to death. O's. You be asterisk 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 D. You walk without making any sound. Buggy was in a red temperature as usual, but after shouting, he looked at Os who suddenly appeared, and immediately had the idea of taking him and Shanks to hide together. After all, they didn't dare to approach Garp's warship. Standing on the deck, they had no long-range attack methods and had to worry about flying bullets. After all, not everyone can awaken the ability to observe and hear things at the age of 9. Hey, Os, let's go back to the cabin together. Buggy took the initiative to invite Os to retreat and form a team. After thinking about it, Os agreed. After all, like O's, Buggy had just joined Roger's group not long ago. He was not the 3 days and 3 nights sleepless man. A few years later, he had not experienced any baptism of battle, so it was normal for him to have such a reaction. However, Buggy felt a little headache when he saw Shanks, who was still lying on the side of the boat, eager to watch the fun. This guy had been adventuring with Roger's group since he was born, and he was very stubborn. What's going on? Os blocked a bullet flying from a distance with his black gun, and looked at Buggy's ugly face with some doubts. But when he saw Shanks didn't move, he understood instantly. The three villains always work together. Shanks is really not only useless but also makes things more complicated. This was not the Battle of Wanokuni a few years later, with generals fighting generals and soldiers fighting soldiers, and Shanks was entangled with trainee sailors and soldiers of the White Regiment. A simple haki attack from these elite Marines could kill this 9-year-old red-haired boy. Although I know you will be awesome in the future. But now, don't waste time if you haven't grown up yet. Looking at Shanks, who was still lying on the edge of the deck watching the fun, Os motioned Buggy to move aside. In Buggy's blank eyes, Os raised the black gun in his hand and aimed at the back of Shanks' head. Bang! After all, he was born with the strength of a monster, and with the crazy training, although he is not sure about the current Os, it is likely that his strength is not inferior to that of young Whitebeard. When the butt of the gun was brought down, even the red-haired 4 emperors would roll his eyes. Yes, young Os vs young redhead, young Ossen. Os nodded with satisfaction, and in Buggy's astonished eyes, he dragged Shanks by the collar towards the cabin. Chapter 6. Let's call it a draw. O's, after the war. In an unknown area of New World, on the slightly worn Oro Jackson. The sky was especially clear after the rain. As soon as the weather improved, Roger began to call for a new round of banquets. As for the reason, just think of one. Let's celebrate for escaping Garp's pursuit once again. The party is about to begin. Oh. As the captain raised his glass loudly, the rest of the crew laughed and responded, and the deck was filled with a lively and heroic atmosphere. Bang! In this lively atmosphere, the sound of a door opening was not surprising. No one even noticed that a red-haired kid with a big bump on the back of his head was looking around with gritted teeth. The straw hat on the kid's head was tilted because of the big bag, making it look a little funny, causing the crew members who saw him nearby to laugh at him. Did your head get injured in the previous naval battle, Shanks? Roger, who was holding a bottle of wine and drinking enthusiastically, saw him. The promising young man of the new era whom he was very optimistic about, walked up to him, touched his head, and asked with a smile. No. Where is Os? Shanks seemed unwilling to mention the bump on his head and changed the subject with an awkward look on his face. After he woke up, he grabbed Buggy and asked him what was going on with the bump on his head. Buggy was also a man without loyalty, and in order to divert the fire of war, he sold O's at the speed of light. Shanks, admittedly, thought he was a very easygoing person, but he was hit by a club by his friend, and the club knocked him unconscious and left him with a big bump, so he felt a little embarrassed. Everyone knows that besides his partners, what Shanks values most is his own face. After 9 years of debut, this is the first time I have encountered such a disrespectful guy. So, Shanks, who had been smooth sailing for so many years, became popular again. He wanted to prove himself, or to avenge this bag. Shanks kept scanning the surroundings as he walked through the lively banquet, looking for any trace of Os. Finally, he was found among a group of strong men. This guy is eating barbecue. He is the type who eats big bone sticks and drinks crazily. He looks relaxed and relieved. In the original world, he would be the top food broadcaster. Oh, Shanks. Why are you staring at me? Do you want some barbecue too? Why are you holding a knife? This is already cut. There is meat all over the bone. What? A manly fight. You're too hungry now. Wait till I'm full. You don't want to win unfairly, do you? Advertisement, I'm so full, you can understand, let me digest it for a while. Wait a minute, I have digested it, but I ate too much just now. I need to go poop now. Do you want to come with me? Are you done yet? You have to wait outside the door even when you're taking a shit. You must duel, right? Well, look at me mopping shit. Shanks knew about Os's natural strength and pervert observation, so when faced with this weapon with magic damage, he chose to retreat temporarily. There is no other way. He is not afraid of a real fight. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. At most, he will have to lie down for a few days with a bandage. But he is really afraid of getting the mop stuck with shit. But because of this, Shanks kept staring at Os in the next few days, making him very uncomfortable. Forget it, little devils are little devils, let them fight. Os shook his head, took out an ordinary long sword from the storage room, and threw it to Shanks, who was still angry. He caught it in a panic, only to see Os hook his index finger at him with a cynical smile on his face. You be asterisk 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 D. Shanks was a little excited because he realized that Os was finally willing to fight him. He immediately held the knife in one hand and was ready to strike. Seeing that Os was standing there without moving, he was not going to endure it anymore. Are you going to use the gun on your back? I won't give you a chance to shoot. He admitted that Os's spear skills were indeed powerful, but he was not afraid of close combat. Seeing Os's expression, Shanks was a little unconvinced, and he kicked his feet and chopped at Os. The swordsmanship learned from Rayleigh and Roger is indeed advanced and powerful. But even though they were taught by the same master, they obviously couldn't break Os's moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Os closed his eyes and did not attack. He just kept tilting his head, turning around, and tightening his abdomen. A whole Os, are you planning to keep hiding like this? Shanks flushed, feeling like he'd been tricked. Since you want me to use a weapon, fine. Os opened his eyes. He wanted to practice his observation skills, but he had no choice but to take out the knife he had taken from Buggy. I'm sorry, but I don't have a smaller knife than this. What a joke. Advertisement. It turns out that the strength of people of the same age with Haki and those without Haki is completely unequal, even if that person is the red-haired Shanks. However, he was only 9 years old, so he could only use his swordsmanship to fight against Os. However, every blow was accurately blocked by Os with his knife as if he was joking with him. Sword XN, however, that full-strength chop was obviously unable to shake Os's incredible strength, and he could only be forced to retreat again and again. Shanks, he was completely suppressed by Os. There were many crew members watching the show, including Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Rayleigh shook his head and sighed at the situation. Although it seemed to them that it was just a fight between two weaklings, Os was now firmly overpowering Shanks with his observation haki and super strength. And in their experience, these natural monsters almost all have the qualifications of a king. With these little guys here, the future will definitely be exciting, Roger laughed. Apart from these three, the rest were just some frivolous guys who loved to watch the fun. After all, they were pirates, and what they loved most was watching the fun. Os's master, Beatum, even took the opportunity to open a betting odds. Os. 1-1 Shanks. 10-1 tie. 5-1. This move even attracted Roger to excitedly take out his treasure to place a bet. Os. Well done, you won the victory in one go. Hey, Shanks, don't give up so easily. Huh, what are you talking about? Shanks can't win no matter how you look at it. What if? That's 10-1. Gamblers will not die well. Watching the crew quarreling, Roger also placed his bets, cheering for Shanks who had little support. Although he could see that Shanks had almost no chance of winning, he still had to support him after all, since he was the one he raised since childhood. Anyway, the treasures used for betting were snatched not long ago, and he couldn't use them himself. Just when everyone was excitedly cheering for the battle, Os's observation haki suddenly seemed to sense something, a strange feeling, and then a voice sounded in his ears. It's a tie, Os. Uncle Beatum. This kind of observation haki was used in the movie Red. Usopp and Usopp were in two different dimensions, but they could communicate and listen with observation haki. Chapter 7 Os's American Fishing Method, Fixing a Match. Uncle, this is not my style. Os's eyes showed disdain. He was determined to suppress the red-haired man, so that he could always stay on top in the new era. He wants to be the man who is undefeated in his life. Perhaps seeing the resistance in Os's eyes, Beatum curled his lips helplessly. After a while, he managed to utter another sentence. After the deal is done, I'll give you half of what I earn. Master, you are really good at judging people. Os couldn't help but raise his lips. It's not that I don't have backbone, it's just that the salary I got as an intern was too little to spend, so I had no choice but to accept it. Shanks, let's decide the outcome with one move. Hearing what Os said, Shanks, who was panting after being fooled, immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Great, that's exactly what I want." The crew members watching nearby also cheered. Is the winner finally going to be decided? Come on, Shanks, don't lose face. Good job, O's, stay alert and don't be overturned by the headwind. It was extremely lively and exciting for a while. Seeing the atmosphere was so tense, Oz also became serious. He clenched his 5 fingers and looked at Shanks, who was also serious. There was a faint red light in his slightly narrowed eyes. That's Jabba, who was watching, spoke first. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something incredible. Rayleigh's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at Oz with a serious expression. No, he just has the potential. The advanced use of observation haki at that level is not something a kid of his age can master. Roger was equally shocked. His smile froze a little. It seems the king of the next generation has met his match now. Hahahaha. At this time, Oz was concentrating on his work. He was obviously unaware of the high evaluation of the 3 legendary pirates. He just tried to see more clearly the trajectory of Shanks's knife swing. He was trying to predict. As Shanks swung his best strike, Oz just watched the sharp blade flash past the side of his cheek. He saw a blurry track for a moment, the path the knife will take. Nice chop, Shanks, but too bad. Call. Oz held his breath and concentrated, catching the backswing of Shanks's skill, and punched him in the stomach with his clenched fist. The muffled sound even made him a little dazed. Vomit. Advertisement. Oz was vomiting bile, and he just relied on his strange strength to torture Shanks, the fledgling kid. Plop. The figure of the young red-haired boy was staggering, his eyes rolled up, and he looked like he was about to fall down. Seeing that Shanks would probably not be able to stay awake, Oz sighed. Then he suddenly raised his fist with an exaggerated and perfunctory expression on his face. My fist hurts so much. Was it hit by the recoil? It hurts so much, I fainted from the pain. Sticking out tongue. Oz looked back at everyone, then resolutely closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he and Shanks fell to the ground at the same time, and both of them fell to the ground in a spread eagle position. Then, the whole audience was silent. FK. Beatum couldn't hold it in and his nose was about to burst. I let you act, so please put a little more effort into it. You be asterisk 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 D. Can you be more exaggerated? There was no other choice, so Beatum had to bite the bullet and say, looks like it's a draw, sorry everyone. Time's end at this time. Buggy, who had just hidden away to count his private money, came out of the cabin and looked at Uncle Beatum, who was being beaten by the crew, Shanks, who was motionless, and Oz, who was lying on the ground and pinching his nose. I was completely confused. Come on, Shanks, it's important to balance work and rest. Oz looked at Shanks, who was doing squats with a barbell on his back, and advised him kindly. Shut up. Be asterisk 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 D. Put down the steel on your back before you talk to me. Shanks roared with sharp teeth. Even a good-tempered person like him could not help but be irritated by Oz. Ha 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 ha. Oz was speechless and could only smile awkwardly, then continued to do one-handed push-ups while carrying tons of steel. You two monsters. Can't you just be quiet for a while? Buggy, who was standing by, blushed when he heard the conversation between the two curlers. Now he can only do curls with small dumbbells, not to mention Oz's monstrous physique, even Shanks can easily surpass him. Shanks was stimulated and started to grow stronger like crazy. Then, while Oz was training his body, he also stole a lot of results. Even Buggy, the master of slacking off, complained a lot about the higher intensity of training. Advertisement. The days that followed were rather boring. So the few joys that Oz has every day are reading newspapers, fighting, training, and fishing. However, he had so many things to learn that it was difficult to find time to fulfill his hobby of fishing. But this did not pose a problem for the clever Oz. Hey, Oz, you haven't caught anything yet? Buggy lay beside him, watching Oz sitting quietly on the edge of the boat with his eyes closed, not moving. It's almost time for training. Hearing this, Oz, who had just been practicing expanding the range of his observation haki, slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of red light disappeared from his pupils. Don't worry, can you tell me when I didn't catch any fish before training? But Shanks has already started. Okay, I understand. Oz sighed and pulled out a pistol from his waist. Have you ever heard of American fishing? Bang, bang, bang. A few sharp gunshots rang out, and soon a few fish bellies floated on the sea, with wisps of gunpowder rising from them. Oz swung the fishing hook and immediately hooked up these unlucky guys, threw them into the fish basket, and walked into the cabin with them on his back. Let's go, Buggy, wait for me. Oz has become stronger again. Yeah, it's a monster. It reminds me of someone. I suppose you mean to say, Redfield? Almost, but I actually wanted to talk about Whitebeard. On the deck, many crew members were discussing the little guy who was fighting with the deputy captain, Pluton Rayleigh, including the two little guys in the front row. That guy Oz, there's no way he can be defeated. Don't be so pessimistic, Buggy. We will definitely become stronger in the future. Perhaps because he had been hit too many times by Oz, Shanks gradually calmed down from the initial red temperature and returned to his original easygoing temperament. What nonsense are you talking about, Shanks? We will become stronger, but won't Oz become stronger? Buggy said that he was not comforted and wanted to give up on himself. Having Shanks on board was already a big blow to him. Almost everyone was optimistic about him, and Buggy could only be a foil. Now that Oz has popped up again, it's hard not to feel despair. Don't be so dejected. Look, the sparring between Oz and the vice captain has begun. Chapter 8 O's. Iron Body. It started. How long do you think Oz can last this time? Last time it was 1 minute, this time, it should be at least 1.5 minutes. 2 minutes, I guess. Want to place another bet, Mina-san? Don't make me slap you, beat him. Perhaps because they were too bored, a group of rough guys on Roger Pirate's ship were enthusiastically joining in the fun, watching a battle that was about to begin. Oz was wearing a shrunken black military uniform that he had found from nowhere, with a black gun on his back. He was looking at the figure opposite him in full alert. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his resolute face, though immature, was still handsome. That face has a unique beauty similar to that of the Uchiha family. Standing opposite him was a middle-aged blonde man. Although he was just standing there casually, he still put a lot of pressure on Oz. As expected of Pluton Rayleigh, just by looking at his stance you can tell that this guy is incredibly strong. Oz understood that there was no strong person in the Pirates King's world who did not become strong through fighting. Blindly practicing hard was the way for low-level pirates to improve. And he, Oz, the main focus is on being stubborn. If you are afraid of pain, then you should become a pirate. Seeing that Rayleigh didn't move, Oz simply didn't wait any longer. In front of Buggy and Shanks' confused eyes, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. Huh? Disappeared in an instant? When did Oz eat the devil fruit? They knew about the fraud between Oz and Uncle Beatum, and they also knew that the precious bet that Captain Roger lost was actually a devil fruit. When Oz divided the spoils, he did not ask for money, but only took the devil fruit. According to Captain Rayleigh, the fruit's name seems to be teleportation fruit. Not really. Before he knew it, Captain Roger had come behind the two little rascals, touched their heads with his big hands, and said with a smile, "You should have seen it before. Oz used Marine 6 styles." Why? Shanks and Buggy opened their mouths in disbelief. Of course they knew about Rokushiki, an advanced application of taijutsu, or the preschool version of Haki, but the key problem was, this is one of the representative skills of Marine officers. Oz learned it at the age of 9? Sure enough, when they looked at the battlefield again, Oz had suddenly appeared behind Rayleigh and kicked him in the waist. Advertisement Shaki-san, don't blame Vidasa. But when he was about to kick, Oz somehow suddenly retracted his foot and quickly moved away from the opponent. Rayleigh slowly turned around and looked at Oz, whose eyes were full of solemnity, with a sly smile on his face. Why did you stop halfway? Oz looked at Rayleigh, who had a smirk on his face and looked like a weird uncle, and curled his lips. Nothing, I just feel that if I kick it, something bad will happen. Actually, just a moment ago, he vaguely saw his leg broken. With the attitude of preferring to believe it, Oz took the initiative to retract his legs and tried to find the feeling just now. If your observation haki is too developed, it will sometimes hinder your development, young man. Rayleigh smiled and spoke, and then appeared in front of Oz almost instantly. What? Os's observation haki emergency warning. Observation and hearing color. There is an enemy. Brain. React quickly. Body. 666. Come over here and give me a reaction. Poet's grip. This is one of Os's shortcomings. His overly powerful observation haki gives Oz a natural perspective of a strong man, or a god's perspective. But this still cannot change his nature as a little devil. His body cannot keep up with the reaction. The difference between the two is his disadvantage. This has nothing to do with talent, it can only be honed through constant fighting, so as to have a monster-like fighting reaction and instinct. In this way, you can harness more advanced powers. For example, Haki. To translate it, fighting more and getting beaten more is the best quick tutorial for learning armament Haki. Osa's natural strong physical fitness can only help shorten this process, but it cannot skip it. Therefore, when faced with Rayleigh's sudden attack, Oz quickly realized that he could not dodge it at all, so he would rather stand at attention and take the beating. So he decided to use this opportunity to hone himself, and immediately became ruthless. I used the beggar version of armament haki that I had just learned recently. Iron Body. I don't believe I can't even block a kick. Oz, you finally woke up. Advertisement, FK. Oz slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two young men standing beside the bed. It took him only 2.5 seconds to realize what was going on. I was kicked by Uncle Rayleigh and fell asleep again. Should we say that Rayleigh-san just has strong kicks, or is it that being coaxed to sleep is the passive effect of this crappy skill? If I use Iron Body again, I will be a dog. Oz swore secretly in his heart. Hey, Oz, are you really okay? Seeing Oz get up and get out of bed, Buggy and Shanks said with concern. After all, they clearly saw the purple-black armament haki on Vice Captain Rayleigh's feet after Oz fainted. Even Captain Roger was sweating coldly and asked Rayleigh if he had hit him too hard. Although Oz was a monster, he would have to lie down for a few days after being kicked so hard. They couldn't imagine how Oz managed to survive. Furthermore, as Oz's good brothers, they were also worried that something might happen to his health. This guy Oz is really too reckless. But Oz, who was at the center of the incident, obviously didn't take it seriously. Instead, he stretched his muscles. It's okay. I slept for a long time, not a whole day. Oz was like nothing happened, he just took a breath when he touched his chest. It hurts so much. Shanks and Buggy saw his expression and thought that his wound had relapsed or something, so they quickly supported him. Don't be so stubborn, Oz. Yeah, just rest if you're injured, a-hole. Oz bared his teeth, unbuttoned his chest, looked at his dark chest, and his mouth twitched slightly. Hey, Oz, when did you master the armament haki? Shanks saw this scene, opened his mouth and shouted in shock, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Buggy was furious when he saw his reaction and cursed, "Are you an idiot? This is clearly a bruise." "Oh. Ha, I see." Shanks realized it later and laughed. "It turns out I was seeing things. You B asterisk 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 D are so infuriating." Buggy just can't stand this about Shanks. He often fails to understand what other people are saying and just watches him get angry calmly. Usually at this time, Oz would laugh and watch the show. After they finished arguing, he would hug their necks and cleverly change the subject. "Don't be angry, Buggy, let's go eat together." "Tisk. Then I'll give Oz some face, but it's not because of you, Shanks." "Okay, I understand." Chapter 9 Black Gun Doter Oz. See Circle Calendar 1493, why is this guy named Odin wearing a diaper? The weather is fine and the scenery is beautiful. The Roger pirates have just restocked their supplies from an island. Oz, who had just returned from shopping, brought a newspaper. Shanks and Buggy were huddled together reading it, and one piece of news caught Roger's attention. That's the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, a new face that has become famous on the sea recently. Samurai, Kazuki Odin, Wanakuna's warrior, he looks so handsome. It's ugly. Oz curled his lips, carrying a barrel taller than him on his shoulders, and placed it in front of Roger, like a pervert, wearing a crotchless cloth, so you can urinate and defecate anywhere? I think the black uniform is the coolest, right, Bullet? That's right, a month ago, iron-headed Kid Bullet had already boarded the ship. As for the battle against Captain Roger, Oz was just watching the whole thing, so it can't be said that they were evenly matched. It can only be considered a one-sided crushing. As for the rumor that the 15-year-old Bullet can match the peak Rayleigh. Oz said, "Do I look like an idiot to you when you say something like that?" Let alone Bullet. Even if Roger at the age of 15, Whitebeard at the age of 15, or Rox at the age of 15 came, they would not be able to compete with Rayleigh at his peak. Do you think Conqueror's Hockey Grandmaster plus Great Swordsman plus Conqueror's Entanglement are playing a joke on you? I can only say that Buggy is a really careless person sometimes. Bullet and Rayleigh have fought against each other and they can be said to be evenly matched. But Oz didn't hate this either. I took a kick from Vice Captain Rayleigh and still survived. I hope this guy can brag about me more in the future. For example, Oz was once a member of my crew on the Roger Pirates. When he was only 9 years old, he was evenly matched with Vice Captain Rayleigh. However, at this time, although Bullet was not as strong as the world's top strongman, he was also a complete master of physical skills. Shortly after he got on board, he had fought with Oz. In this fight, even a monster as strong as Bullet could not help but sigh that heroes are as numerous as crucian carp in the river. The extremely high level of Observation Haki, the strange strength that shocked him, and the skilled physical skills. At only 10 years old, she could fight against a 15-year-old boy without losing. Even though she was confident that she would not lose, what was certain was that she would not be able to defeat the opponent easily. Advertisement. Bullet doesn't believe in partners, but he respects the strong. So when faced with Oz's words, he did not choose to ignore them, but just nodded. As a soldier, he really thinks that military uniform is the most handsome attire. Diaper. Hahahaha. Hearing Oz's description, Roger burst into laughter, and the wine in the bottle in his hand jingled. Crocus looked unhappy when he saw this scene, and snatched the bottle from Roger's hand. Your body can no longer drink. You don't want to fail before you even make it to the finish line, do you, Roger? Roger was stunned when he heard this, and then said painfully, "Don't be like this, Crocus, it's okay to drink a little." But unfortunately, in front of the ship's doctor, his identity as the captain was obviously of no importance, and he could only watch Crocus leave with his wine. Without alcohol, Roger felt a little depressed, but things soon took a turn for the better. Oz had quietly approached him at some point, secretly took out a bottle of wine from his arms, and quickly stuffed it into Roger's arms. The two looked at each other. Roger. Good boy, Oz. Oz. No need to say more, Captain. Is everything all right, Rayleigh? Roger's body. The two small movements were definitely captured by their observation haki, but the crew members who noticed this did not say much. It's okay. Roger is not a man who will be easily defeated. After having the wine, Roger was obviously more energetic than before, and shouted to everyone. Everyone, we're returning to New World. Oh. Big news, big news. Roger Pirates, one of the overlords of the New World, appeared in the second half of the New World Sea area. After defeating several pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, the rocks of the new era. Since Roger was diagnosed with an incurable disease and decided to go to the final island, the journey of Roger Pirates seems to have entered fast-forward mode. In just 2 years, he fought campaigns in all directions and traveled around for the historical text, and 2 years passed in a flash. The second half of New World. Edward Woe, Sea Area. Advertisement. Oz, your bounty is out. On the deck, a lively banquet was going on. Buggy, who habitually wore a headscarf, ran over excitedly and shouted, even running so fast that he almost fell down. Upon hearing the news, all the crew members were stunned, and then they raised their glasses and gestured to the long-haired boy in the crowd, talking at once. You've made progress, Oz. Let's celebrate the bounty on Oz and have another round of banquet. Good. The sea breeze blew, and the long hair of the boy on the deck fluttered slowly. Oz walked to Buggy with a bottle of juice and looked at this group of party lovers unhappily. There's a bounty on my head. Can this be a reason for you to hold a banquet? Don't say such a spoiler, Oz. Shanks, who was also infected and became a party lover, actually liked this atmosphere very much. There's really nothing we can do about you, Oz smiled and took the bounty from Buggy. The largest photo was a naval battle that Oz had participated in. In the picture, he stood tall and heroic, with a pair of eyes that looked down upon the world and a hint of red light flashing, looking very intimidating. In short, it looks terrifyingly strong. Open black lens bracket black gun doter Oz close black lens bracket. Reward. 139.6 million Baileys. The crime is extremely serious, life or death does not matter. Oz, is this true? 130 million. Buggy has always been low-key, slacking off, and his strength is not very good, so he has not yet entered the Marine's sight, so he was very surprised by Oz's bounty of over 100 million. Although this has the added bonus of the Roger Pirates group name. In addition, Oz always likes to shoot from behind on the battlefield, which makes people hate him. Even every time Garp chases him, there is a curly-haired Marine who deliberately makes trouble for Oz. But this bounty of over 100 million is still very telling. This means that even though Oz is only 12 years old, he is already recognized by the world government as a threatening pirate. Shanks also agreed that although Oz is sometimes annoying, he is indeed a worthy opponent. The two wanted to say something, but were interrupted by Oz. He suddenly looked up at the sky with a serious expression, leaving the two children confused and unable to figure out what was going on. They could only look up as well. As Buggy watched, he realized something was wrong. A few black spots seemed to slowly emerge from the clouds. I can't escape. Oz took off the black gun from his back, and the black thread slowly wrapped around the gun body. A terrifying red light burst out from his eyes. Edd War Naval Battle. Chapter 10. What head exploded? Golden Lion Head. Enemy attack. Buggy looked at the pirates' fleet that fell from the sky and shouted in panic, but his voice soon stopped. A big hand covered his head. It was Captain Roger. Calm down, Buggy. Get ready to fight. When I looked up, what caught my eye was Roger's face, which was always calm. Sassy ignores Dana. Shaki. Roger. Among the dozen warships, a man with fluttering blonde hair stood on the bow of the first ship with a carved golden lion head. This is the real pirates. Just by looking from a distance, Oz felt the intimidation of a top-level strong man. Former Rock's pirate Kadri, one of the three overlords of New World. Golden Lion Shaki. How many times have I said this, Roger? Shaki, with his robe fluttering and a cigar in his mouth, said with great passion. Although we had many grudges when we were young, let's forget it. As long as I have the world-destroying weapon in your possession, combined with my troops and plans, I will definitely be able to rule the world and become my left. Bang. Before Shaki could finish his words, he was interrupted by a gunshot. Who? If you dare to interrupt the governor's speech, you will definitely be killed. The soldiers of the flying pirates broke out in cold sweat and quickly looked towards the place where the gunshots came from. Ah, is it still not working? A sigh came from beside Roger. The next moment, on Shiki's armed face, a pitch-black bullet continued to spin until its kinetic energy was exhausted and it slowly fell into the sea. Shiki's words stopped abruptly, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes quickly locked onto the figure next to Roger. He was a young man with long messy hair in a military uniform, with wisps of gunpowder still coming out of the muzzle of the rifle in his hand. Court death. Voices of fear and anger continued to rang out from the pirates' fleet. It was obvious that this behavior had seriously offended the Admiral's Majesty. However, some of the people who were shouting at him were unable to escape being sniped under Osa's Observation Haki. A red light suddenly appeared in the pupils, followed by bright red gun muzzles. Foreseeing the future Armament Haki bullets, unless the Observation Haki attainment is higher than Os, one can only rely on the more powerful Armament Haki to resist. Advertisement. The non-Kadri pirates were killed one by one. Hahahaha. That's my answer, Shaki. Captain Roger saw this and laughed. Obviously, Shaki blushed when he said this. So, you want me to kill you here? It means to defeat all of you. The first shot of the war had been fired by Os, and an extremely fierce battle followed. Oz fired a few shots first, and when many enemy ships approached, he simply drew the long sword from his waist and disappeared on the spot with a single shot. Many minions didn't notice the figure at all, and suddenly felt several wounds on their bodies. But soon some Kadris came to the door. An unusually sturdy man, who seemed to be the captain of the flying pirates. Oz's memory for unfamiliar faces was obviously not very good. That brat actually dared to fight Captain Dark, he will definitely be brutally killed. Although the surrounding pirates didn't dare to approach Oz, it didn't stop them from bragging about their own Kadris. After all, there is a size difference. The difference between the 1.6 meter tall kid and the 4 meter tall strong man is obvious just by looking at them. But Doc in front of Oz was obviously not so relaxed, because he felt a strong sense of danger from this kid. There is no word victory in your future. Oz held the black knife in one hand. Although his Armament Haki attainment was not very high due to his age, he could still do a simple entanglement. The pursuit of excitement and battles is to better hone Haki, and then to become famous in the sea. Captain Roger wants to eat every bit of the pie that he has drawn for the world. Wealth, fame, power. Boom. The entire deck began to sink and roll, and countless pirates were thrown backwards. Dark, whose entire body was covered in shiny black armor, rushed out with all his might and punched Oz. Zung. The billowing smoke dissipated, and unlike the crushing scene imagined by the onlookers, the thin figure in military uniform stood firmly in place. Oz only covered his armament color with one hand, but he actually blocked this powerful punch. It has good strength, but is as slow as a snail. Oz's expression and words were full of contempt. This arrogant tone instantly made Doc lose his defense and reason, and he began to attack crazily. Surprisingly easy to deal with. Oz's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the other party's performance. It is this kind of enemy that I foresee the future most likes to deal with, and they can only attack randomly in a helpless and furious manner. Advertisement. However, Oz did admit that the other party's armament hockey attainment was higher than his. So when Oz wants to fight, he will fight with his opponent, and when he doesn't want to fight, he will just walk around. The value of Oz's training of armament hockey is still increasing. But Doc was feeling so aggrieved that his temper got so intense that he almost learned how to return his life. I originally thought that it would be an easy task to deal with a kid who offended the governor, and to both ask for credit from the governor and avoid confronting those monsters from Roger Pirates. But I didn't expect that he was much more difficult to deal with than I imagined, and the key is that he is so good at mocking me. Hateful. Well, after punching again, Doc felt like he had hit something real, and even heard a roar. He was about to be happy when he suddenly realized something was wrong. A trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. How is it possible? How could such a strange power appear in a little ghost? After Oz grabbed his fist, he tried to pull it out but found that he couldn't move it at all. The opponent's strength is far superior to his. Doc's eyes were filled with shock, but Oz's eyes were filled with boredom. Your purity is still too low. Your armament hockey's improvement speed is not as fast as the beating you received from the captain. Lung missed pirates. Oz curled his lips, and swung Dark around with an incomprehensible force, causing the surrounding minions to exclaim in surprise. Doc gritted his teeth and tried to steady himself, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He was thrown into the air and spun in circles. With a sudden release of his hand, Doc was thrown onto another ship. Then, forehead, he was knocked to the ground by Jabba's axe. After throwing this guy out, Oz simply let go and fought. Seeing that the minions nearby were almost cleared, he simply moonwalked plus shave and headed back to the bow of the Oro Jackson. Shanks and Buggy were also on the boat, facing the surrounding pirates with their backs to each other. Ichidao style. Black light. A black knife flashed by, and Oz, wielding the black knife, fought his way out of the crowd, broke through the siege and reunited with the two men. Great, it's Oz. Oz, come over to us quickly. The battle was so brutal that even though the Roger pirates were all elite, they were still somewhat powerless in the face of the endless offensive. The fighters on the ship couldn't even take care of the three little devils. Buggy looks strong but is actually very scared. Oz, who had rushed here at this moment, seemed to be shining all over. Chapter 11 Conqueror's Haki or Conqueror's Luck. Buggy hoped that Oz would come to the rescue, but unfortunately Oz had his own things to do. Excuse me, Buggy, I have things to do, you and Shanks hold on for a while. Oz patted Buggy's shoulder, then instantly cut out of the encirclement. Wait, damn it. Buggy wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only fight and retreat with Shanks with a sad face. They were not pervert monsters like Oz. Although the two of them were only 12 years old and had decent fighting ability, they were somewhat overwhelmed when facing a large number of elite pirates. Shanks seemed open-minded. After saying goodbye to Oz, he fought with the pirates again. Don't let your guard down, Buggy. The enemy is coming again. Hateful, At this time, at the main battlefield of the Battle of Edd War, Roger and Shaki conquerors were fighting each other wantonly. A black and red lightning spread across the entire battlefield, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Some pirates with weaker strength didn't even dare to approach the battlefield. After all, the group of seniors who were coaxed to sleep on the ground were their role models. The confrontation between the two was also very intense. God avoid. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The two swords collided with each other. Oz, who came to watch, did not dare to blink, staring at the two swords that did not touch each other at all. No matter how many times I watch it, I will still be shocked by its power. Conqueror's entanglement. Oz was also crazy. With the remaining power of two extremely powerful Haki, he just watched the battle from the side. Observation Haki fully felt this innate talent. When facing this destructive force, Oz admitted that this was the first time he felt fear. This is not weakness in temperament or consciousness, but the instinct of living things when facing death. He knew that if he dared to take a few steps closer, no matter how strong his physique and two-color Haki were, he would definitely be strangled to death by this force without leaving any trace. But Oz did not back down. He admitted that he had taken a gamble. But obviously, he made the right bet. When facing the great terror between life and death, people are often able to break through some things. Perhaps because they were too close, Oz's body began to be covered with wounds. Even with his armament Haki, he could not defend himself effectively. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices. But Oz dared not retreat. Because this retreat will last a lifetime. Advertisement. He retreated because he was afraid of other people's conquerors. Based on Oz's understanding of Conqueror's spirit and power, it would be difficult for him to awaken again. He would at most be a vice-emperor in his lifetime. Then how can he pretend to be cool and have fun? He doesn't want to be the kind of person who can be killed instantly by a single sword attack. He is not even at the level of an admiral. In the future, even when facing Shanks, he will be shocked by conquerors and unable to stand. In the previous life, it was difficult to turn over a new leaf. In this life, I finally have talent and the opportunity to become stronger. He wants to become the strongest man in the world. The most pretentious person. The freest person. He wanted to make everyone break out in cold sweats just by hearing his name. It was with such a simple thought filling his heart that Oz could face the challenge from two world-class conquerors without hesitation. Boom, crack, crack. Just when Shaki and Roger were enjoying the battle, a young but domineering will rushed into the battlefield, and black and red lightning suddenly caught their attention. Shaki and Roger widened their eyes, then both burst into laughter. Little guy, it seems that you have some ambitions to realize. Join me, I can forgive the previous shooting. That won't do, Shaki. This kid is one of the futures of the new era. Rayleigh and the others who were fighting with many cadres in the distance also felt the extremely pure conqueror's will and smiled. The most surprised one was Buggy, whose hair was flying in the wind and his eyes were filled with surprise. Hey, Asta actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Ah, it's worthy of being Os. Shanks was much calmer and was genuinely happy for his friend's progress. But they didn't find out. Among the minions of the flying pirates in the distance, an inconspicuous pirate was holding a video Den Den Mushi in his hand. On the other side of Den Den Mushi, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. This kid from the Roger Pirates group has awakened conquerors at such a young age. I'm afraid his potential is not inferior to that of Roger today. I know this guy. At the end of Marine's office desk, a voice came from behind Vice Admiral Garp. This voice made Garp's nose burst. What? Is the meeting over? Garp. Seeing Garp falling asleep again, the current Marine Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth and was about to lose his temper, but was stopped by Marshal Sora. Advertisement. Marine on Garp's ship, tell me in detail. Kuzan, who was sitting behind Garp, stood up and looked at the young man in military uniform emitting black and red lightning in the video Den Den Mushi with gritted teeth. He slowly took out a bounty order. The target's name is Dottle Os, 12 years old, Grandmaster Double. Conqueror's Haki, Spearmanship, Taijutsu, and he seems to have a very high level of Observation Haki. It is possible that he is one of the successors of Grand Pirates Roger. If the previous information is the intelligence that Marine has obtained through combat and financial resources over the years, then the last sentence is purely a personal grudge. He is a Logia user, and the scar on his thigh still cannot be removed. She almost changed from the future Marine Admiral to the future Marine Daji. Such a young monster must be nipped in the bud. Hearing Kuzan's words, Marshal Kong frowned. There are more and more genius monsters among the pirates, which is a huge challenge for the Marine, let alone the crew of a big pirate like Roger. Now it is confirmed that he has conquerors. If he grows up and learns Conqueror's entanglement. When I think about the possibility of another great pirates like Roger in the future. Sora felt a sense of pressure for the future of Marine. Has that kid with a gun on Roger's ship grown up to this point now? Marine hero Garp sighed while eating senbei. Chew. This old man's senbei. Garp. Sengoku let out a Buddhist cry. Comma. One or two of them are unwilling to work for me. Then go to hell. Stop talking big, Shaki. Bang. Even though Conqueror's Haki was awakened, it still couldn't change the fact that Oz was a little kid, so Roger had to protect him behind him. With just one sword move in the aftermath of the collision, Oz flew out again. Oz adjusted his body shape and did not stubbornly return to the center of the battlefield. Instead, he walked on moonwalk to Shanks and Buggy. Buggy was obviously very surprised to see him. Oz, there are too many enemies. What should we do? Don't worry, Buggy. Oz shook off the rain on his knife and looked up at the sky, which was full of clouds and winds. It seemed as if a storm was brewing. You're no worse than me and Shanks. Oh, owner of Conqueror's luck. Chapter 12. Good job, Buggy, don't lose face. As if to confirm Os's words, the next second, a storm sweeping across the heaven and earth brewed in the sky. What? In the face of this great power of heaven and earth, even the overlord of the new world, who claims to destroy heaven and earth, has to give in. Countless ships controlled by Lion Fruit were swept away by storms and tsunamis, and Golden Lion himself, who controlled the air superiority, was of course no exception. Being swept into the tsunami, the moment when I felt powerless, a ship's rudder came flying towards me. Let's set sail, everyone. The Oro Jackson, made using the treasure tree atom, is still very sturdy. With a group of powerful fruitless warriors leading the way, even a tsunami cannot stop the Roger pirates from moving forward. Buggy and Shanks were stunned by this scene. Hello. The kitchen door was suddenly knocked open by Buggy. The door, which was often slammed, looked even more shaky at this moment. Os. Buggy rushed in excitedly, his voice full of disbelief and excitement, his face even flushed a little. Are you serious? Oz, was the storm that saved us really because of my luck? Oz was hiding in the kitchen and eating secretly. He had meat in his left hand and a bucket of milk in his right hand. He was shoveling the food into his mouth to replenish his energy. He ate a mountain of food but his abdomen didn't bulge at all. I had already detected Buggy's presence with my observation haki, so it wasn't anything strange. I just thought it was a little funny that Buggy actually believed it. Buggy may indeed have Conqueror's luck. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a Shichibukai or even a 4 Emperor easily with his weak strength. But Os felt that the reason why they escaped unscathed from this battle was not because of this, but because of Captain Roger's destiny. Even if Buggy is useful, it should only be auxiliary. Although he thought so, Oz still had a high emotional intelligence. After all, Buggy was one of his few good friends. Of course, Buggy, with your abilities, you were able to get on this ship, and survive so many battles. Doesn't that speak for itself? Oz said seriously to Buggy in front of him. But Buggy is indeed a real man, he still remembers the words clearly. That sentence, won't your life cry out? With this kind of magnanimity, even if one is weak, he can still be called a great pirate. Buggy was silent for a moment after hearing this advertisement, because he was not sure whether Oz was praising him. But after thinking for a moment, he chose to believe in Oz. Although he was a bit mean and irritating, Buggy thought he knew Oz very well. At least he never lied to himself. Even when danger came, it was Oz who helped him most of the time. Unlike Shanks, he would also use fake treasure maps to trick him into doing work, and the two of them had many fights over this, although they were always defeated. Thinking of this, he felt a little happy, and couldn't help but smile. He simply sat down and lazed around with Oz. On the entire ship, he actually preferred to stay with Oz the most. Shanks is such an annoying guy, and the other crew members value Oz and Shanks who have better talents, which even made him want to give up his dream at one point. Only Oz can speak nicely and won't make him angry. Although he would occasionally be asked to help with work, he would always be given treasure maps and treasures that he had seized, and he would never think that he was useless and would always be given affirmation. To be honest, in Buggy's eyes, Oz is his best friend. Come to think of it, Oz, besides juice, you also like to drink milk. Buggy rubbed his red nose. I took the milk bucket and tasted it. I found that apart from being slightly sweet, there was nothing too attractive about it. So I asked Oz curiously. This. Actually, I don't really like drinking it. Why do you drink so much? Buggy was a little unconvinced. That's because drinking milk can help you grow taller. Oz smiled. I want to grow to 3 meters tall. Otherwise, when I fight against the monsters in the sea, I have to look up at them. It's too embarrassing. Is it because of this? Of course. Actually, my favorite is still orange juice. Oz and Buggy drank the whole glass and continued to gulp it down. Buggy clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly stood up excitedly and looked at the bewildered Oz. Oz, when I become a great pirate, I will definitely treat you to the best orange juice in the world. When he said this again, Buggy blushed with embarrassment, but still pretended to be calm and looked at Oz nervously. Ha, sure, Buggy, you will definitely become a big shot who shocks the sea in the future. When I'm down and out, I'll go to you for help. Oz laughed happily, but Buggy obviously took it seriously and agreed immediately. Advertisement. Don't worry, Oz, my position as vice captain will always be yours. Buggy said so, but in fact, thinking back to the strength of Oz and Shanks, he was not sure about it. These two people were too promising. Dreams like this, is he really worth it? The two of them ate and talked with their hands on their heads. Suddenly it was night. It was not until the chef on the ship sensed something was wrong and rushed in with a mop in his hand, gnashing his teeth, that the two slackers were finally caught. However, he was speechless when he saw Oz, who had burped but didn't change much, and Buggy, who had eaten like a ball without realizing it. Oz has a monster physique and can digest any amount of food immediately, but Buggy, why are you joining in the fun? You can't digest it. There was no other choice but for Oz to carry him back to the room himself. After saying goodbye to Buggy, Oz finally had time to go back to the dormitory to take a shower and wash off the blood and dirt on his body from the battle. Only, this time he had some free time, he felt a little itchy. I always wanted to release conquerors for fun. When he first learned moonwalk, he ran around in the sky every day, enjoying the feeling of flying. Although in the end, because he made too many puff sounds when stepping on the air, Uncle Jabba, who was fed up with him, hit him on the head and gave him a bump. Considering that it was already night, if he randomly played conquerors now, it would probably lead to a group fight, so Oz simply gave up. But looking at myself in the mirror, my slightly scarred body is full of explosive power. Jung. The black armament Haki instantly covered his arms, faintly reflecting the lights in the room. When I go to Wano Kuni, I'll learn emission, and then finally, it's domination. Oz admired his own overwhelming strength, and planned step by step how to go from vice admiral to vice admiral, then to general admiral, and then to king. Today, due to his monstrous physique, ordinary training has been unable to continue to rapidly increase his strength, and the effect can even be said to be negligible. The rest will have to rely on their age and development, as well as the higher-level Haki professors of the stronger ones, to continue to maintain such a fast pace of progress. But if I must say, there is actually another way to increase strength. Oz looked at the small treasure chest under his bed. Chapter 13 Shanks, what face do you have? Not even a hair. The devil fruit that he had obtained 3 years ago was stored in it. Paramesha. Teleportation fruit. In the original story, Van Oka was a sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. It can be said to be a devil fruit that is very suitable for snipers. But in Oz, this is certainly not just a sniper auxiliary fruit. When his strength can no longer be improved, Oz may consider eating this devil fruit related to space. When it is developed to awakening, it may be able to give Oz a lot of surprises, such as teleporting all enemy attacks thousands of miles away, teleporting quickly to achieve the Kamui Hollow effect, immune to all attacks, teleporting the fruit ability user into the sea at will. Even the meatball fruit can cause pain, and he can travel around the world, so why can't he use the teleportation fruit? In Osa's opinion, perhaps the mythical beasts are indeed very strong, but Paramesha is not weak either, especially when it comes to conceptual abilities. As for why I don't eat now, Os is waiting. Because he was worried about a certain speculation, that is, whether the demon fruit power would be rejected by the final island before the right time. Because in the original plot, Buggy suddenly had a high fever for no apparent reason on the eve of landing on the island, and thus missed the great secret treasure. All others had no such symptom. The biggest difference between Buggy and others is that Buggy is a user of chop fruit. So Os didn't dare to gamble. He couldn't lose the fruit anyway, so he didn't care about another 2 years. Moreover, during these 2 years, I can focus on improving my haki. After all, Mr. Guy once said, haki is the only thing that stands above everything else. Os would not lose sight of the main point and turn himself into a fragile person who seems to have a powerful fruit ability but will be defeated when faced with a tyrant. Is Kid awesome? The awakened electromagnetic cannon seriously injured the 4 emperors easily, and the fleet disappeared in pieces after 1 shot. But his haki couldn't keep up, and Shanks foresaw the future, caught a glimpse of the situation, and killed him instantly with a single dodge. 3 billion is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. So no matter what, Os will not give up the practice of haki. He wanted to develop the strongest armed haki in the world, to be able to see further into the future, and to be as good as anyone else's Conqueror's haki. Sailing with Roger pirates is the fastest way for him to improve haki now, which can be regarded as copying Shanks' rise. Bang bang. While Os was stunned for a moment, there was a knock on the door. Uncle beat him. Advertisement. A strange red light burst out of Osa's eyes, and suddenly a picture of a fat man opening the door appeared in front of him. After putting on his pants, Oz opened the door and it turned out to be his sniper master. Roger Pirate Sniper, beat him. Oz, you're still awake. Beatum held a long stick-like object wrapped in bandages in his hand and patted Oz's shoulder in a familiar manner. Oz nodded and invited him to come in and sit down. What are you doing? I'm here to congratulate you, Oz. Not everyone has the qualifications to be a conquerors. Beatum smiled and handed the thing in his hand to Oz. It must be said that as Oz's master, Beatum was quite competent. He taught him more uses of observation haki and sniping techniques with all his heart and soul, and he was worthy of being called Oz's master. Oz took the thing and knew what it was as soon as he touched it. It's a long gun. Quite heavy. Oz peeled off the bandages one by one, revealing a bright black sniper rifle. The shape was particularly handsome, and both the gun body and the lens were made of good materials without exception. This material is really good. It's all Seastone. Holy shit. Oz didn't know what to say. He had originally planned to become a fruit ability user, able to fight, resist, and even act as a sniper. What should he do now? Can't you have both teleportation ability and sniper rifle? It's a good gun indeed. Oz looked at Beatum's expectant eyes and naturally couldn't bear to say anything unsatisfactory. At worst, I can just use it with a bandage later. What's more, this gun is really a good gun. Snipers who are used to playing with guns will know as soon as they use it that it is no problem to shoot at a distance of several thousand meters. If the bullet is covered with armament color or fruit ability, it can theoretically hit farther. Hahahaha, of course I did. I spent a lot of money to buy it, but now I'm used to it, so I haven't changed it. You got it for free. Beatum laughed loudly, and was obviously happy that this good gun had found a good home. Because Oz is worth it. There aren't many snipers who have conquerors. After so many years, there is only one such player like Oz. His future is limitless. Without conquerors, he would never become one of the strongest snipers in the world, but Oz had hope. Advertisement. So his move is also to invest in the sniping business. I was going to give it to you tomorrow, but I saw Shanks wasn't asleep, so I thought you probably weren't asleep either, so I came over today. After hearing what Beatum said, Oz, who was still playing with his new weapon, was stunned for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously. What the hell is Shanks doing so late at night? It's probably because of you. Seeing Oz's confusion, Beatum smiled and said, seeing that you, a person of the same age, can easily defeat the enemy ship's cadres, Shanks must have been a little stimulated. He immediately burst into laughter. As a child raised by Captain Roger, Shanks is extremely talented and is regarded by Roger as the successor of the future Will. And Oz is his apprentice. Now Oz greater than Shanks. In a sense, isn't it that Beatum is greater than Roger? Shanks, it seems, also has the heart of a strong man. This is actually normal. When Shanks first boarded the ship, he was given a straw hat by Roger and already had the initial mentality of looking down on the world. He was also expected to be the king of the next generation. The appearance of Oz undoubtedly put a ceiling on this guy who was invincible among his peers. Shanks, who had traveled with Roger pirates since childhood, was no match for Oz, who grew up in a small town. It was like a genius young master being no match for a grassroots lucky boy. Doesn't that mean that Captain Roger's will should not be inherited by him, and the straw hat should not belong to him? Shanks couldn't accept it. Even though Oz didn't deliberately target him, the gap between them still made Shanks subconsciously compare them, hoping that one day he could become the MVP among the 3 little ones again. After Oz inspired conquerors during the day, Shanks started to get angry that night. Come on, Oz, you'll be overtaken if you're not careful. In fact, Oz didn't feel too much pressure for what Beatum said. After all, he had never thought about inheriting any will or becoming the king of pirates. I want to see what One Piece is, purely out of sentiment and curiosity. If he really wants to be the king of pirates, it would be easy. He can just wait for Roger to die, revisit the place with the Raftel Eternal Pointer, and announce that he has found the great treasure. However, he still attaches great importance to strength. I can't just run away when Shanks gets in the way of meddling in other people's business. Shanks may have some respect in other people's eyes. But in front of him and Buggy, there is not a single hair. Chapter 14. Will you be the next strongest person in the world? O's. 1 month after the Battle of Edd War, the Roger pirates had a rare peaceful life, except. Bang. Bullet is still so reckless. Knowing you can't win, but still fighting to the death is a kind of stupidity called stubbornness. Oz felt that this sentence was exactly applicable to Bullet now. What made this guy think that Roger, a young boy less than 20 years old, could be defeated? What's more, he rushed forward without even mastering the dominance technique, and was killed in one blow every time. After watching it for a long time, everyone on the boat got used to it. Everyone thought this farce would continue until Roger pirates landed on an island. After Bullet was chopped off again, his expression was different from usual, as if he had made up his mind. And only Oz noticed this. Want to go, Bullet? Oz chewed a piece of ham, leaned against the door frame, and watched Bullet packing his things. In fact, there was not much to pack, just a few pieces of clothing, a few headphones and some treasures. Bullet turned his head and looked at Oz, whose strength he recognized. Roger is dying. I have no hope of surpassing him in this lifetime. It's time to leave. So what are your plans next? Although Oz asked this, he actually knew Bullet's choice. As the final boss of the movie, Operation Frenzy, Bullet is undoubtedly powerful, and can even be said to be a hexagonal warrior. A man who has faced Marine Buster Call several times and is known as the Devil's Heir. Gear 4 Luffy looked weak in front of him, and beating the Supernova was like playing with a toy. Of course, what impressed Oz the most was the huge amount of Armament Haki, which was enough to cover half of the island. But in the end, he went astray and insisted on researching supergiant combined giants, embarking on a dead end of becoming bigger but not stronger, and was treated as a target by a group of people. As long as you study the dominance instead of massive amounts of armament color and giants, you will at least have a 4 Emperors foundation. Plans. I don't know yet. I should get stronger first. What happens after you become stronger? Advertisement. Challenge the next strongest person in the world. Bullet spoke confidently, glancing at Oz as he spoke, which made Oz stunned. Will you become a being that surpasses Roger? Dawdle Oz. You don't mean to. Oz raised his eyebrows, with some bad thoughts in his mind, and immediately regretted coming to see Bullet off. I can see that your courage and talent are definitely not inferior to anyone else's. When you step onto the world stage, perhaps we can have another fight. Hey, I don't want to bear anything for Captain Roger, you should go find Shanks. Bullet didn't answer this, but Oz could still tell from his eyes that he hadn't changed his mind at all. But, Captain Roger left and now he's looking for trouble with me. What's the logic behind this? Although Oz felt that he might become one of the strongest people in the world in the future, it did not mean that he liked to seek trouble. I know Bullet after all, so I won't kill him just because he challenged me. But even if you win, you will still be pestered, just like Bullet sticking to Roger's boat, with a small challenge every 3 days and a big challenge every 5 days. It's so annoying. After chatting for a while, Bullet took the initiative to leave after landing. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Including Captain Roger, they just watched the other party leave. Oz is no exception. After all, Bullet is not the same kind of person as them. He did not agree with his partners and only believed in his own absolute force, which was contrary to the ideas of everyone on the ship. It was only a matter of time before they parted ways. Besides, even if Bullet didn't leave, they would still disband in 2 years. Rayleigh also stood by the boat, watching Bullet's figure gradually disappear in the sunset. He didn't have much feeling of parting before he was interrupted by Oz. Second Captain, when will you teach me Conqueror's Coil? You little devil. Hearing this, Rayleigh suddenly lost all mood. She looked at Oz in front of her with a headache, regretting that she had agreed to it as a joke. This kind of power requires no skill, Oz, and your conquerors must be strong enough. Then how can we make it strong enough? As your strength increases, your courage will also increase. It's too early now. There have been geniuses who awakened conquerors at a young age, but have you ever seen anyone who was entangled with conquerors at such a young age? Advertisement. This. Oz was speechless. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Whether it is Doflamingo, Ace, Yamato, or Katakuri. Some of them awakened even earlier than Oz, but without exception, they were unable to master the conqueror's entanglement technique by middle age. In other words, there are many powerful people who control conquerors in the New World, but only a few of them are well known. Maybe this kind of power really requires talent. Oz was silent for a long time, and finally gave up the fantasy of mastering the power of hegemony at the age of 12. However, Rayleigh did not completely coax him, and instead told Oz and other conquerors how to wrap it around the body or weapon like armament haki after they have enough qualifications. The main point is that the techniques are told to you, but whether you can use them in the end is up to you. By the way, there are also some tips on how to use divine avoidance, which is a combination of tyrant's entanglement and great swordsman's swordsmanship, and is very meaningful for Oz to learn. This scene was also seen by Buggy and Shanks, who were not far away. Seeing Oz and the vice captain discussing something that they could not touch upon for the time being, the two of them had surprisingly similar thoughts at this moment. Will they really be able to catch up with Oz in the future? What are you two looking at? Oz saw the two of them coming up and hugged their necks, smiling and asking. Nothing. Captain Roger said to hurry up and resupply, as we are heading to our next destination. Where? It's Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni. Have we sailed here without realizing it? It seems that the end is really not far away. I don't have much time, Oz. Behind the three little ones, Captain Roger came over with a smile and touched the heads of the three interns. There was no trace of the decadence and dejection that a dying person would have in his words. Let's go explore the islands in the second half of New World. Maybe we'll encounter a surprise. Oz was speechless, because the result is that Roger actually found a place and people who could interpret the true text of history in the remaining time. Everything is guided by fate. Chapter 15. Emission, what a sea is here greater than 3 less than. Of course, the days at sea are long. Even though King Luffy traveled around the world in just a few months, the Roger pirates did not have such a clear goal line as them, and they still had to spend a lot of time on the road. It can even be said that Roger is the real son of destiny, who accidentally gathered all the conditions to go to the final island. The unlucky pirates may not be able to find the burial place of the historical text or the people who can decipher it even if they search for their entire lives. A year passes in a flash. See Circle Calendar 1496. Oz, who was already 13 years old, also officially emerged. But Oz was not concerned about this. Instead, another thing attracted his attention. Hey, Buggy. Good news, I'm 2 meters tall. Are you stupid? Now is not the time to be worrying about this. However, Buggy, who was only 1.45 meters tall, couldn't help but complain when he saw Oz, who was much taller than him. We are fighting now. Hahahaha, I know it. Oz was in a good mood. He turned his head to avoid the bullets aimed at him and came to Buggy. Jung. The dark armament instantly spread across the entire arm and was placed directly next to Buggy's temple. Boom. A bullet hit the back of his hand, then bounced off and fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Be careful, Buggy. Oz smiled. Why? Buggy, who had just realized that his life was hanging by a thread, opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulged, and his nose was about to run. I almost died. Buggy is still in shock. He is a split man who ate the chop fruit, but he is only immune to slashing attacks. If he is shot in the head by a bullet, he will definitely die. Patting Buggy on the shoulder, Oz jumped to the side of the ship, his observation haki spreading out. Instantly, he could sense the specific situation of the 2 warships chasing him from a distance. They were sent to deal with us without even sending out the admiral. Did these Marines offend some big shot? Oz held a gun in one hand and looked at Captain Roger at the bow. Seeing Oz approaching, many crew members kept paying attention to his actions, including the guy wearing the straw hat. Osta is now becoming more and more capable of standing on his own. Advertisement. Since Oz awakened conquerors, he has been particularly enthusiastic in the subsequent battles. In his own words, it is to fight as many direct battles as possible, which may be beneficial to the progress of conquerors. After all, victory and bloody battles are the best training for the spirit. How to say it? The competition for the throne has always been like this. It was precisely because of Os's change in style that his bounty continued to rise over the next year. Now he is a man worth 500 million Baileys. Leave it to me, Captain Roger. They are just a bunch of Marine soldiers. Roger had no intention of attacking, but after hearing what Oz said, he sheathed his knife and looked towards the island in the distance covered by the waterfall. It's Wano-kuni. Quick and decisive, Oz. We are about to land. Learn. Oz raised his sniper rifle and used his powerful observation haki to scan the 2 warships 100 meters away again and again. All the steel and iron walls were like nothing in front of him. This is another use of the observation haki developed by Oz, a god's perspective that is almost like perspective. It is somewhat similar to the heart network. Adjusting his breathing, Oz's eyes suddenly flashed with scarlet light. The images of the explosion flashed before his eyes one by one. Foreseeing the future itself was no longer his pursuit. What he was trying to see. It is the more distant future. Following a short gunshot, a pitch-black bullet disappeared into the air almost instantly, with a faint sonic boom. After a brief silence, boom, as if it was a chain reaction, after a burst of hitting sounds, a series of explosions followed. Amidst the wailing and screaming, a giant steel ship slowly tilted and fell into the depths of the sea. This scene obviously frightened the Marine on the nearby warship. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out. Can we know the location of the ammunition depot from hundreds of meters away? You must be kidding. How is this possible? The Marine Rear Admiral on the adjacent ship was slightly overwhelmed after witnessing all this, but then he quickly reacted and opened his mouth to give orders to the soldiers. Retreat. Turn rudder. We can't face a monster like this. They immediately ordered the ship to turn, but it was obvious that they did not realize that a distance of several hundred meters was no different from being right at hand for a strong man. Advertisement. Someone is coming. The target is too fast to see clearly. It's Black Gun Oz. Seeing Oz flying in the air, the members of Roger Pirates were not surprised at all. They all lay by the side of the boat and waited for this battle without suspense. The people on the surviving Marine warship breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the Oro Jackson had no intention of heading towards them. After all, He was the Marine of New World, the chief officer of the two ships, and Marine Rear Admiral Tessera was obviously not a complete unknown person. Facing this young pirate who has recently gained fame. He has two colors of hockey in his hand and is confident that he can hold off O's for a while. As long as they can hold out for a while and wait for the warship to go far away, wouldn't it be easy for all the Marines to surround and beat up one person? Black gun Oz. Come at me if you dare. Puff. The Marines around them also thought they had escaped, and before they had time to be happy, their smiles froze on their faces. Dying with a smile on your face is my greatest mercy to you. At some point, Oz, who had already appeared on the deck, flicked the blood off his knife. Looking back at the Marine Rear Admiral's head lying on the ground, still with a smile on his face. There was nothing surprising about it. After all, he had already seen this scene before he drew his sword. The Marines around them also changed their faces from surprise to despair, just like the Peking Opera. Oz strolled around the garden, basically killing one with one sword. Perhaps because they were afraid of being killed, two Marines even went into the kitchen. Hey, Marine, you should be prepared to die in battle before you attack. It is not a good thing to be a deserter king. Oz would naturally not show mercy. If he was just a weak pirate, he would be locked up in prison for life even if he was not killed. He is not a saint. But there is an unexpected gain. The knife of this Marine Rear Admiral seems to be a good knife. The black patterned blade has a slender and heavy texture. It is not curved like most samurai swords. There is no extra decoration on the handle. It looks more like a staff sword. It is similar to the Gambler's line, but longer and more gorgeous. Oz didn't know the famous sword, but he felt it was definitely better than the long sword of the ordinary soldiers in his hand, and it was long enough. Enough for him to be 3 meters tall. With his loot, Oz returned to the Oro Jackson on Moonwalk. That's perfect. He also wanted to see if there was any difference between Wano Kuni's emission and the armament color flow technique that Vice Captain Rayleigh had just taught him not long ago. Chapter 16. The flaw is revealed. Marco. As this Wano Kuni. After landing, everyone got off the boat and began to visit this ancient island. Only Oz looked at the distance with excitement, and a red light burst out in front of his eyes. Are you here? Hey, Oz, where are you going? Seeing Oz suddenly leap up and jump to the hillside next to him, as if he was watching something, Shanks, who was squatting and eating chocolate wearing a captain's hat, looked up and asked. Buggy followed closely behind. He didn't have the same exaggerated observation haki as Oz, so he could only use a telescope to observe the distance. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Captain Roger. It's the Whitebeard pirates, they're on the other side of the island. Roger, on the other hand, didn't react much after hearing this, he just laughed. Okay, let's have a fight. Then, a figure approached quickly. Captain, a warrior is coming. Oz said calmly. He didn't react as much as Buggy did. He knew who it was after just a little sense, so he wasn't too surprised. Kazuki Odin is the king of cooking resistance. A stupid samurai who played a good hand of cards badly and is only capable of hot-bloodedness. Odin used his gun and ghost to knock the two crew members to the ground. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Jabba drew their weapons and prepared to fight. He's as strong as the rumors say. Stop him, Rayleigh. Let's do it this way. Wait a minute, Jabba, Rayleigh. Roger excitedly passed the two of them and rushed forward quickly. I can't let you get hurt. Actually, you just want to fight. Oz smiled, but his eyes were fixed on Roger and Odin who were about to collide. The two of them were covered with observation haki, and Oz didn't want to miss even the slightest detail. Roger rushed forward with a smile, black and red lightning condensing on the blade. God avoid. Such wonderful Conqueror's controls. Looking at Kazuki Odin being chopped off by a sword, Oz was still thinking about the Conqueror's entanglement just now. After seeing it more often, he gradually understood the principle of the power of dominance, which was actually similar to what Rayleigh taught him. Compared to the wanton Conqueror's catharsis, which indiscriminately stuns all kinds of soldiers with earthquakes, Conqueror's entanglement is more like concentrating it into one point, and then exerting a more powerful force. Advertisement. Shanks used it in much the same way in his prime. Ultimate's Conquerors concentrated into black and red lightning, which even the Vice Admiral would not be able to handle, and the Admiral would also be weakened. However, this is not like Armament Haki, which has a physical form and can be condensed at any place on the body. A year has passed, and Oz looked at the black and red arcs generated by the friction between his palms. Now he has only mastered the basics. Everyone watched as Odin was chopped off and flew 100 meters away. He finally stopped after knocking down numerous trees. Only a few people including Oz and Roger were looking at the sky. A powerful aura was approaching at a very fast speed. Here it comes. Oz stared with his eyes wide open, staring at the giant figure approaching from afar. An exaggeratedly sturdy body, long golden hair, a white cape, and the iconic crescent-shaped whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. He went straight for Roger, and the other party was not to be outdone. He wrapped a large amount of Conqueror's haki around his blade and chopped it straight up. The two swords didn't even touch each other, they were just struggling with each other. Black and red lightning continued to rub against each other, and the terrifying air waves knocked over everyone except the two warring parties. The sky will be torn apart, and all the clouds will be cleared away. Even if Oz wanted to experience it at a closer distance, he still couldn't resist the force. He could only use his strange strength to hold an ancient tree that was not overturned a little further away. As for Buggy, Shanks and others, they had already been dragged away by Rayleigh and immediately moved away from the battlefield. Facing this great power of heaven and earth, Oz was also fearless and vented his Conqueror's Haki to the fullest, and tried to control it to entangle himself. Woo la la, funny little devil. Whitebeard noticed the little ghost who was still trying not to be blown away, and raised the corner of his mouth. Is it from your ship, Roger? Roger laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, this kid is a total freak. Be envious, Newgate. Humph. My sons won't lose to anyone. After a brief argument, the two of them remained in a stalemate for a few seconds, then both laughed and stood their weapons beside them, greeting each other formally. Ha 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 ha. Leave all your belongings here. ×2. At the command of the two captains, the pirates groups from both sides officially started fighting. However, no one noticed that in the tree in the distance, a very good sniper had raised his rifle. A glimmer of red appeared in his eyes. You've revealed your flaw, Marco. Bang. Advertisement. It was Oz who secretly shot. Oz, who had just experienced the power of tyranny, now felt that joining the team to fight the minions would no longer have any effect on improving his morale. Or maybe you've just had enough of the fine bran and don't want to eat coarse grains anymore. And Oz also clearly felt that, slowly, ordinary fighting and killing could no longer increase his Conqueror's Haki. There are only two ways to grow now. First, let the child grow up and improve his mental and physical qualities. Second, you can only make progress by fighting against Conqueror's owners who are stronger than you. So, he picked up his old job again. Shoot from behind. As for why he didn't shoot Whitebeard, Oz certainly had this thought, but unfortunately, no matter how many times he peeked into the future, the result was always the same. Fail, fail, still failed. Well, it seems that this strong man can't commit fraud now. Oz had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and turn his attention to the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first squadron. Phoenix, Marco. Marco spread his wings and was about to charge when a shot shattered his pirate's dream. The wings quickly returned to human form, and the whole person fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Fortunately, he was not stepped on by his companions who rushed out from behind. As this, Seastone, Oz was hit with one shot, and he didn't expect to keep his position hidden, so he just showed up. Oz jumped down from the tree, carrying the black gun on his back. A young man in military uniform with long black hair walked out from the shade of the tree. He slowly pulled out the long sword he had seized earlier from his military uniform belt. Jung. The pitch-black armament Haki wrapped around his arms and then slowly attached to the blade. Upon closer inspection, there are even traces of black and red lightning. Seeing who was coming, the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates were very angry. Damn it, a sneak attack. The Roger Pirates group, on the other hand, looked as if they were used to it. So it's Oz. But it's no wonder, it seems like this guy's style. Although Oz showed up, he was obviously not interested in the imps from the Whitebeard Pirates. Instead, he set his sights on one person. One of the only two Conqueror's owners in the Whitebeard Pirates. Kazuki Odin. Chapter 17. Prison, if I get close to you, won't you explode? With Oz taking the lead. The big melee begins. However, due to Marco's early elimination and Oz's sudden appearance, Roger Pirates still had the upper hand overall. Not to mention, there is only one Odin in the white group who is considered to have high combat power. Rayleigh and the others are good at dominating, and one finger is enough to hit the opponent. So it's more like a competition than a battle. Oz is also stubborn. Although his strength is not enough, he relies on the strange power of pervert and the two-color Haki that has been tempered by thousands of times. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was actually on par with Odin for a while. Oz finally understood why there were so many situations in the Pirates King world that could be forced to be 50-50. Maybe one side is indeed weaker, but as long as it is not overwhelmingly strong, it is easy to fight for several days and nights. What a blood cow per capita. Moreover, compared to the super strong entanglement of Captain Roger and others, Kazuki Odin's strength is slightly inferior, and Conqueror's level is not the best in the world. Although I may not be able to beat Oz, I can still use it for training. At most it's a little painful. It's word style. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blade was covered with rich armament Haki, with strands of Conquerors wrapped around it. With Oz's extraordinary strength and swordsmanship, the terrifying power of the blade could even faintly tear the air apart. This was the first time that Oz used the full power of ultimate, and his eyes kept looking into the future. Extreme black light. Odin didn't expect that Oz would start with a big move, but he certainly wouldn't show weakness. The double swords wrapped in armament color, whose attainments were even higher than Oz, also rushed forward and slashed. Odin's two-sword style. Samurai Great Soul. In the blink of an eye, the two of them crossed each other, and the enormous power even caused the surrounding earth to crack inch by inch. Although it did not reach the sky and the earth, there was still flying sand and rocks, and the momentum was astonishing. This made the people who were still fighting and using basic attacks nearby dumbfounded. No, are you too serious about this? After just one move, Oz frowned, and red light flashed in his eyes. How could that be? I clearly dodged it. Advertisement. The next second, a mouthful of blood spit out from Oz's mouth. This scared Buggy and Shanks, who were looking a little embarrassed in the distance. Although there were no knife wounds on his body, he was still vomiting blood. This scene was seen at the moment of the fight between Oz and him. But he understood it in an instant. Is this emission? Thanks to Ospervert's physical fitness, even if he took an emission, he did not immediately lose his combat ability. After all, most of them were predicted by his observation haki and he dodged them. The body only suffers some internal damage to which it has no response. With his physique comparable to that of a young Whitebeard, it would not be easy to defeat him. Emission. The internal destruction flowing. Os carefully felt the feeling just now, and scanned Odin behind him with his observation haki countless times, trying to activate the armament haki in his hand as well. It's really a terrible knife. In fact, compared to Os's injury, Odin's injury was not good either, because Os had predicted his blocking. The knife struck him directly on the chest, leaving a long wound with blood flowing out. It is so frustrating to be an opponent with the ability to predict the future. Unless you have overwhelming strength, you must be prepared to be constantly injured. Because no matter how you try to defend yourself, the power of time will see through you one by one. The following battle was still similar. Although Odin's strength was greater than Os's, he still couldn't do anything about the pervert's observation haki and super strength. Odin even felt that if the two of them simply wrestled, he might even be inferior. Not to mention, while the conquerors of both sides were colliding, Os was also constantly trying to master and become familiar with the entanglement between emission and conquerors, which was a win-win situation. The more you fight, the stronger it becomes, and the longer it lasts. This is the first time Odin played so uncomfortably. Even when he was killed instantly by Whitebeard and Roger, he never felt this way. Even slowly, the emission armament haki that could hurt this guy was now slowly being defended by this guy. After 2 days of such a fierce battle, all the good stuff in Odin was finally squeezed dry by Os. After adapting, he could no longer help Os become stronger. On the contrary, he also had to guard against Os's extremely strange slashes and occasional black guns. Uncle Jabba, change it. After Os hit and fought with Odin again, he did not choose to turn around and shoot, but directly shook his opponent. Advertisement. You are really a pervert, Os. Jabba was already feeling bored dealing with a group of immature imps, and he couldn't really kill them. Now that Os had summoned him, he immediately became interested and had a smile on his face. Leave this to me. Before Odin could say anything, Os kicked his feet and disappeared in an instant, and a strong man holding 2 axes came to chop at him. Finally, they were matched with an opponent of equal strength, and the two began to fight back and forth. Os naturally wouldn't sit idle. Seeing that Shanks and Buggy were struggling to fight, he suddenly exerted force on his feet and came to the two of them in an instant. The captain of the Whitebeard squad, who was dealing with the two men, felt a chill on the back of his head, and a bad feeling came over him. He swung the iron chain in his hand, and suddenly threw a huge open-mouthed iron ball, smashing it behind him. However, the imagined shattering sound did not appear. In the smoke, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a slender figure slowly walked out, holding the huge iron ball in his hand. How is it possible that he caught it with bare hands? He turned to look at Buggy and Shanks, whose faces were full of surprise. Great, it's Os. Buggy and the other two seemed to have found their backbone, holding blades and slowly retreating to Os's side. Stay safe, Buggy, Shanks. Looking at the two people with bruises on their faces, Os frowned, and a blood-red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He quickly scanned the white group crew members who gathered around him. At the same time, the sword and spear in his hand slowly attached armament haki, but the color was slightly different than before. It was floating slowly. Scarlet armament haki. There is no victory in your future. Os made his move, firing bullets in all directions at an unimaginable speed. Above each bullet was a red flowing haki. Can't hide. This was the common feeling among all those who were targeted, and those with high observation haki had no choice but to use armament haki as much as possible to defend themselves. This was the case for Haki's skilled crew members, not to mention the trainee crew members, who were almost all injured, with limbs being hit and losing their combat effectiveness being the least of their injuries. One of the fat black guys was the most seriously injured. He was hit in the shoulder, almost glancing at his neck. He lay on the ground bleeding and screaming. Emission is very difficult to defend against completely. If you can't avoid it, the inside will be damaged. It can be said to be extremely lethal. Even Oz, a pervert, would spit out blood if he was hit even slightly. There were only a few guys with thick blood who wanted to rush forward at the risk of getting hurt. But Osko is not a fragile long-range shooter, and none of those who dared to come forward could gain any advantage. Prisoner, foresight plus super strength plus emission, if you get close to me, won't you explode? Chapter 18. Let's dip the beans, Os. In this way, the battle lasted for 3 days. The strength of the Oz monster was also recognized by everyone in the white group. It's both yin and strong, definitely exceeding the standard. Fortunately, on the 4th day, the two sides finally ceased fighting. Both sides took the supplies and treasure chests on their own ships and began to exchange them like street vendors. The high-intensity battles and hockey learning also made Os a little tired. He now needs time to slowly become proficient and settle down. However, he was not very interested in the exchange. After all, his only possessions were a devil fruit, and some Balian treasures that he received daily. After walking around for a while, I used my treasure to trade some Seastone with the white group. It is very convenient for making bullets or for other uses. Buggy, Shanks, are you two just going to stand there like idiots? Oz sat on the fallen tree trunk behind the two men, looking at the two men with their hands on their hips and smug faces, and was somewhat speechless. They have been watching us all along. Oz. Yeah. Opposite them, the little brother Ma who was shot down was sitting cross-legged with bandages tied around his body. Next to him was a fat black man who was also wrapped in thick bandages. Marshal D. Teach, one of the future 4 emperors, the traitor Blackbeard. However, the one they were looking at now seemed not to be Buggy and his partner, but more like Oz who was eating. Are those guys trainee pirates? Teach looked at the 3 people seriously and asked. Yeah, I was in the Roger Pirates group a long time ago. As an old crew member who had followed Whitebeard from the beginning, Marco was quite familiar with the people on Roger's ship, and he knew about the existence of the 3 little ones very early. But he didn't expect that the black-haired guy would be so strong. It was completely beyond his expectations. How could it be? That kind of monster is just a trainee on Roger's ship. Teach was sweating profusely. The wound on his left shoulder was still aching. The internal damage was much more painful than it looked. Obviously the other 2 don't look strong at all. How can there be such a big difference between them? The first time he met Oz, the opponent's overwhelming strength had obviously left him with a great psychological trauma. While the 2 were examining the 3 little ones, the other 3 were also observing the opposite side. Hey, Oz, Shanks, you noticed it too. Advertisement. That guy didn't seem to sleep during the 2 nights of the truce. Why, is it so bad to not sleep? No, I heard that he has never slept since he was born. That's a real monster. When Oz heard this, his attention was focused on something else. It seems that Buggy really stared at Teach for 3 days. It's really scary when you think about it. As for Blackbeard, Oz couldn't say he hated him, nor did he like him. After all, strictly speaking, Blackbeard's greedy, lustful, and backstabbing behavior is more in line with the world's inherent impression of the profession of pirates. Roger, Luffy and the like are more like travelers in pirates' clothing. The reason why he focused on Teach when he fired the gun just now was to test his skills. After all, it is not easy to leave a scar on the face of an adult Shanks. But judging from that shot, Blackbeard is just a kid now. Oz had no interest in scaring children all the time. He just cast his eyes towards the top of a huge tree, where Roger, Whitebeard, and Odin were discussing things, occasionally quarreling. Oz even saw the cracks in the shattered space. It seems that the journey has really reached the countdown. Slowly swallow a mouthful of juice. Oz pondered. So, Odin has become a member of Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates set sail again. Buggy looked at the samurai on the ship and asked in disbelief. Well, almost. I borrowed it from Whitebeard. Oz didn't react much to this. On the contrary, he had the opportunity to continue to consult emission. Although he felt that the emission he stole should be no different from the original one, it would be more comprehensive to ask the original owner. What if there are some special techniques that you don't understand? Oz, holding a knife, slowly walked towards Odin who was in the center of the banquet. Then he slowly pulled it out, which frightened Odin and the crew members. The atmosphere was a little frozen. But to their surprise, Oz was not here to take action. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm here to ask emission for advice. Phew. Advertisement. Odin breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight with this naughty kid anymore. It was a torture for him to keep missing and still get beaten. There is nothing that cannot be taught about the application of emission. After all, we will be partners in the future. But after he asked Oz about his knowledge of emission, he was a little confused. Oz just stretched out his fist, and layers of red armament color began to spread on his body. Like flowing water, with a wave of his hand, the bottle in Odin's hand exploded into pieces. Excuse me, is there anything else that needs improvement? Oz smiled, no longer showing the terrifying look he had in the previous battle. I also figured it out on my own during the battles of the past 2 days. Hearing this, Odin opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Because he had nothing to teach, what Oz showed and explored was the most authentic emission armament haki. Moreover, he even suspected that Oz had already learned it a long time ago and was just teasing him now. After all, are there really people in the world who progress so quickly? Are you still human? In Odin's silence, Oz was violently left. What? I just disgusted you with my foresight, but you still hold a grudge against me. How petty. He has disgusted so many people with this trick, and Odin is the only one who is so dissatisfied with it. Can't he look for the reason in himself? After asking for advice to no avail, Oz could only quietly leave the banquet center under the gazes of the crew members who looked at him like a monster. Maybe sometimes, being too outstanding will lead to isolation. In desperation, Oz was bored and went to find his 2 good friends. With a quick glance, he found that the 2 men were at the stern of the ship, continuing to train hard. To be honest, the current training results of the 2 are of no use to Oz. What he learned from Rayleigh and Roger has already spoiled Oz's appetite. Now using his observation haki to steal Shanks' training is completely useless to Oz. Therefore, it is better to take a break and train yourself to foresee the length of the future, and strive to increase it from 3 seconds to 4 seconds. This is better than anything else. But he didn't expect that when he saw him, Buggy just said hello and then continued to fish. But Shanks was getting excited. I saw him put down the dumbbell in his hand, and saw his expression full of surprise. Then he looked at him with high fighting spirit and drew the long sword from his waist. Come and fight, Oz. Oz. Chapter 19. Sorry, I don't have any smaller pants than this. Ha. Before Oz could react, Buggy jumped up first, smacked his mouth and made an exaggerated expression. Shanks, what are you thinking about? There is a limit to how strong you can be. How can you possibly be a match for Oz? Although these words were a bit hurtful, after hearing what Buggy said, Shanks himself had to admit that the gap between his current strength and Oz was indeed too big. At the same age of 13, Oz has already begun to touch the threshold of Conqueror's entanglement. As for himself, even if he tried his best, he could only vaguely feel Haki, and he couldn't even apply it in practice. However, sometimes becoming stronger means taking on challenges. I see. Oz smiled knowingly. Shanks was treating it as an experience pack. But it is true that the fastest way to increase your strength is to fight with someone who is one level stronger than you. You won't end up with nothing like beating a weak opponent, but you won't be too ambitious because the gap is too big. Since you are so determined, then come on. Oz looked at Shanks, who was much shorter than him, and suddenly an idea came to him, and he became playful. He recalled the duel between the two a few years ago. That is the legend. I'm sorry, but I don't have a smaller knife than this. But after searching everywhere, Oz only had a spear and a longsword on him, and there was no trace of the dagger. After thinking for a long time, Oz finally used his combat wisdom to find a substitute for the knife on the clothes drying rack at the stern. A pair of large shorts. Oz. Shanks took a step forward, holding the sword with both hands, his voice full of youthful vigor. Should we say that he is worthy of being the future four emperors, naturally possessing the courage to swing the sword against the stronger ones? Accept my challenge. Oz ignored his passionate speech, walked leisurely to the clothesline, and took off a pair of his freshly washed underwear. Under the confused gaze of Buggy and Shanks. After shaking it, twist it into a rope, and then. Jung. The dark armament Haki is attached to it. Armament Haki. If I had known it would be entangled like this, I would rather have rotted in my body. I'm sorry, but I don't have any smaller pants than these. Shanks was originally very excited, immersed in the upcoming battle, and kept thinking about how to find Oz's flaws. But when he saw him harden a pair of pants with his armament Haki, ready to fight him, he admitted that he still couldn't hold back. Advertisement. But, damn it, OSUB ******** D. There is a limit to looking down on others. Last time I used a knife, now I just change it to my shorts, I don't even want to act. As a friend who had lived and fought together for 5 years, he knew Oz's strength. Whether it is spearmanship, physical training, swordsmanship, Haki, everything related to combat, Oz can be said to be proficient in all of them, and his attainments are very high. Every time he faces a different enemy, he can always use the most appropriate fighting method in an instant. Even with bare hands, he had seen Oz's armed color attached to his fists, using his extraordinary strength to fight his way out of the siege, and he had also consulted the masters of physical skills on the ship. But now it's his turn to deal with himself, so he just found a pair of shorts to harden himself. Shanks received 10,000 critical hits. Is it Oz's bad taste, or does he think that the best thing to deal with him is pants? What a joke. To deal with me, even if you don't have to use your spearmanship and super strength that you are so proud of, at least use the longsword on your waist, you be ********* D. Shanks held the long sword tightly in his hand, as if to prove his point, and used all the sword skills he had learned from his master and Roger. His sharp eyes were completely unlike those of a little kid. After all, he was praised by Roger as the king of the next generation. Even if he was not as pervert as Oz, he was still the best among his peers. The long sword in his hand had a faint sword light. That was a sign that he would soon become a great swordsman. Nice sword move. Oz didn't move a step, and didn't even use the foresight function. He just looked at Shanks, who was rushing towards him with his fighting instinct. This casual action even gave Shanks an illusion. Can hit. There is a possibility of victory. Even you, Oz, are not completely invincible. Bite. The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the arena. Under Buggy's watchful eyes, Shanks's fierce full-strength slash hit Oz's forehead. On the pants. Shanks's originally confident face suddenly showed a look of surprise. When was it blocked? Even Buggy, who was watching the game nearby, was caught off guard by this scene. Shanks opened his mouth slightly, and looked up at Oz with a serious expression. He could only see a smirk on Oz's face and a look of amusement. That was close. I almost didn't react. Advertisement. Oz showed his evil humor and grinned. Shanks' eyelids twitched a few times. Shanks, you're still no match for me. You're totally no match for me. Buggy shouted at the right time. It was unclear whether he was trying to persuade Shanks to give up or just fanning the flames. As expected, Shanks became even more popular. His veins bulged, and even a faint black Haki appeared on the blade. He turned around and slashed at Oz again. Bite. There was another sound of metal clashing, and Oz blocked it with his pants again. Then, there were dense sounds of this kind. Oz fought and retreated at the same time, using the supreme big pants in an orderly manner. With the armament Haki attached, it can be considered a black sword. Or the kind that fought against the four emperors. Compared to Oz's absent-mindedness, Shanks on the other side was about to break down. I can't even cut a pair of pants. Could it be that the armament color on my knife is fake? He used all the sword moves he had learned, and the crazy sword shadows passed through without letting any air penetrate. The slashing attack that had already achieved some success seemed to have become a joke in front of the constantly moving pants, and it was completely unable to break through the defense. Even the blade had notches cut into it. The shorts were still the same as before, and seemed strong enough to be worn forever. Gradually, anger was followed by weakness. Although Shanks had already broken through his original limit in the red temperature, he was still helpless in the face of Oss's figure. Until Oss's stomach growled. Coo. Sorry, let's stop here for today. Shanks didn't react when he heard this. He only found that Oss had suddenly disappeared. A gust of wind came from behind his head. Could it be that? I don't want to be knocked out by my underwear. Shanks resisted with all his heart, but he was helpless. A black stick came straight at the back of his head, making a crisp collision sound. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Oss's black stick had already reached his head. Under Buggy's surprised gaze, Shanks was once again lulled to sleep by Oss. A big red bump appeared, and Buggy grimaced just by looking at it. Shanks, this guy, my strength has improved in desperate situations, but the price is. It's a lifetime of black material. Chapter 20. Oss, yes, I am a dog that wins by doing nothing. Shanks swore, if he challenges Oss again, he will be a dog. He lay on the bed with a grin on his face. The big bump on the back of his head sent waves of burning pain, which made him unable to sleep well at night. He complained a lot about Oss's excessive force. But Oss obviously didn't take it too seriously. Not long after Shanks woke up, he came to visit with Buggy. Don't be so petty, Shanks. Getting beaten up is also a form of improvement. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. Oss crossed his legs, rested his chin on the table with one hand, and gnawed on a big meat leg with the other hand, and said with a smile. Yeah, Oss also helped you master the Armament Haki, didn't he? Buggy chimed in. Oss smiled, but he actually did it on purpose. Because if he doesn't beat him now, it won't be so easy for him to beat him in 20 years. After all, Conqueror's apex plus kill plus foresee the future, and a crew that is not inferior to Roger's group, and Shanks's cheats are not much less than Oss's. It's better to leave some negative information now so that you can have fun talking about it when you meet in the future. But Shanks didn't seem to understand his good intentions. He just turned his head to the side like a child, not looking at Oz. But when he turned his head, he accidentally touched the big bump on the back of his head, and Shanks grimaced in pain again. Don't be so mad. Do you want to eat meat? Oss looked at Shanks, who had been unconscious for a whole day and was still in a bad mood, and handed the big bone stick to him. No, really not eating. No, then I'll eat it. The kitchen is out of food anyway, and we can only get more supplies when the ship docks tomorrow. Shanks heard this and gritted his teeth. I'm not hungry, whatever you want. Coo. Puff. Oss and Buggy both had expressions on their faces where they were trying not to laugh, which made Shanks blush, and he could only express his dissatisfaction by gritting his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. You too, if I say I won't eat, then I won't eat. I won't eat even if I starve to death, die on the deck, or get swallowed by sea kings. Okay, fine, I'll leave it here. You can eat it yourself when you're hungry. Advertisement. Seeing that Shanks had no intention of turning around, Oss winked at Buggy, who understood immediately. Yeah, Shanks, then you can rest for a while. The two walked to the door and opened it directly, but did not walk out. Instead, they closed the door again. The two stood at the door, using their voices to create the illusion that they had left. Shanks also suffered from his lack of sense of smell. After hearing the door close, he turned around and reached out to the meat on the table. He had long been unable to resist the smell of meat, and was just holding on. Now that the two of them had left, he could finally fill his stomach. Puff. But what he didn't expect was that he was interrupted by a burst of suppressed laughter just as he turned around to pick up the meat and prepared to have a full meal. Shanks turned his head back in surprise and looked towards the door. Suddenly, he found two figures looking at him with evil smiles on their faces. His face immediately turned as red as a monkey's butt. You two bastards. Hahahahaha. During the time we were sailing with Roger's group, we had a very interesting trip. Oz had to admit this. See Circle Calendar 1496 year end. Since Kazuki Odin boarded the ship, the Roger pirates returned directly to the Grand Line according to the interpretation of the historical text. Passing by Calm Belt, Sky Island, Seven Waters City, Bridge Kingdom. We saw a lot and had a lot of fun along the way. Everyone enjoyed the trip very much. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Even though he knew that they were about to part, Oz still felt happy. He will never forget this experience in his youth. After coasting in Sabayati Archipelago, we barely stayed there for long before heading to the Fishman Island on the seabed. Osborne wanted to see the legendary auction house, slave market, and celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago, and ride the bubble car. Unfortunately, Captain Roger's illness could not be delayed, so he had to leave with regret. Especially when he passed by one of the streets, those poor girls wearing very little fabric waved to him more than once. Advertisement. After being with a bunch of rough guys for so many years, even though there is now a new lady on the ship, she is still a married woman after all. She's a wife who just gave birth to a baby. Oz said. A crew member's wife cannot be ridden. Oz, who has entered adolescence, always has an urge to use his own treasure to help these fallen girls, but he is dragged back by Buggy and Shanks. Why? Just wait and see. At worst, the pirates will disband next year and I can come back and have a good look around. After looking back reluctantly several times, Oz finally made up his mind to return to the ship. The Oro Jackson, which had been coated, slowly sailed towards the seabed. It is worth mentioning that when Roger and Odin were listening to the sounds of all things, Oz also tried to sense them, but he didn't hear any sound. This made him doubt that listening to the voices of all things might be an innate ability, not something that can be seen or heard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a fighter like him who was good at observation and hearing to not hear it. It was boring to stay there, so Oz sat on the side of the boat, fishing with conquerors. This discovery surprised him greatly. You won't have to worry about starving to death at sea anymore. All you have to do is stare and a large piece of fish will float up belly up. You can eat as much as you want. Even the powerful sea kings in the water, when encountering high-level conquerors, will be so frightened that they dare not move, and will be at the mercy of others, even if they don't feel dizzy. About half a day later, an exquisite and beautiful underwater island appeared in front of everyone. Oz has lived in New World since he was a child, and this is his first time here. After landing, Roger and his companions were warmly received by the new King Neptune. It is not okay to be an enthusiastic. After all, they are one of the overlords of the New World, and their small the Fishman Island cannot afford to offend them. During this period, they also met a small shark mermaid, Shiarly, who was Arlong's sister and the Fishman Island NPC who was divined by the Grandmaster in the original book. But Oz was not interested in this. After all, whether it was foreseeing the future in a short period of time or in a few decades, Oz did not think that anyone would be more Grandmaster than him. It was nothing more than a divination about the birth of Shirahoshi. When we arrived at New World again, it was already the year 1497 in the Sea Circle calendar. This year was the time when Roger pirates arrived in Raftel, and it was also the time when they completed their feat of traveling around the world. It was also the time when Oz, the winner who won without doing anything, was carried away by the way. Chapter 21 Arriving at Raftel, saving the Eternal Pointer first. Sure enough, it's not that easy to change history. Oz squatted beside Buggy, who was red all over, and shook his head regretfully. Even though he had consciously reminded Buggy to eat healthy and exercise, as the voyage was coming to an end. Buggy unfortunately fell ill. Oz couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't let Buggy risk his life and force them to continue the journey. And just like the original plot, Shanks volunteered to stay and take care of Buggy. Oz also understood that as long as Buggy didn't forcefully land on the island, he would be able to recover after a few days of recuperation, so he wasn't too worried. After saying goodbye to Shanks, Oz understood that the final moment was approaching and the novice protection period was about to end. So during these days, he looked for Jabba and Rayleigh more and more frequently, trying to learn as much as possible to use as capital for his future dominance over the sea. If Oz wasn't worried that fighting Roger before reaching Raftel might kill him early, he would even want to have a formal fight with a strong man like Roger. You won't be beaten to death, but you can clearly see the gap between yourself and the top of the world. It's a pity that there is no chance. As Uncle Jabba finished making the map, Oz looked at the island marked as the final island on the way and began to get excited. Land on the island. Oz and all the crew members walked forward, with Roger at the front. Just watching, everyone burst into laughter. It seems we are still early. Oz actually had many guesses in his heart, but after seeing the true face, he smiled knowingly. So this is One Piece, old thief Oda. The ship slowly left Raftel. Oz sat at the stern, holding something like a bracelet in his hand. There are several glass balls inlaid on it, with 3 pointers inside. Roger stood by the boat, slowly looking at the island that was getting farther and farther away. Captain, I'll record a pointer, do you mind? Oz had no intention of being sneaky and looked at Roger who was sighing beside him. Ostu had already prepared himself for rejection, but he did not expect that Captain Roger had no objection to this. Sure, but you won't let this get out, right? Oz. Advertisement. Just as a souvenir, Oz said with a smile. Just like the laughter and joy on the way here, everyone was still drinking and chatting happily on the way back. All the crew members were not troubled by the end of the trip. But Oz felt a little depressed. Because he knows. The day of separation is coming soon. Lying silently on the edge of the boat, Oz boredly threw up the eternal record pointer in his hand, then caught it, threw it up again, and caught it again. Jabba saw his depression, and walked over slowly with a newspaper in his left hand and a bottle of wine in his right hand. Oz, would you like a bottle? Seeing Uncle Jabba holding out his hand, Oz, who usually didn't like drinking, was startled. He took it and clinked glasses with him. It's really bitter. Men on the sea need to drink to show their heroism. I don't understand. Although Oz said this, he still bumped into Jabba again. The two of them finished the bottle of wine in a few gulps and threw it into the sea. Jabba handed them a small piece of paper. Here, this is my life card. Why, if you change your mind in the future and realize how delicious wine is, you can come and drink with me. Then you may not be able to wait until that day. Oz smiled. He didn't expect that Roger, who was always serious on the ship and one of the few strict parents in the group, had such a temperamental side. But Oz was also very happy. He could go and play with Uncle Jabba when he had nothing to do in the future. After all, he also wanted to take a good look around Elbaf and see how Jabba subdued a wild female giant. And Uncle Jabba was able to leave behind a giant offspring. I don't know how he did it. Is it possible to get inside? Oz felt a little itchy. Elbaf, he's definitely going to Oslo. The round trip took about 10 days. Advertisement. As they were about to arrive, Oz stood at the bow, looking at the island gradually appearing in the distance, with Odin, Rayleigh and Roger beside him. In front of Roger's 2.7 meters height, Oz is actually not much stronger than the kid. Oz, do you remember what you said when you boarded the ship? Rayleigh looked into the distance and said slowly. Of course. Oz would never forget, even if he said it on purpose to get on board. In fact, I once said the same thing to Rayleigh. Logically speaking, you are the one who can best inherit my will. But I always feel that you are not the kind of man who would obey fate, Oz. Roger smiled and patted Oz's head, but the content of his words was somewhat intriguing. Oz did not deny it, but just nodded silently. I'm very good at judging people, so this is why I put down Shanks and Buggy, but took you with me, Oz. You are not the one this world is waiting for. Moreover, your talent and strength remind me of a man that even I am afraid of, the former overlord of the sea, rocks. So, please give me some face, Oz. Give the world's future to hope as seen in Raftel. Oz had never expected that Captain Roger, who was always carefree, actually had such a mind. The hope of the world. Thinking of the new era that Captain Roger was about to usher in with his life, Oz was silent for a long time. I understand, Captain, I promise you. To be honest, he never thought of supporting the world government to rule the world, but he also had no interest in overthrowing the old world. He just wants to be absolutely strong, do what he likes, live freely in this world, and not be bound by any rules or power. He lives only for himself, doing whatever makes him happy. In other words, his shoulders could not bear the heavy responsibility bestowed by the world, and he would never use his life to advance the development of history. After hearing Oz's agreement, Roger was very happy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. He turned around and talked to Rayleigh about their youth. Before we knew it, the boat had docked. From a distance, Oz saw the excited Shanks, then he turned around and called Buggy out. The two of them cheered and jumped for joy. Buggy came over and hugged Oz's shoulders. Everyone chatted happily. But not long after, Shanks, who was chatting with Roger, suddenly burst into tears, interrupting the atmosphere of the reunion. Oz didn't listen to the conversation between the two, but he probably thought of it. I guess Roger has already told him that the pirates are about to disband. Chapter 22 Farewell, Roger Pirates. What happened next was probably what Oz had expected. Since Raftel's return, Roger has been officially given the title of King of Pirates. Countless newspapers rushed to publicize it. For a time, the Roger Pirates, a group of only 30 people, was at the forefront of the world's trend. As a result, the status of Oz and other crew members also rose. After all, they were the crew members of the Pirates King who possessed wealth, fame, and power. Countless pirates came in an attempt to defeat Roger and obtain the legendary treasure. Even the Marine was no exception and sent out many more elite fleets to begin searching the sea for the Roger Pirates. At the peak of their fame and status, all the members of Roger Pirates gathered on the deck at dusk. Captain Roger stood in front of everyone, smiling as he delivered his final speech. Looking back, it's really miraculous. I'm dying, but I've still made it this far. I can't thank you enough. After hearing this, even Jabba, the most serious man on the ship, felt a little shy. He suddenly became so serious that even Oz felt a little embarrassed. Looking at his many crew members, Roger was also very pleased, but he still had to say what he had to say. He slowly stopped smiling. Then, I'm going to say it. When everyone heard this, they stood at attention and looked at the Pirates King, who had accompanied them all the way. He smiled and announced to everyone, Roger Pirates, disband. It finally disbanded. Oz felt a little emotional and reluctant. We will take a boat past the Fishmen Island and head towards the sea. Our first destination is South Blue, where Roger will be the first to get off. In the evening, the Roger Pirates group held a party. After all, every time there was a party, everyone was celebrating to their heart's content. Even if you want the boat to go slower. Following the sea breeze. In the end, the Oro Jackson still reached its destination. South Blue, Pedrola Island. Roger got off the ship with a bag and some medicine. Advertisement. Everyone was crying, even Oz couldn't hold back and shed a few tears silently. Bye now, Captain Roger. After the farewell, everyone continued to sail under the leadership of Rayleigh, heading towards New World Wanokuni. But to everyone's surprise, the second person to get off the boat was not Odin. But Oz. On the way to New World, when coasting at Sabayati Archipelago, no one expected that Oz suddenly chose to disembark here. Hey, Oz, why are you in such a hurry to get off the boat? Why don't you come with me and Shanks? When Buggy heard the news that Oz was leaving, he cried the most. His snot almost touched Oz. Oz has his own considerations on this. Sorry, Buggy, I want to grow up in the park for 2 years before I start my journey. But don't worry, we will see each other again soon. My perception and hearing will not deceive you. What's this about observation haki? Can't your observation haki only see past 30 seconds? Although Buggy said this, deep down in his heart, he was willing to respect Oz's wishes and burst into tears again. Oz said goodbye to everyone, carrying a small bag, some treasures, his own sword and gun. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, then looked at Odin and reminded him. Not for himself, but for the friendship they had built on the same ship for a year, Oz also reminded him. Hey, Odin, force is always the only way to solve problems. The pirates are more cunning than you can imagine. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Odin didn't understand, but Oz didn't explain much. He just waved his hand and said goodbye to everyone. After all, he didn't really like Odin, and he just kindly reminded him out of friendship. Otherwise, he would have strangled the dead kid to death and thrown him into the sea the moment he met Momonosuke. Odin's death was all his own choice, and Os will not interfere, but Wano-kuni will definitely join in the fun in the future. After all, he does things as he pleases. If Momonosuke is castrated, he will surely be a better general. Without his 7 emotions and 6 desires, he can concentrate on government affairs. Anyway, the Kazuki family has children to carry on the family line, right? He didn't feel sorry for Odin. Oz thought with evil amusement. Advertisement. I watched the Oro Jackson, where I had stayed for 5 years, slowly dive towards the Fishman Island. Farewell, Roger Pirates. Vomit. Osborne thought he had prepared himself mentally, thinking that the devil fruit might be really unpalatable, but he didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. It's even worse than smearing rotten eggs on an old lady's foot binding and then letting it ferment for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, Oz originally planned to put the teleportation fruit between a slice of bread and swallow it whole, but he couldn't resist his curiosity. After all, you only eat this once in your life. After taking a bite. Standing on the side of the road, Os reached into the trash can for a long time. Then he decisively swallowed the rest of the fruit whole. Although it was a bit big, even Buggy from a few years ago could do it, so Os just used a little force and swallowed the remaining flesh. Even though there was no fruit flesh in his mouth, the taste of the fruit still made Os feel uncomfortable. Let's find a place to eat something. Os carried his luggage and tried his abilities while on his way. It only took a short time to fully adapt to the ability of teleportation. Interesting. Just walking carelessly on the street, Os was like a ghost, taking a step, and his figure appeared dozens of meters away. It has a bit of the artistic conception of the evil commander Yuan Tiangong. However, Os was not familiar with the Sabayati archipelago, and he never visited it carefully every time he came. Although the Observation Haki can sense the terrain, the original book has explained what each area is for, but Os has long forgotten it. Turn left and right. Finally, Os stood in front of a brightly colored block and squinted his eyes in silence. Is this fate? Looking at the men having fun inside and the gorgeous beauties, Os knew what this place was without having to guess. Especially in the perception of sight, the battle between Beauty and the Beast in the room in the buildings on both sides of the street made Os exclaim in awe. I've been on Roger's boat all the time, and it's full of gentlemen. How could I have seen this? Oh my, I didn't expect that a big shot like you would appear here. Chapter 23 Red Light District. Interesting. See Circle Calendar 1497 Year End. A few months before Captain Roger surrendered, the original members of the Roger Pirates disembarked and disappeared. Sabayati Archipelago, Red Light District. In the evening, when most people return home after a day's work and enjoy the quiet time, the atmosphere here is just beginning to become lively. In an office in a luxurious building in the center of the block, a long-haired boy in a windbreaker was lying on a chair with his eyes closed and one hand resting on the back of his head. He looked very comfortable. A young white-haired girl behind him stretched out her slender jade fingers, stared at the boy's face with her watery eyes, and was concentrating on massaging his temples. The boy looked very happy. There was a bottle of juice beside him. He only needed to wave his hand and the black-haired girl next to him would immediately feed him. When there was no need to eat or drink, the black-haired girl would stretch out her long white legs and use them as armrests of the chair for him to use. Why? Seeing the long-haired boy's handsome face with his brows slightly furrowed, the white-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then leaned over carefully and whispered in his ear. Lord Oz, are you dissatisfied with anything? Nothing. He suddenly sighed, just because happy times are always short, and the time to work hard and become stronger has come again. The man enjoying life in front of him was none other than Os, who had been off the ship for more than a month. Os broke free from the massaging hand and sat up, holding onto his black silk thighs. On the table in front of him, there was a black knife and a long spear. They were also well maintained by the girl. Oh my, Lord Oz, are these two girls not well taken care of? At this time, there was a sound of a door opening, and a young woman with a small handbag walked in. The young woman was wearing a hip skirt, a pair of eye-catching long legs, and a full chest, which fully demonstrated the temptation of a woman of this age. Seeing Oz sitting up, I thought he was dissatisfied with something, so I asked quickly. Upon hearing this, the two girls serving Oz became visibly nervous, their bodies tensed. Oz naturally noticed this, and he just shrugged his shoulders. No, Mrs. Sammy, I just want to move my body. When Mrs. Sammy heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she put her hand on her face and smiled charmingly. At the same time, her face was a little red, and her eyes seemed to be saying. Advertisement. You finally figured it out. Since you are interested, I will arrange a room for you right away. Oz was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Sammy must have misunderstood. No, Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi are both very good, but let's talk about this matter after 2 years. Although at this age, the body already has the corresponding functions. But he didn't want to ruin his body by indulging in S**x at the age of 14. What if it affected his strength and future potential as an adult? Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi are the names given to them by Oz. Ever since Sammy, the mummy of the Red Light District, handed them over to Oz in order to please him. In fact, their future lives are already in Oz's hands, including their names. That's right, a young man came to the Red Light District. The Red Light District, also known as the brothel, is a gathering place for giggles. The boss here, who is also the mommy of all the women who make a living here, is a strong woman who has built her business from scratch. She took in many fallen girls, female slaves, and poor people, and managed this area with her own hands. But a big tree attracts the wind. As the territory gets bigger and the business gets bigger, a series of problems also arise. The world government's heavy taxes and levies. Some marine officers lead troops for free. Pirates are making trouble, one after another. The guys who wanted to swallow her and her business made this weak woman feel powerless in the face of power for the first time. This is the sorrow of the weak. It was precisely because of this realization that Sammy immediately changed his thinking and tried to find a backer of sufficient weight by sacrificing pawns to protect rooks. Even if you sacrifice most of your own interests, it is much better than being eaten up. This is the wisdom of the little people. And Oz, who had just left the Roger Pirates, was delivered to her in time as if he was a gift sent to her by God. After friendly discussions, a man who only had strength and a woman who only needed strength reached a cooperation effortlessly. As long as Oz could act as her protection, she could take out 50% or even more of the net profit of all the business as Oz's reward. Advertisement. And as long as they are within his business scope, all projects can be obtained for free. In response to this, Oz, who was looking for a place to stay, thought about it for a moment and readily agreed. So, in the following days, Oz can be said to have experienced what a godly life is like. After the one-stop service arranged by Sammy, he was so happy that his will was shaken. There were moments when he wanted to stay here forever and never leave. Fortunately, the resourceful general finally brought him back to reality. Why do people treat him with good food, drinks and beautiful women? Isn't it because of his reputation and strength? The former crew of the Pirates King, a big pirate from the New World with a bounty of hundreds of millions. If he really wasted his strength because of this, that's the real idiot. Therefore, except for going to the red light district for massage and eating during his rest time, Oz now spends most of his time practicing on an uninhabited desert island. Although it is a bit far from Sabayati Archipelago, for Dios who can teleport anywhere within sight, it is just a matter of blinking a few times. Once the fruit is developed and allows unlimited teleportation, commuting time will be shortened again. The content of the training is also very simple. Currently, there are only 2 items. Conqueror's Entanglement, Fruit Ability Development. As long as he could cultivate these 2 major projects to ultimate, Oz estimated that he would be close to catching up with Captain Roger. Of course, Oz's swordsmanship and spearmanship will not be neglected. Such a fairy-like day is just the norm in Oz's life. He raised his head and drank the remaining juice in one breath, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He has grown to a height of more than 2 meters, at least in the eyes of several beauties. He is still very tall and majestic. Because they understood that compared with wealth and territory, this seemingly young boy in front of them was the foundation of their existence. The look in Sammy's eyes when she looked at Oz was filled with the most fundamental desire of a female for a strong male. The stronger the woman, the more so is her nature. Oz patted the heads of the 2 maids and walked out the door. Well, I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Oz smiled at Sammy. Chapter 24 Conqueror's Entanglement, Practice. See Circle Calendar 1498. In the center of an uninhabited desert island, a shirtless man was alone. His deep eyes were naturally filled with contempt, his perfect face was full of seriousness, and his long black hair was casually tied behind his head. Gently putting down a small hill, Oz wiped the sweat from his forehead. In order to train his power, he has been throwing mountains recently. The specific content is to throw a huge rock as big as a hill from one side of the island to the other side, then teleport to the other side of the island, catch it and throw it back. Can't be close nor far. And if the Ba-chan in hand is not controlled well, the whole boulder will explode and you will have to start all over again. In this way, Oz tried to train himself to control his innate strength and the Conqueror's Haki that was constantly changing with his growth and development. The result did not disappoint him. He truly felt the mastery and proficiency of his own strength. Try again. After wiping off the sweat, Oz took a deep breath, his aura rising continuously. As Conqueror's Haki continued to pour out, Oz gathered his strength and assumed the charging posture of Murloc Karate, Karaso wa Jungchen. He learned this from his shipmate, the Murloc Sunbell. As the mind continues to concentrate, I saw that the Conqueror's domain, which was originally spreading everywhere, began to shrink slowly. The extremely strong Conqueror's Haki now emitted bursts of black and red lightning, which then slowly wrapped around the fist. In the end, it even turned into a black and red light of thunder. Click, click, click. It was not until it could no longer be compressed that Oz finally completed the accumulation of power. Throw a punch. The largest and only remaining mountain in the center of the deserted island was shattered into pieces by the terrifying black and red thunder. A punch fell. The originally vast mountain was now only left with a 10-meter-high pit. What a great power this is. Oz smiled. The feeling was so good that his scalp was tingling. It was even more addictive than the pleasure of massage. After several months of hard practice, Conqueror's Entanglement was finally mastered. Advertisement. Oz was in a good mood. The next training project was simple. He had to master and develop the ability of the teleportation fruit. The training content is nothing more than combining the teleportation ability with combat experience, and trying to teleport other objects and so on. Only when he was exhausted would Oz occasionally take time to fish or read the newspaper. These are the hobbies he developed since childhood. Come to think of it, the time is almost up. The day of Captain Roger's execution. There was no way he would be absent. After a day of training, Oz, who was in a good mood because he had achieved the mastery of the skill, ate more than usual today. While stuffing food into his mouth, Os was also looking through the latest news and looking for reports about the Roger pirates. Now that the captain has become the pirates' king, the bounty should be increased. Beru Beru Beru. Os was a little curious. But the sudden sound of Den Den Mushi interrupted his thoughts. It was Sammy calling. Sabayati Archipelago. Lawless Zone. Island 17. In a noisy and bustling tavern, pirates from all corners of the world gathered here to brag, play cards, and gather intelligence. As the first stop of New World, Sabayati Archipelago is often crowded with people of all kinds. Newcomers to the park looking forward to entering the New World, human traffickers trying to fish in troubled waters, bounty hunters living on bounties. Of course, there are also losers who were eliminated in New World and tried to get points in low-end games. Torpal and others who were crushed in the New World and returned to look for the king are typical examples of this. Inside the tavern, in a luxuriously decorated reception room, a tense confrontation was taking place. In the guest seats, next to the strong man in golden armor, there was an ugly man in sunglasses holding a plum blossom cane, shaking his big snot and laughing shamelessly. He, Ms. Sammy, of course we are ready, but the ship is still on the way. You shouldn't mind, right? What? You took money to tell us that people haven't arrived yet. When the men beside Sammy heard this, they immediately found it ridiculous and couldn't help but question it. Advertisement. Because most of the people who can do this kind of business are not good people, the rules of human trafficking in the underground world have always been that money is exchanged for goods. As for Torable, if I take the money first and the people come later, it's almost like farting. In other words, Lousy just robbed me openly, what can you do to me? Sammy was able to expand his business. Before Oz joined, it was impossible for him not to have his own thugs, but they were not visible to the public. When faced with such a bullying guy, even Sammy, a businessman who was always good at hiding his emotions, couldn't help but feel a little angry, and immediately asked his men to surround the two men. If you can't see me, no one can take the money. After all, she is the big sister and the boss. At least Sammy's aura is still very strong. Her beautiful phoenix eyes glared at the two people in front of her who had no reaction. It seems that Ms. Sammy is going to rob the thieves. Even though he was pointed at with a gun, Torable did not seem nervous, he just grinned. That arrogant expression seemed to be saying, I've got you. You are the ones who are robbing each other. Sammy was so angry that his chest was surging. He was about to order his men to take action immediately, but he didn't expect that the other party had already taken the initiative. Suddenly, the ground rolled and the entire reception room began to shake. In the room, many of Sammy's thugs who looked ferocious could not even hold their sticks and pistols steady in the face of the sudden earthquake. He could only grab his companions around him in panic, but the result was that he and his companions fell to the ground together, and then were swallowed by the ground, leaving only his head outside to breathe. Seeing his men suddenly fall into the ground, Sammy was so frightened that his face turned pale, but he quickly reacted. You are demon fruit power. I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Madam Sathia. At this moment, a woman in light clothing suddenly rushed in. Seeing the two parties fighting, she was a little panicked. Sammy looked at his subordinates with an unpleasant expression, and had a bad feeling in his heart. What happened, Irie? The red light district woman named Irie gritted her teeth and said with a tearful tone. There were a lot of pirates causing trouble in the neighborhood, and all the bars, restaurants, and casinos were attacked. We were no match for them. Several responsible persons have been killed for resisting. After these words were spoken, Sammy's already panicked face turned even paler, and he immediately looked at Torpal who was smiling. As soon as the conflict broke out, the industries under his control were attacked. How could this be a coincidence? Chapter 25. Excuse me, brother, who are you going to kill? Sabayati Archipelago, Red Light District. The neighborhood, which should have been filled with singing and laughter, no longer had the same atmosphere as before. Fires were raging and cries were heard everywhere. This is a lawless area, the most suitable place for gray industries to take root and grow. But because of this, there is no order here, and neither the Marine nor the world government will exercise any control. In the Red Light District, countless women who make a living here can only hide in their houses, watching the fights and killings happening on the streets with fear and caution, their heavily made up faces filled with fear. Kill. Set fire. The thugs who suddenly broke in were capable of almost anything. These arrogant guys showed off their power and claimed to be members of the Don Quixote family. The leaders among them, who were called cadres, used their powerful and strange abilities to quickly eliminate all the armed forces in the Red Light District. They had originally only been burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil in North Blue, and were madly expanding in the underground world. We are now also making preparations to enter the new world. This time they targeted a big fat sheep. A woman who controls a large market and whose main business is the Red Light District. Mommy, Sammy. The other party not only has a considerable market share, but also has exclusive resources in many aspects such as human trafficking and intelligence. The most important thing is that this is a soft persimmon that is easy to squeeze. For the Don Quixote family in its early stages, it is simply fat meat at their fingertips. There is no reason not to eat. Don Quixote family gave Sammy a day to think about it and let her go back and think it over. If they can take it without bloodshed, they certainly don't want to waste their time. Red Light District. Sammy, looking a little embarrassed, kept dialing the Den Mushi again and again. A group of industry managers gathered around her, all of whom were her trusted subordinates. Advertisement. Through the balcony of the high-rise building, she could see the thugs outside, and several Don Quixote family cadres watching from afar. There is also Heavenly Yaksha, who has made a name for himself in the underground world just after starting out. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the newcomer from North Blue, even gave her an ultimatum, to immediately hand over her property and territory. Otherwise, he would personally destroy the entire red light district and build the largest slave market and auction house in Sabayati archipelago. Looking at the Den Den Mushi that received no answer despite repeated calls, and the constantly wandering looks from his subordinates, one can imagine the great pressure inside Sammy. Beru Beru Beru. Click. At this moment, a sudden connection sound immediately made everyone alert. Heavenly sound. Moshi Moshi. Sammy, what's going on? Lord O's. You finally got through. We are under attack. Sammy was almost crying, and there was a hint of relief and even a hint of coquettishness in her tone, which made the managers nearby dumbfounded. Is this still the proud Haki Mrs. Sammy? Figuratively speaking, she now looks more like a little girl who has been bullied and is looking for her parents to help her. When the Den Den Mushi that had transformed into O's heard this, it showed a calm and doting expression. Sorry, I was just practicing. I'll be back soon. On board the Flamingo Pirates. Shaking the goblet, the blood-red wine swayed gently, and a little maid holding the wine glass walked towards the tall figure at the bow. It was a man wearing a pink cloak, with a head of proud golden hair sticking up. His evil look makes one look contemptuous, but from his arrogant expression, one can tell that he is also a rebellious person. He looked at the island known as the entrance to the New World. It's indeed a good place. Whether it's opening a casino, an auction house, or selling slaves, it can be said to be a huge profit. Letting those women play house is simply a waste of natural resources. Doflamingo curled his lips slightly, and his glasses reflected a cold light, as if he was looking at what was in his pocket. Hey, Dover, do you want to send your men out now? That woman doesn't seem to be willing to compromise. He. Advertisement. The ugly man with a big snot nose who had threatened Sammy before was now standing in front of him with an evil smile on his face, asking questions while approaching. Hello. Noticing his movements, Doflamingo's smile disappeared and his brows knitted together. Too close, Torbal. My snot is about to rub against him. He. Let's get rid of it sooner so we can set off earlier. Dover, didn't you say you wanted to go to Logue Town to watch the execution of the Pirates' King? Torbal had been fanning the flames. He had long been fed up with Sammy's proud and calm demeanor. A mere boss of a red light district. Just a smart woman, what qualifications do you have to bargain with the great Don Quixote family? Dover is destined to become the king of the world. In fact, Doflamingo really valued his family. He agreed to this insignificant request after just a little thought, and said with a wicked smile. That's true. Now let's get rid of all the women who were in the way. Dealing with a small force in Sabayati archipelago was not a big deal for him. He was about to witness history, and he did not want to waste time. But after all, it was related to business expansion and entering the new world, so it was worth his personal trip. As long as he establishes a foothold in Sabayati archipelago and spreads his underground business throughout the park and New World, becoming the new king of the underground world, he will have enough chips to prepare to take back Dressrosa. With a plan in mind, Doflamingo stepped lightly, and thin lines invisible to the naked eye spread out and connected to the clouds in the sky. As if walking in the air, a pink figure comes and goes freely in the sky. Under the command of the cadres, all the Don Quixote family thugs collectively stopped smashing and looting, and rushed to the red light district in a noisy manner. The women watched in horror as this group of people surrounded the entire block, led by cadres of various appearances. In front of everyone was a tall man wearing sunglasses, with a rebellious and evil smile on his face. I've spent enough time thinking about it, but it still has to be so ugly in the end. So I have no choice but to kill all of you. Just as he was about to give the order to his men to start killing, the scene suddenly became quiet. The silence was even a little scary. Excuse me, bro. Who did you say you were going to kill? Chapter 26 Oz to the rescue. Plop, plop. As a series of crisp footsteps were heard, the thugs, starting from the outer edge of the crowd, seemed to be unable to withstand the mental torture. They fainted on the spot with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolled back. Like the wind blowing through a wheat field, the wheat fell to the ground one after another. In the central building of the block, as if sensing this terrifying aura, Mrs. Sammy, along with a group of her men and young ladies, walked out of the room and rushed to the balcony. They looked around with surprise on their faces. Who is it? Get out. Diamante, one of the Don Quixote family's leaders and the user of the floating fruit, roared. Other cadres were also looking around for the source of the footsteps. Are you kidding me? This momentum. As the most powerful person present and also the owner of Conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo could most intuitively sense what kind of terrifying aura this was. Veins popped out on his forehead and streams of cold sweat flowed down his forehead uncontrollably. The black and red lightning that filled the sky, along with the sound of footsteps, seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. Unable to help but feel fear and panic. But what is extremely frightening is that even though the footsteps were clearly heard, no one could tell where they came from. It was not until the footsteps became clearer and clearer that everyone finally saw the figure walking towards them from a distance. A tall man in military uniform slowly walked over to the group of dead soldiers. His clothes are mainly black, and the swords and guns on his body are his most distinctive symbols. The slender figure surrounded by black and red lightning walked slowly towards them from a distance, his steps were calm and elegant. But almost every time I blinked, he would approach at a terrifying speed, like a Shira ghost from hell. Seeing this figure, Sammy's body, which had been tense to the extreme, finally relaxed. She relaxed so suddenly that she even lost her balance. Fortunately, he had the help of his subordinates, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Ah my lady was so excited when she saw Lord O's coming that she couldn't even stand. Li, who was supporting her and had been with her for more than 10 years, couldn't help but tease her, which made Sammy blush. Advertisement. You're the only one who can say that. Of course, Sammy wasn't the only one who was excited. Ah, Lord O's is here. So handsome, I want to give birth to a baby for you, Lord Oz. For a moment, the originally quiet red light district seemed as if the riot had never happened. Countless women who had been hiding emerged from the windows of the buildings. They screamed and cheered as much as they could, as if they wanted to vent all the grievances they had just suffered through welcoming Lord O's. In contrast to the red light district, the guys belonging to the Don Quixote family had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* They had been trying to find out about Sammy's background for several years, but had never heard of such a person. Under the cheers of the red light district ladies and the gazes of all the Don Quixote family members, Oz slowly walked into the depths of the crowd without being stopped in the slightest. Because wherever Oz passed, there was only the sound of people falling to the ground, even the elite troops and cadres were no exception. So when Oz walked in front of Doflamingo, he was the only one in the huge Don Quixote family who had not fallen down. The difference is obvious. Doflamingo no longer had the arrogance and noise he once had. He clenched his teeth tightly, and veins on his face kept popping out. At the same time, the pupils under the sunglasses were trembling constantly, staring at the smiling man in front of him in disbelief. How could such a person appear in paradise? With long flowing black hair, a very recognizable black military uniform, a knife and a gun on his back. On a seemingly gentle and handsome face, there are a pair of eyes that look down on everything. Member of Roger Pirates. The bounty is 1.9 billion Baileys. Black gun doter Oz. What a joke. Oz raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although he was smiling, his eyes were full of indifference. With his 2.6 meters height advantage, he looked down at the young Doflamingo in front of him. Did you not hear my question? Advertisement. He leaned forward slightly, his pupils emitting scarlet light, and stared at the pair of trembling pupils under the sunglasses. Who are you going to kill? The calm and domineering manner, as well as the terrifying momentum that overwhelmed the entire audience, made everyone present feel uneasy for a long time. At the critical moment, the male employees in the bar and casino were so excited that their scalps were tingling with excitement when they saw their half-boss's high-profile and hockey appearance. Not to mention the girls in the red light district, several of them almost fainted, and a sense of security filled their fragile hearts. Ah, did you see that? Shouchi, the master is here. Yeah, I knew Lord Oz would come. He's so handsome. Next to Sammy, even though Oz didn't look at them, the two little maids were still waving their hands excitedly. As Oz's exclusive maids, Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi have long been impressed by Oz's strength and handsomeness, and their hearts have become like Oz. At the same time, when the riot broke out, they always firmly believed that Lord Oz would arrive and drive away all the villains. For this reason, when the Den Den Mushi could not be connected the first 2 times, if Sammy had not dealt with those who questioned Oz in time, the 2 little maids might have had to fight those questioners with guns. Doflamingo was a little embarrassed to be threatened by so many people watching him. After all, he was the owner of Conqueror's Haki, so he was not speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, trying not to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Black Gun, a man like you. Why are you here? Even if you are a member of the Roger Pirates, you are meddling too much. Don't forget, Roger was just arrested by the Marines. How dare you show up in front of the world government so high profile? Just to remind you, my last name is Don Quixote. When Oz heard this, his smile widened, but there was no smile in his eyes. So, Doflamingo, your confidence is what you call the world government. Or do you think those pigs will choose to go to war with me because of your death? Do you believe this yourself? Oz looked at him straight in the face, murderously. You're just a piece of trash kicked out of Mariajoy. Shut up. Oz's words finally broke his defense. Veins popped up on his forehead. Hatred and humiliation even made him forget the gap in strength and his fear of Roger Pirates. What qualifications do you have to judge my life? The shadow of his childhood was a lifelong pain for him. When this fig leaf was ruthlessly torn off, he could no longer maintain his sanity. After all, you are just a 15-year-old kid. Chapter 27 Don Quixote Family, Defeat. Although he was shocked by the Conqueror's aura released by Oz, what Doflamingo feared the most was not Oz himself, who was 3 years younger than him. But there may still be something behind him. The remnants of Roger Pirates. Although the pirate king Gol D Roger was arrested, there was no news of any mishaps happening to his powerful crew members. With the current strength of the Don Quixote family, it is still far from being able to match such monsters. But he was just a 15-year-old guy, and he didn't believe he would lose to the other party. As long as he killed all the witnesses, no one would know it was him who did it. Doflamingo can't be blamed for having such an inflated idea. After all, he is used to being in the 4 seas and can't understand the terrifying power of the truly powerful in the new world. Don't be so arrogant. Hole. The same frightening momentum exploded, and clusters of Conquerors colliding black and red lightning spread out in a spider web-like pattern. But compared to Conquerors in Oz, Doflamingo's Haki is a little immature and arrogant. Moreover, compared to Os's tyranny and contempt for the world, his Conquerors is more evil and violent, as if it contains hatred and resentment towards the injustice of the world. Just a slight bend of the fingers. Clusters of thin and sharp silk threads appear from the fingertips. As thin as a hair, the people watching around could not even see the existence of the thread, only the faint reflection of cold light could be seen. The ability of the string fruit, which was originally just a waste, has been transformed into a weapon sharp enough to cut through steel through continuous development. The first move was a killing move, and the fierce movement went straight to Os's neck, but Os seemed to have no reaction and still calmly looked at Doflamingo, who attacked brazenly. Die. You are just a lucky guy who got a ride on the wind. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? A bloodthirsty gleam flashed across Doflamingo's eyes, and invisible threads cut through the air. The faintly visible black luster attached to it adds a bit of power. No matter how useless he is, Doflamingo is now an absolute favorite in the paradise, relying on his Haki alone, and is one of the best. Upstairs, the women who were watching the situation on the field were horrified. Lord Os. Don't want. Advertisement. In their opinion, facing Doflamingo's blatant attack, Osh seemed to have no reaction at all. He just stood there blankly, allowing the other party to slaughter him at will. Some of the timid ones even closed their eyes and covered their eyes with trembling hands, for fear of seeing the bloody scene of the heroic figure in their minds. Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi almost couldn't hold back and wanted to rush forward, but were stopped by Sammy. But in fact, her pupils were also trembling, and she was always paying attention to the situation on the field. Because she knew that once Oz was defeated, the enraged Doflamingo would definitely not let anyone present go, and everyone would be buried with him in order to appease his anger. Just as the spectators were nervously looking at the center of the field, as if they had foreseen blood spilling on the spot, no one noticed that an irrepressible sense of surprise appeared on Doflamingo's face. What happened? Why? There is no obvious feeling of cutting flesh like usual. The tall man in front of him seemed to not exist in this world for a moment, completely ignoring his killing move. A fierce expression froze on his face, and he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. He suddenly discovered that a frightening scarlet light flashed across his pupils. The corners of Os's mouth curled up slightly, as if everything that had just happened was just a joke to a clown. He gently stretched out a hand, extended it to the black thread that just passed through his body, and then grasped it in his hand. With a little effort, click, click, click. This sound was like just casually crushing a handful of uncooked noodles. In front of O's flowing emission, Doflamingo's thin armament Haki created a sharp line that was sharp enough to cut steel easily, and it broke into pieces. A huge hand that was pitch black and bright, surging with red, suddenly reached out at the moment when Doflamingo lost his mind. The strange power that he couldn't understand, even if he casually clamped its neck and lifted it up from the ground, it couldn't shake it at all. Obviously, this scene before his eyes greatly shook Doflamingo's arrogant heart. The change from offense to defense happened too suddenly. Hundreds of red light district women watching from the outside looked at Oz with their mouths slightly opened. Including Xiaoliu, Xiaoqi and others, they were also shocked and stood there. Even Mrs. Sammy's cigarette, which was originally in her mouth, fell to the ground unconsciously. Because at this moment, Oz finally became serious, his long black hair moving without wind. Boom, crack, crack. Advertisement. Compared to the first time, the dark red lightning was even more intense and suddenly exploded throughout the venue. Thunders like the might of heaven crisscrossed and rubbed against each other, striking the surrounding tall buildings and stirring up clouds of dust. The Conqueror's entanglement was materialized. This technique was used by Oz to crush him with great momentum. Doflamingo, who was already at a disadvantage in the clash in Conqueror's territory, now seemed to be crushed and was under unimaginable pressure. Under such pressure, he couldn't even think of resisting. His worldview was being reshaped. What a joke. How can the gap be so huge? Streams of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and dripped down his chin onto the ground. In order to not succumb to this Haki, Doflamingo would rather bite his teeth off than admit the fear in his heart at the moment. This power is so strong that even if Oz consciously avoids the girls in the red light district. However, the remaining power still made these people kneel down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In the center of this overwhelming black and red thunder, there was only one proud figure standing in it, like a demon god walking out of the abyss. This was the first time he released his Haki in his prime without any scruples. Even Oz himself felt that Conqueror's was a little too strong for his age. Such Haki will definitely need help to stop him from getting addicted in the future. While he was worried about being too strong, the strength in Oz's hand did not disappear at all. Conqueror's entanglement and strange strength, even if he only used less than 1/10 of his strength, still made Doflamingo's armed neck creak. Under the double blow of suffocation and mental pressure. After just a few seconds, the newcomer of North Blue, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, finally tilted his neck and fainted completely. Since then, Pirates King narration. In Sabayati Archipelago. No Way Zone. The Don Quixote family led by Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, the pirates with a bounty of 340 million. Encounter Black Gun Oz. Defeat. Chapter 28. Let's meet Captain Roger in advance. Mrs. Sammy's villa. In a luxuriously decorated room. Elegant and soothing music was playing live, and the naked dancers were dancing gracefully. They danced to their heart's content, their eyes full of tears, trying their best to attract the attention of the man in the field. But Oz obviously didn't notice the dancers who were the background. In front of him, a Den Mushi was talking non-stop. Oz, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, smiled and picked up a large bucket of juice to pour into his mouth. A huge amount of sugar was absorbed instantly, making up for the consumption of Oz's practice during this period. It's connected. Hey, Buggy, don't grab it. In fact, when the call was first connected, Den Mushi still had red hair, but soon after, it changed into a red nose. Oz, I finally got in touch with you. How have you been lately? Sassy ignores Dana. Buggy, Shanks, of course I'm fine. That's good. By the way, when Shanks and I were sending everyone off the ship, a lot of things happened. We almost visited the entire new world. Oz sat relaxedly on the luxury sofa, crossed his legs, enjoying Xiaoliu's massage while letting Xiaoqi wipe his mouth. Listening to Buggy's sharing, he just waved his hand, and the girls in the room left one after another, leaving only 2 little maids to serve silently. The 2 little maids were also sensible. They knew that their master was talking to his friends, so they didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him, as if they didn't hear anything. Quote. Also, the uncles asked us to see Captain Roger off for the last time. At the end of the conversation, inevitably, the topic of Captain Roger's execution came up. Buggy said with a heavy heart. We just sent Uncle Beatum back to his hometown. Shanks and I will pass through Sabayati Archipelago and then go to Logue Town in a few days. Will you go, Oz? Oz nodded. Of course, I will definitely go to see Captain Roger for the last time. After saying this, a sly smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, there will definitely be a lot of Marine commanders guarding the place, and maybe even an admiral. You and Shanks should be careful. Ha, advertisement. On the other side of the call, Rayleigh and the other 2 were the only ones left on the Oro Jackson. When Buggy heard this, his eyes were filled with shock and his mouth opened wide. Marine. When Roger Pirates was sailing, he was deeply impressed by Marine, especially the Iron Fist B************* D who loved to laugh. Even when Captain Roger was here, he had a headache with that guy, and he was just a vice admiral. If a stronger admiral or even a marshal had arrived at the scene, without the crew members of the Roger Pirates, he would definitely have been tortured into the dungeon. Captain Rayleigh, I think you should come with us. There are Marines there. Buggy immediately started looking for a solution and said to Rayleigh with a sad face. Don't worry, Buggy. Marine won't do anything to you. Rayleigh smiled. He knew that Oz was teasing Buggy on purpose, but he had no intention of exposing him. Roger used his own life as a bargaining chip to get all the crew members of the Roger Pirates group off the world government's bounty list. How could it be? Captain Roger has done so much for us. Hearing this, Shanks and Buggy couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, moved by the captain's final contribution. No, Uncle Rayleigh. Oz smiled as he drank the last bit of juice in the cup. He gently stroked Xiaoqi's white-haired head with his right hand and said slowly. The bounty order that Captain Roger fought for did not include the 2 guys who did not go to Raftel. And even if it is revoked now, if he causes trouble again, he might be offered a reward again. Buggy was touched and felt a little warm when he heard Oz's words, but now his heart turned cold again. Fortunately, Oz's next words gave him some comfort. But Buggy and Shanks, you 2 don't have to worry too much. After all, you don't even have a bounty. Unless you meet someone you know, you will definitely not be recognized. Hahahaha. Hearing Oz's merciless mockery, Shanks and Buggy didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy for a moment, and stood there awkwardly. They were worried about being targeted by the Marine, but it turned out that the Marine didn't even take them seriously. Then, are you okay, Oz? I saw your bounty a while ago, and it has soared to 1 billion, which is almost 1/5 of Captain Roger's. It's easy for you to be targeted. After solving his own problems, Shanks immediately thought of Oz's problem. Advertisement. After all, you offended so many Marines in those days that even the Garp remembered your face. If the Marines' top brass targets you, even you, Oz, will be in trouble. Hearing this, Oz didn't care much about it and simply told them about his situation. You don't need to worry about me. In fact, after getting off the ship, I ate the devil fruit that Captain Roger gave me. I have the strongest observation haki and teleportation ability, and I can go anywhere in the world freely. Quote. When Buggy and the others heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. On the one hand, I was surprised that Oz actually ate devil fruit. On the other hand, it was just as Oz had said, with the combination of the ability to foresee the future and the teleportation fruit, they really couldn't imagine that there was any possibility that Oz would be caught or defeated. Not to mention, Oz's already perverted to terrifying strength and talent. We hadn't seen each other for a long time, so we chatted for a long time. Finally, after agreeing on a meeting time and place, they finally hung up the Den Mushi. After the call ended, Oz just sat quietly on the sofa, leaning his back against a soft surface, looking up and thinking. He just had an idea. That is to meet Captain Roger in advance. In fact, the so-called impel down, promoted by the world government is just like that in Oz's eyes. In terms of foreseeing the future and teleporting, even the naval headquarters is no different from a sieve that slips through the net for Oz. Even if he was discovered, Oz was confident that he could withdraw before the high-end forces could react. Even if the admiral blocked the door himself, it would be useless. Oss was confident that he would not be defeated easily. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But if the person who comes is not of admiral level, anyone who comes can be killed with just one Seastone bullet. He does what he thinks of. He is never a hesitant person and has absolute confidence in his own abilities. Oss stood up slowly, raised the chin of the little maid beside him, and said lightly. Lock up Doflamingo and the other officers with Seastone and wait for me to come back and deal with them. Also, tell Mrs. Sammy that I have to go out for something recently, and ask her to contact me via Den Mushi if she has anything else. As you command, Lord Oz. Chapter 29 Marine Rear Admiral Oss. It's clear. There are many tourists from all walks of life walking through the bustling Sabayati archipelago. Among such a complex crowd, of course, there is the representative of justice, Marine. A team of Marines on patrol passed through the streets, and when faced with the occasional pirates gangs that appeared on the streets, they tacitly chose to turn a blind eye. I can't manage it. The unspoken rule here is that as long as the pirates don't cause trouble, the Marines won't bother to care. Especially the most widely circulated news recently, after the pirate King Roger was arrested, the arrogance of the pirates on the sea instantly disappeared a lot. For these grassroots Marines, it is also good news that can reduce the fighting. Okay, our duty is over today. Everyone, get ready and return to headquarters. Oh, that's great. I can finally take a break and go back to see my wife and children. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Wait until you get the bonus and then go and have some fun together. Ah, this is not good. You are just pretending. Under the scorching sun, a Marine warship heading back to Naval Headquarters Marineford officially set sail at noon, and the deck was filled with the chattering of Marine soldiers. In the kitchen on the side of the cabin, a tall figure was sitting on a chair in front of the dining table, with his legs crossed. The noisy sounds outside the cabin did not affect his mood at all. The occasional shaking of the waves could not shake his figure in the slightest. Wearing a nearly 3-meter-long marine cloak, he does not look bloated at all, but instead highlights a heroic temperament, which complements the military uniform lining. The epaulettes above are gorgeous in shape, and the complex patterns show their extraordinariness. In the Marines, any soldier who wants to advance cannot fail to recognize the meaning of this symbol. It is the symbol of the general, the cloak of the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. So that guy is a Marine Rear Admiral. Oss was savoring a steak. Beside him stood 2 young Marines, looking nervously ahead, smelling the aroma of the steak and swallowing their saliva reluctantly. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Come in. Oss spoke slowly. Although his voice was not loud, his words carried an authority that could not be ignored. Hearing this, a somewhat timid figure first stuck his head in, with a flattering smile on his wrinkled face, and then slowly walked into the house. Rear Admiral Allen, excuse me, I need to report to you on my work. The visitor was small and thin, rubbing his hands and saying flatteringly. Then he looked at the 2 soldiers beside Oss with a serious face and said, you 2 go down. Yes, Colonel DK. Even though they were disgusted by the behavior of their superior, the 2 soldiers did not dare to show it at all and could only leave with serious faces. What's the matter? Oss wanted to laugh, but fortunately he was able to control his expression. Facing the Marine officer's overtures, he acted with all the dignity a Marine superior should have. In fact, Oss's performance perfectly matched DK's imagination of those senior military officers when he was just transferred to the Naval Headquarters. Majestic. Tall, majestic. So much so that Oz just made up a name and reason. After putting on the cloak he had obtained as a trophy after killing a Marine Rear Admiral many years ago, DK was completely convinced of his identity. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Allen, who was separated from his subordinates during the mission, now has his mission completed and is returning to the headquarters on a favorable ship. Report to Rear Admiral Allen, I have announced the end of the patrol mission and deployed all important tasks during the return journey. DK reported in a serious manner, even though Oss was still just eating steak and didn't seem to be listening to his report carefully. Of course, DK himself had his own opinion on this scene. Should we say that he is worthy of being called Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral? This damn sense of relaxation, as if nothing in the world could move him. In the eyes of such a battle-hardened person, a patrol mission should be no different from a child playing house. Otherwise, how can he be the Rear Admiral? That's Rear Admiral. 1 step away from Vice Admiral, 2 steps away from Admiral, 3 steps away from Rear Admiral of the Marshal. In front of such a big shot, he must perform well. Advertisement. Seeing Oss just savoring the steak, DK, with great EQ, took out one of his treasures from the safe deep in the kitchen. Rear Admiral Allen, this is a special wine from the country of fine wine that I got by chance. I hope you don't mind and can use it to moisten your mouth. He stuck his butt out and helped Oss open the bottle in a very flattering manner, then poured the wine into a tall glass beside him. Oh, you're thoughtful. It just tasted a bit dry. Oss picked up the wine glass, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and after a pause, he drank it down in one gulp with peace of mind. Very good wine. Oss accepted the filial piety and praised it very cooperatively. It doesn't have the bitterness of ordinary wine at all. Instead, it has a sweet, fruity and mellow flavor. I like it very much. Oss's words really came from his heart. Although it was wine, it was different from the rum and beer Oss had drunk before. This wine is really delicious, the only drawback is that it is too expensive. Although he had a lot of money deposited in Samina, he couldn't afford to spend it. If he took 2 or 3 sips from a bottle, it would cost him 1 million Baileys. If you have time, just take down that wine country, then you don't have to pay. Which pirates really pay for their purchases? Hehe, as long as you like it, I'll send it to you later if you like it. After all, I'll need your support in the future. DK was naturally very happy to hear this, and he immediately expressed his loyalty, hoping that Oz would take care of him. Hearing this, Austin laughed. Big cakes were drawn one after another as if they were free, and Saida DK was overwhelmed by happiness. Don't worry, Colonel DK, I will definitely recommend you more to Sengoku Admiral in the future, as well as to Chief of Staff Crane. Are you still worried that you won't have a chance to be promoted? Ahahahaha. DK heard this and wanted to take out his heart and show his loyalty to Os, serving him at his will. However, for Os, who was used to being served by a maid, he had no interest in such an ugly guy, so he found a random excuse to send him away. In fact, if this good-for-nothing Marine had paid more attention to the pirates instead of currying favor with his superiors and oppressing the people, he would have definitely been able to recognize him. The officer he respected the most was one of the famous people on the wanted list. Black Gun Doter O's. Chapter 30. Rear Admiral of Os. Day trip to Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Colonel DK's patrol ship slowly returned and dropped anchor in the port. Ignoring DK who was looking for the nobleman everywhere, Os slowly disappeared in the warship without anyone noticing. Walking in the land of Naval Headquarters, Os strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets, as if he was back home. This is Marineford. There are really a lot of powerful guys here. Within the range of Os's exaggerated observation haki, in the headquarters building at the center, there were several oars that were not much different from those of Rayleigh, Captain Roger and the others. If it really comes down to hard power, Osborne won't get any advantage. After all, Garp, Sengoku and others should still be in the naval headquarters. But Os had no intention of making a big fuss. Os's plan this time was to find a warship that was going to impel down to hold the prisoners, sneak aboard in a low-key manner, and then meet Captain Roger. Marineford is not far from Impel Down, the underwater prison, and it is also the area with the largest and most elite Marines. The number of pirates captured is naturally a huge number. Therefore, the ship you want to take does not necessarily have to be a warship that detains serious criminals. After all, most of the criminals on the first and second levels of Impel Down are small characters with bounties of tens of millions of Baileys. They don't need to be followed by an admiral or monitored by a warden. After scanning the area around the naval port with his observation haki, Os did not find any ships carrying criminals. Then let's wait a little longer. Os doesn't believe it. How could such a large naval headquarters not have anyone going to Impel Down? Although it is possible to force your way through Impel Down, it would be much easier if there were Marines to cover it, just like King Luffy hiding in the Empress' skirt. If it really doesn't work, just use your brute force to teleport in. Thinking of this, he simply wandered around Marineford. Maybe it was because he grabbed his hair twice after getting off the boat, so now he has bangs. Along the way, instead of the Marine shouting for war and killing, he received a lot of salutes. Good afternoon, Mr. Rear Admiral. Hello. Os looked down at the soldier beside him and nodded. This was the 10th soldier he had met who saluted him. Advertisement. It is worthy of being the world of pirates king. Everyone has muscles and brains. They are completely unrecognizable just by changing their hairstyle and clothes. Walking on this island that is considered a forbidden area by pirates all over the world, Os discovered that this is not a giant military base as in the comics. Rather, the official Marine office and operation site is only a part of Marineford. In addition, there are many Marine families, living areas for ordinary residents, residential buildings, markets, restaurants, pubs. Even because the naval headquarters is right next to it, this can be said to be the most livable city for ordinary people that Os has ever seen. Unlike other countries or islands, no matter how prosperous they are, if they encounter some brutal pirates, it will become a living hell. Near evening, in a restaurant in a residential area, many Marines who had just finished their duty or were leaving work came here in groups of 3 or 5, arm in arm. While eating dinner, we would also order a few barrels of beer and drink happily. Gudong gudong. Ah, so cool. After finishing the whole barrel of beer in one breath, the soldier wearing the Marine vest exhaled with a very, very comfortable smile on his face. They chatted and complained about the recent high intensity of work. There's only a short time to relax in a day. It's so tiring. There's nothing we can do about it. The execution of Pirates King Roger is only a week away. According to headquarters orders, we are under full martial law. Tisk. If you ask me, there's no need to be so nervous. What Pirates King? He was arrested by Vice Admiral Garp. We have Marine heroes here. A group of soldiers were talking about current affairs, bragging, and complaining freely. After drinking a few more glasses, they even started to complain about the orders from the headquarters. Just when a Marine was about to say something, a soldier who was drinking nearby glanced at the entrance of the restaurant. Suddenly, he seemed to have seen something incredible and spit out a mouthful of beer. The soldier who was sprayed all over was somewhat dissatisfied. What are you doing? Shut up. Before his companion could finish speaking, this guy immediately stood up in a standard military posture, looking forward with cold sweat. Perhaps because his companions were still confused, he could only shout. Good afternoon, Mr. Rear Admiral. Why? After hearing this, even the slowest people reacted. A group of soldiers stood up in a hurry, not even caring about the stools falling down, and stood in standard military posture. Advertisement. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. All the soldiers were sweating profusely on their faces. I discussed the headquarters orders and was caught by Rear Admiral. I don't think he would be punished for the crime of shaking the morale of the troops. Especially the one who had just drunk and shouted the loudest, now he was regretting it to death. And standing before them, the so-called Rear Admiral who came to the residential area restaurant to eat instead of going to the general's cafeteria. It could only be Os. Forehead. He was speechless. He just came here to eat, so how could he encounter this? Well, eat your food, don't worry about me. Ah, yes. Seeing that Oz ignored them and went straight to the front desk to order food, he then sat by the window to enjoy the scenery. The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down carefully. Only after they were sure that Os really had no intention of causing trouble for them did they finally breathe a sigh of relief and continue eating. Thank God, I met a tolerant officer. That's great. Yeah, I thought he would definitely be punished. I heard that some generals are very strict, like Rear Admiral Sakazuki. However, after working in the headquarters for so many years, I seem to have never seen this Rear Admiral. Strange. What are you talking about? I feel like this general looks very familiar, as if I had just seen him not long ago. Yes, I have the same feeling. I seem to have seen it somewhere not long ago, but I just can't remember where. The few of them were chatting, and of course Os heard everything they said. Perhaps he had seen his own bounty order, Os guessed. However, their perception was misled from the beginning. They substituted the familiarity with themselves for the identity of Marine, so it was impossible to find the corresponding person. However, even a small person like me on the ship has entered the public eye. The new era started by Captain Roger has a profound impact. Chapter 31 Evil Pirates Play with Beautiful Marine. If there are no more warships heading to impel down today, I might as well teleport there. Although the chances of being discovered are high. In the early morning, in Marineford, which was gradually becoming bustling, at a breakfast shop on a residential street, Os made a secret decision. After dinner last night, Oz had nowhere to go, so he simply used his observation haki to scan the office's area and found a single Commodore who was on a mission to stay for the night. Who could have thought? In the Marineford headquarters, where the world's elite Marines gather, a pirate with a bounty of over $1 billion actually lives here openly. It was dark under the flashlight. Os was enjoying his breakfast. But soon, according to his observation haki, two powerful auras appeared near him, and one of them was even approaching quickly. What's going on? Have you been discovered? Os's face was expressionless as he quietly ate wontons. At least on the surface, he looked like a tall and handsome passerby. Today, in order to avoid being greeted by the soldiers one by one, he did not wear the marine cloak and changed his clothes. Even though he traveled so high profile yesterday, his identity was not suspected. I was so low-key today, but I was discovered immediately. Os was a little confused, and calmly finished the last bite of wonton. At the same time, a strange red light burst out of his eyes. I see. Excuse me, sir, may I see the knife on you? A voice sounded behind Os, and he slowly turned his head. The person who spoke was a woman with long black hair. Of course, the first thing that caught Os's attention was her pair of long white legs exposed. There is a black spider tattoo on the left thigh, which adds a sense of contrast and wild beauty. Judging from appearance alone, based on Os's several months of experience in the red light district, his level is at least as good as those top girls under Sammy. Adding the marine cape on the back adds a bit more to it. Will the evil pirates fight against the righteous beauty marine? Os's thoughts were a little off track. Next time he sees Sammy, he can suggest her to start this new project. You will definitely make a lot of money. As long as you are not afraid of being found by Marine. Advertisement. But seriously, he actually knew the female Marine commander in front of him. Marine Commodore Guion. Os looked at the proud figure with appreciation, and then turned his gaze to the figure behind him. Then he withdrew his gaze indifferently. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D, your look of disdain is too obvious. Kaji was obviously very angry at this look. In addition, even with sunglasses on, this guy still looked extremely handsome, which made him feel a sense of crisis, so he roared with his fangs bared. Kaji. Guion shouted in dissatisfaction, and the latter immediately became obedient. Then she turned her attention to Oz again. Excuse me, sir, and pardon my companion's rudeness, I only wish to see the knife that is in your possession. This one. Seeing that they didn't seem to recognize him, Os breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sighed that a simple change of clothes could make them unrecognizable, which really worked everywhere. In fact, it is not Guion and Cake's fault that they're face blind. It is because Os has rarely appeared in public since he was photographed on a wanted poster when he was fighting in Roger's group. In the later period of the voyage, Roger pirates had only a few major battles with the Marines, and Os was the one who shot them from behind. He has only used the sword a few times, so he has not attracted much attention. However, he is actually a great swordsman now. Over the past few years, Os's height has grown rapidly, and his temperament has also changed a lot compared to before. If he wasn't wearing the black military uniform and carrying the iconic black gun, who would associate a man over 2 meters tall with the child who was once over 1 meter tall? Yes, in order to keep a low profile when traveling, Os brought clothes and sunglasses with him. He didn't even bring the black gun that Master Beatum gave him as a symbol of his status. He only brought a long knife and some Baileys. On the sea, you can recognize many people in military uniforms, carrying black knives and black guns. But there are almost no people who can recognize the man in the windbreaker, knife and sunglasses. Seeing that the two of them couldn't recognize him at all, Oz felt that his change of clothes last night was not in vain. What he was betting on was that with so many people in Marineford, it was impossible for these officers to know every one of them. The fact is just as he expected. I found this by chance. Do you recognize this knife? Oz asked, and under Kaji's vigilant eyes, he generously handed the knife to her. Anyway, he was confident that he could get it back immediately. Advertisement, yes. Gion didn't notice the unusual behavior of Kaji next to him. After taking the sword, he observed it carefully. Yes, it is indeed the 21st Great Sword, the Crow Shadow. This sword was once the sword of a naval headquarters rear admiral. However, after the encounter with Roger pirates in New World, the rear admiral and this sword disappeared. I didn't expect to see it here. Where did you get it? Gion asked earnestly. Fortunately, Gion, like most people, subconsciously believed that it was impossible for pirates to show up in Marineford so brazenly, so he did not doubt Osti's identity. Forehead, Oz scratched his head. He couldn't say that the rear admiral was killed by his sword, so the sword was directly requisitioned by him. I bought this from a merchant I met by chance. This is a lie. I see. But obviously, Gion accepted this statement. After all, so many years have passed, it is possible that it has spread to anywhere. After hesitating for a moment, he pursed his lips and asked the man in front of him. I have an unwelcome request. Gion suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Os's hand, and spoke confidently, while leaning against him with his whole body, looking extremely sincere, staring at the sunglasses on Os's face with his big eyes. I also hope to buy the long sword in your hand. After all, it is the sword of a hero who sacrificed for justice. She tried to influence the other party with love and morality. After all, he was a resident of Marineford. You can definitely understand that. Don't do this, Gion, it's too close. Cake was so angry when he saw this scene, but he could only worry and persuade him. Hateful. If he wasn't a Marine general and military discipline didn't require him to attack ordinary residents of Marineford, he would have pulled the guy away. Damn. So jealous. As for the protagonist Oz, there was no emotion in his eyes at this moment. As Gion's delicate body approached, the two white masses vaguely appearing on her chest did not show any sign of reaction. He didn't even blink behind his sunglasses. Are you kidding me? You want to buy my trophy sword with just a few words? Do I look like an idiot to you? Oz, who has already enjoyed the gentle land of tenderness, is still highly immune to beautiful women even though he is now in adolescence. They are all trained one by one. I'm sorry, this is my personal collection. You Marines won't force me to buy it, right? That's definitely not the case, but not for sale. Chapter 32. Sashi ignores Dana. Kuzan-san, please consider this carefully. Not for sale. Oz secretly wondered if there was also a lunar calendar in the Pirates King's world. Was it not a good time to go out today? How come I was harassed by this sword lover just when I went downstairs to have breakfast? I can't say that I'm also a great swordsman, otherwise I'll just get more questions. But if I insist that I'm just collecting it, the other party will think I'm wasting it. So annoying, I should have known not to come to Marineford. I might as well teleport to Impel Down and disguise myself as a prison guard to sneak in directly. Ah, Gion, Cake, I finally found you. Mr. Garp and Chief of Staff Suruar. Just when Oz was getting bored, a familiar voice came from the other side of the street. The moment he heard this voice, Oz looked up at the sky and sighed. As expected, it is not advisable to go out. Such a big Marineford actually met an enemy. Hey, it's Kuzan Rear Admiral. Please wait a moment, I'm... Gion and Kuzan were old acquaintances at Marine Academy, so they were not surprised by his appearance and greeted him. She was about to explain to him that she was busy, but the sudden chill and the spreading icy air made her a little confused. Not really, isn't it just a later meeting? Doder Os? Unexpectedly, Kuzan didn't seem to want to pay attention to her now. Instead, he looked at her side with murderous intent, and his expression was very scary. It was the first time in Gion that the usually lazy and casual Kuzan could be so serious. What? Are you talking about me? Os was still trying to get away with it, with an innocent expression on his face. Huh? Do you think I won't recognize you just because you changed your clothes and put on sunglasses? Are you kidding me? B*************** D. My hatred for you has never diminished. Having followed Garp in hunting down Roger pirates for many years, Kuzan can be said to be the Marine who knows Os the best, and is also the Marine who has been tricked by Os the most times. Later, during the pursuit, unless it was a boarding battle, Kuzan would not appear on the deck, just to guard against this guy. Who knows the value of foreseeing the future and the armed Seastone bullets? He Kuzan said second, no one dares to claim first place. Seeing that the murderous intent had already become a reality, Oz sighed. He simply took off his sunglasses, revealing a calm and perfect smile. Advertisement, Sashi ignores Dana, young Hybing. Almost at the moment he took off his sunglasses, a fist filled with cold air kept getting bigger in his eyes. The pitch-black fist of justice inherited from Garp went straight towards Os's face. But the black fist in front of him still couldn't make Os's smile disappear. A punch fell. Waves of smoke instantly filled the entire arena, but everyone present was an expert at observing the situation on the field. At this time, Gion and Cake finally reacted. That tall figure wearing sunglasses turned out to be pirates. Disappeared in an instant? At this speed, is it shaving? Kaji analyzed calmly. Gion's face was filled with shame and anger. He was actually fooled by a pirate in the naval headquarters. He became a little angry for a moment and also drew the famous sword at his waist to prepare for the enemy. If you just shave, you won't be able to escape the tracking of the Observation Haki. It should be the ability of the Devil Fruit. Hey, you two better be careful, this guy is not that easy to deal with. While warning his two companions, the ice on Kuzan's body quickly spread to the surroundings. That guy was once a member of the Roger Pirates, although I don't want to admit it, that B's strength is enough to rival Roger in his youth. The user of Conqueror's Haki, a great swordsman, possesses extremely advanced Observation Haki, and has the ability of an unknown fruit. Pirates with a bounty of 1 billion, Black Gun Os. Kuzan's expression was very serious. Even though he felt disgusted and angry about Os's behavior, he still had to admit that this guy is qualified to be his nemesis. Just like Roger to Vice Admiral Garp, he is determined to arrest him. Today's Kuzan is no longer the indifferent person he was after the Ohara incident. He is pursuing, burning justice. And here he met such a passionate young man Kuzan, and Os was actually helpless. It seemed that he could not survive any longer. Play for a while and then get out of here quickly. As he was thinking this, Os suddenly appeared behind Guillaume. Excuse me, Miss Marine, could you please give me my knife back? It happened in a flash. After she detected a figure behind her with her Observation Haki, she did not hesitate at all. Guillaume's slender waist suddenly exerted force, and with a quick and accurate slash of the sword, it was like a flying cold meteor. The sharp sword energy swept across quickly, leaving a crack of more than 10 meters in the ground. After confirming that Os is a pirate, this previously approachable and gentle female marine has transformed into a blood rose on the battlefield, which will bleed to death if not carefully observed. Advertisement, she's already a swordsman at such a young age, what a terrifying woman. Whoosh. At some point, Os's tall figure had come behind her again. The spotless windbreaker and the relaxed expression all indicated that the previous sharp slash did not even touch his coat. On the contrary, Os simply grabbed her wrist holding the knife, and with a little force, he easily clamped Guillaume's arm holding the knife. The terrifying strange power was slightly exerted, and a faint sound of bones cracking was heard. The white hand holding the crow trembled and loosened, and at the same time, an expression of uncontrollable pain appeared on Guillaume's face. The famous sword was returned to its original owner. Although he is not the real original owner. Damn pirates, don't touch Guillaume. Seeing Os appear behind Guillaume, a furious roar sounded from not far away from Os, as if it was the sound of a horn charging for love. Kaji rushed in, his fists covered with a strong layer of armed color. He looked angrily at Guillaume who was clamped by Os, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Guillaume, who was being held captive, saw Cake standing up and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. This guy's strength is too exaggerated. As long as Kaji can hold him back for even a second, she is confident that she can find a way to escape immediately. Go to hell. Well done, Kaji. Hey. I don't understand what you guys are so excited about. Jung. Almost instantly, a layer of flowing red haki instantly wrapped around Os's feet, and a burst of shooting killed him. As if it stopped at the same time, the Blackfoot miraculously appeared in front of Kaji's chest. Nah, ni. Kaji's intuition was telling him that something was wrong, but he was unable to react. Then, with a sonic boom, the terrifying power and flowing haki intertwined and continued to act on the fat body. Loss of consciousness was almost instantaneous. Kaji's broad body flew away at an incredible speed, even faster than when he rushed towards them, smashing through one house after another. Under the desperate gaze of Guillaume, finally, he fell into the ruins with his eyes rolled back. The whole person fainted. Chapter 33. The one who invaded the naval headquarters was an intern. Powerful, desperately powerful. This is the first reflection of Guillaume's inner world. It is no wonder that Kuzan is so afraid of this man who does not look very old. In terms of hockey training alone, he even surpasses everyone present. Allah, please don't treat me as if I don't exist, Black Gun. Click, click. Click, almost at the moment when Kaji was about to be knocked away, a man covered in frost attacked. He tried to catch Os's backswing. Clusters of ice crystals spread in the air, freezing the moisture in the atmosphere into dazzling ice flowers. Os, who was still kicking. At this moment, it was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Your movement ability is indeed very strange, Doder Os, but you must have a physical body when you attack, unless you keep dodging. If you teleport away, you can't attack. If you don't teleport, you will be frozen by me. It must be said, Os admitted that Kuzan did have some fighting talent. To this extent, it was even enough to dirty the corner of his clothes. In the transparent ice crystals, Os still maintained the posture of stretching his legs and kicking, frozen like a sculpture. It was at this moment that Guillaume endured the pain of dislocated hand bones, forcibly pulled his wrist out of Os's hand, took a few steps back and came to Kuzan's side. As expected of the crew members of Pirates King Roger's ship, they are completely powerless to fight back. Guillaume held the knife in one hand and looked solemnly at the handsome long-haired man in the ice. Ice won't be able to freeze him for long. Kuzan actually agreed with this, so he continued to emit bursts of cold air from his hands to continuously strengthen the stability of the ice crystals, while staring at the figure in the ice. Taking advantage of this short break, Guillaume continued to adjust his state, while also recalling the information about Oz in his mind. I had only heard Sister he mentioned him occasionally before. This was a target that Marshal Kong had mentioned. As one of the major threats to the Marines in the future, his bounty had been raised repeatedly. At that time, she still thought that Oz was just a young man who relied on the title of Pirates King's crew member. As the power of the new era, she believes that the new Marines who have been taught by Zephyr are geniuses who are no less talented than their peers. Such as Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, Cake and herself. Advertisement. Today, I met the so-called newcomer on Roger's ship. Only then did I realize how vast this ocean is. If I remember correctly, he was only 15 years old, younger than all the new Marine officers. What were you doing when you were 15? Maybe you weren't even a swordsman yet. This monster must be kept in Marineford today. Guillaume gritted his teeth and said. Who do you want to leave here? What? Who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, the figure in the ice would disappear? A feeling of horror instantly swept through their bodies, and the two of them attacked behind them without thinking, but of course they missed. Os dodged and appeared directly on the roof of a residential building in the distance. He lazily leaned his elbows on the balcony and looked at the two people on the ground who were facing a formidable enemy. His face was calm as always. Hey, you two, why don't you just pretend you never met me? I'm just here for a trip, I didn't do anything bad. Even when I eat here, I pay for it honestly. It can be considered as a contribution to Marineford's GDP. Of course, what answered Os was a pheasant beak with a chill in its air. Black Gun Os, what do you think of Marineford? This is the naval headquarters, the bastion of justice. This is definitely not a place where pirates like you can come and go as you please. Quote. Guillaume shouted righteously, but he knew in his heart that the opponent's mobility was too high, and he also possessed a very difficult high-level observation haki. It is basically impossible for the two of them to keep the other party here. Therefore, even though it may be a bit mean, even if we have to use provocation, we must first stabilize Os and wait for the support of Sengoku, Garp and others. Only in this way can they capture the other party and send him to the underwater prison, so that Oz and his captain will meet the same fate. As a crew member of the Pirates King, as all you can do to escape. Answer me. Dawdle Os. Quote. Guillaume spoke loudly, as if he had forgotten who the person who had just been easily restrained was. In response, Os just smiled. Of course he could tell it was the chicken sauce method, but he had to admit that it did arouse his interest. I wonder if a future Marine Admiral and a Reserve Admiral can really make me enjoy myself. So he stretched out his hand. Advertisement. Slightly hooked his fingers. Indeed, I haven't had a direct fight with anyone in a long time. You two can attack together. I think we can end the battle before Garp arrives. Os's words revealed the girl's intentions, which made her angry. Kuzan, who was standing next to her, was also instantly angered by Os's arrogant attitude. Don't be so arrogant, Black Gun. Waves of ice crystals instantly spread over Kuzan's body again, and huge clusters of ice spears slowly formed, carrying huge kinetic energy and bursting forward. Following closely behind were extremely sharp sword energies. At this time, on the outskirts of the battlefield, many junior officers have sensed the situation and rushed to provide support. After quickly arranging for the residents to evacuate, they quickly joined the battlefield after seeing that the person fighting with Kuzan Rear Admiral and Guillaume Commodore was actually a pirate on the wanted list. However, facing Kuzan, who was already at a fever pitch, the large-scale freezing attack made it impossible for them to get close to the battlefield of this high-end game. They could only stand in the distance and watch from afar. At the same time, they also sent Den Den Mushi to the Naval Headquarters command post. Beru Beru Beru. Click. This is Sengoku, what's going on? Sengoku Admiral, in the southern part of the Marineford residential area, Kuzan Rear Admiral and Guillaume Commodore are fighting with the remnants of the Roger pirates, requesting support. Nani, why did they choose to do it when Marshal Kong went to the Holy Land to report on his duties? These bastards. Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku, who was handling official business, immediately stood up and smashed the desk in front of him. What arrogant pirates. Roger's crew actually dared to trespass into the naval headquarters. Aren't you going to give up? Rayleigh or Jabba? None of them, it's Black Gun Doder Os. Black Gun. Hearing this, Sengoku paused, a little confused. If I remember correctly, that kid is just an intern of Roger Pirates. How dare you? Chapter 34 Alliance Golden Lion, Attack Naval Headquarters. Bang bang bang. After Os finally stopped trying to dodge, the aftermath of the battle between the three men finally unfolded within a certain range, with the cold air and smoke mixed together and drifting towards the sky. The originally clear sky gradually became dark. He turned around and drew his sword again. A bunch of huge black sword energy flew out, blocking all the attacks in front of him. Oz also looked up at the sky. The dark sky seemed like a precursor to a storm. Oz, is this your doing? The two looked up, obviously noticing the strangeness in the sky, and asked Oz solemnly. Can you please stop putting all the blame on me? This is definitely not something we could have done. It looks like a big shot is here. A terrifying red light rang out, and Oz then showed a look of surprise on his face. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it was natural. Yes, Captain Roger is about to be executed, and it's time. However, it was worth the trip to witness a historical scene. It looks like your plan is going to fail halfway. A very capable guy has arrived at the naval headquarters. Oz sheathed his sword with great interest, and teleported to the square in front of naval headquarters without any fighting manners. Who else would dare to invade Marineford? Hey, wait a minute. Guillaume wanted to chase after him, but Kuzan grabbed his shoulder. She was a little confused. Looking back, I found that Kuzan did not move at all. Instead, he looked solemnly at the sky above Marineford. Following his gaze, Guillaume also looked up, and instantly cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his pupils could not stop trembling. How is this possible? Is it a meteorite? No, it seems to be an island. In the sky, huge rocks like islands broke through the clouds and descended towards Marineford. The two of them no longer cared about OS, or rather, the high-level combat power of the entire naval headquarters, and had no time to pay attention to the riots in the residential area. What they are about to face is a crisis that could sink the entire Marineford to the bottom of the sea. Golden Lion. Haki attacks. I know it's exaggerated, but this ability is really cheating. Sitting on the rooftop of the naval headquarters building, OS looked at the islands that were falling like the end of the world. Under the influence of gravity, they were crashing straight into Marineford. Advertisement. Almost all the Marine executives, including several familiar faces, were on moonwalk, responding to the crisis with all their strength. Garp, Sengoku, Crane, Sakazuki. In the face of this attack, the gap was large, but not drastic. After all, a young Garp alone has the power to destroy an island with one punch, not to mention the other admiral powers and the Logia monsters that specialize in large-scale AoE. After the attack, although most of the islands were destroyed, roughly half of Marineford was destroyed. Of course, this does not include the naval headquarters building where OS is currently located. Along with the movement of the clouds, a heavy rain came, and a floating figure descended. Sassy ignores Dana, Golden Lion. OS sat on the rooftop of the naval headquarters building, looking at the golden figure floating not far away, and took the initiative to greet him. Hearing the voice, Shaki, who had rushed to naval headquarters angrily, was also stunned. Then he looked at the source of the voice. A figure in a windbreaker was sitting on the roof, looking at him calmly. It's you, I remember you, the monster imp on Roger's ship. Shaki was also surprised to see someone familiar there. Hey, kid, are you here for Roger too? Forehead. OS originally wanted to say that he was not here to rob the execution ground, after all, he knew very well that Captain Roger was arrested voluntarily. But he did come for Captain Roger, and wanted to infiltrate the Marine team and visit Impel down. Well, sort of. Hahahaha. It turns out that all people with Conqueror's spirit are the same. There's no way Roger would be captured by a mere loser Marine, and he shouldn't die in humiliation in the weakest East Blue. Join forces with me, kid, and show these Marines how terrifying the big pirates are. Hearing this, Oz was about to say something, but suddenly he sensed a danger coming. What do you pirates think of the naval headquarters? Boom. With a burst of dazzling red light, the sky was filled with black and red thunder. It was a sturdy uncle with a terrifying conquerors wrapped around his fist, rushing straight towards Oz. Oz had felt that kind of power from a distance more than once before, but this was the first time it came towards him. Now there is no Captain Roger to block the knife for him. As the top of the building exploded inch by inch, the residual power of that terrifying punch still remained, shaking the dark clouds in the sky and causing waves. Advertisement. No martial ethics, I am a young man of the new era, Garp. At some point, Oz had already arrived beside the Golden Lion. The continuous movement of the teleportation fruit allows him to move in the sky in a nearly suspended manner. Put your hands in your pockets as if you were walking on flat ground. Looking at the burly man standing on the roof of the naval headquarters building with black and red lightning flashing on his fist, Oz was also a little frightened. After all, he is a top-level expert. My own Bakken is still a little inferior in front of such a king-level expert. At least for now, you won't be able to win in a head-on fight. Hahahaha. Garp, are you too old to move? You can't even handle a little devil, just go home and enjoy your retirement. Seeing that Garp's punch missed, Shaki mercilessly activated his taunting skill. At the same time, among the Marines on the ground, many were holding up their Den Mushi cameras, taking photos of Oz and Golden Lion standing side by side in the sky. Seeing this scene, Oz was helpless. He just came to join in the fun and witness the famous scene. How did he become an accomplice? This time, the yellow mud fell into the crotch. It's shit if not shit. Leaning down and looking. Marine Admiral, Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, countless Marine soldiers. This configuration is actually not much different from some at war, and may even be better. After all, in that war, Garp and Sengoku, the two ace fighters, and two Marine admirals, played almost no role and just idled throughout the whole process. Only Akainu and some vice admirals worked hard. Now, we are facing Sengoku Garp who is going all out, as well as many Marine commanders and the future 3 admirals. To be honest, Ostu almost wanted to teleport away. But looking at this unprecedented grand scene, he admitted that although he was a little overconfident. But my hands are really itchy. Do it when you think of it, and withdraw when the situation is not right. After all, he had been training for such a long time, and he really wanted to see where his limit was. Anyway, Garp and Sengoku had Golden Lion to support them. Then try your best. Chapter 35 Conquerors. Let's clear the field first. Faced with this epic scene, Os admitted that he was so excited that he felt a little hot all over. After Garp and Sengoku were held back by Golden Lion. Next, Os will face all the Admiral-ranked soldiers in the entire Marine. Even though Admiral is not included, the rest of the lineup is quite amazing. The 3 major Logia Marine Vice Admirals, Guillaume, Dalmesia, and Huo Shaoshan, as well as a number of elite commodores and countless Marine soldiers. It was a rainy day with strong winds howling in the sky, making Os's windbreaker and Shiki's robe whistle. The two pirates, both with bounties in the tens, formed a brief alliance at this time. And what they have to face is almost the strongest combat force in the entire naval headquarters. Little devil, if you dare to hinder Lousy later, I will kill you. Golden Lion Shaki, with a cigar in his mouth and an extremely arrogant smile on his face, threatened Oz, who was standing beside him. As long as you can hold back Sengoku and Garp, we won't lose for now. Oz also smiled faintly. As long as the opponent is not too strong beyond his level, Oz is confident that even if he cannot win, at least he can fight him on equal terms. Obviously, the young Marine rookies are not yet strong enough to crush him. Faced with enormous pressure, and even with far more masters of the same level than them, the two did not show much pressure, but instead talked freely. Seeing this scene, the large number of Marines on the ground at this time no longer thought so. They just felt that these two people were really crazy. Moreover, facing two big pirates with 10-digit bounties at the same time, many recruits couldn't help but feel weak at the feet. For a character like this, the aftermath of a single blow from him could kill a large number of them. If there hadn't been a Marine admiral on the scene, they might have retreated long ago. Now they can only chat with each other to ease their inner panic. Black Gun Dr. Oz, a member of the Roger Pirates crew. I've seen his bounty. And there are the legendary great pirates, the Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shaki. Two dominant pirates' forces have joined forces. Big pirates like these will definitely die. Quote. Advertisement. As for the Marine generals and above, they were obviously much calmer. After all, the Marines had the upper hand no matter how you looked at it. But after all, the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates were notorious, so they did not dare to relax at all. If you are not careful when facing an enemy of this level, you will really die. With the huge number of people and the confidence brought by the officers, the morale of the Marine soldiers was still very high. At least there was no deserter. They shouted with all their might, and for a moment the noise was quite loud, with some shadows of the Summit War. What a noise. I don't know what they're so excited about. They're just a bunch of little soldiers. Oz looked at those excited soldiers, who were unable to hit or shoot accurately. They posed no threat to the two men who had air superiority, and he didn't know what they were angry about. Maybe the ignition point in the Pirates King world is generally low. Then let's clear the field first. Oz stood in the sky, looking at the endless Marine army, with no sadness or joy in his eyes, only contempt for the ants. In an instant, an aura that dominated the world expanded from Oz as the center to the surrounding areas. Almost half of the Marineford area was shrouded in the black and red aura. Clusters of black and red lightning emerged from Oz's body, raging and dancing wildly, as if it was the end of the world. That feeling of oppression swept across everything indiscriminately. Plop, plop, plop. It was as if their minds were being hit by a heavy hammer. Facing this overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, countless Marines could not even hold out for a second, and fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Even the colonel-level officers could only barely stay conscious under this intense pressure, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. In the sky, that figure emitting black and red thunder looked down at the whole place like a demon god, as deep as an abyss or a prison. Hahahaha. No wonder Roger praised you so much, you have such courage at such a young age. But, the era of Lousy and others has not ended yet, and it is not yet the turn of the little devil to appear on the sea. The next second, the golden red conquerors, which was even more powerful than Osa's black-red Haki, instantly surged out of his body. Under the double pressure, there are almost no generals below the level who can maintain their consciousness on the field. What follows is a battle between masters. ***. Marineford is definitely not a place where you can act wild as you please. Advertisement. As a burst of furious voices rang out, a figure suddenly jumped up in front of Oz and the Golden Lion, with a dazzling holy golden light all over his body. Admiral Sengoku, the user of the Great Buddha Fruit, attacked in anger, sending out a terrifying shock wave. Big Buddha shock wave. The dazzling golden light approached, but the two people in the air did not panic. One is not afraid at all, the other is having expected it. In the dazzling golden light, a flash of scarlet flashed by. This scene, of course, could not escape Osa's observation Haki, so he just smiled faintly as he watched the shock wave that was so close. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The exaggerated collision of big moves, the extremely terrifying aftermath exploded in the sky, a palm and a sword, wrestling continuously in the air. Obviously, Sengoku alone cannot suppress the Golden Lion at this moment. Since Shaki dares to come today, he has never been afraid of death. Soon, Garp also waved his fist and joined the high-end battle. A battle of this magnitude will never end unless one side is exhausted. The terrifying air wave centered on the three people, constantly destroying the earth and the sky. In the center of the square, the remaining Marines, led by the three Logia monsters, were also watching this battle that they could not intervene in. After all, they are young men in their 20s. The three of Kai, Qing and Huang have just graduated from the Marine Academy 2 years ago and are far from reaching the peak of their strength. As they looked up at the decisive battle in the sky, a tall figure with his hands in his pockets slowly walked towards him from the end of the square. Bew. Without any warning, a laser beam shot out from the Marine crowd at lightning speed, aiming at the man's head. Sneak attacks are not a good habit, Borsellino. Oz smiled, without dodging or avoiding, and let the laser beam go to his forehead. Then, a scene that shocked all the Marines appeared. Oz seemed to have no entity. At the moment of hitting the head, the light passes through the body. Unscathed. Chapter 36. Os vs. The Young Three Admirals. Oh, Kawhi, has your observation haki completely captured you? He is so strong like a monster, Black Gun Os. At this time, a wretched man wearing striped clothes and a marine cloak walked out from among the marine generals. It's like a sarcastic tone, making people feel uncomfortable as soon as they open their mouths. Marine Vice Admiral, the user of the flash fruit, Borsellino. In response, Os just smiled with interest and said, "Well, I've long been accustomed to hearing the word, monster. So, do you want to join me to deal with this monster? I really can't afford it." Black Gun Dottle Os. Marine doesn't need to talk about morality when dealing with a world threat like you who is a heinous criminal. Great eruption. Sakazuki didn't want to listen to a word Oz said, and didn't waste any words. His whole body instantly turned into extremely hot magma. Sulfur gas was emitting from his body, layers of sticky magma were rolling, and his entire clothes were also emitting red light. In the fist with the black leather glove, the power no less than that of a volcanic eruption was accumulating and expanding continuously. The first move was a killing move. From a distance, a heat wave came ahead of time, and Os's long hair danced wildly in the steam. The fruit with the strongest attack power, the lava fruit. Yes, it is normal for a force that is enough to send hundreds of tons of volcanic rocks thousands of meters into the air to have such exaggerated explosive power. However, this method is not without its shortcomings. That's too slow. Unlike Flash, which has super mobility, and Frozen Fruit, which has a huge spread, lava fruit has unprecedented attack power, and its pre-swing is also terrifying. At least in the face of Os's foreseen future, this great eruption with amazing momentum had no chance of hitting the target. Logia is indeed blessed with natural advantages, and Os has to admit that. But some paramesha involving the concept of rules overrides it. Os could have avoided this move, but that would have gone against his original intention of showing his true strength. After all, he doesn't always meet opponents of the same level as him. Others are either too weak or too strong. To this day, Os has never fought a full-scale battle. This is actually somewhat disadvantageous to Conqueror's future growth. So, advertisement. Facing Sakazuki's giant lava fist, Os's eyes continued to emit red light without any change in emotion. Obviously, the future he saw was not much different from what he expected. Jung. Facing such terrifying magma, Oz slowly clenched his fist with one hand, and the flowing armament haki instantly wrapped around it. The marine generals who were standing apart to avoid being accidentally injured by the high-temperature magma saw this scene and their pupils shrank instantly. They were a little bit incredulous. What, in that state, is he planning to have a head-on collision with Sakazuki? You are overestimating yourself. Even if you have armament haki, you can theoretically hurt the Logia user's body, but with such horrific explosive power and high temperature. Even if he uses armament haki to protect himself, his hands will definitely be burned instantly. Arrogant brat. However, Os's true strength obviously exceeded their expectations. In the next moment, on the flowing surface of the armed color, black and red lightning gathered again. The pressure that frightened everyone was cracking the earth, as if this power, just by existing in the world, brought with it terrifying pressure. That brat. This aura instantly attracted the three people who were fighting in the distance. The fierce battle on the battlefield came to a halt for a moment. How is it possible? Using Conqueror's coil at the age of 15. Sengoku's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and even bloodshot could be seen in his eyeballs. Hahahahaha, he's indeed the monster that Roger mentioned. That little brat with a gun has the qualifications to conquer the world at such a young age. Garp laughed and said, then let's keep him here forever. Hey, you two are distracted while fighting. You really don't take me seriously. Lousy is the golden lion. Apparently, the conversation between Garp and Sengoku angered the lion, and the pressure instantly doubled. Even Garp and Sengoku were very dignified when facing this power, not to mention Sakazuki who was still in his 20s. What? This kind of haki? A few drops of cold sweat flowed down Sakazuki's face, but they were quickly evaporated by the rolling magma. He could only bite the bullet and mobilize all his strength. The high explosive power of lava fruit was highlighted at this moment, and the huge lava fist flew towards Os. In response to this, Os also responded with a full-strength emission punch. Advertisement. The two forces collided with each other, and the huge pressure and high temperature instantly melted the entire ground into liquid. Boom. The two forces were in a stalemate. Strangely, the high temperature that was expected to melt bones and flesh did not seem to be able to directly hit Os's fist. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the fist that was constantly emitting black and red lightning, so the magma could not pass through it directly. Sakazuki's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The Marines were all in disbelief. This is the power of tyranny, Sakazuki. Even the volcanic explosive power that you are so proud of, in my opinion, it is just so. Black and red lightning flashed continuously on his fist. Os stared at the eruption of the lava and squatted down slightly to accumulate strength. The terrifying force rises from the waist. Under the dumbfounded expressions of the surrounding Marines, the ground 100 meters around them sank instantly, as if it could not bear the weight. The terrifying reactionary force enveloped the earth, and the extremely exaggerated expression showed the power of this force. Just a moment. The figure wrapped in black and red lightning and flowing haki broke through the main body of the lava fist and instantly arrived in front of Sakazuki who was caught off guard. That figure was like the Devil King from hell, with scarlet light flashing in his eyes. The terrifying haki surrounds the fist, charging. Sakazuki's chest instantly sank, and the flowing emission and Conqueror's entanglement made it impossible for him to enter elemental defense. He took the punch of such incredible force hard. That miserable look was even more exaggerated than when he was beaten into a meat patty during some Edd War. Seeing Sakazuki rolling his eyes and spitting blood, Osborne wanted to continue finishing off the enemy, but the other Marines beside him were not just for show. Beams of laser light shot out one after another, and there was overwhelming glaciers, forcing Os to stop and teleport out of the attack range. But the black and red lightning on his fist did not dissipate. Under the cover of violent storms, the proud figure in the windbreaker, his long hair and the hem of his coat fluttering in the wind, his handsome face still had that indifferent smile. At this moment, he held the Tyrant Chan in his hand, and the red light in his eyes that could see through the future never faded. This one person alone made all the young Marines in Marineford feel desperate. So, who's next? Advertisement Chapter 37 O's, God avoids. Whoosh whoosh, cold wind mixed with heavy rain. In the devastated battlefield, that proud figure simply stood there, making all the Marines dare not act rashly. The monster Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who was defeated and fell in the collision, sank 100 meters into the ground with just a charge. The terrifying flowing armed color and Conquerors were entangled. Even though that invincible aura was invisible, it weighed heavily on every Marine's heart, even Kuzan and Borsellino were no exception. Kuzan stared blankly at the man he had always wanted to catch. He could have relied on his superior observation haki and fruit ability to fool himself and the others, but now he gave himself and the others a chance to fight head-on. But no one dared to be sure, and no one dared to say that they could be undefeated in the face of that pair of black and red iron fists. Even Sakazuki, who has the strongest attack power, can't do it. As for sneak attacks, in front of those eyes that can see into the future, such an intention is nothing but a fantasy. A moment later, cough cough cough, a sound of coughing up blood was heard on the field. In the huge pit, a figure in a red suit stood up unsteadily, with a trace of blood still on the corner of his mouth. It's the prison dog. I have to say, this guy is really thick-skinned. But from his painful expression and the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, it is not difficult to tell that the punch just now caused him great damage and he is still injured. As Sakazuki stood up again, the depressing atmosphere in Marine instantly changed. Is this Chishuai? Hey, what are you hesitating about? No matter how powerful the opponent is, as Marines, we must do our best to protect the existence of this ocean. It doesn't matter even if I die in battle. Looking at his comrades who seemed to be in despair, Sakazuki's face was extremely ugly, and his angry curses were deafening. This also made many Marine generals who had originally lost their will to fight, grit their teeth and raise their swords and guns again. At the same time, biting cold and dazzling flashes appeared on the battlefield, and everyone began to exert their full strength at the same time. Looking at the future main generals of the Marines who were full of fighting spirit, just like in a theater version, Oz couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Just for a moment, he thought he was going to overwhelm everyone. But it doesn't seem that simple. There are so many heroes in the world. He may be the leader, but he can never dim the brilliance of others. Advertisement. There is no deserter king in the naval headquarters. As expected, none of them are cowards. Looking at the many warriors wearing marine cloaks, Oz also showed respect for the battle, showing a very excited smile, with red light flashing in his eyes. He slowly took off his windbreaker, revealing a body of explosively powerful muscles. There were a few scars on his body, but they were few and far between. Because he was born with the monster-like observation ability, he was rarely injured since he was a child. The two-color haki in his hand is wrapped around the raven. One hand clenched into a fist, the other holding a knife. This group of Marines is worth his full efforts. Then, he slowly raised his left thumb upwards, and from a distance it looked like he was giving a thumbs up. He looked among the Marines. Finally, he aimed at the curly-haired man who was often targeted by him. It's coming. What? The person involved, Kuzan, had cold frost accumulated in his body, and he was stunned for a moment when he saw this action. It turns out that when someone points their thumb at you, he may not be praising you. It could also be targeting you. From Kuzan's perspective, the pair of red eyes had originally been staring at him from 100 meters away, but in an instant they were right in front of him, still staring at him. But the movement of his hand had changed, and the long sword surrounded by black and red lightning slashed straight at him with lightning speed. This speed. Are you kidding me? As Oz's sword fell, the terrifying sword energy, accompanied by domineering entanglement, chopped directly on Kuzan's frozen body. The sword was too fast and caught people off guard. Even Kuzan, who activated his elemental transformation in an instant, also had a bright red wound appear in front of him, which then quickly froze to stop the bleeding. Osborne wanted to strike again, but a laser beam shot straight at the back of his head. He did not choose to resist, but dodged to the side. Then he turned sideways, looked back and chopped the oncoming lava with a knife. This was no longer the large-scale confrontation with Sakazuki, the Marines were now beating each other up in unison. Advertisement. If it weren't for the scenes of the future emerging in his eyes, Oz would probably have been drowned in the endless combo. But he has the power to foresee the future and teleport. Invincibility is inevitable. He dodged and moved, teleporting to avoid the spreading glacier under his feet. Oz was not at all panicked when surrounded by the Marines. With his extraordinary strength and haki, he kicked anyone who came close to him. He rushed forward, turned around and faced the suddenly appearing Aim no Ken with a knife, teleported to avoid Dark Hound, and punched Sakazuki in the chest again. Along with the occasional inconsistency between foreseeing the future and the body's reaction, wounds also appeared on Os's body. Although it hurts, he is obsessed with the feeling of improving his strength, and he is addicted to the flesh and flesh fighting. The scarlet eyes kept scanning everyone present. Do you guys want to dance too? Although Os was constantly suffering from wounds, burns, piercings, and frostbite, the number of Marines was also visibly decreasing. After all, not everyone is a blood cow. Most of the young generals, after being hit by himself, will basically lose their combat ability completely like Cake before. Gradually, only 4 figures were left on the battlefield still fighting. Yashikani no Magatama. Os's figure kept teleporting, red light flashed in his eyes, and the trajectory of each light bullet appeared in his mind, and he dodged them perfectly. But when I teleported to a certain gap, the ground under my feet felt smooth, and a trace of cold air was entwined around me. Use the gaps in the light beams to force me to hide in a designated location, and then freeze me. Good tactics. Os looked at his frozen right foot calmly, with red light flashing in his eyes. Obviously, he had seen the future of this scene a long time ago. But this is also one of the characteristics of a large-scale attack. If you don't freeze, you will have to eat all the bullets. Looking at the Marine wounded on the ground who were affected by the beam, Oz knew that they were really angry. At the moment when Os was frozen, a huge lava fist rushed straight to his face again. Only this time it's not just this. There was also a dazzling beam of light and a huge ice bird emitting biting cold air. Facing the 3 killer moves, Os was not panicked at all. Instead, the faint smile on his face gradually deepened. Interesting, then I'll be more serious. The Conquerors in his hand kept shrinking, and then slowly covered the entire blade of the Raven sword. You have to be ready for this move. God avoid. Chapter 38. The war is over, Os flees. Facing the killer moves of the 3 Logias, Os did not teleport to avoid them because he also wanted to test his own limits. God avoid. As Os's merciless voice fell, the 3 people who were besieging them all felt a chill rising from their bodies. The black and red blade, wrapped in the Conquerors that had become real, combined with the unparalleled strange power of the demon-like figure, slashed towards the 3 people at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Black and red lightning mixed with the collapse of elements, the dazzling light illuminated Os's excited face. The power was so great, coupled with the familiarity of this power, that Sengoku and others couldn't help but look sideways again. That's Roger's divine ward. Very similar, but not as powerful as him. Hahahaha, what a promising kid. Is this the limit of the Marine of the new era? Shiki mocked mercilessly. Although he and the Roger pirates didn't get along very well, he would rather see the Marine lose face than the Marine. How could this bunch of rubbish possibly catch Roger? To the 3 future admirals of the Marine Corps, I admit that you are qualified to fight me. Oz dodged with his sword and slashed through the 3 natural elemental killing moves that were like natural disasters. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, he pointed his sword at the 3 people. Come on, try to kill me. The 3 of them were clearly enraged by Oz's contemptuous attitude, and their bodies were filled with exaggerated natural forces, and even the surrounding environment began to change because of it. At full strength, that force is enough to permanently change the topography and climate of an island. After both sides had given their all, Oz admitted that he was indeed under a bit of pressure. One he was confident in suppressing, the other he was quite comfortable with. 3 of them can only barely remain undefeated. This is when he possesses 2 invincible abilities. No wonder Oda once said that no one in the world can defeat 2 admirals alone. This kind of Blood Bowl plus Haki Grandmaster plus natural disaster destructive power. If you want to defeat 2 or more people by yourself, it is impossible unless you use the old one to crush the young one, or use the ability of a very strange fruit to launch a sneak attack. Looking at the series of wounds on his body, Oz probably understood that this was his current limit. But even though he understands it, Oz still wants to challenge his limits. This may be an opportunity for him to take the next step in Conqueror's career. This is also the fundamental reason why he chose to play this game. He just didn't believe it. His arrogance had already expanded to the point where he could challenge 3 admirals alone. Wouldn't he be able to grow to the point where he could ascend to the throne of the strongest conquerors? He had imagined it all. If I appear in a big scene with Shanks in the future, and we both play the Conqueror's appearance. Advertisement. Nothing is scary. Whoever is weak will be embarrassed. He didn't want to fall behind Shanks in the Conqueror's weapon. Shanks. Just a stinky little brother. The fierce battle is still going on. When masters fight, the time is always measured in days. After 5 days and 5 nights of fierce fighting, even Os, who had a monstrous physique, was a little exhausted. The body was covered with wounds, some new and some old. The older ones had now formed a thick scab. On the other hand, the 3 future admirals are not having a good time either. The wounds were even worse than those on Os, covering almost all of their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that elementalization could occasionally offset some of the damage, they would be in a worse state than now. Borsalino's glasses had been broken long ago, and this always leisurely and wretched old monkey had lost several teeth, and his body was covered with footprints and knife wounds. Sakazuki next to him was not much better. After being injured by Os's punch, his reaction speed was obviously reduced. If he wasn't covered with lava now, he would definitely look bruised and battered. Of course, the most serious case is of course the person that Os takes the most care of, the old Haibing who loves and hates each other. Now, in addition to the miserable wounds on his face and body, his left leg was twisted in an irregular shape, as if he was destined to have a calamity. But fortunately it is not broken. After wrapping it with a huge bandage, it should heal in 10 days or half a month. There's nothing we can do. It's not that they are bad, it's just that Oz is too perverted. Apart from a little lack of combat experience, he has almost no weaknesses. Whether it is physical skills, swordsmanship, or hockey, he can almost always suppress them. In addition, he has the elusive teleportation fruit, so it is almost impossible to hurt him. Plus, the Conqueror's hockey becomes crazier and stronger the more you fight, and it wraps around the sword and throws a divine dodge at you from time to time, which hurts more and more each time. Fortunately, no matter how long the battle was, it finally came to an end. At the other end of the four-man melee battlefield, 3 strong men from the old era took the lead in deciding the winner. Shaki, Roger's death will be the beginning of an era of peace. We Marines will never allow anyone to destroy it. Garp. After the final blow of Fist-Bone Galaxy impact landed, the proud and unyielding Golden Lion finally fell. Perhaps it was the rudder above his head that affected his strength, or perhaps he was too focused on fighting and was ultimately outnumbered, so Shaki was defeated. After being shackled with Seastone, no more power to fight back. At the same moment when Golden Lion Shaki fell, Oz's scalp suddenly felt numb, and his hair stood on end. His observation haki warned him of danger. Whoosh. Advertisement. Oz, who was enjoying the battle with the 3 generals, immediately teleported away from the spot. Boom. Wahahahaha, you hid pretty fast, the gun-carrying kid on Roger's ship. A fist with a fierce red glow fell down from where he was originally standing, and the ground within 1,000 meters was cracked. Even the 3 seriously injured admirals were forced to retreat due to the residual power. At this moment, the sneak attack. This was the man who had pushed the captain of Oz into desperate situations several times. Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Seeing Garp's fist shatter thousands of meters, Oz couldn't help but sweat a few drops on his forehead. Captain Roger is not here, so you bully me, an intern. Mr. Garp, this is not the style of a righteous Marine. Quote. I told you so, Oz. At this time, Sengoku, who still hadn't exited the giant Buddha form, also joined the battlefield and shouted at Oz sternly. Marine doesn't need to talk about morality when dealing with villains like you. Really? Then, as pirates, it's normal to run away when facing an unbeatable Marine, right? Oz didn't seem to care about Sengoku's roar, but smiled at the others. In fact, when he saw Golden Lion lose, he knew that it was time to run away. I had a great time fighting and became famous. If I don't leave now, I will be sent in to keep Captain Roger company. What? Hearing this, Sengoku's face turned red instantly. Could it be that? UB*************** D. The reason why he was so angry was because he knew that with that almost unstoppable ability, if Oz wanted to escape, there would be almost no one who could stop him. But in this way, Naval Headquarters Marineford, where is the face of the entire Marine? Perhaps adding fuel to the fire, seagulls holding cameras and carrying bags were flying overhead, taking pictures continuously. Oz smiled at the camera and waved to several Marines. Then, amid the explosions and smoke from their angry attacks, the figure of Black Gun Oz disappeared. Chapter 39. The Future King. Big news that shocked the world. The day after Oz escaped from Marineford, the outbreak of the Marineford invasion battle incident was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, completely blowing up the sea that had just calmed down. World public opinion began to boil. As one of the 3 major overlords of the New World, a strong man like Golden Lion Shaki has the courage to break into the naval headquarters alone. Although people may be surprised by such a big event, it is not beyond common sense. It's normal for big pirates like these to do crazy things. However, the name Black Gun Doder Oz quickly attracted the attention of countless countries and forces around the world as soon as he appeared. Wanted. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doder Oz. A member of the original Roger Pirates crew, Conqueror's Hockey Grandmaster, suspected user of the Paramesha teleportation fruit ability, one of the masterminds of the Marineford invasion campaign. The bounty is 2.649 billion berries. Regardless of life or death, the crime is extremely heinous. The name of the young Roger Pirates trainee, who was originally only known in a small circle, instantly became a hot pirates supernova in the world after this major incident. No, this is no longer a supernova. According to an exclusive report by the World Economic News, the little devil on Roger's ship may have already possessed the combat power to challenge the highest combat power of the world government, Marine Admiral. The king of the young generation. The monster, cultivated by pirates King Roger will rule the next era. The next generation. King. Sabayati Archipelago. In the red light district that has already started reconstruction and operation. The prosperity of the past is gradually restored. Mrs. Sammy. It's a report about Lord Oz. The 2 mascots of the red light district, Oz's special maids, Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi, ran excitedly into Sammy's office. Because they were too excited, they even forgot to knock on the door. This actually scared Sammy, who was drinking tea. The 2 of them jumped up and down, holding the newspaper in their little hands and putting it on the table, and said excitedly. Look, the newspaper said that Lord Oz had a fight with the top Marines at the naval headquarters and then left in style. Yeah, now the world is saying that Lord Oz is the king of the next era. So handsome. As expected of Lord Oz. Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi's eyes were full of love as they read the description of Oz in the newspaper. They felt even more proud and satisfied than Oz himself. But the 2 young and ignorant maids didn't know. How much impact does this news have on Sammy, who has been in the dark world and seen the real world? Advertisement. Sammy took the newspaper and read every word carefully, with horror and shock on his face, and his delicate pupils trembling constantly. She thought that Lord O's might be really strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. If that's true, then maybe this newspaper is not wrong. Lord Oz truly has the qualifications to be the strongest in the world. As the report concludes, as summarized in the evaluation. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doter Oz. A hopeless genius, a monstrous physique, an absolutely powerful Conqueror's Haki owner, and a devil fruit ability that gives him absolute dominance in battle. It is suspected that he is a leader of the new era with absolute strength trained by Roger. Judging from the courage and potential it has shown, I am afraid that for at least the next 30 years, I will have absolute dominance over the world's top powers. The first half of the Grand Line. On an unknown island. A majestic ship was docked here. In the forest not far from the dock, 3 people were sitting around roasting the wild animals they had hunted on the island. Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks. Big news. Rayleigh and his crew were returning to Sabayati Archipelago and were stopping for a rest. Suddenly, Buggy came running over from the beach excitedly, holding a newspaper in his hand, shouting as he ran. There's news about us in the newspaper. It's a big event. Oh, really? Let me see. Shanks jumped up when he heard this and quickly snatched the newspaper from Buggy's hand. The more he read, the more stars appeared in his eyes. As expected of Oz. So cool, making a scene at the naval headquarters. Hearing this, Buggy couldn't help but smile excitedly. Right. It's said all over the world that Captain Roger was defeated and arrested by the Marine. Now Oz really vented our anger. The two of them were discussing excitedly, then looked at Rayleigh who was still grilling, and quickly ran to his side with the newspaper. Rayleigh looked at the 2 reckless kids and didn't say much. He just smiled and took the newspaper. Just one glance and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. The first large picture at the beginning of the newspaper was taken by the newspaper bird that day. Oz was shirtless, holding a long knife, with his long hair flying and his body covered with wounds. At this moment, he was smiling, his eyes fixed on the 5 Marines in front of him. Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine. Among the 3 Logia monsters, Rear Admiral. In addition to the boasting and praise for Oz throughout the article, there are also some pictures of him fighting against the future 3 admirals alone. In the picture, Oz's body is wrapped in black and red lightning, and he is fighting fiercely in the face of the 3 major natural disasters without losing any ground. Advertisement. As you can imagine, as the military ranks and combat effectiveness of those 3 young Marines gradually increase in the future, the value of this picture will continue to rise. Faced with such an exaggerated lineup, he made a big fuss and escaped unscathed. God avoids me, I really miss you. Just by looking at Oz's moves in the photo, Rayleigh could tell that this was one of Roger's famous skills. Now it continues to flourish in the hands of Oz. And the comment on Oz at the end. Looking at the figure of Haki Wushwang, he seemed to see a little bit of Roger's youth. But Roger was not 15 years old at that time, but 25 years old. Scary young man. Rayleigh sighed. But then again, I just don't know. What exactly was Oz's intention behind this action? Was it really just to vent Roger's anger? At the same time. Impelled down thousands of meters above the sky, sitting cross-legged on the clouds, Oz casually caught a passing newspaper bird. After using the Bailey in the other person's purse to buy a newspaper, he let him go. After reading carefully, puff, Oz couldn't hold it in any longer. He felt speechless and wanted to laugh at the same time. Morgans, in the early days of his business, was willing to say anything for sales. I almost said he would be the future king of the world. Moreover, the selection and layout of the photos, although none of them are fake, are forcibly misleading the world. It was as if the invasion of Marineford was planned by Oz alone, and Golden Lion was just a formality. Whether it's one person fighting 3 generals, or Oz using dominance, it's like the protagonist and the big boss. But, Oz asked himself, his original intention of going to Marineford was not to show off. Even when fighting, the atmosphere was just right. I wanted to try my best and build up my courage, but that was an idea I only came up with later. Looking at the bold red words, extremely heinous crimes, life or death, Oz was somewhat helpless. This even has a separate wanted poster. Being forced to bear so many big names, Oz actually doesn't care much. Anyway, no one can really do anything to him. But it's arranged. When he meets Morgans, he will naturally settle the score with this stupid bird. Advertisement Chapter 40 Infiltration Impel Down. Have you heard about it? The Battle of Marineford. Of course. I heard that the legendary great pirate, Golden Lion Shaki, will be escorted here soon. Which floor? Are you stupid? Of course it must be the 6th level, Eternal Hell. That's true. Behind the Gate of Justice, in a barrel-shaped building that was mostly submerged in the sea, 2 gatekeepers were chatting boredly. One of them was so bored that he almost fell asleep. Click. At this moment, a light landing sound was heard, which immediately alerted one of them. What's that sound? Why? Hearing this loud shout, the jailer who was dozing off immediately jumped up in panic, almost losing his grip on the gun in his hand. He threw it several times in the air before catching it in his hand and hastily aimed it behind him. But when I looked behind me, I found no one. The door was also intact and tightly closed. What are you doing? You should know your limits when joking. No, I did hear footsteps just now. How could it be? The jailer couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Was he really hallucinating? At this time, impelled down behind the gate, a naked upper body with many hideous wounds. A man with a long sword on his waist and a bag on his back walked leisurely through the garden. It was Oz who passed through the heavy outer protection and teleported directly from the air. It is hard to imagine that in Impel Down, one of the three major portals of the world government, countless pirates are terrified and it is said that no one can escape from the pirates' hell. A vicious pirates who had just invaded the naval headquarters was able to wander around here freely. We've already been through Marineford and Impel Down, so I don't think we'll have to go to Ennie's lobby later. Although that's what I said, the minions in Ennie's lobby alone can even clear the level with Luffy who just went out to sea. I don't really have much interest in Oz. At most I'll just take a stroll around when I travel. But seriously, this Impel Down is really big. The first floor alone was barely enough to cover the entire area with Osa's Observation Haki. It was almost the size of a town. Advertisement. But he doesn't need to stay on the first floor. Along the way, Os was also looking for the best point to teleport to the lower level. You can't just teleport randomly and then teleport to the jailer team. Although Os was confident that he could kill these soldiers immediately, once he was exposed, he would probably be entangled. After all, Impel Down is a closed space. If he provokes a bunch of people to commit suicide, then he will not be able to meet and chat with Captain Roger. Not to mention, there are also more difficult masters like Magellan. Step. The light footsteps were not noticeable in Impel Down, but such a strange figure inevitably attracted the attention of many prisoners in the surrounding cells. They saw a guy who was neither wearing jailer's clothes nor the prison chief walking over with a swagger. After just a moment of stunned and incredible, an extremely strong desire to survive immediately broke out. Hey, brother over there, please, take me with you. I have a lot of treasure buried outside, and I'm willing to do anything, take me with you. Little devil, let me out right now, or I will kill you. Threats, inducements, and pleadings were all the rage, and the noise seemed to overturn the entire Impel Down. Osa's face instantly turned green, and he looked at the prisoners with gnashing teeth. Black and red lightning instantly exploded on his body. Shut up, buzz, plop, plop, plop. For a moment, the world was quiet. The pirates who had been hysterical before, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. After all, he was just a small fry fit for imprisonment on the first floor, without even a bounty of over 100 million. It is worth mentioning that the video surveillance Den Mushi on the wall also collapsed under Osa's haki, which saved Oz a lot of trouble. With his exaggerated observation haki, Oz saw at least 3 floors underground. Oz kept teleporting towards the deeper level. Even if he occasionally encountered a patrolling jailer, Oz could easily use his blind spot or the condensed Conqueror's haki to stun him instantly. Perfect stealth in the underwater prison, Ozgo is elusive. Continuing down, I reached the 5th level of hell, and I sensed a familiar figure in my sight. The future head of Impel Down, Magellan, the current deputy warden of Impel Down. Advertisement. When Oz sensed this guy, he withdrew his sense in just a moment, his eyes twitched a few times, and his face was full of gloom. Not because of anything else. It's Magellan who's having diarrhea again. The picture is so beautiful. Oz felt that his observation haki had become dirty. Fortunately, after many twists and turns and a few quick moves, Oz finally reached his destination. Impelton, 6th floor. Eternal hell. After reaching this level, Oz did not choose to wander around any longer. After all, those who are qualified to be imprisoned here are all great pirates who have left their names in history. A bounty of over 100 million is only the most basic condition. It's not like conquerors can calm these guys down. In order to prevent them from affecting his meeting with Captain Roger, Oz simply used his observation haki to lock onto the cell where Roger was, and then teleported over there. The deepest part of eternal hell. There was no light in the dark solitary cell. A majestic figure is sitting here. You're here, Oz. Roger, who has the ability to hear the sounds of all things, can recognize this figure in the dark even without using his observation haki. Squeak. Following a friction sound, a flame of light appeared in the cell. The dim light revealed an extremely handsome face. It was Oz. Is it so tortuous here? There's not even a little light. Hahahaha, there's nothing we can do. They only give us 1 meal a day. If I had known this, I would have turned myself in later. Hahahaha. Looking at Captain Roger who was bound by shackles and still so heartless at this point, Oz couldn't help but feel helpless. Hey, Oz, Roger said with a smile on his face, looking at Oz's face with some suggestion, did you bring any wine? I haven't had a drink in a long time. No. Hey, you must be kidding. No. Hearing this, Roger looked bitter and wailed like a child. Seeing this scene, Oz smiled maliciously. Well, actually I brought it.
2RP Chapter 41 It's broken. Am I a remnant of the old times? In this small cage, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other, surrounding a small oil lamp. The dim light flickered in the room, and Roger smiled for the first time in these days. I only brought 4 bottles. Once you finish them, there will be no more. Oz took out 4 bottles of rum from his bag and opened them one by one. He had no intention of drinking them himself. But considering that Captain Roger was about to set off, he could drink. Come on, Captain Roger, even though I don't like it, I will make an exception and drink with you this time. Oshom said. He felt that he was becoming more romantic as a man. Only, to his surprise, Roger looked at him with disdain after hearing this. What? If you don't like drinking, just leave it all to me. I don't have enough to drink anyway. This old guy, should we say he is childish, or is he a pure drunkard? This is still stingy. A well-shaped pattern slowly appeared on Osa's forehead, and Osa's face darkened. Fortunately, after much persuasion, Captain Roger gave up one bottle. Then Os took out a few wrapped big bone sticks from his bag. After all, he will be executed in a few days. Even if it is not luxurious, this is the final farewell meal. But Roger was clearly pleased. Looking at the wine and meat in front of him, he was obviously very happy, but the shackles on his hands affected his movements. Want me to help you untie this? Oh, is it okay? Roger said with a smile. Due to the torture of illness and long-term hunger, he no longer had any strength left, and even using Haki was difficult for him. Os felt very uncomfortable watching this scene. With a light touch using emission, the sturdy shackles instantly shattered into pieces. The two men, who had both shaken the sea, were now talking happily, eating meat and drinking wine. This scene reminded Os of the happy and free life he had on the Oro Jackson. Os, how are you doing now? Roger asked with a red face and a smile, holding the meat in his left hand and the wine in his right hand. He was obviously very happy after drinking. Uncle Rayleigh has sent everyone back home. There's no marine chasing them, and there's no wanted warrant. Everything I've heard is good. Advertisement, really? Roger was very satisfied after hearing this and took a big gulp of wine. It was worth it that he specifically proposed conditions to the world government, that they must not pursue his crew members anymore. However, my original wanted warrant was revoked, but I had a fight at the naval headquarters, and now there is a reward of more than 2 billion Baileys on my head. Seeing Roger smiling so happily, Oz added. Puff, cough cough cough. Hearing this sudden turn of events, Roger couldn't hold back and all the wine in his mouth sprayed out. I was just about to complain about how much trouble Os was causing, but then I noticed that I had wasted another sip of wine. My wine. Roger opened his mouth and began to regret the wine again. He couldn't help feeling depressed. It was not until Os gave him the remaining wine that he became happy. By the way, Shanks and Buggy said they're going to watch the execution in 2 days, and I'll go with them then. Shanks and Buggy. Hearing the names of the two brats, Roger showed a nostalgic expression on his face, and turned to Os and said. They're the hope of the new era, Oz, you must take care of them for me. Huh? I am also a member of the new age, why should I do this? Os was puzzled. He thought it was impossible to be so biased. New era. Haven't you already seen One Piece? We went too early and have lost our qualifications, Roger said as a matter of course. No, Os heard something was wrong and was stunned for a moment. He is still a young man. When I was on the ship, I was only concerned with the sentimentality and excitement. I happily boarded the Raftel together, but ended up raising my seniority. Broken. I have become a remnant of the old era. Os was a little confused, and stood there for a long time before he came to his senses. And it seems that he will not have a chance to be selected in the future 12-man competition. Although he doesn't really care about it, but Os was still a little uncomfortable with becoming an old guy inexplicably. I haven't even ventured out on the sea yet, how come it's time to retire? Never mind, anyway, he didn't want to be the king of pirates. It didn't matter too much since he wasn't interested in that. After figuring this out, Os felt much better. He could still spend his time as he pleased in the future. That night, the two chatted a lot. Advertisement, their views on world government, memories of the past sailing life, and views on the future direction of the world. After having a good meal and a few drinks, it was finally time for Os to leave. Just before leaving, Os seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at the man who had dominated the world all his life. Hey, Captain, I remember you have a wife and children, right? Oh, how did you know? Roger was a little surprised. Have you forgotten? My observation Haki. Hahahaha, yeah, I almost forgot about it. What a magical ability. Then, do you need me to help you take care of them? You should understand that the world government and the Marines will never let them go. Os said calmly, staring at Roger with a dim gaze. Well, don't worry, Oz, I have entrusted them to. Garp, right? Oz turned around and looked very seriously at the bearded man who was still very optimistic. Os admitted that Roger was indeed a good captain and a great pirate with courage and ambition. But he was undoubtedly a failed husband and a failed father. Os was not qualified to judge whether what Roger did was right or wrong, but as a trainee crew member who had received his kindness and half a disciple, although he had no right to meddle in other people's affairs, he still couldn't help himself. With Garp being just a Marine Vice Admiral, how can you expect him to fight against the entire world government and the Marines? Or do you think that your so-called mutual admiration will make Garp defect from Marine? She is now just a powerless pregnant woman. Facing Os's questions, Roger fell silent, and his usual smile disappeared from his face. He was speechless. Seeing Roger like this for the first time, Os's face showed no sadness or joy, and then he continued to speak. After all, I will take care of them and their son in a safe place. Of course, I won't interfere too much in their lives. As for what path the child wants to take in the future, let him decide for himself. After saying that, Os looked at Roger, who didn't respond and kept silent with his head down. He turned around and teleported out of the cell, then walked out. It was not until Oz was about to leave the other party's sight that he heard a whisper in his observation. Thank you, Oz. Chapter 42 The Price of Winning Without Anything. 10,000 meters high, the cold current from the sky had little effect on Os. He headed straight for South Blue. In fact, he didn't want to rush like this. But after all, it was only 2 days before the execution. As far as I can remember, it wasn't long after the execution the Marine followed the clues and found South Blue's Bartelila Island. Captain Roger's wife, Portgas de Rouge, postponed her birth for more than a year in order to avoid Marine inspections. She eventually died after giving birth. To be on the safe side, Oss had to act in advance. And with Oss's speed of teleporting wherever he sees, it only takes about an hour to get to South Blue. If all goes well, he should be able to make it in time for the final execution. South Blue, Bartelila Island. This is a beautiful country, at least Oss thinks it is very suitable for dating. Love is always blind, and young girls in love will often fall in love with the handsome men on the sea. But Rouge actually understood that although Roger loved her, a man like him could not be trapped by love, not to mention that he was about to die. He loved her, but he loved the sea and his dreams more. But Rouge was still willing to leave his bloodline to continue for the man he loved. Standing by the cliff, Rouge looked out to the sea, the breeze blowing through her hair. She looked at Roger's wanted poster, and the scene of the two of them cuddling together still emerged in her mind. If it's a boy, he'll be called Ace, and if it's a girl, she'll be called Anne. This is the name Roger once promised, but he will never have the chance to see his child again. Please accept my condolences, ma'am. A voice broke Rouge's thoughts. She looked behind her warily and saw a tall young man in black military uniform appeared beside her. Panic. Her first reaction was that she was exposed. After all, Roger is so famous that neither the pirates nor the Marines would want to let go of his bloodline. She must escape. Advertisement. Don't be nervous, ma'am. I'm not a bad person. Captain Roger was worried about your safety and asked me to come here. Roger? Perhaps because of the name, or because Oss really didn't do anything radical, Rouge finally stayed where he was for the time being. After all, she was a pregnant woman. How far could she run in front of a tall and strong man? Seeing that Rouge finally didn't run away, but still had a vigilant look on his face, Oss was also a little headache. What can prove your identity? I should have asked Captain Roger to write a letter or something. After thinking for a moment, he finally came up with an idea. He took out his wanted poster and showed it directly in front of Rouge, pointing to the column introducing himself. Ma'am, you will understand after reading this. Rouge saw that he was sincere, so she looked at the place where Oss pointed in the newspaper. Regardless of life or death, the crime is extremely heinous. After reading the introduction, Rouge looked at the villain in front of him more vigilantly. Oss. You're pointing to the wrong place. Oss, Roger Pirate's crew? Perhaps he saw the doubt in Rouge's eyes. Oss rubbed his head. He was actually a little helpless. No way, he had already forced his way on board halfway, and reaped the benefits of the times with Roger, becoming the easy winner. There's always a price to pay. After all, he is not like Roger's other crew members, who follow Roger just out of friendship or pursuit of dreams. The relationship between them is equal, and the Roger Pirates is not a family based on bloodline. They have no obligation to do anything for Roger's widow and children. Whether it's out of ignorance or indifference, there's nothing wrong with it. Their main mission entrusted by Roger was to guide the person who inherited Roger's will to Raftel at the right time. Not someone who inherited Roger's bloodline. But Oss, Shanks and Buggy are different. After they came aboard as young children, Captain Roger taught and protected them undeniably. Under such a relationship, Shanks and Buggy, as the new eras hope to compete for the qualification of One Piece, devote themselves to the new era as the best reward for him. Shanks inherited the Straw Hat, carried on Roger's will, and hopefully reached Raftel at the right time. Advertisement. Even if it fails, it will maintain the balance of the ocean and pave the way for the next person to inherit Roger's will. Buggy is one of the potential seeds of the new era, and although Roger does not place much hope on him, he also does not train him very much, so the two can offset each other. Only Oss does not belong to any of the above. He is both a remnant of the old era and a young man living in the new era. Roger didn't even ask him to do anything. On the way back from Raftel, I realized that Oss's greatest pursuit was happiness and freedom. He didn't even ask for protection for the person who inherited his will, only asking him to give the world's hope to someone else, and there were no other requests. It was this embarrassing position that made Oss feel that he should do something. After all, he didn't inherit any will, but he still got all the power and benefits. So, taking good care of Captain Roger's wife and children was the only thing he could think of to repay Roger. Yes, before Captain Roger left, he was worried about you, so he asked me to take care of you. Oss told a white lie with a faint smile on his face, without any trace of acting. It was these few simple words that broke through Rouge's last line of defense. The water rippled and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Rouge leaned his forehead against Oss's body, biting his lip, his hand still tightly grasping the newspaper of Roger's upcoming execution. There is a big age gap between them. She fell in love with Roger because of love, so she respects Roger's dreams and choices. But this doesn't mean she doesn't care about this love. After learning that Roger still cared about them, Rouge had no doubts and chose to trust his crew member Oss. And willing to follow him away. After all, she and her child need a safe environment, and Oss, as Roger's crew member, seems so reliable. Next, the two did not waste any time. After all, Oz had to rush back to watch the execution. Oz followed Rouge back to the cabin and simply packed some luggage. Oz picked up a huge package easily, looked around, and suddenly found the dusty knife in the corner. Roger's saber, one of the 12 great swords of the supreme sharpness. Ace, if you want, I can give it to you. Rouge noticed this and said with a smile. After all, she didn't need it. Roger had more than one relic, and now Oz was the only support for them, and he was also Roger's crew member. Do a favor and go with the flow, she will also feel at ease. Chapter 43. Dare to refuse, the country will be destroyed, smiley face. About an hour later, two figures, one big and one small, walked out of the small house. Rouge looked back at the small house that once recorded her and Roger's memories, and some reminiscence flashed in her eyes. They had a really great time here. He carried the huge bag on his shoulders. Oz, who was standing by, saw this but did not urge him. Let's go, Austin. After a moment, Rouge turned around and smiled gently. Perhaps Ace's gentle and shy personality was inherited from his mother. Oz thought about it, smiled and nodded. I have to say that Rouge brought a lot of stuff. If someone with less strength came, they might not be able to carry it. Almost everything related to Captain Roger was brought with him. The bowls they had used to eat together, the pants that Captain Roger had not had time to put on after washing them, and Roger's captain's hat. Yes, if Rouge wasn't a love-brained person, then a middle-aged uncle like Captain Roger wouldn't be able to win her heart. Although the cottage is built on the seaside, it is not adjacent to the nearest pier. Along the way, I saw many residents living in Oz. The Marines will come to search soon, it's too easy to be exposed. If they walked by openly, many people would definitely notice these two figures. It was not because of anything else, it was just that Oz was so tall and big, carrying a bag that was almost as tall as mine, it was hard not to notice him. If someone investigates carefully, they can easily see that it is me. He is not afraid of trouble, but he is afraid that someone will cause trouble for Rouge. Perhaps noticing Oz's narrowed eyes, Rouge was startled, his eyes full of doubt. Could it be that? Mr. Oz, are you planning to kill everyone to eliminate all traces? She didn't say the second half of the sentence. This possibility unconsciously occurred to Rouge's mind, and she was also shocked by herself. That's not the case. Oz smiled. Is he so cruel? Buzz. With the controlled Conqueror's Haki impact, figures who were working or eating far away lost consciousness one after another, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. With smooth sailing, Oz and the other man finally arrived at the dock. If we drive in a straight line, we should be able to reach the destination in 2 days. Oz guessed. Advertisement. When we stepped onto the dock, we saw many ships docked here, most of them were merchant ships. There are also a few aristocratic yachts, probably belonging to nobles of some kingdom or the like, who come here for the view of Batterilla Island. Mr. Oz, which ship is coming to pick us up? Rouge asked when he saw Oz stop in front of the dock. How about this? Why? Rouge was stunned on the spot. It seemed like Oz was asking her. Wasn't there any arrangement before picking someone up? Why does it seem like I have to pick one on the spot now? Well, since you're still pregnant, let's go with the most luxurious one. With Rouge, who was still in a daze, Oz carried the luggage and headed for the largest and most luxurious ship on the dock. He stepped onto the escalator in a familiar manner. However, the guards soon discovered them. Hey, who are you two? This is the flagship of the king of the kingdom of Solilon. You lowly people. Buzz. Thump, the guard who was about to say some dirty words was immediately coaxed to sleep by Oz. Oz, who boarded the ship, of course quickly attracted the attention of the guards on board. Led by the captain of the kingdom's guards, they quickly surrounded the two uninvited guests who had boarded the ship. The figure in armor stepped forward first, holding a spear and questioning, "Who are you?" Rouge was a little nervous, but Oz was still as steady as a dog even though he was surrounded. He was not afraid of guns. He was confident that he could kill everyone before anyone opened fire. But in this case, no one will sail the boat. He thought for a moment, then smiled and took out a folded piece of paper and handed it over. This is my ID. Hearing this, the guard leader who was about to shoot was stunned for a moment. ID? When he heard this word, the first thing he thought of was whether the person in front of him was a senior official of the world government who wanted to take a boat to leave here. After all, their kingdom of Solilon is also one of the member states of the world government. If that's the case, it's not impossible to bring him along, but we'll have to wait until His Majesty the King comes back from his outing. Thinking of this, the head nurse took the paper handed to her by Oz and slowly opened it. It only says, "Wanted." 3 big words. Looking at this wanted poster that was exactly the same as the one in front of him, the guard leader's brain briefly froze. After seeing the 10-digit bounty, he was even more shocked. Advertisement. Isn't this the one who has become famous in the newspapers recently? Circles of blood quickly climbed and spread around his pupils. Cold sweat kept pouring down. You, how about we set off now? Oz smiled gently, like a casual traveler. He slowly lowered his head, leaned close to the ear of the guard captain whose pupils were trembling with nervousness, and whispered like a devil. If you dare to refuse, I will kill your entire country. Hearing this, the guard leader's face turned green. He had no doubt about the truth of this statement. After all, these are the pirates who destroyed the legendary naval headquarters and are still at large. Notify all crew members to set off immediately. But His Majesty the King hasn't come back yet. Stop talking nonsense. The guard was so scared that his nose was snotting, and he kicked the guy who raised the objection to the ground. Point a gun at the captain's head and order him to set off immediately. As for the king who was thrown on an island and had no boat to go home. For the whole country, I can only let you suffer. Seeing this scene, Oz nodded with satisfaction. Some people consider the wanted warrant as a threat to personal safety, but Oz does not think so. It can be used as an ID card and sometimes as a pass. A convenient batch. The luxurious ship was launched quickly, and the captain of the guards even prepared the most comfortable king's room for Rouge, which made her feel a little embarrassed. After all, she knows it now. The boat they took when they went out was actually stolen. It's no wonder they're the crew members of the Pirates King. Fortunately, Os did not intend to take the ship directly to Sabadi Archipelago. In the waters near Sabadi Archipelago, he let the cruise ship leave. After all, he didn't feel comfortable letting the people on the cruise ship know his final destination. Before leaving, he took down several treasure chests filled with treasures. He was not short of money, so he just considered it as living expenses for Rouge. Watching the cruise ship slowly depart, he took out his Den Den Mushi and made a phone call. Moshi Moshi, is that Sammy? I'm on Tamiara Island now. Send a boat to pick me up. Chapter 44. Dying in a hospital bed is the greatest sorrow. Sabadi Archipelago, I'm finally back. As Sammy's boat slowly approached the shore, Os took Rouge off the boat. This was a port that led directly to Area 17. The surrounding area is all Sammy's business, so there are no outsiders. As soon as he came back, Os saw several familiar faces. Hey, Os. Before Os could say anything, a figure rushed over first. The most obvious thing was the red nose. Sassy ignores Dana, Buggy. Seeing this figure, Os was also very happy. Not only Buggy, but also Rayleigh and Shanks followed closely behind. Os had already told them his address. That's so cool, Os. We've all read the report about you. Shanks also came up to greet Os and said with a smile. Well, it's just a coincidence. Os was a little embarrassed. After all, the newspapers exaggerated the story too much. It was okay if it happened to strangers, but it was really embarrassing if acquaintances read it. Rayleigh patted his shoulder with relief and looked at Os with a smile. This little kid who couldn't last around under his feet and often asked him for advice has now become a big pirate who can stand on his own. Now think about it, it was as if the shirtless, long-haired kid shouting that he wanted to join the Roger Pirates group happened not long ago. It makes people sigh. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you guys. This is Rouge. After all, she was Captain Roger's wife, and she was pregnant with his son. Os felt that he had to introduce her to them. However, before he could continue speaking, the three of them looked at him with surprised expressions. Especially after noticing Rouge's slightly bulging belly. Os. Hey, Os. Buggy was a little disappointed with Os. He put his arm around Os's neck and whispered, I know you were very interested in the red light district, but you were too fast. You have only been off the ship for a few months, you. Shanks next to him didn't say anything, but his expression was similar, looking at him with some surprise. Even Rayleigh is like this. If you indulge yourself like this at such a young age, you will not be able to go far in the future, Os. Hearing what they said, Os looked a little annoyed. What are you guys talking about? Advertisement. This is Captain Roger's wife, and she is pregnant with Captain Roger's child. After these words were spoken, the three of them were stunned, and the air even fell into a brief silence. After a long time, didn't stay long. After handing Rouge over to Sammy, Rayleigh and the others to take care of him, the three of them immediately set off towards Logue Town. On a cruise ship, I never thought that Captain Roger would have a wife, and why would he ask you to take care of her, Os? In the restaurant, the three of them were eating and chatting after a long separation. Shanks was still a little surprised by the sudden appearance of Captain Roger's wife and children, and couldn't help asking. Buggy was also curious and looked at Os. Well, Os swallowed the noodles in his mouth. I discussed this with Captain Roger when I went to Impel Down to visit him. Buggy heard this and nodded. I see. What, it was when you went to Impel Down, Os? Halfway through the conversation, his voice became quieter and quieter. Buggy's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Puff, Nan. Nani, are you talking about that undersea prison, Impleton? Even Shanks next to him opened his mouth in surprise, not to mention Buggy, whose eyeballs and tongue bulged out. Otherwise, is there a second Impel Down? Why are you so surprised? Os felt like laughing. Are you an idiot? It's normal to be surprised. That's the great undersea prison. Legend has it that countless sea monsters are imprisoned there. It's said to be a hell where it's impossible to escape. Buggy blushed and shouted, do you think everyone is a monster like you? No, they're the monsters among monsters. Os didn't take it seriously when he heard this. Although he may be the first, there will be a second one soon. It was the temporary ally he had fought alongside not long ago. Golden Lion, Shaki, the three of them met again after a long separation, so of course they had a lot to talk about. However, as we chatted, we finally talked about the purpose of this trip. Advertisement. The execution of Captain Roger. As this topic was introduced, the atmosphere gradually became dull. Only Os, he continued to stuff food into his mouth, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Shanks looked a little depressed. Seeing that Os didn't seem to be affected at all, he couldn't help but ask. Os, aren't you sad? After all, Captain Roger is going to be executed soon. Just 1 year ago, we were all still sailing freely on the sea. Os shook his head. Of course I am reluctant to leave. But I am mostly happy. Captain Roger died for his dream. Is there anything more romantic than this on the sea? On the contrary, I would be really sad if Captain Roger died painfully in his hospital bed due to illness. Hearing this, Shanks and Buggy were both startled. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that what Os said made sense. But after all, I am still a kid mentally, so even if I do agree, I still can't avoid feeling sad. And it is not sad to say that Os, that's also false. After all, I have been taken care of for many years, so there must be real feelings.
But after all, I have seen the opening scene of Captain Roger's execution more than 1,000 times in my previous life. Oss's feelings about this event, which he had expected, must have been much less intense. Because of the chat, the time on the boat passed by quite quickly. On the next morning, the three finally set foot on the land of Logue Town. The execution was in the morning and they finally caught up. By the way, Shanks, have you noticed that there seem to be a lot of Marines around? Buggy looked at the warships docked at the pier and the Marines walking around in Logue Town, and subconsciously said with stage fright. It's okay, Buggy, you don't have a bounty on you anyway. Oz smiled faintly, looking at the bustling crowd around him. Pirates, common people, nobles. In this small East Blue Logue Town, there are almost all kinds of people. It is impossible for Marine to arrest people here in a big way. If a riot breaks out, this execution, which is of great significance to the Marine and the world government, will become a laughing stock around the world as Den Den Mushi spreads. This will absolutely not be allowed. Chapter 45. Join the Shichibukai, Osaka. Captain Roger, he gave himself a very grand funeral. The three were walking on the street, and because they were obviously dressed as pirates, many people gave way to them. But at this time, the congestion in Logue Town had reached an extremely exaggerated level. No matter how much people tried to avoid it, it was inevitable that some people would be squeezed in. Oops. Oz was walking in the front, and suddenly he felt something hit his leg. I looked down and saw that it was a child, white-haired kid. Looks a little familiar. Oz narrowed his eyes and touched his chin. On the other hand, the kid who bumped into Oz was now sitting on the ground with tears in his eyes, holding his head. There is a big red bump on the forehead, which looks painful. He felt as if what he had just bumped into was not a person, but a wall made of steel. Hey, kid, what's your name? Oz slowly leaned over and looked at the reckless little guy. Who's going to tell you? You pirates, unexpectedly, this guy is also a stubborn one. He has a bump on his head, but he still dares to be stubborn in the face of such a tall figure. It's just a little kid, let's go, Oz. Buggy felt that it would take too much time to talk to such an unpleasant kid, so he couldn't help but urge him. Okay, Oz agreed softly. Then he smiled, looked at the kid who was standing ready and glaring at him with gritted teeth, and stretched out a hand. It slowly collapsed on the big bump on his forehead. Oh, it hurts. The little guy couldn't help crying because of the pain, and rolled on the ground holding his head. Oz smiled even happier instantly, and followed the two of them forward. Well, see you later, smoker. How come you know my name? Damn it, it hurts. Seeing Oz's bad behavior and the young smoker with a big bump on his head, Shanks adjusted his straw hat. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. For a moment, he seemed to see himself back then. Oz, you haven't changed in all these years. Advertisement. It was just a joke. Oz smiled maliciously. At this time, in Logue Town's execution square. People from all over the world gathered here, whether they were rising stars of the pirates who had made their name in the New World, fledgling revolutionaries, or local residents attracted by the fame. Everyone gathered in a huge circle, facing the huge platform in the center of the square, waiting for the historic moment to come. At this time, at the corner of the square, Bulu Brew Brew. Report, as you expected, the black gun was found in Logue Town, and with him was. Having said this, the figure in a suit holding the Den Den Mushi suddenly paused, his face becoming stiff. This made the other party confused. Who else? Den Den Mushi then showed a very serious face and questioned. However, the man in the suit had no time to reply at this moment, because he noticed that a very tall figure had already covered the wall in front of him, and cold sweat instantly covered his whole body. Were you calling me just now? Turning around, a handsome smiling face was bending down and looking down. Although the smile was so gentle, the man felt cold all over, as if he couldn't feel the temperature around him. I'm sorry, but my observation haki seems to be a little too sensitive. If you call my name, I will be able to sense it. A random kick hit the man in the stomach. The man in the suit who was about to draw his weapon suddenly fainted, vomiting bile. Oz ignored him and picked up the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Moses, may I ask why you are investigating me? Looking at the obvious feature of the scar on the bearded man's forehead simulated by Den Den Mushi, Oz's mouth corners turned up in an interested angle. 5 elders, Lord Vokuli, Red Line, Holy Land, Mariajoy. Between powers. In this room that symbolizes the highest power of the world government, 5 figures are sitting or standing. They all looked at the Den Den Mushi in the middle of the table with serious expressions. But suddenly, the respectful and nervous expression that Den Den Mushi had imitated suddenly changed. The Den Den Mushi's eyes glowed red, and were replaced by a cynical smile. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doder Os. How did you know our identities? Advertisement in a moment of doubt, Saint Saturn Vokuli asked first. Well, maybe I saw the future and heard your self-introduction. Os made up a story. Anyway, if you can't explain it clearly, just bring up the observation haki. After hearing this, the 5 people exchanged glances after a brief moment of doubt. Observation and hearing color. Such a distant future. So let me be frank. The time I am waiting for is also very precious. The world government is investigating your whereabouts and intends to recruit you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you think? Shichibukai. Holding the Den Den Mushi in his hand, Oz was also stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that the world government wanted to hunt him down, and there might be traps or something like that. But I didn't expect that the half-murderer who destroyed Marineford, would receive such an invitation. Just thinking about it is very interesting. Is it really okay? I invaded Marineford not long ago, but I am now the Marines' mortal enemy. If I am included in the world government system, then the Marines' reputation. Marine's face means nothing. Before Os could finish, Saint Satan interrupted him and the Den Den Mushi immediately transformed into an old man wearing a flat hat. He looked serious. We have already done sufficient investigation and analysis on you, Black Gun. Your abilities and talents are a huge threat to the world government. You're almost impossible to catch fruit ability and your monstrous Haki talent are impossible for the world government to create such a threat just for Marine's sake. There's nothing we can do about it. When the 5 elders first heard of Os's name and deeds, they also thought about sending CP0 to assassinate and hunt him down. But after truly analyzing all of Os's data and combat records, they were powerless to find that this was almost impossible to do. And as the other party grows older and stronger, this possibility becomes infinitely closer to zero. Once the other party is angered, even if they only use their teleportation ability to continuously attack member states and marine branches, it will be enough to cause a serious blow to the rule of the world government. So, despite the frustration and unwillingness, they also had to appease this monster that they could not deal with at all. Even if the past is forgiven, even extending an olive branch. Chapter 46. Buggy Shanks. All in all, based on the current threat and potential capabilities of Os. They even put aside their reservations about the possibility that Os had reached Raftel. After all, if Os is allowed to destroy the sea, the world government's control over the sea will undoubtedly enter a very dangerous situation. By then, Lord Yim. Thinking about this consequence, the 5 elders no longer had the dignity and arrogance they had in front of their subordinates and marines. They also had cold sweat on their faces and their pupils trembled uncontrollably. So in their conversation with Oz, they did not show any condescension. They are mature politicians. Understand that face is the most useless thing in the world. So, what do you think? They waited quietly for Os's answer. Let's wipe out all grudges and plunder legally? That sounds like a very tempting offer, so. I refuse. Oz had a faint smile on his face, but there was a sudden turn. What? The 5 elders, feeling fooled, frowned and looked at each other. Whether it is out of self-interest or the dignity of the world government, this is the answer they least want to hear. There was some anger and ugliness in their eyes. There was a long silence. The cold voice of Saint Vouchery came out again from the Den Den Mushi. Dodor Oz, you should understand that even if we can't do anything to you, your property and friends in Sabadi Archipelago live under the government's nose. Inducement is not acceptable. Now it has turned into intimidation. They can't do anything to Oz, but through the intelligence collected by Cypher Pole, Sammy and others in the Sabadi Archipelago have a good relationship with Oz. If we can grasp it from the perspective of bondage, even the strongest people will be at their mercy. Just like Roger, Whitebeard, etc., they are all people who value friendship and loyalty. Judging from the performance in the future, the world government really likes to use this trick, just like using Ace to lure out Whitebeard. And from the intelligence, the relationship between Oz and those red light district women, if possible. Sure, you can kill as many as you want. Os's sudden words interrupted their thoughts. What? Saint Vokuli's face froze. Some of the 5 elders nearby had expressions that showed they had expected this. Advertisement the Den Den Mushi in front of them still had a smile on her face, but maybe it was their illusion, it seemed a little chilly. Those people in the red light district are just my money-making tools. Do whatever you want. But if you make me unhappy, I will uproot all the marine branches of New World one by one, then hijack Tenjojin, and then destroy the member countries. Os's expression did not change much, and he still had a faint smile on his face. The tone of his speech was as relaxed as eating and drinking. But the content inside made the 5 elders feel choked up. It's no use, this kind of emotional kidnapping would never work on Os. They quickly came to this conclusion. The negotiations reached a stalemate for a while. But Os's next words seemed to be the final fig leaf covering their faces which were constantly being beaten. In fact, you don't have to make me your number 1 enemy. Os shook his head helplessly. These scheming old men were indeed boring. They only used the same few tricks over and over again. He didn't want to waste any more time because the execution was about to begin. I have no interest in overthrowing the world government, including Lord I Am, Joyboy, the blank 100 years and D. Everything I do is mostly done out of spontaneity and pleasure. Although this uncertainty may be a threat to you, but as long as the world government is willing to give me face, I am also willing to give you face. Click. The Den Den Mushi was hung up, at the other end, between powers. After hearing this closing statement that contained an explosion of information, the 5 elders were silent for a long time, with an indelible solemnity in their eyes. Dodor Os. Where did he hear this? Did Roger tell him? Not necessarily. It could be on the final island. What a difficult guy. Looks like there will be trouble in the future. However, he doesn't have obvious hostility. Perhaps he can be used by us sometimes, and we can make appropriate concessions on some things in the future. Second. The 5 elders discussed with each other and finally decided on the world government's attitude towards Os. Appropriate tolerance and concession. This is the smartest thing these politicians can come up with at the moment. Hey, Os. Here. Where have you been just now? Shanks and Buggy had already squeezed to the front row, and they looked at Os who was late and greeted him. Nothing, just a phone call. Advertisement, stop running around, Captain Roger will be out soon. The 3 of them stood in front of the stage.
As time passed, the execution time was getting closer. During this time, Oz also saw many familiar faces. Moria, with his sharp mouth and fangs, looks like a devil. He has not yet become the fattest pirates. Instead, he is ambitious to become the king of pirates. Although Oz thought it was a bit beyond his capabilities. The king of cold sweat, Monkey D. Dragon, wearing a green cape and standing in the distance watching, had no trace of Garp's supreme drag on his face yet. The young, fair-skinned boy Hawkeye, the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mahawk. Doflamingo, who was supposed to be here, was unable to attend because he was scolded by Oz and is still in solitary confinement. And then there is, at this time, Oz noticed a figure that looked familiar. But he was also a little uncertain. A slicked back hair, a horizontal scar on the face, and a coat on his body, these features completely match one person. But, who are you, beauty? Standing not far from him, Oz was a little afraid to recognize the hot woman. Is this really my 55 to 50 Lao Sha? The sexy and hot body, the face as cold as ice, the scar not only does not destroy the beauty, but instead reveals a sense of deja vu like a gangster queen. It turns out to be true. Crocodile actually did that surgery on Ivankov. The moment he saw Crocodile, the fun-loving soul in Oz was awakened again. What if Ivankov is not allowed to perform surgery on Crocodile? Crocodile? Or, let him perform this surgery on other people. Oz was shocked by the fun he was thinking of in his heart, it was too crazy. Hey, Oz, what are you staring at? Oz felt himself being pushed twice, and subconsciously looked at his two good friends. Buggy, Shanks, kneel down for everyone first? Bang pung pung kowtow 3 times. P.S. Crocodile's setting is my personal setting, because it is not certain now. Backstab is also possible. Many readers like it very much, and many do not like it very much. Therefore, readers who cannot accept this can automatically filter it into a male in their minds. She will not be the female protagonist anyway, and there will not be any actions or reactions that go against the character setting, which will not affect the perception of the plot. Chapter 47 Farewell, Eternal King of Pirates. Oz was shocked by his own thoughts. In fact, if you really think about it from this angle, there are too many possibilities. Not only these, but even Luffy, Zoro, Akainu, Aokiji. Or think divergently, think about the older generation, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Jabba. Oz shuddered. You were betraying your teacher and destroying your ancestors. Too perverted. Oz didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would end up thinking about himself. After trying hard to get rid of all the dirty stuff in his head, Oz finally came to his senses. No matter what others do. At least Crocodile didn't change his gender. Oz really likes her look. Having made up his mind, the spirit of Oslo is online again. How can we stop Crocodile from asking Ivankov for help? An idea gradually came into his mind. Perhaps noticing Oz's gaze, Crocodile, who was still a girl at this time, frowned and glared at Oz. But in Oz's opinion, if it was a male version, it might still be a bit intimidating, but this frosty beauty glared at him. Oz only felt a surge of evil desire to play with her fate in his heart. Crocodile, your status as a woman is determined. Even if Yim comes, it won't work, I said. Fortunately, in this little episode, it didn't have any impact. A few minutes later, there were bursts of noise coming from the crowd in the distance. In Oz's observation, he could clearly feel the breath of the man again. Step, step, step. With the slow and powerful footsteps, everyone's attention was drawn to it. With 2 guards holding flags and leading the way, a bearded figure wearing a crimson captain's uniform and shackled hands slowly appeared under the escort of 2 teams of guards. His steps were powerful and steady, as if he was not facing death, and his face was calm and spirited. Captain Roger. When they saw the man, Buggy and Shanks opened their mouths wide, their faces excited, and their eyes fixed on the tall figure. Watching Captain Roger walk up to the platform step by step, both of them couldn't control their tears and snot. Even if you were prepared. But when I saw this figure, my heart was still instantly filled with great sadness. This is bound to be a great character. In the audience, even the most rebellious pirates' new stars were shocked when they saw Roger still smiling at the moment of his death. They were all shocked by this spirit and watched him leave in silence. Advertisement. And Oz. He just stood there in a daze. He stared blankly at the figure sitting on the platform, about to be executed. He originally thought that he had seen this famous scene so many times that he should be immune to it when it happened again. At least, not as grief-stricken as Shanks and Buggy. But, Oz stretched out his palm and looked at the crystal drops falling on it. This is totally different from what we agreed upon. Hey, Oz, you'll catch a cold if you don't wear a shirt. Let's go down the boat and buy 2 sets of clothes. Ha ha ha, Oz understands me better. I told you that drinking a little alcohol has no effect on your body. Ahem. Want to wrap your weapon with Armament Haki? I'll teach you. Watch out. As expected of Oz, let's have a party to increase Oz bounty. Thank you, Oz. Memories flashed through his mind like a movie. Facing the separation of life and death, Oz was both happy and sad. The good news is that Captain Roger died in glory, for his dream, without any regrets. Sadly, he will also lose this respected captain and kind master forever. With a smile that seemed to never fade away, Roger sat cross-legged on the platform, without any fear of death in his eyes. It seems like a real one. The victorious king. Before the execution. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and excitedly asked the famous question loudly. King Pirates, where did you hide the treasure you found? You must have got it, the legendary great secret treasure, the one and only great secret treasure. One Piece. Don't talk, the executing soldier shouted angrily, but still couldn't stop Roger's last words. He had a wanton smile on his face, and his heroic voice spread throughout the square. It even became known throughout the world because of the spread of Den Den Mushi. Do you want my treasure? If you want, I can give it all to you. Go find it, on the Grand Line. I put everything in the world there. After this sentence was said, the whole audience fell into a brief silence and shock. No one even paid attention to the figure pierced by the long knife, and the blood slowly flowing out. The whole world went crazy, excited about the existence of the great secret treasure. Amid the display of ambition and the cheers of going out to sea, there were only 3 figures staring silently at the figure with his head bowed, tears streaming down their cheeks. Advertisement. Especially Oz, the remnant of the old era. As a being that knows everything, he doesn't care who will find Raftel in the end, or who will have the whole world's treasure. He only knew. This man who claimed to have fame, wealth, status, even everything in the world. In fact, when I finally got off the ship, I only brought a small bag with me. Living with Rouge, I only had 1 pair of pants to change into, and I didn't even want to change my captain's hat after wearing it for so many years. Captain Roger, you. In the past, Oz had heard many doubts about Roger. Some people say that the great pirates era he created caused a sharp increase in the number of pirates at sea, causing countless dangers. But Oz, who has traveled around the world and seen all kinds of countries, understands that. Even if Captain Roger hadn't shouted this, there would still be countless wars and thieves in the world. This is the result of 800 years of corrupt rule by celestial dragons and world government, oppression by princes and nobles, and the chaos taken advantage of by ambitious people. On the contrary, with the beginning of this great era of pirates, behind the turmoil will emerge someone who can truly inherit the will of Captain Roger or even Joyboy, and liberate the world. Roger may not be a good person in the traditional sense. But he was a good captain, a real hero. And understanding this is enough for Oz. At this moment, the sky was overcast. It seemed as if the whole world was mourning the passing of Roger. Raindrops were falling. Shanks pulled his straw hat down and cried silently, while Buggy was much more unrestrained, with his mouth wide open, crying out in sorrow for the captain's passing. Oz slowly raised his head to the sky, staring closely at the dark clouds in the sky. The water that keeps flowing down my face, I can no longer tell whether it is tears or rain. Dark clouds. Are you kidding? There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and his face was terribly cold. Captain Roger's death was his ideal and belief, it's not a sad thing at all. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and Oz slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. A huge amount of Conqueror's Haki turned into lightning and surged out, instantly causing commotion and shock among the people present. Countless people looked at the figure flashing with black and red lightning in doubt. Buggy and Shanks also stared at Oz blankly. That knife belongs to Captain Roger. Shanks recognized it. He pointed his sword at the sky, like a man who had once gone against the world. God avoid. In an instant, amid countless horrified gazes. Sky, cracked. The sun shines again. The figure that left with a smile on his face. Shining with splendor. Chapter 48. Parting ways, the official end of the old era. The execution is over. A legendary generation has officially come to an end. And expressing condolences is the greatest respect for the deceased. Oz didn't indulge in this, and neither did Shanks and Buggy. In fact, they had already prepared themselves mentally. Captain Roger also doesn't want the young people of the new era to always be upset about his departure. The people who had gathered began to slowly disperse. There were still a few figures lingering in the square in front of the execution platform. They recognized Oz's figure. It was none other than the Black Gun Oz who invaded the naval headquarters a few days ago. Some were on guard, some were curious, some wanted to provoke, and some were holding knives with fighting intent. This shows how much shock Oz's sword had brought to their hearts. Especially the young man carrying a black knife. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a rare treasure, and the fierce fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to be surging out. If it were normal, Oz certainly wouldn't mind having some fun with these future, big guys. For example, teasing a little eagle, touching a little crocodile and so on. But he wasn't in that mood right now. Because at this moment his attention was still on Captain Roger's body. He slowly took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Booloo brew brew. Click. Oz faced the Den Den Mushi with a calm expression and spoke slowly. From the outside, no one knew who Oz had called or what kind of communication they had. All we know is that after the call, the naval headquarters received a top order from the world government. Hand over Roger's body to Black Gun Oz. He is the #1 criminal who destroyed the naval headquarters and the unanimous enemy of all Marines. If we hand over his body to such a Black Gun, our Marines. In the Marshal's office, Marine Marshal Kong looked grim, and responded to the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Watch your words, Sora. What is the face of your Marine? It is just an outer vassal of the government. The 5 elders' tough attitude left Kong speechless. The few times he wanted to speak, he was dispelled by the cold eyes of the Den Den Mushi. In the end, I could only accept the order unhappily. Orders were issued layer by layer. Advertisement. Even though they didn't understand, no one in the Marine dared to disobey orders. Open black lens bracket Black Gun close black lens bracket Oz. What does he want to do? That guy. the Marines and the world government are still here. Does he want to start a war again? Ha 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 ha, what a bold fellow you are. What a hockey man. But, to their surprise, whether it was the Marine or the world government guards, they just watched the tall and slender figure walk up to the platform step by step, without daring to make any move. Even the generals in the Marines could only look at Oz with angry eyes. Everyone who saw this scene was somewhat incredulous. Oz ignored them and walked up to the platform step by step, then carried Captain Roger's bloody body on his back. He lowered his head and glanced at the people in the audience, then turned his head away. He disappeared from sight in an instant, carrying the corpse. Indeed, his fruit ability has not yet been developed to the point where he can teleport with other living things. But Captain Roger is dead, so there are naturally no restrictions. As the protagonist left, the remaining people in the square also dispersed one after another. After searching for Oz in vain, Buggy and Shanks went to the outskirts of Logetown together. However, on the way, the two who had always been good friends had an argument. Buggy looked at Shanks who didn't care and yelled. Shanks, you said you would go to Raftel on your own boat in the future. Shanks looked calm, and slowly lowered his head, his straw hat covering his eyes, but gave Buggy an unexpected answer. Yeah, but I changed my mind. I'm not planning to go there for now, but I'll still be a pirate's. Quote. At the same time, he also invited Buggy to board the ship. Come with me, Buggy. Hearing this, Buggy was instantly overwhelmed by a feeling of anger and betrayal. He glared at Shanks, who looked calm, and slapped his outstretched hand aside. You coward, you fool, compared to a guy like you, only Oz can be called the king of the next generation. Captain Roger really misjudged you. Isn't it Captain Roger's wish that you inherit him? Buggy still can't figure out why Captain Roger didn't choose Oz as the successor of his will. And now, he was extremely disappointed with Shanks. Advertisement. You haven't forgotten, you lost my treasure map, we will be enemies when we meet from now on. Having said this, Buggy resolutely ran away, leaving this sad place. Watching Buggy's figure gradually going away, Shanks just stood there in a daze for a long time without moving. Speaking of which, these two people can indeed be regarded as the stubborn ones of the century. If Shanks could explain that now is not the right time, so if not now, go later. Buggy didn't leave in anger, but instead thought that Shanks had failed to live up to Roger's last wish. The result is that two good friends who have known each other since childhood may not even see each other for more than 10 years because of this. Buggy, he's always so impulsive. At some point, Oz appeared beside Shanks. He looked at Buggy going away and did not choose to stop him. Every man on the sea has his own choice. As his good friend, Oz will not force anything. And when Buggy really cheers up, Oz will appear naturally. After all, he was quite interested in being the Emperor's father. I know, Shanks, now isn't the right time, but yeah. Oz paused for a moment, then turned to look at Shanks's tough eyes, and a familiar smile appeared on his face again. How can you be sure that you are the right person? Buggy might be the future pirate's king. But Oz had no intention of being a peacemaker. After all, if Buggy really becomes Shanks's vice-emperor, will the four emperors Buggy still exist in the future? Buggy. But there is never a lack of potential to become a king. Everyone has their own chosen life and their own journey. In fact, when Roger Pirates disbanded, the old times three little ones had also disbanded. They seemed to have drifted apart. They were very happy together in the past, but now there is no ship that makes them compatible. They should go their separate ways. This is life. Quotes from Mr. Pi, and, sooner or later they will meet again on the sea. It will surely be interesting then. It was also on this day. Oz, Shanks and Buggy officially parted ways. On the road to the sea. End of the Old Times chapter. Chapter 49. Shichibukai's candidate, angel investor, or entertainment person. After the execution, it took about an hour for Oz to successfully return to the Sabayati archipelago. Unlike when they set out, only Oz returned. Walking into the central hall of the red light district, opening the door, besides Sammy, Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi. Rouge and Rayleigh are here too. Lord Oz, you are back. Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi were the first to jump up and down to greet them. Oz smiled and patted their heads, said hello to everyone, and also sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. Oz, I saw the live broadcast of the execution. Roger's body. Rayleigh held the bottle in his hand. He was actually very curious about how Oz was able to easily get the body from the world government, and how he dealt with it in the end. Oz thought about it and decided that there was nothing he couldn't say, and it wasn't a big secret. Anyway, everyone present is our own people. Well, I just negotiated a business deal with the 5 elders. As for Captain Roger's body, it has been burned and the ashes have been scattered into the sea. I see. Rayleigh nodded when she heard this, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. It is indeed a very suitable destination for Roger. As for the transaction with the 5 elders mentioned by Oz, he had no interest in asking. Same thing for Sammy and the others. Although they couldn't help but be curious about the things between the world's top figures. But Oz won't tell, they won't ask. The main point is to know when to advance and when to retreat. That evening, a prison once used to hold unruly female slaves. Ta 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 ta, a rhythmic and crisp sound of footsteps rang out in the empty corridor. This voice instantly alerted Doflamingo, who was reading a newspaper, and he quickly sat up from the bed. This footstep sound is completely different from the previous meal delivery people. He is so familiar. These days, he had been having nightmares countless times. The increasingly strong feeling of oppression accompanied by the sound of footsteps had woken him up from his dreams, gasping for breath countless times. Drops of cold sweat flowed down my forehead. Clenched teeth. But, he didn't even dare to show his veins. Surprisingly, they didn't lynch you these days. In a teasing tone. Before he knew it, Oz had already sat down beside his bed, looking at the newspaper he had just read with great interest. Advertisement. Reading newspapers is a good habit. Oz opened the newspaper and saw that it was the latest edition. Captain Roger was executed, and the era of great pirates has arrived. At the end, there is a cold photo of Oz carrying Roger's body and looking down from a high platform. Which photography genius took this photo? Why do you always make him look so handsome? He doesn't make a living by his looks. Seeing Oz sitting with his legs crossed and flipping through a newspaper, he seemed to be totally ignoring him. Gulp. A nervous swallowing sound was heard, although Oz acted easygoing. But when he saw the ferocious figure again, Doflamingo was still stiff all over, and the feeling of suffocation seemed to still remain, making his breathing a little disordered. The more he read the newspapers these days, the more frightened he became, and the more he realized what kind of horrible existence he had offended. Invade naval headquarters at will. Known as the King of the Next Generation. They act recklessly under the noses of the Marine and world government, but the other side dares not take any action, and the threat is extremely high. The monster with the greatest hope of dominating this sea. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket. Doter O's. Yes, only a monster that almost dominates the world can possess the Conqueror's Haki that almost crushes everything. Just one collision made him completely unable to muster the thought of resistance, and all he felt in his heart was the instinctive fear of a living being. In Doflamingo's eyes, Oz has become one of the strongest people in the world. Because only by losing to such a guy can he find some excuses to make amends for his soul. Losing is not a reason to collapse. Losing to the weak is. Be at ease, I'm not here to kill you. Oz was flipping through the latest newspaper. Although his eyes were not on Doflamingo, he could sense how nervous this guy was with just a casual perception of his observation haki. Isn't it just a crushing defeat? As for the huge psychological shadow, you still have conquerors. Shanks had been coaxed to sleep by him so many times before, but his heart had never been broken like this. Who knows, he could become 4 emperors in the future. He is very good at enduring the torture. After hearing what Oz said, Doflamingo finally came to his senses. Advertisement. Yes, if you want to kill him, it's a piece of cake for a monster like this. There's no need to waste time talking to him. Unless Oz is the kind of pervert who wants to make fun of him. He frowned and looked at the casual figure with a serious look. Really? A person like you, do you really need a nobody like me? You are not a nobody, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Oz smiled and closed the newspaper. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in front of Doflamingo with his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently. Being defeated by me doesn't mean you are not strong. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about your potential, and I am willing to invest in your ambitions. His eyes were fixed on Doflamingo's tense expression. The celestial dragons, abandoned by the Holy Land and having seen the hell on earth, have now awakened Conqueror's Haki. When you grow up, there will definitely be a lot of interesting things happening. Let me help you, and be sure to thank me later. The corners of Os's mouth kept curling up, and his eyes were like a cat looking at a mouse. This monster, what does he want to do? Even Doflamingo, who was always arrogant and rebellious, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. He slowly took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Beru Beru Beru. Click. A majestic figure appeared on Den Den Mushi, staring coldly ahead. What do you want, Oz? If you have anything to say, please keep it short. It's only because of you that we made time for you. At the moment when he heard the voice of Den Den Mushi, Doflamingo's pupils trembled violently. Oz, who still had a smile on his face, looked at him in disbelief. How is it possible? He will never forget these voices in his life. That was the world's highest authority that officially sentenced me to death, as a celestial dragon. The voice of the 5 elders. And now they. How could he chat with the pirates? His worldview was constantly broken and reshaped. Facing such a big man who almost controls the entire world, Oz chatted casually. It's about what we agreed on. It's the exchange of Captain Roger's body, and it's also a symbol of our peaceful coexistence. I have already found one of the candidates for 7 Warlords of the Sea for you. I'm making a patch. I was backstabbed by my own memory. It turns out that the teleportation fruit can teleport others. I've suffered from my lack of education. T. Chapter 50. Oz, join the game with your own body. The chapter is 4000 now. My obsessive compulsive disorder is satisfied. I will give you another chapter. Holy Land Mariajoy. Between powers. The 5 people who represented the highest power in the world looked serious, staring at the Den Den Mushi on the center desk. After hearing what Oz said, they looked at each other. Then he nodded slowly. In fact, in their opinion, there is no need to worry about anything, such as whether the list provided by Oz will have problems, or how loyal they are to the world government. Even the most obedient wolf is still a wild beast. He is always inferior to Marine, our own dog. All they need is the deterrent power of the great pirates among the 7 warlords of the sea, which will help the world government better rule the sea. Certainly. It would certainly be best if Oz, who is hailed as the king of the next generation, on the sea, could join, but it's a pity that he was rejected not long ago. So, tell me, Oz. After all, he was once a crew member on Roger's ship, so we still approve of your vision. Who is the man that you like? After a moment of silence, Saint Satan was the first to ask. Hearing this, Doflamingo became nervous for a moment. But Oz said slowly, you should be familiar with this person. Don Quixote. Hearing this surname, the 5 elders were all stunned. Celestial dragons. Doflamingo. 5 elders. Seeing the surprise and confusion on Den Dan Mushi's face, Oz smiled and said, yes, that kid who was driven out of the Holy Land by you is now the owner of Conqueror's Haki. At least I don't understand how you guys think, abandoning a tribe with conquerors, and instead sending Admiral to protect those guys who only know how to ride slaves. Oz wanted to continue teasing, but before he could say anything more, he was interrupted by 5 elders. Don't worry about the internal affairs of celestial dragons. Now let's talk about the Don Quixote kid. Nasujuro, who was always cold and taciturn, held a knife in his arms and spoke coldly at this time. After all, this is the family affair of celestial dragons. Even if they did something wrong, it should not be judged by outsiders like us. No, I should say. It's impossible to go wrong with celestial dragons. You should understand, Oz, that the position of 7 warlords of the sea belongs to those great pirates who are famous and can shock the sea. Advertisement. Doflamingo. We have heard of it. It may be famous in North Blue. But it is far from enough to put it on such a vast ocean. That's right. To them, a North Blue thug who was only 18 or 19 years old, even if he had a certain amount of power and influence in the underground world, was still not enough. In their expectation, they should at least have a record of success. For example, I defeated Admiral in a one-on-one duel. Fight against 4 emperors. You should give the young people a chance, Mr. 5 Elders. Oz had of course anticipated this reason for rejection, but as wise as he was, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Don't you just want fame and intimidation? It's very simple. What if I am willing to vouch for it, if I am willing to tell the media and the newspapers? The great pirates, Don Quixote Doflamingo was defeated by my men, but he escaped alive. Hearing this, not only Doflamingo, who had been killed instantly, was stunned. Even the 5 elders, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and witnessed countless ups and downs, were stunned for a moment. Can we still play like this? Treating the people on the sea as Wanokuni people? But despite being shocked, after they thought about it carefully, they did find out with a strange expression. It seems to work. With the identity of a member of the King of Oz pirates, plus the world-shocking record, and a few more details in the newspaper, it would be enough to deceive the whole world. Even the original owner has agreed now, who can question it? The eligibility issue was resolved, and after a brief discussion, the 5 elders agreed in principle. But Peter, one of the 5 elders, still reminded at this time. Aus, since you are willing to use your reputation as a guarantee, we naturally have no objection, but you have to understand. In this ocean, the 7 warlords of the sea, which nominally check and balance the marine and New World overlords, will never allow themselves to be defeated. Quote. This also means that if Doflamingo is defeated, not only will the dignity of the world government be lost, but also your face. You understand, don't you? This has been made very clear. To put it in a more vulgar way, if Doflamingo does not have strong skills. If you force yourself into a high position without being worthy of it, you will only slap yourself in the face and lose all your face. Advertisement. But this problem is nothing to us. Because he knows. This flamingo, born in rage and hell, still has potential. He had been a Shichibukai for so many years without any problems, but in the end he was defeated when the protagonist came. Although it was also related to his lack of strength, it can also be considered a half-plot kill. You are still qualified to be a younger brother. Since you are skeptical about this, how about making a deal? Oz narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'd like to hear more details. Kaido said in a cold voice. If Doflamingo loses his qualification due to defeat, then I will take his place. This chip should be heavy enough, right? Quote. Oz entered the game personally. As expected, after hearing this condition, the 5 elders agreed without even discussing it. Because no matter how you look at it, this is a win-win deal. If Doflamingo can stand firm, then with Oz's guarantee, this flag will never fall. If you can't stand, that's just right. With the addition of Black Spear Oz to 7 warlords of the sea, along with other powerful Shichibukai, they will undoubtedly truly transform into a powerful force capable of competing with the New World's overlord. This is undoubtedly great news for the majesty of the world government. Click. After agreeing to this, the Den Dan Mushi was quickly hung up. The silent cell suddenly became quiet. Only the dim candlelight flickered, illuminating the protagonist of the conversation, Doflamingo, whose face was filled with doubt and cold sweat. Everything that just happened seemed like a dream, making him feel unreal. This kind of thing. How is it possible? In just a few words, a big shot on the sea was promoted by this group of top bosses in the world. As easy as lifting an ant. Of course, similarly. If you want to destroy it, it's as easy as crushing an ant. Looking at the man who slowly took the Den Dan Mushi back into his arms, his face as calm as water. Doflamingo admitted that it was his first time. The first time I saw it. What is real power? Chapter 51. I hope you can calm down, Lord Oz. In a few words, a place in 7 Warlords of the Sea was confirmed. For Doflamingo, this was a major event that changed his destiny. But for Oz, it was just a casual move. I don't know when. Perhaps it was due to the gradual increase of his spirit, or the continuous expansion of his strength. Nowadays, in Oz's view, controlling the situation on the sea at will is just a trivial matter. And Doflamingo owed him this favor. I'll spend my whole life to pay it back. Loyal Orange. The night slowly fell. The busiest time of the red light district came. In a luxurious private room, Oz took off his shirt and walked into the VIP area of the red light district's bathing center with his upper body naked. Of course, it's the regular kind, don't think too much. The mist was rising. This luxurious private room in the center of the place was never open to the public. In the warm hot spring, a tall figure was soaking in the pool with his hands spread out, relaxing. Then, 3 figures came in rustling. Sammy, wearing a light and cool shirt, slowly knelt down by the pool, stretched out her bare hands, and gently massaged Oz's shoulders. Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi wore cool swimsuits and went into the hot spring for Oz to play with. By the way, I helped him hold the delicious food and cold drinks and fed them to his mouth respectfully. I am very satisfied, the hot spring is very soft and white. Looking at Sammy and Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi who were serving him wholeheartedly, Oz did feel warm and happy, and praised them with a smile. It's tiring to hang out outside all day. When he sailed with Captain Roger, he had seen the true appearance of the ocean. It was not just a journey or adventure. The big pirates fought recklessly, fighting for islands and territories, the world government was corrupt and oppressive, the pigs who claimed to be nobles dominated the market, and the people lived in the cracks. It is only because Oz has power and is protected by the big tree of Roger pirates that he has never personally experienced the malice of this sea. Advertisement. But since leaving the ship, Oz can only rely on himself for everything. Although he was able to get by with his slightly stronger strength, he would definitely face intrigues in the future, whether facing the 5 elders or those so-called overlords of the sea. The only places that really make Oz feel like home are the old mayor's house and Roger pirates. It is probably the area of the girls he protects in Sabayati archipelago. Although they serve and worship so wholeheartedly because of their own strength and good looks, their strength is also the result of Aos's hard work. He likes this gentle land. Seeing Oz's relaxed and comfortable expression, Sammy massaged Oz's temples with some hesitation on her face and her eyes flickering. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is no need to hesitate. We are old acquaintances, aren't we, Sammy? Naturally, this little emotion and expression could not escape Oz's perception. When Sammy heard Oz's sudden question, her eyes darkened slightly, and she naturally did not dare to hide anything. Nothing, Lord Oz, I was just thinking. That Doflamingo, from my experience of doing business for so many years and knowing so many people, I can tell that he is definitely not someone who is willing to be loyal to others. Moreover, he has the same, king's spirit, as you. I certainly believe that with your strength, you will not be afraid of everything, but I am worried that this person might be an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. Ever since Oz decided to release Doflamingo, she had this vague feeling that something was wrong. When this feeling reaches its peak, it was because of a small episode. After a conversation that no one knew about, amid the surprise of the people in the red light district and the tears of the Don Quixote family's men, Oz took Doflamingo, who had been imprisoned for many days, out of the prison and announced his release in public. This move undoubtedly made the women and girls who had been hurt by the minions of the Don Quixote family feel dissatisfied, but they were willing to suppress their emotions for the sake of Oz. Of course, Oz would take this into consideration, in order not to disappoint these lovely girls. He smiled and leaned over, whispering in Doflamingo's ear, who kept his head down and remained silent. You should know what to do, right? Dover. Doflamingo seemed to come back to his senses when he heard this, and his expression could not be seen clearly under his sunglasses. After being imprisoned for many days, he left the prison for the first time and saw the warm sunshine, but he only felt cold all over. Under Oz's smirking gaze, the rebellious blonde young man no longer had his former arrogant smile. After only a brief pause, he walked towards the prisoners of the Don Quixote family in silence. Advertisement. Torrebel and the others who were also released, when they saw Doflamingo coming towards them, thought that their young master had negotiated with Black Gun Oz. Although I don't know what kind of conditions I paid, I can finally leave. Hey, Dover, we can finally. Torrebel took the lead and wanted to say something. However, the silent Doflamingo ignored him and walked straight into the crowd behind him. These people were the family thugs and minions who had launched riots in the red light district. These guys were also imprisoned these days, waiting for Oz's decision, but their treatment was definitely not as good as Doflamingo's. Being abused was the least of their punishment. When they saw their young master coming over, hope suddenly burst out in their eyes. He is indeed the king they recognized. Very good. Finally freed. Squeak. The smiles on their faces had not yet faded, but the happy guys felt something was wrong. Then, some doubt appeared in their eyes, and their perspective changed. This is my body. At the moment of being beheaded, they still had some consciousness left, but before they had time to think about the reason, their consciousness fell into darkness forever. This is bound to be a massacre. Some of them were even pawns who had followed him for many years, but they were still silenced by Doflamingo and strangled with silk threads. Sammy and the others were all stunned watching this scene. Even the women who had been assaulted by the thugs felt that this was too cruel. The timid ones even covered their mouths and started vomiting. Only Sammy, despite feeling uncomfortable, still kept her eyes fixed on the silent Doflamingo, and then she saw a scene that shocked her. After killing all the participants except the cadres, Doflamingo actually managed to smile for the first time. Seeing this scene, Sammy felt it was much more terrifying than seeing the gloomy and angry scene. He smiled at Oz, bent down and lowered his head, his eyes still couldn't be seen clearly under his sunglasses. I hope you can calm down. Lord Oz, please give me some small gifts and don't support the books. Chapter 52. Losing to Oz is actually a kind of honor. A beast that can endure is more feared than a hunter. This is Sammy's intuitive feeling. But this sentence is only for her. If it were Oz, it would be. A dog that bites doesn't bark. If you dare to scream, I will knock your teeth out. It rhymes for some reason. Besides, it's not really a dog, after all, it has conquerors on it, and at best it can be considered a rebellious flamingo. Of course, before releasing the flamingo, Oz also tied a chain to it. If Oz wants to keep a part of his life card, it will be useless even if he hides to the ends of the earth. Don't worry, Oz slowly relaxed his head back, resting it directly on the snow-white and soft surface, and smiled as he looked up at Sammy's delicate little face. If you put a gun to its head, a wolf will turn into a dog. Not to mention, it's a gun that ignores space and speed. On the other hand, as an angel investor, Oz naturally gave this guy some sweet treats. For example, tips for using emission. After all, he had promised the world government. Although it was okay for him to break the contract as a pirate, he still had to save face. If this guy failed at sea just after he gave the guarantee, Oz would feel a little embarrassed. Do you want some more style? That is, 3 days after releasing the flamingos. A piece of big news, driven by some mysterious force, quickly spread throughout the world. Extra, extra, attack on pirates rising star. Heavenly Yaksha. Not long ago, in the Sabayati archipelago, I fought against the legendary great pirates, the former pirates King Crew, the next generation King Black Gun. Retreat in defeat. Whether it is the newspaper boy hawking his wares in the bustling city, or the countless seagulls flying over the sea. They are all trying their best to spread this message to the world. On a deserted island, one of the protagonists in the report, Oz, has just finished today's training to develop his teleportation ability. Beru Beru Beru. Click. Moshi Moshi, are you in any trouble? Shouchi. Advertisement. While eating, Oz looked at the Den Den Mushi that showed the characteristics of a cute girl and asked. I saw the Den Den Mushi in front of me constantly changing its appearance, sometimes with black hair, sometimes with white hair. Lord Oz, the report you've been waiting for is out. Yes, you are still very handsome. Lord Oz, do you need us to come over and help you? The topic got off track. Sometimes it's annoying when a little maid is too clingy. Oz didn't know if other people had this kind of trouble, but he had experienced it. A land of gentleness, a tomb of heroes. After politely declining the two people's requests to serve him, Oz hung up the Den Den Mushi. Come to think of it, I haven't read the newspaper for many days. When he was in Sabayati archipelago before, he didn't even need to take the initiative to buy anything. Sammy would naturally send someone to prepare everything. Now he needs to come himself. So, where are the newspaper delivery seagulls? Oz raised his head and looked towards the sky. It was as if God had guessed his needs, or that it was the special ability of the newspaper delivery seagulls that whenever someone on the sea wanted to buy a newspaper, they would always appear with the newspaper at the first opportunity. Gah. At this time, a newspaper seagull flew across the sky and noticed this deserted island. On an island like this, apart from the occasional ships docking, generally no one would come here to buy newspapers. Therefore, this seagull only wanted to complete the check-in purpose. Prepare to fly a complete circle and then go to the next place. But at this moment, it was surprised to find that there was actually someone on the ground waving at it. Are there really customers? It flew downwards, preparing to complete another sales task, but when it reached a height of 100 meters, it seemed to suddenly discover something. It suddenly braked and refused to fly down anymore. On the other hand, when Oz saw the newspaper seagull delivering the message, he secretly said he was lucky. It was like a pillow was delivered just when he was about to fall asleep. But just as he was about to ask for a newspaper. But the seagull no longer refused to fly down. Instead, after recognizing his face, it cackled a few times. Probably means, you're a blacklisted B******************. Then it turned around and flew away. At this moment, he was raising his hand to indicate that there was someone here, but his arm froze in midair. Advertisement. Oz. After exhaling slowly, Oz's eyes began to turn unfriendly. Don't know how to appreciate a favor. Staring at the object flying away, Oz's mind moved and he instantly arrived at a height of 1,000 meters away. This scene scared the newspaper delivery seagull so much that it even forgot how to fly for a moment and fell straight down. Fortunately, Oz grabbed its tail. I just had S**X for free once because I didn't bring any money. You blocked me. Besides, it's not like I didn't pay. I just used your money to pay. Go back and tell Morgans that if he dares to blackmail me again, I will strip him of all his feathers. Let me spare your life. After using the money from the newspaper delivery seagull's pocket to buy a newspaper again, Oz released the frightened newspaper gull and teleported back to the deserted island. While eating the meat stick, Oz opened the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye was still a striking photo. This is a photo of me in Doflamingo in the red light district, facing conquerors. I guess I wasn't paying attention at the time and was photographed by a seagull. It was said to be a collision, but in fact it was a crushing. However, the scene was full of black and red lightning exploding everywhere, and no one could tell which one was emitted by whom. The classic opening is a picture, and the content is all made up. After the meeting, both sides refused to give in, and then a conqueror's clash broke out. The aftermath of the multiple exchanges stunned everyone present, and then a fight broke out. In the end, he was defeated, and after all his brothers were slaughtered, he was able to cover Doflamingo's successful retreat. When did you become the one I slaughtered? Any little material can turn into a story. Oss didn't have any objection to this modification, since it wouldn't affect him anyway. But the powerful men on the sea who also saw this newspaper did not think so. They don't know that this is actually a marketing campaign by Oss and world government. So after seeing this report, I instantly remembered Doflamingo's name. This guy is a character. Although they fled in defeat, it depends on who the enemy is. Oss can now be said to be a well-known figure, and one of the top figures in the world of Pirates King. Invasion of Naval Headquarters, Logue Town opening, Pirates King crew, single-handedly fighting 3 Admiral Seeds. As a young man, being able to escape from his clutches is no ordinary achievement. No one will look down on you, but will think you are awesome. Just like Crocodile survived Whitebeard and Moria escaped from Kaido, both were actively recruited by the world government. It's the same principle. On the sea, the men who were most concerned about the news about Oss read the report carefully several times. For example, Shanks, Buggy, Hawkeye. Reactions vary. Chapter 53. The Attack of the Little Eagle. Although the world government has not yet announced the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea organization. But in order to suppress the growing number of powerful people in the sea, the interior has already made preparations. Naturally, no effort was spared in promoting Doflamingo. Even the pirates of the New World now recognize the name Don Quixote Doflamingo. East Blue. In a tavern on an unknown island. In the lively atmosphere of clinking glasses, a red-haired man wearing a straw hat was concentrating on eating. While eating, thinking, where should he go to recruit crew members? Just as he was thinking about life, the sound of a few strong men drinking and discussing current affairs at the table next to him attracted his attention. Have you read the latest news? I saw it. That big shot, Black Gun O's. There was actually a young man who was able to escape from him. Who is Oss? Is he famous? A sturdy man asked naively. It was obvious that he was ignorant and didn't even know Oss's name. This whetted the appetite of the big man next to him. He had seen the man who split the sky with one knife in Logue Town. After that experience of doubting his life, he immediately became a real Oscar fan. You don't even know this. Let me tell you. Black Gun Oss was originally a crew member on the ship of Pirate King Roger. He was once a top-notch ruthless man. Shanks adjusted his straw hat. He was alerted when he heard the news about Oss. He pricked up his ears and prepared to listen carefully. But as the Oshwe talked, his expression became more and more strange. What? He fought against all the marine generals alone and was entrusted with an important task by the Pirates King. He knew Oss, and these things were barely true, but then they kept getting more and more outrageous. According to gossip, Black Gun O's has a very secret. Do you know why he is called Black Gun? The big man said seriously. Is it because his gun is so black? A genius made a guess. What are you thinking? The big man glared and had to continue. It is said that although his usual style is to use knives and fists, when he is at his strongest, he still uses the gun behind his back. You know the monster Kuzan in Marine, the one who could besiege Oss undefeated with the other 2. It is said that his leg is still injured because it was broken by Oss's gun. If he hadn't been lucky enough to dodge it, it would have been broken long ago. Although the sturdy man next to him didn't understand, they still nodded in cooperation, but at the end they said. Advertisement. So is Oss good or bad in the report? Well, he is the guardian of the house, so he should be good. Shanks. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Shanks, who couldn't stand it anymore, finally bought a newspaper obediently. But after a closer look, his eyes became solemn, and he had the same idea as most people on the sea. This old Doflamingo is quite a character. As a close friend who had been on the same ship with Oz for many years, Shanks could be said to be one of the few people who knew Oz's strength best. After all, he had been abused by him more than once or twice. It was precisely because of this understanding that he realized how incredible it was that a young guy could escape alive despite Oz's full-scale pursuit. At least Shanks asked himself. If Oz was determined to kill him, he would definitely not survive unless Deputy Captain Rayleigh and others stopped him. Don Quixote Doflamingo. He is another powerful enemy of the new era. I will have a chance to fight him in the future. Shanks secretly made up his mind that when he became stronger, he would definitely fight with Doflamingo to see who was more qualified to be the king of the new era. Yes, he no longer has any illusions about the title of king of the next generation. Anyway, Captain Roger said that Oz was a man of the old era, and he didn't believe there would still be such a pervert in the new era. East Blue. An unknown town. With his ability to split things into pieces and a certain foundation laid on Roger's ship, the future pirate's Buggy is now dominating the low-end game. At this time, he also saw the familiar name in the newspaper. Oz. Seeing this very familiar name, Buggy was moved for a moment, and after reading the content carefully, he was even more surprised. Nan, Nani. With his mouth wide open and his tongue sticking out, his body instantly exploded into pieces. Is there a young man who can fight against O's and retreat safely? No, it's definitely a fabrication. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble with Oz? I really dare to write anything. Advertisement. It is ridiculous that Buggy is the only sober person in the vast ocean. Perhaps because he had protected him since childhood, Buggy had the clearest understanding of Oz. Even in Buggy's eyes, Oz is almost invincible in the world. If you want to talk about the older generation of Whitebeard Golden Lion, who is similar to Captain Roger, and fights with O's, Buggy can still believe it. But if you say that there are such people in the younger generation, and there is no intervention from outside powers, Oz can't do anything to them. Hey, B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Uncle Buggy is very angry now. Hey, guys, shoot down any newspaper seagulls you see. Yes, Captain Buggy. P.S. Blacklist +1. Grand Line, a certain sea area in the first half. A young man with a black knife on his back was riding on a lone boat, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly, with a very strong fighting spirit bursting out of his eyes. Sabayadi Archipelago Ma, I was run away by you in Logue Town, don't even think about running away this time. On the lonely boat, the young man rowing at night with a black knife in his hand put down the newspaper, exerted force on his hands, and moved forward quickly. This person is one of the most famous newcomers in the ocean recently. The future world's greatest swordsman. He is also the founder of the new style, sword style, after 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style. Youth version, Dracul Mahawk. After seeing Oz use the ace on his body to chop out the sword energy that opened the sky, he understood. This may be his next strong opponent on the road of Kendo. After all, he is the descendant of Roger and Rayleigh, 2 world-famous swordsmen. He firmly believed that as long as he defeated O's in swordsmanship, then he will surely take an unprecedented step on the road to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. After learning your swordsmanship, I will definitely benefit a lot. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Dr. Oz. Chapter 54. I can use a sword, does that mean I must be a swordsman? When the young man with a big knife on his back stood in front of him, Oz admitted that he is somewhat interested. Although I have heard of Mahawk, when he was young, like Lu Zoro, he liked to challenge various swordsmen and fulfill his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. But he didn't expect that this guy would come to him so soon. Time goes back 3 days. When this guy first arrived, after learning that Oz was not there, he kept wandering in front of the red light district, squatting for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, a staff member couldn't help it and came forward to ask the reason. Only then did I realize that he was here to challenge Lord Oz. When Sammy knew about this, she also didn't take it seriously. After all, Lord Oz's reputation is known all over the world, so if any random person comes to challenge him, he must take it seriously. I will be so annoyed that day. Thus, the future world's greatest swordsman, Shichibukai, and the Emperor's father, Dracul Mahawk. I can only squat at the street entrance of the red light district like a door god. A pair of sharp eagle-like eyes scanned the passers-by, much more cautious than the security guards checking takeaway drivers. I'm afraid that I'll miss my target if I'm not careful. Little did they know, a figure that crossed the space had quietly appeared in the bathing center of the red light district without knowing when. After several days of developing his fruit ability, Oz, who had lived on the deserted island for several days, is now exhausted. Amid the shocked and nervous reception of the bath center manager, I took off my clothes and entered the hot spring, beginning my rare time of enjoyment. Dong dong. Come in. Sammy arrived quickly with a large team of beautiful waitresses and a huge amount of delicious food, and the one-stop service was arranged instantly. Oz lazily lay on the soft bed, chatting about recent events on the sea, but at this moment he heard a piece of unexpected news. You mean, Mahawk has been waiting for me outside the red light district for days. He looked a little strange, and after thinking for a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's meet. I saw that the person I had been waiting for several days had actually been enjoying himself in the red light district for a long time. Mahawk's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice, but he still raised the black knife in his hand. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Dr. Oz. Accept my challenge. Challenge. Why? Advertisement. To defeat you, I am the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. It has to be said that Hawkeye when he was young was far from the calmness of an old artist 20 years later, and his passion was comparable to Zoro. This made him think of Shanks, who often challenged him when he was on Roger's ship. But for this passionate guy with dreams, an old salted fish like Oz who has no dreams will definitely not empathize with him. Anyway, no one is competing with him for the title of the world's greatest gun master. On the contrary, he still had a headache. If you win, you will definitely be crowned the world's greatest swordsman. Be prepared to accept all kinds of challenges. It's a fake match. It's not his character to lose in a battle. After all, he is the undefeated god of war. As for real loss, there has never been such a concept in Oz, there is no such word in the dictionary. Actually, Mahawk, the challenge doesn't mean I won't fight. But I'm not a swordsman, so what's the point of you fighting me? Hearing this, the young Hawkeye felt that his intelligence was insulted, and a sharp sword intent seemed to be projected from his eyes. You cut the sky apart with one sword, and fought 3 marine monsters to a standstill, and you say you're not a swordsman. Who says that if you can use a sword, you must be a swordsman? If you can cook, do you have to be a chef? Mahawk was speechless after hearing what Oz said. Quote. There was a long silence. As if he was sure that Oz would not take action, Mahawk's eyes sank slightly, his young face full of regret, and he prepared to leave this sad place. But at this time, Oz's words whetted his appetite again. I can accept it, but I have a condition. If you lose. Oz stood up. Just when he mentioned the word chef, he suddenly thought of something. He will definitely go to sea in the future. Even if he doesn't set up a pirates group, he will see all kinds of big scenes. You definitely can't go alone. After all, it's like being on a desert island. It's okay to eat grilled fish or barbecued meat occasionally, but you can't do this all the time. And having someone to keep you company, you won't be bored when you talk to them. If you take a girl from the red light district with you, she will be too weak and you will have to take care of her. Then, Oz needs a reliable, capable companion who can cook, has many years of solo sailing internship experience, and will not get lost. Who could this person be? It's so hard to guess. Advertisement. Condition. Hearing this, the young man with the black knife on his back stopped, slowly turned his head, and looked directly at Oz, who had bad intentions, as if he had heard some joke. In those eagle-like eyes, there is an unstoppable fighting spirit and determination. Whatever conditions you want, just ask. If I am defeated by your sword, then. He pointed to his chest and said seriously. It doesn't matter if you take my life away. This look, Oz's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. So burning. What use is there for me to have your life? All I need is for you to go out to sea with me for a few years, and cook for me as well. In response, the young man Mahawk only thought about it for a moment and agreed immediately. Okay, but after defeating you, I will continue to look for my next opponent. Oz smiled and walked over to Mahawk. You may have to wait for several years then. You mean, I still need to grow a few more years before I can defeat you? Quote. No, I'll let you go in a few years when I feel better. Quote. Mahawk said nothing, but just clenched the hilt of the sword. What an arrogant man. Of course, it is impossible for the two to start fighting on the Sabayati archipelago. Osh just thought about it, and the space around him began to distort. Mahawk noticed something strange. Don't worry, it's just my fruit ability. Because the original focus was on Haki's growth, the development of the fruit's ability was neglected. After the recent special training, Oz also developed some practical skills. For example, teleporting with other people, teleporting distant objects to your side. It's comparable to Kamui plus Flying Thunder God. After several teleportations in midair, the two soon arrived at an island covered with virgin forests. His figure slowly appeared in the open space next to the forest. Mahawk narrowed his hawk-like eyes. Just as he was about to take a step, he found that the touch was wrong. It seemed that his feet were sticky. Quote. Hahahaha. Sorry, this is my first time teleporting someone, and I teleported you to a place for the defense. Oz apologized with a smirk. Chapter 55. Why don't you call out the name of the move? Mahawk. The old fan who wrote the first book review of this book has a birthday today, so the fan-loving author will add another chapter. Please don't fall in love with the author, but if you do, please light up the urging button for the author and give him a small gift, hollow down pointing triangle. Swoosh. Mahawk looked grim and fierce. He quickly took the sword on his back and slashed towards Oz. Oz had a sly smile on his face, and he didn't dodge or evade, watching the blade pass through his body without leaving a trace of bloodline. Hey, I really didn't mean it. Why are you so angry? Your expression doesn't look like you were careless. PFF'd. Ha, is it that obvious? Watching Mahawk talking to him while quietly moving his feet, trying to wipe off the answer on his feet. Oz couldn't help but grin. Tease the young Hawkeye. It really feels as satisfying as teasing young Shanks. Seeing that Oz didn't even bother to act and just burst into laughter, Mahawk waved the Nighthawk even harder. But this time, Oz didn't use hollow to dodge, but instead pulled out the ace from his waist and directly blocked the murderous knife. The 12 Supreme Swords, Ace. Mahawk recognized the knife. That rumor, is it really true? The sword originally belonged to the pirates King Roger, but after his death it was passed on to his powerful successor, Dottle Oz. But the fact is, this is just a relic that Oz got when he helped take care of his family. The reason why I replaced the raven was because the ace was sharper, harder, and felt better. In terms of strength, it doesn't help much. The two men held black knives and slowly stood on both sides of the open space. Since this is a sword fight, I won't use my fruit ability. Otherwise, even if I win, you won't accept it. Jung. Oz slowly put on the Haki of Armament and said calmly. Young Hawkeye would not show weakness. He held the black knife knight in front of him, with a cold light shining faintly on the blade. His voice was cold and crisp. Advertisement. Without the power of the fruit, can you still avoid my sword? My sword has been tempered by the blood of countless opponents and has become extremely sharp. My ace is not at a disadvantage either. Both of them were wrapped in thick armament Haki, and looked at each other with serious faces. Oz can actually feel that the young Mahawk is still very strong. After all, he is already 19 years old. He is about the same age as Zoro, who has been training for 2 years, so there is no reason for him to be worse than him. Battle awareness, Haki, swordsmanship. Using only swordsmanship and two-color Haki, Os was able to fight the young Hawkeye on equal terms for a while. Exhaling slowly, Os held Ace tightly with one hand. The Haki that was originally wrapped around the blade began to flow slowly like water. The bright red flowing armed color is as gorgeous as the sakura flower. But the trace left by the blade is like a dark abyss. Ito Ryu Sakurajan black light. Ace was flying with flowing armament Haki, but he swung out a black sword energy. The huge sword energy of dozens of meters tore through the air and cut the earth apart. Mihawk frowned, but he was not panicked at all. He held the knife with both hands. Slowly raised the knife above his head, and then chopped it down hard in front of him. Boom. In an instant, a ray of emerald green sword energy, which appeared to be even larger than the black and red sword energy, rose into the sky. The two sword energies collided very quickly and entangled with each other. Even though the emerald green sword energy was sharper and larger in comparison. However, due to the difference in Haki, the flowing armament Haki continued to disintegrate the opponent. After one move, they are still evenly matched. But Os was not in the mood to pay attention to these things at this time, because he noticed a point that could not be ignored. Mihawk said nothing, slowly raised his knife and prepared to strike again, looking extremely cold and ruthless, showing the demeanor of a master. Os instantly became unhappy, his face looked a little ugly. Why didn't you say anything after you made the move just now? It's like I used a big move, but your Hawkeye easily blocked it with a basic attack. Do you really think I can't feel it? That sword energy just now was clearly your full strength. Next time I read out the names of moves, I will say, meow, as a dog. Os felt that he had been tricked, and his mood instantly turned bad. His original intention to tease the eagle also faded a lot. Advertisement. A terrifying red light flashed in his eyes, and Osti's knife went up to chop him, determined not to hold back. I really should discipline you, Mihawk. Seeing Os suddenly become a different person, Mihawk was actually confused. What's going on? But with his character, facing a more violent attack, he naturally would not ask the reason, but just raised his knife and fought with Os with all his might. Clang. The two swords collided, and the aftermath caused the surrounding ground to crack. This was a fight unique to great swordsmen, with sword energy flying out from time to time. The trees broke smoothly, the animals that strayed into the battlefield were split on the spot, and even the earthworms in the soil were split in half vertically. What a domineering power. After several fights, Mihawk's knife-holding hand was shaking slightly. If he had known earlier, he would have used the sword energy from a distance. With the blessing of strange power, Os's swordsmanship is no longer just swordsmanship, he is simply using the strength of swinging a mace to swing a knife. The two men kept slashing at each other, sometimes releasing sword energy, sometimes close combat with sword skills. The sword rose and fell, and the sword fell from the south to the north of the island. There was not even a complete stone left on the island. After 3 days and 3 nights, the winner was still not decided. Damn, how come Hawkeye's swordsmanship is so stable? No matter how hard he strikes, he can't find any flaws. Oz frowned and looked at Mihawk, a young man opposite him who was breathing slightly but still in good spirits and with goodwill. Should we say that he is worthy of being the world's greatest swordsman in the future? With his talent and the swordsmanship he learned from Captain Roger and Uncle Rayleigh, he was only able to fight an evenly matched opponent. Although Mihawk is a few years older than him, it is enough to show the world's greatest swordsman's quality. At least in swordsmanship, his talent is no worse than Oz's. Gradually, Oz lost his patience. He is ready to cheat. Boom. As a terrifying aura surged out, black and red lightning flashed from the blade of the ace knife, and the momentum that soared into the sky was completely different from before. Oz was about to shout out the words, God avoid, subconsciously, but after he came to his senses, he held it back. It was also at this moment that the eagle-like eyes shrank instantly, and a dangerous intuition suddenly arose in his heart. As this, the move in Logue Town. Those who still don't give a 5-star rating after reading this are low-level pirates, pure malice. Chapter 56. In this era of rampage, you shouldn't have forgotten me, right? This feeling is familiar. The black and red lightning made people want to tremble. Mihawk, don't you like to pretend to be a normal A? How about you try my basic attack? The tone of voice was calm but joking, which really made Mihawk confused. What did he mean by pretending to be a normal A? He is just a pure swordsman. I'm just not good at speaking. In his opinion, this is normal. After all, what serious swordsman would spend his energy on coming up with fancy names instead of improving his swordsmanship? Looking at the dark red light that was gathering all over Oz's body and had become as strong as the ultimate. Mihawk's long-established combat instinct began to give him a frantic warning, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This is. A grim smile appeared on Oz's lips, and he rushed forward with an astonishing force bursting out from his feet. In an instant, dozens of meters of ground collapsed because of this reaction force. Clang. Ace, wrapped in black and red lightning, slashed straight at Mihawk with a mighty force that seemed to have split the sky. Mihawk also turned sideways, lowered his body slightly, and slashed at Oz with all his strength. But the results were obviously unsatisfactory. Squeak. Bright red instantly filled the entire field of vision. At some point, the black knife flew into the air, spinning several times before stabbing into the ground. The handle of the knife was still shaking, as if to prove how much powerful force it had just endured. Why not avoid it? Oz dispersed the Conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade, and looked at the determined young man in front of him with a somewhat unpleasant expression. In the sword fight just now, after Oz chopped Black Knife Knight away, he actually held back. After all, he didn't really want to kill Mahawk. But this kid, but like a fool, it was as if I had deliberately bumped into the blade of his sword which still had some strength left. Avoid. Mahawk staggered a few steps, and half knelt on the ground, touching the blood that kept flowing out of his chest. There was no trace of pain on his face, only a calmness that moved forward. It seemed as if those eagle eyes had never known what fear was. I am a man who wants to become the world's greatest swordsman, how can I back down because I am afraid of someone else's sword? Advertisement. Even you, the knife of Dothor Os. It is absolutely impossible. However, no matter how nice the words are, lost or lost. Facing Os's full-strength attack, whether it was haki, swordsmanship, or strength. It can be said that Mahawk was unable to defeat any of them, and defeat was inevitable. After so many years of debut, it had chopped down countless famous swordsmen, until it met this man. Doter Oz. When Yi Fei flew out of his palm, he finally understood how vast this world was. This kind of monster actually exists in the world. After the war, Sabayati Archipelago. Red Light District, private room on the top floor of a bar. Is your last move called Divine Evasion? On the luxurious and soft sofa, the battle-damaged Mahawk was naked from the waist up, and several female doctors from the Red Light District were holding huge bandages, wrapping his upper body tightly. But he seemed to have no interest in the beauties around him and simply chose to ignore them. He just stared at Oz opposite him with sharp eyes, as if this was some peerless beauty. But Oz didn't notice this and was still enjoying the massage from the maid to relax his tense muscles from the long battle. After hearing Mahawk's question, Oz finally opened his eyes and met those eagle-like eyes. No, it was just a casual blow from me. Oz rolled his eyes upwards and said stubbornly. Mahawk remained silent, not wanting to argue with Oz. But in fact, he could feel that this move was exactly the same as the one in Log Town. It gave him a suffocating feeling, as if no one in the world could take on this blow. That black and red lightning, is it your fruit ability? Do you want to know? Then beg me, Oz said with a wicked smile. Seeing Oz's smug look, even a calm person like Mahawk couldn't help but have a hash mark on his forehead. Seeing that Hawkeye closed his eyes unhappily and stopped looking at him, Oz stopped teasing him. Okay, you are so petty. This is a conqueror's way of using it, wrap it around the knife. Since you said you won't use the ability of the fruit, then I won't use it. Hearing this, Mahawk, who had just closed his eyes, finally opened them. Oz looked at it and wanted to laugh secretly. Advertisement. You are such a proud guy. However, Mahawk ignored Oz's gaze and looked at Oz solemnly, saying, one day, I will grow up to be able to crack this trick, but before that, let me go with you, Dothor Oz. In response, Oz just chuckled and nodded. Okay, I believe you can do it. In fact, Oz has some understanding of Mahawk. Looking at Mahawk, who now has a resolute face but is still a little immature, Oz understands that the other party should not have suffered serious betrayal and harm from Marines during this period. P.S. Oda mentioned this in SBS Volume 108. It is probably for this reason that I will choose to live under the name of Buggy like Crocodile in the future, to seek a paradise where I will not be disturbed. So I haven't reached the point where I'm lonely and can't trust human nature. Now, he actually saved the other person in disguise. Although he didn't know it, the favor Dracula Mahawk owed him was undoubtedly much more important than that owed to Doflamingo. So, it would also be better to repay it with a lifetime. Looking at Oz's amused expression, Mahawk, who was tasting red wine at the moment, froze and his eyelids drooped slightly. I always feel like the other person is thinking something bad. A strong but strange guy. In the following days, Oz didn't have the time to go out and cause trouble. After all, there were no big scenes worth checking in. Most of the time, I was training, fighting, and having fun in the Red Light District with Mahawk on the deserted island. Gradually, the future world's greatest swordsman, who was used to traveling alone, began to like this kind of life. Even though every challenge ended in failure, he made rapid progress. 2 years just passed by in a flash, without Oz's appearance. Many things also happened on this sea that will never be at peace. On a deserted island that was shattered beyond recognition, on top of several flattened hills, 2 figures, one sitting and one standing. It's about time, Mahawk. A 17-year-old handsome young man with long hair, who was 3 meters tall, sat on the ground. He said as he looked at the young man in white shirt putting away his knife. Ah, yes, well, let's go out to sea and see this era that is beginning to run wild. It will definitely be interesting. Oz showed a nasty smile, which made Mahawk, who was standing next to him, sweat a few drops. I wonder if this world has become more interesting. Have you forgotten me, a remnant of the old times? This chapter discusses the young Hawkeye diagram. Chapter 57. Let's go see the new era, using the Oro Jackson. Welcome back, Lord Oz. Mr. Mahawk. Walking on the streets of the Red Light District, all the girls along the way were excited about the arrival of the two, especially when they saw Oz. The fanatical feeling had even reached the level of fangirling. Thanks to their reputation as strong men, Sammy is now thriving in the underground world and was once on the verge of being hailed as the king of the underground world. The business of the red light district is ranked second in the world, and is comparable to the business scale of New World's Happy Street. The money earned every day is calculated in billions. Therefore, the two of them are not only the girls' patron saints, but also the gods of wealth. Who can not love it? Oz walked in front, smiling and bending down to greet these beautiful girls. He would tickle his chin and touch his head from time to time, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, and both young women and girls were mesmerized by him. Mahawk was much more aloof, just following behind Oz with his arms folded across his chest. These pink skulls. Nothing could shake his determination to pursue kendo. It is worth mentioning that when they walked to the center of the red light district, they turned around and met a beautiful young woman holding a baby. And being able to appear in the central area while holding a baby, there is naturally only one identity. Long time no see, Oz-san, Mahawk-san. Rouge, holding the child, smiled gently and looked at Oz with gratitude. Oh, isn't this Madame Rouge? Ever since Oz brought Rouge back to Sabayati Archipelago, the latter has settled down here peacefully. Anyway, the expenses of a pregnant woman are just a drop in the bucket for Oz, who doesn't care about money now, so Oz is not stingy. After all, the ace that he got by chance is worth more than 10 billion Baileys. And more than a year ago, she successfully gave birth to Captain Roger's son, Ace. On the day of his birth, Ace even came back from the deserted island. I still remember that at that time, Rouge wanted Ace to recognize him as his godfather, but Ace was shocked and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Almost on par with Captain Roger. If this is true, what should I do when I see Uncle Rayleigh next time? Call Rayleigh brother. But let Ace call me brother from now on. It doesn't feel like that. Captain Roger is the same. He has a child at such an old age, which is a mess of generations. After much thought, I decided to just call him Mr. Oz. You brought little Ace out to bask in the sun. What an energetic little fellow, worthy of being Captain Roger's offspring. Advertisement. Perhaps he was born smart. When he saw Oz and the other man approaching, Ace took the initiative to stretch out his arm. Oz held him in his arms, weighed Captain Roger's son, and then saw Mahawk standing by with his arms folded and watching coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Hey, Aying, do you want to hold the baby? Huh. Mahawk's stern expression showed a little surprise when he heard this. Then he saw Oz put the child into his arms. Hey, wait a minute, you. Seeing Mahawk's serious and flustered expression, but still holding Ace in both hands, Oz couldn't help but laugh. Compared to Ace, he really prefers teasing Mahawk. Ha ha ha, alright. Oz laughed and sent Ace back to Rouge's arms. We are back this time to go on a sea trip, and we may not be back for a while. If you need anything, just talk to Sammy, or call me on Den Mushi, Mrs. Rouge. After pulling Ace's little face, Oz waved goodbye. The two walked upstairs towards the central area. Soon we arrived at Sammy's office. Oh, Lord Oz and Mr. Mahawk, why didn't you inform me before you came back? I'll have someone prepare. The two of them had already gotten used to Sammy's enthusiasm. They all sat down on the sofa, Oz crossed his legs, and Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi quickly brought them orange juice and red wine. Hey, Sammy, Mahawk and I are getting ready to go out to sea. Please help us get ready. There were two little maids sitting in Oz's arms, and they spoke casually. Mahawk tasted the wine in silence without saying anything. This was something the two of them had already discussed. Even Oz planned the timeline and route during his free time in the past 2 years. Sammy was naturally prepared. The supplies and necessary items have already been prepared, Lord Oz. The two maids also interrupted. Yes, we are fully prepared, with clothes and food. There are about 10 billion in cash, packed into several boxes. Really? You're well prepared. Then can we take Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi with us? Yes, Lord Oz, we can massage, feed, scrub, warm the quilt. Advertisement. No, this is not a game. The sea is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee your 100% safety. Ah, how could it be? Quote. Several people were chatting and flirting. Xiaoying, who was drinking quietly, was fine at first, but later, the more he listened, the more tic-tac-toes on his forehead appeared. Finally, I frowned and couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, you guys, did I overlook something? At least you need a boat to go out to sea. Hearing this, Oz was stunned. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, and clapped his hands. Yes, he teleported so often that he even forgot after a long time that he actually had to take a boat to go out. When Sammy heard this question, she said calmly, Actually, I've already thought about this problem for you, Oz. The voice of an elderly man with vicissitudes of life interrupted Sammy's words at this time, and a somewhat sloppy figure appeared at the door. Oz had already seen and smelled this aura, so he didn't have any doubts. Instead, he smiled and greeted him. Sassy ignores Dana, Uncle Rayleigh. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Mahawk stared at him with sharp eyes. Seeing this legendary swordsman, Xiaoying's sword urge came back, but he was also aware of the occasion, so he held it back. In the past 2 years, Rayleigh has also lived in Sabayati Archipelago for a long time, and often comes to drink in the name of Oz. The two have met more than once. But every time Rayleigh just stopped at the right time and never had a serious fight with Mahawk. But judging from Oz's level, the current Kitty Hawk is still too young. He is definitely no match for Rayleigh, who is in his prime. Seeing Rayleigh's appearance and considering the topic just discussed, Oz raised his eyebrows in surprise. I simply used the Future Foreseeing app to watch the advanced version, and was immediately surprised. Uncle Rayleigh, you actually. Hey, Oz, life won't be fun if you use your observation haki like this. Rayleigh said with a smile, giving Oz a surprise. Go, Oz, and go and see this era on behalf of us old guys. Take the oral Jackson. Please give me some small gifts, or keep up with the latest updates, dear Four Emperors, Marine Admirals, and Celestial Dragons. Chapter 58. Big Mom's Ambition, giving birth to the King of the World with Oz. See Circle Calendar 1500. At the port of Sabayati Archipelago. A huge ship that had been covered in dust for a long time was polished and was now docked at the shore. I miss you so much, Oral Jackson. Oz went up to the deck and looked at the facilities one by one. Those days seemed like yesterday. There was no reluctance or farewell. With Oz's speed, he could rush back immediately if anything happened. Only Rayleigh had tears in her eyes as she watched the huge ship sail away. At the same time, among the people who saw this scene near the port, there were several unusual figures. Although for Sammy, Rayleigh and others, Oz's sea trip was just a small episode in their lives. That's because they know Oz well enough. But from the outside world's perspective, Osir is more than just a simple name. It is also a symbol of an era. That is, before the new king was born, the majority of people of this era believed that the man who had the greatest chance of becoming king was. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doter Oz. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Beru. Report to headquarters. An emergency has occurred. A very fast voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. Hearing this urgent report, the operator frowned and his face became tense. Speaking. Report. This morning, Black Gun Oz and Eagle Eye Mahawk went out to sea together. Quote ? Quote. Hearing this, the operator was speechless. It's no secret that Oz often frequents the red light district of the Sabayati archipelago. After all, there are many people and many eyes. The world government has known this information for many years. The joining of Dracul Mahawk is not a big deal for Marine, he is just a newcomer. But the next words from the intelligence officer made him stand still for a moment, his pupils trembled, and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably. The two of them boarded the Oro Jackson, the ship owned by the former pirate's king, Gol D. All signs indicate that this is not a short trip as usual. Nani. That's all. Black Gun, the news that Oz had returned to the sea again reached the ears of countless major forces in the world and immediately attracted their high attention. Advertisement. This is also the reason why Oz did not choose to start in a low profile. He just wanted to tell the world. Unlike the rest of the Roger Pirates crew, Osco has not retired. For this purpose, the naval headquarters even held an emergency meeting. According to reliable information, today, Black Gun and Hawkeye boarded the Oro Jackson and prepared to be active on the sea again. We the Marine must be prepared. Sengoku sat in the first seat. Now, he has gradually taken charge of many affairs in the Marine. Facing many generals, he said solemnly. Wahahaha, Sengoku, if you gave the order, I would have gone to the Sabayati archipelago to capture that brat long ago. There would be no need to go through all this trouble. Crack. Garp grinned and spoke in a nonchalant manner, eating senbei while chatting. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku stood up and roared in anger at how lightly the old man said it. It is the order of the world government to forbid war with Oz. In fact, not only Sengoku felt solemn about this incident, there were many people in the audience whose reactions were much more exaggerated than his. Boom. Crack. The sulphurous heat wave and the biting cold wind appeared in the office at the same time, and a very ugly expression appeared on the faces of the two vice admirals at the same time. Hearing the name Oz, even Kuzan, who was not so extreme in character, was not much better than Sakazuki in attitude. It is hard not to wonder, if Oz appeared in front of them at this moment, these two would risk violating military discipline and forcefully attack. It's no wonder they reacted so strongly, it was really because Oz was too arrogant. At the naval headquarters, he beat up Sakazuki, the toughest and most hating pirates. As for Kuzan, there is no need to mention this again, those who understand will understand. On the contrary, Borsellino did not react much after hearing the name, except for a little cold sweat on his forehead. Because he was more timid, he was the least injured among the three people, and his personality was not that tough, so in the end he just said. Kavane, that monster among monsters, Oz, is going to cause trouble in the sea again. Kuzan, Sakazuki, control your temper. Now is not the time to mess around. Seeing the two people's uncontrollable elements leaking out, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little headache, but he still said seriously. The most urgent task is to carry out the orders of the world government. Perform a buster call on Ohara. You two, stop causing trouble at this time. Advertisement. After hearing this, the two people, who were originally in turmoil, finally calmed down with gloomy faces. New world. Toto land sea area, all nations. This is a fairy tale world with candy trees, chocolate rivers, and dancing and singing flowers and trees. The one who rules here is one of the overlords of the new world, a natural monster, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. In the castle, a figure ran over very quickly and broke into the huge and luxurious room, looking very anxious. Mom, there's the latest news about Black Gun Oz. He's out to sea. Hearing this report, the plump young woman who had been concentrating on eating dessert finally raised her head. The tall man who was transporting food nearby, wearing a huge scarf that covered his face and mouth, did the same and looked at it with a serious look. Today's aunts no longer have the charm of their youth, because of years of eating sweets and having children. Even though she wasn't as fat as a ball later on, her figure was already completely out of shape. After she heard the news, she was stunned for a moment. Then, his horrified eyes instantly locked onto the Homits soldier who came to deliver the message, and he didn't even have any interest in eating the cake next to him. After making sure that I heard correctly, he actually grinned. With unparalleled excitement and desire on his face. Has little O's finally come of age? That's great. Seeing this scene, Katakori's face turned ugly, because he knew what Big Mom wanted. Mom, regarding black gun O's, but if the other party ordered them to bring O's over, it would be an impossible task. He also knew for sure that even his most proud Observation Haki might be inferior to that legendary figure who was born with the ability of observation. Well, of course I know that. Oz is not someone you can handle. But yeah, we can pass the message to him, I'm sure he'll be interested. The world's strongest woman, Charlotte Linlin, raised her hands high at this moment, with a look of madness and excitement in her eyes. If he agrees, a child who inherited both of our Conqueror's talents, my iron skin talent, and his innate strength and observation Haki. He will definitely become stronger than Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rox, powerful enough to rule the world. The strongest monster in the world. P.S. Except for special circumstances, the update will most likely be around 5 o'clock in the future. Chapter 59 Daily Life on the Oro Jackson. In short, any well-informed force on the sea had already received the news that O's had set sail. The reactions varied. Some are like Marines who are facing a formidable enemy. Just like Whitebeard, he didn't take the little devil on Roger's ship seriously. There are young supernovas eager to try. At this time on the Oro Jackson. The center of countless topics, Oz is currently. Fishing. I haven't fished on this boat in a while. I really miss it. Sitting on the side of the Oro Jackson, Oz was fishing calmly with a luxury fishing rod in his hand. Even after 2 hours, no fish were caught. Oz, this is certainly not just fishing. It is also a kind of practice. As we all know, the advanced application of observation Haki, foreseeing the future, requires a calm mental condition. While Oz was training his patience and will, he was also constantly trying to break the number of seconds it took for his observation Haki to foresee the future. From the moment of awakening to the nearly 1 minute now, it is the result of Oz's continuous attempts. Even such meditation and nourishment may be beneficial to the spirit. Conqueror's Haki also increased slightly in this process. On the other side, Mahawk, who had just finished sword practice, was walking towards Oz with a towel hanging around his neck, wiping his sweat. I don't understand why you must go to Ohara, but anyway, we can't get this ship there in a short time with just the two of us. Mahawk's face was still stern. He looked at Oz who was fishing quietly, and sat on the deck chair with his legs crossed. Yi Jia leaned on the armrest of the chair. Mahawk looked at Oz, who was like a hands-off boss, ignoring him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He is not a talkative person, but every time he faces Oz, he can't control his temper. You plan to go to Ohara as your first stop, right? But we can't even learn how to sail, steer, read a map, we can't even cook. When will we be able to? The cold little eagle saw Oz closing his eyes to rest, and the number mark on his forehead kept appearing. Just when I could no longer hold back and was about to draw my sword. Don't worry, Mahawk. Advertisement. Oz slowly opened his eyes, stretched, jumped down from the edge of the boat, and stood in front of Mahawk who was sitting, with a relaxed look on his face. The purpose of sailing is to reach the destination. You point the direction. As he spoke, Oz gently lifted one foot and stepped it down again. Buzz. Suddenly, Mahawk felt something was wrong. There seemed to be no changes around me, the sea was still the same sea, but I always felt like something was different. I'll use teleportation to increase my speed and practice my fruit ability at the same time. It will take only half a day. Oz made an okay gesture. Because there is no reference point except the sea water, so the feeling is not particularly obvious. But if we look at it from the perspective of heaven. At this time, the Oro Jackson was like a ghost ship that appeared and disappeared out of nowhere, constantly flashing forward on the sea at a very strange speed. Quote. Mahawk, who was just like an old mother, finally felt that Oz was of some use. I simply ignored him and gave him a pointer. Before leaving, Sammy collected various eternal pointers based on the route map you specified. Just follow the direction of the pointers. Seeing Oz nodded and understood. Xiaoying then went to the special storage room, took out some vegetables and meat, and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Oz saw this scene and followed in. Aren't you supposed to steer the boat? Why are you in the kitchen? Mahawk stared at Oz, but saw him taking out a glass of orange juice from the refrigerator. He smiled and said, what does it matter? My observation Haki is enough to cover tens of thousands of meters around me. It's the same no matter where I am on the ship. Hearing this, Mahawk was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, regardless of his enthusiastic watching. She started by washing the vegetables and then cooking. Oz lay on the dining table, looking at Mahawk with interest. He picked up the kitchen knife and peeled a potato in just 2 seconds, smoothly and effortlessly. Ultimate's technique was not only reflected in his sword skills, but also in his culinary skills. Oz looked at it with eyes that shone brightly. In the past, they always had barbecues on deserted islands or went back to the red light district to have a big meal. Every time Oz wanted to watch Mahawk cook, he was rejected by the other party. I finally saw it this time. Check-in famous scene +1. It was not until the food was served and Oz picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and tasted it, with stars in his eyes, that he finally realized what a correct decision it was to trick Kitty onto the boat. Advertisement. This taste. It's no worse than the chef we hired specially in the red light district. He is the strongest swordsman in the future world, but he will never get lost. He is a chef who cooks top-notch delicacies, but he is not lustful. What's this? A high-end version of Ma Sanji plus Lu Zoro. One crew, 4 times the value for money. After finishing all the dishes, Oz leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. But Mahawk just wiped the corner of his mouth elegantly with a tissue, then fixed his eyes on Oz, looking at him coldly. Why are you staring at me, Kitty? Maybe it was because Kitty had shouted too much. Mahawk would express dissatisfaction at first, but now he has used it, he just spoke coldly. Since I cooked the meal, you should wash the dishes. Mahawk was secretly pleased. This feeling of frustration started from the moment I got on board. No matter big or small, I had to worry about everything by myself, and Oz was watching from the side. It's time to let this lazy king do something. Oh, sure. Oz thought it was something else and agreed without thinking. Mahawk's lips curled up slightly when he heard this. I was just about to remind him what the key to washing dishes cleanly is. Be careful when washing. Just when he was halfway through his words, he saw Oz gently raise his hand. Then there was a sound of snapping fingers. The messy leftovers had now completely disappeared, leaving only a few clean plates on the table, as if they had just been taken out of the cupboard. What do you mean by attention? Can't we just teleport these things out of the ship? With another snap of the fingers, the clean plates appeared neatly in the cabinet. Quote. Xiaoying, why aren't you talking? Are you born a quiet person? Let's duel. Chapter 60. Don't use your power, evil O's. Come to think of it, why did you choose Ohara as your first stop? Chuan Shangyi Pian Lang Ji. After the two of them had been fighting with swords for an hour or so, Mahawk finally vented his anger. After watching Oz put everything back in place with a snap of his fingers, I finally remembered to ask. The reason is, facing the refreshing sea breeze, Oz leaned his hands on the side of the boat. Looking far into the other side of the sea, the black spot at the end of the field of vision was constantly expanding at an exaggerated speed. Of course, because if you don't come now, you won't be able to see me again. When traveling, of course you have to check in. Can't see you anymore. Mahawk didn't understand. There is such an island and we are not leaving, so how can we not see it anymore? At the speed of teleportation, it doesn't take long to get from Grand Line to Ohara. Occasionally, we would meet pirates who wanted to hijack the ship on the road, but they either couldn't keep up with the speed of teleportation, or Mahawk would cut the ship in half with one sword. As the ship approached, the Oro Jackson slowly docked at the edge of a cliff that was not a dock, and Oz and Mahawk teleported to this island of knowledge. It's just as I heard. It's an incredibly huge tree. Looking from afar, Oz saw the huge tree in the center of the island, which was so big that it almost blocked out the sun. It is said that all the books in the world are hidden in it. I wonder if there is a book like that. What? Mahawk didn't understand and looked at Oz with a frown. It's just that kind. Never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. Looking at the puzzled look of this honest boy, Oz suddenly remembered that Mahawk was not interested in women. The two did not choose to teleport directly into the tree, because although this method is convenient, it also deprives Oz of the experience of traveling. The kind of travel he likes is the kind where he witnesses everything with his own eyes, rather than just arriving in a hurry and then rushing to the next place. If this is the case, Oz is even confident that he can check in all the islands in the world in a few months at most. Oz is not interested in that kind of special forces. Walking out of the forest on the cliff, the two were not afraid of getting lost. One reason was that they had the ability to see and hear, but the main reason was that the trees were too big, so they just had to follow their line of sight. As he was walking, Oz sensed the figures of several little ghosts through his observation haki. One of them in particular interested Oz. Advertisement. Mahawk saw him suddenly change direction, and without asking any more questions, he just raised his eyebrows and followed him. The two soon arrived at the other end of the forest, where a farce was taking place. Look, it's that monster. Everyone, attack her with tomatoes. Ha 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 ha. Children are always born with malice, perhaps for fun, or perhaps because they choose to follow the crowd. It is obvious that the little girl who has no parents and only likes reading is the easiest target for bullying and pleasure. A tomato hitting your head doesn't hurt much, but it's very troublesome to clean up. What she was more concerned about at this moment was that when she got home to wash off the tomato juice, she might need to use more soap, and she didn't know if her aunt would scold her for it. But that's not all. The kids in the distance didn't seem to be planning on letting her go. As a last resort, she could only use the power of the so-called monster that had worked before, trying to scare away the group of children who had gathered. But unfortunately, this trick has been used too many times, and many children are no longer afraid of it. After all, how powerful can the ability of a little girl who can't even get enough food be? Just as she put her hands on her head, preparing to go to the library to read books after being bullied, the imagined scene did not appear. What What happened? What did she see? She raised her head and saw a very tall and majestic figure standing in front of her. The group of children who often bullied her were now being held by this figure by their collars, with lumps all over their heads. Who is he? Are you protecting me? Like Saul. You kids are so ugly, yet you come out to bully others. Ugly people are really the cause of mischief. One of them gave several big bumps on his head, then ran away crying. Mahawk was speechless as he watched Os, who had a look of satisfaction and evil humor on his face after bullying the little boy. He doesn't have the demeanor of a strong man at all. Although after seeing what just happened, he also hated those ugly kids. Os felt quite happy. After all, he had been the leader of the children on the island of Doramos since he was 6 years old. Under his rule, it was always the children bullying others, and there has never been a case of groups of children bullying each other. Hey, Nico Robin, where are you going? Advertisement. Oz watched those bratty kids run away, then turned to look at Robin, who was also preparing to run away. The other party was stunned on the spot. It seemed like this person just called her name. Yes, I'm calling you. Take us around this island. If I'm in a good mood, I can reward you later. Oz smiled and spoke. Although his charm is high, it backfired this time. Robin, who had a miserable childhood, doesn't trust any strangers at all. She turned and ran towards the town. Tisk, I can't do anything about you. Oz curled his lips. After staying among the girls in the red light district for a long time, he thought he had reached the maximum level of affinity. Then he spoke softly. Don't move, Nico Robin. As the crisp sound rang out, a strange scene happened. The thin little girl who was running forward with big strides seemed to be under a spell and could not move at all. Even his expression was frozen in a moment of panic. This is. Mahawk frowned. It was the first time he saw Os use this trick. Is it a newly developed fruit ability? Os looked at little Robin, who was fixed in place, as if he had thought of something, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Walking forward, looking at the little fellow whose pupils were constantly trembling, Os stretched out his evil black hand and reached towards him. And left with books. Hey, little Robin, if you dare to run, I'll burn your books. Os, with a wicked look in his eyes, pulled the tightly held book out of her arms. Os couldn't understand what was written in the book. But it's no wonder. After all, I was raised by pirates since I was a child. I didn't even go to school. It's good enough that I can recognize all the words on the newspaper. Judging by the standards of this world, Os is actually one of the most illiterate people in the world. As expected, after hearing Os's evil words, little Robin stopped running when Os released his control. She just looked at the adult in front of her with fear and trembling eyes, who was handsome but also bad. Please, please don't burn my books. Don't worry, I won't be the protagonist's babysitter. Chapter 61 Buster Call is coming, go say hello. Why do you want to bring this little brat with you? Do you want her on board? Looking coldly at little Robin, who was leading the way and wanted to cry but didn't dare to, Mahawk finally couldn't help but asked what was on his mind. He didn't care about it. After all, he was just a person traveling with Oz and the decision-making power was not in his hands. Huh, why do you think so? I don't have the habit of taking care of people when traveling. I didn't even bring my beloved little 6 and 7 on board. I just thought that since I had finally come here, I had to meet the protagonist of this incident. Incident? Mahawk frowned. Yes, it should be something recent. You will know it soon. Oz kept it a secret. Because in his opinion, the horror of the so-called Buster Call is only for ordinary countries and some lone strong men. To him and Mahawk, there was no threat at all. Looking at little Robin leading the way, he didn't care what the two were talking about, but just kept walking forward with his head down. At first, Oz thought she would take them for a walk in the town, but he didn't expect that her 10,000-meter range of observation haki would sweep them. But I found some clues. She's taking us to a very strange place. Mahawk walked while turning his head to look around. After all, he had no idea of being lost, so he could still find some clues. Oz nodded, put his hands in his pockets and ignored the thoughts of little Robin in front of him, just a smile on his face. This Robin was just bullied, but he was so alert that he took them directly to find their parents. This little guy, he doesn't think he can escape like this. Perhaps sensing Oz's gaze, little Robin walked towards a cliff in a panic. In the end, he even ignored Oz's strange ability and tried hard to run towards the cliff. Of course, she definitely wasn't going to jump off a cliff. Saul, she shouted loudly, her small figure running forward wildly, without even having time to think about why the two guys behind her didn't stop her. It seems like I'm being treated as a bad guy, but I don't look like one. Os rubbed his chin twice, then turned to look at Mahawk. Hey, Xiaoying, do I look like a bad guy? In this regard. Mahawk chose to ignore it. Instead, he drew out the black knife from his back and looked at the cliff ahead with his sharp eagle eyes. As the ground shook slightly, a huge shadow was cast. It was a giant tens of meters tall. Advertisement. Former Marine Giant Vice Admiral Saul. The sturdy upper body and short legs make this giant look very disproportionate. At the same time, she was also young Robin's best friend. What happened? Robin. Saul lifted up the crying little Robin in his hands. There was a lot of confusion in Saul's little eyes. Then he noticed the two people following behind Robin. The moment I saw one of them, a familiar feeling suddenly came over me. You are. Maybe I recognized the wrong person. How could it be possible? There can't be anything wrong. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket ows. A look of shock appeared in his eyes, and his huge body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. That figure carrying a sword and a gun is definitely an existence that no Marine will ever forget. But, hasn't he appeared in the sea for a long time? Looking at the astonished and disbelieving look of the giant in front of him, Oz just smiled and greeted him. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last saw a giant. The last time I went to Elbaf with Captain Roger. Before he finished speaking, Oz had already stood on Saul's palm, with his hands in his pockets, looking at him with interest. Even Oz's figure seemed so small in front of this huge figure that was tens of meters tall. But Saul still didn't dare to make any move. Although he had never personally witnessed the strength of this legendary, next-generation king, he was still very clear about the strength of his good friend, Kuzan. To him, it was as invincible as a monster. The one in front of him was even more terrifying than Kuzan. 2 years ago, he went to visit Kuzan's broken leg. Even a freak like him had to take care of it for a whole month before he was able to walk normally. Looking at Robin standing there in a daze, Saul did not dare to move towards Oz, who was standing on his hand. He just looked grim and pleaded. Please don't hurt Robin, she's actually a very kind child. If she has offended you in any way, then, please take my life and let her go. Saul, advertisement. Looking at the 2 people, one big and one small, who were in deep love, Oz's face looked a little strange, and his eyes twitched slightly. It seemed that his arrival was almost the same as Buster Call. Could it be that what is circulating on the sea now is all his bad reputation? Hey, I'm telling you guys, can you guys understand what people are saying, or are you suffering from paranoia? I'm just traveling, isn't it normal to let a local lead the way? Finally, Oz finally realized how terrible his name was after it became known over the past 2 years, and left the forest somewhat depressed. I finally met an original character, but I didn't expect that I would end up with a weird uncle. This experience also successfully allowed Oz to remove his original filter for the protagonists. In fact, they are not much different from most of the pirates. Oz feels boring, so I took Kitty and I around Ohara Island, tasted some local food, and visited the giant tree in the center of the island. The most important thing is that I took a lot of photos with the Den Den Mushi. Looking at the various photos in his hand, Oz nodded with satisfaction. There are many kinds. For example, the photo of Kitty reading a book with legs crossed in a giant tree, the photo of Oz holding Mahawk's shoulders, and the panoramic photo of Ohara taken at an altitude of 1,000 meters. During this period, even though Mahawk showed reluctance at times, he still followed Oz to visit all the places worth visiting in Ohara. It is true that he says one thing but acts another. However, Oz did not expose him. He just smiled and looked at Mahawk, who had just said he was not hungry but was now tasting the fruit of Ohara's specialty tree. What are you looking at? Xiaoying asked back with narrowed eyes. Nothing. I just wanted to say. It's almost time for Ohara's trip to end. Some old friends have come to visit us on the sea. Oz chuckled. With his super long-range observation haki, it was not difficult for him to see that countless warships carrying sharp swords and huge cannons were rushing towards Ohara, cutting through the wind and waves. As for the upcoming Buster Call that scares the world, neither Oz nor Mahawk felt nervous. Well, it's been a while. Come on Mahawk, let's go say hello. Chapter 62. The Big Shot Who Appeared in Ohara. 8,000 urging for more. The Island of Knowledge, Ohara, dozens of kilometers from the coastline. Waves rose up, and as soldiers gathered on the deck, shells were loaded one after another. On the coast, countless people in Ohara who were preparing to go out to sea, or foreigners who had come here for business, all looked at the huge fleet in the distance in confusion. Then, it seems to be Marine. Those warships and seagull flags seemed to be correct. Countless warships cut through the wind and waves and surrounded Ohara. The cannons adjusted their angles and aimed at Ohara mainland from afar. On the deck, there are many high-ranking generals that are not usually seen in West Blue. The 2 typical ones are 2 tall men. A curly-haired girl wearing sunglasses. The other was a sturdy man wearing a hat. On the other side, there was a man in a suit wearing a gray and white striped cloak. He was holding a peculiarly shaped golden Den Den Mushi in his hand. He looked very arrogant and seemed to be deploying a battle plan. If someone with insight saw this golden Den Den Mushi, he would be shocked. This is exactly what means that the last bottom line of the world government has been touched, and there is no possibility of any easing. The real overlord of this sea is about to launch a signal of absolute sanctions. Buster Call. It usually consists of more than 10 warships and 5 or more vice admiral elites. Launch indiscriminate destructive attacks on the area that sent the signal. The smoke-filled atmosphere finally aroused the suspicion of the people on the coast. Hey, I feel like those Marines are coming for Ohara. No way, could it be that some big pirates have come here? What kind of big pirates need such a big show, Pirate King? The people were talking about it in a panic, but they didn't know that there really was such a person, the real big pirate they were talking about, who was worthy of such a big fuss. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on the edge of the cliff, holding a glass of orange juice in his hand and tasting it through a straw. By the way, after this Buster Call is over, 3 admirals will be born. Oz recalled the history in his memory. Next to Oz, who was sitting and drinking juice, there was a handsome and fair-looking little eagle wearing a red floral shirt. With his hands folded in front of his chest, he looked calmly at the fleet in the distance. Advertisement. Then he turned his gaze to Oz, and seeing that he was unmoved, as if he had expected it, he calmly asked. Is this large-scale marine coming just for the two of us? It's no wonder Mahawk has this idea. After spending a few days on the island, he knew very well that this was just an ordinary island in West Blue, and there was not even a strong person who could use Haki. How could it possibly lead to such a large-scale war against me? After thinking about this, he slowly drew out the gorgeous long sword behind him, Black Sword Knight. It seems that he is ready to strike first at any time, and he will first send 100-meter long sword energy as a greeting gift to the Marines. As you can imagine, if there is no strong person to interrupt, Mahawk is fully capable of destroying a Marine warship with one sword, and the cut surface is smooth and without wrinkles. No matter how huge the fleet is, it will be useless. In front of such a truly powerful warrior, the number of basic combat forces has lost its meaning. The only ones who can survive his sword are the 5 leading vice admirals. How could we two be so worthy? Well, it seems that we are really qualified. But this time, this Buster Call is really not for us, and the world government must also understand that Buster Call is a joke to me. Quote. If they really want to deal with those, they will have to send out at least a few top fighters for a surprise attack. A massive siege of warships. To us, they were no different from a group of living targets. Their real purpose is to destroy Ohara. Did you see the books in the giant tree in Ohara? This place is known as the Island of Knowledge, and there are many scholars studying history. Quote. History. A piece of forbidden history that the world government is covering up, even at the cost of erasing the entire country. Hearing this, Mahawk's face finally became a little serious, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It's so deeply involved. Do you want to listen? I can tell you the general idea. Oz smiled and looked at the little eagle beside him. Forget it. I feel like it's something that would be very troublesome if I knew it. Besides, I am not interested in past history. The aloof sword-obsessed Xiaoying refused Oz's request to leak the information. Oz didn't force it, but continued to watch this, end of the world. Without the power to match it, yet having to touch the unbearable heaviness. Call it an ideal or a way to seek death. Anyway, Oz doesn't have a heart as kind as a saint, so he won't care. On the Marine warship. Advertisement. In front of the many Marines, a tall figure was standing on the bow. Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, who was wearing a black marine windbreaker and sunglasses and whose expression could not be seen clearly, listened to the whispers of the Marines behind him and just looked at the coast in silence. Are we really going to bombard indiscriminately? There are many civilians on the shore. Shut up. This is an order. But, no matter how you look at it, this is too. Although many people in the Marine Corps have doubts about this, the CP organization, as the commanding party, and the lackeys of the world government will not show any mercy. Under the order, rounds of artillery fire were launched, bombarding the entire island of Ohara indiscriminately. Suddenly, riots broke out. Boom. The smoke from the explosion and the wailing of civilians immediately became the main theme of this beautiful island. Hell on earth. Whether they were local civilians or occasional tourists from other places, they all died in this indiscriminate artillery fire. They looked at the Marines who were recognized by the world as righteous in their fight against the evil, and they could not believe that they were actually slaughtering civilians at this moment. Soon, people from several warships began to land and hunt down the scholars in the crowd. Among the countless panicked people running, 2 figures suddenly appeared, standing out from the crowd. Strolling leisurely in the garden, I felt out of tune with the crying and panic around me, as if I was on a different level. Oz had no intention of hiding his identity, and there was no existence in this sea that he needed to hide from. Any shells that fell from the sky, or stray bullets, explosions, and debris, all disappeared without a trace when they came within 10 meters of him. The two finally appeared on top of a tall building, using Den Den Mushi to record the entire process of the destruction. Check in Ohara Destruction +1. The two's unique attitude soon attracted the attention of Marine and CP organizations. But when they surrounded the tall buildings and really saw the figure smiling and waving at them. But he stood still on the spot for a moment, with his mouth wide open but no sound coming out for a long time. Even the gun in his hand fell to the ground, and he didn't dare to reach out to pick it up. How is this possible? After a long while, someone took out a Den Den Mushi and shouted in fear. Report to the commander. A powerful person has appeared who we cannot handle. Marine, what are you talking about? How dare you, a big shot, obstruct a buster call issued by the world government? A serious voice with doubt came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Yes, that. The Marine was so nervous that his nose and tears could not help but flow out, and his pupils could not stop trembling. Black Gun Osa. Chapter 63. Don't move, Kuzan. Upon hearing this news, the Marine officer on the other side suddenly held his breath. After being stunned for a moment, countless bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared, cold sweat instantly covered his entire face, and he gritted his teeth and asked. Hey, Marine, are you sure you see clearly? This is not a joke. However, before he could hear the report, Den Den Mushi's nervous expression instantly disappeared, and it was replaced by a faint smile with scarlet light in its eyes. This change made the Marine officer's scalp tingle instantly. The look of horror in his eyes couldn't stop emerging. At this time, the high-rise building. Oz looked at the Den Den Mushi that was teleported into his hand with great interest. In this high-rise building that could not be shaken by the smoke of gunfire, Oz leaned his elbows on the guardrail casually. Faced with such a casual attitude, the Marines and CPs surrounding below still did not dare to make any moves. The Marines were so solemn because the man before them was a vicious criminal who had destroyed half of Marineford. Even the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters can't do anything about it, it's notorious. The CP members who are directly under the world government are because of an order issued by the top leaders, which is said to come from the highest authority. If you encounter Dot Os interfering during the mission, suspend all actions and wait for the top leaders to make a decision before continuing to complete the order. Closing square bracket. At this time, on the other side of Den Den Mushi, the Marine commander was even more nervous than them. When he was hesitating whether to hang up and report to his superior immediately, a gentle voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Moshi Moshi, are you a Marine officer? Please help me get through to Kuzan and tell him that his old friend is looking for you. If you dare to hang me, you're done for. I've memorized your facial features. Hearing this, the Marine officer's face instantly turned green, and he looked like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. The higher-ups clearly said that without orders, the Marines were forbidden to engage in battle with Os. If he caused Os to take the initiative to attack Marine, he wouldn't know whether Os would be in trouble in the end. The world government and Marineford would definitely cause trouble for him. Hateful. Why am I so unlucky? Without caring too much, he could only swing his legs and run as fast as he could, heading towards the warship that had just docked in the distance, while carefully protecting the smiling Den Den Mushi in his hands. Facing this guy running over in a hurry, the officers on duty near the warship were about to reach out to ask advertisement. But they found that the other party seemed not to see them and ran back to the boat. At this time on the deck, Kuzan was just about to disembark. Before he could make any move, he saw one of his officers rushing over quickly. What's this guy's name? It seems to be DK. Looking closely, he was holding a Den Den Mushi in his hand. Little did they know, DK also felt the sadness of life at this time. The more you fear something, the more it will come to you. In fact, after the Os invasion of naval headquarters, he saw the handsome face on the news and realized what a terrible thing he had done. That black gun O's actually took the initiative to bring Marineford along. If the Marshal and Admiral knew about this, he will definitely be sent to a military court. No, he will be executed directly, right? Therefore, he did not tell anyone about this matter. Even the Marines who had seen Os's face on the ship that day were silenced by him. I thought this matter was over, but I wanted to take some credit this time. Unexpectedly, I'm being entangled by this god tier again. Now, he just wants to send the Den Den Mushi away and stay away from these dangerous big shots completely. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Just as he was about to reach Kuzan and put the Den Den Mushi down. At this moment, two figures slowly walked out of the void. One of the figures, with a smirk on his face, patted DK on the shoulder, looked at his expression of astonishment that made his eyes bulge, and said slowly. Thank you, Colonel DK, for being so considerate and showing me the way again. Shrimp and pork heart. DK's whole body was about to break apart, as if he saw the bleak future for himself. At this time, DK was certainly not the only one who was surprised by the appearance of Oz and the other. Looking at the tall and handsome figure with a slightly changed face, wearing a black military uniform and carrying a sword and a gun, he smiled and said, Sashibuli Dana. Kuzan just opened his mouth, his expression stunned for a moment, and then he immediately got hard. Advertisement. The fist is hard. This is. How is it possible? Intelligence shows that the black guns should have just left Sabayati Archipelago a few days ago. How could they appear in West Blue? The other Marine commanders, who were slower than Kuzan, were in disbelief. We had just analyzed the traces of the black gun during the meeting a few days ago. Everyone's attention was drawn to the young man with long black hair. Facing the numerous Marine officers present, Os just smiled. Kuzan could not feel any appreciation for this smiling face that seemed to be always calm and unhurried. Instead, clumps of ice emerged from his body and a biting cold air floated all over his body. You're still so energetic, Kuzan. Os seemed not to notice the murderous intent in Kuzan's eyes, which was so strong that it was about to take shape. He greeted him as if he was facing an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. When the Marine Rear Admiral and Commodore saw this, they gritted their teeth, braved the cold and rushed forward to hug Kuzan, who was about to go berserk. No, Vice Admiral Kuzan. The world government's orders have long emphasized that we must not engage in battle with Black Gun Os without orders. In response, Kuzan simply lowered his head expressionlessly, ice slowly forming on his sunglasses. He looked at the many colleagues who were trying to stop him, and slowly spoke. No war without orders. Isn't a buster call an order? Is Dottle O's also on Ohara Island now? Quote. Hearing this, several Marine officers were also stunned. I'm just following orders, everyone. At the moment when the voice fell, a bunch of exploding ice flowers appeared almost instantly from under Os's feet. Of course, it also missed. Os's figure disappeared instantly. Mahawk did not teleport away with him, but dodged immediately with the help of his Observation Haki, and then stood steadily on another place on the deck. Hey, Kuzan, long time no see. Is that how you say hello? Don't forget, Oz, all I have for you is endless murderous intent. Os's mouth curled up, and his figure appeared behind Kuzan without him noticing. The latter was naturally able to sense this scene instantly, and a dark armament Haki instantly condensed in his hand. Just as he was about to turn around and fight back. But at this moment, a faint whisper was heard. Then a strange scene happened. His body seemed to be frozen and he was unable to move for a moment. Don't move, Kuzan. Chapter 64. The situation escalates. Report to 5 elders. Don't move, Kuzan. As these words fell, the figure in front of him who wanted to turn around and swing a punch was instantly frozen in place, as if frozen. On the deck, many Marine officers looked at the monster vice admiral who was unable to move in front of the gentle young man in military uniform, their eyes full of horror. What kind of weird ability is this? No, it's not completely stagnant. Kuzan vice admiral is moving. There are many Marines who have observation Haki grandmasters, and after careful observation, they actually discovered something unusual. Among them, a pair of eagle eyes were the first to see through the trick. Mahawk crossed his arms, and when Os used this move for the second time, he finally saw the clue. Can you keep teleporting the enemy's body to its previous state, so as to achieve a near-still effect? Hey, don't explain your skills to your family, Xiaoying. Even if I don't tell them, they will figure it out soon. The solution is very simple. Whoosh. A fierce punch broke through the restriction and went straight towards Os's face, but was easily caught by the strange force that was also wrapped in armed color. To break the fruit ability, all you need is an excess of Haki. But even if it can be cracked, it will still have some impact. The two exchanged blows again. The powerful Haki collided and stirred up a wave of air. The entire deck seemed to be unable to support itself and began to collapse downwards. Mahawk jumped gracefully and landed on the shore, and Os's figure instantly appeared beside him. Amidst the smoke and dust, a terrifying black shadow loomed, with a frightening white light reflected from the sunglasses. A cold and murderous voice sounded at this moment. Dr. Oz, according to the orders of the headquarters, I cannot attack you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for appearing on this island that is destined to be destroyed. Oz just shrugged, with a look of contempt in his eyes. I have no intention of starting a war. I just came to say hello. Otherwise, how many Marines do you think will survive this so-called buster call? When Kuzan heard this, he felt as if he was being insulted. Oz seems to have a natural talent. As long as he wants to irritate someone, no matter how easygoing and gentle that person is, he will inevitably have the urge to kill. Then, just give it a try. I have been working hard every day for the past 2 years to kill you. Ultimate's coldness and sharpness instantly spread from his body, and the ice blade condensed by Haki was held in his hand. In order to deal with you, I tried my best and practiced Haki with Mr. Garp for a long time. Advertisement. A long time ago, after that 3-dimensional one-on-one battle that almost broke his leg, Kuzan thought for a long time before finally figuring out how he could defeat a monster like Oz. The punch that Garp threw to force Oz back at Marineford gave him inspiration. The ability of the fruit can only be auxiliary when dealing with Oz. If a real fight breaks out, Haki's power will also be important. Except arrest, Dr. Oz. Jung. The extremely powerful armament Haki attached to the ice blade, Kuzan moved as fast as a ghost in the ice and snow that spread all over the field. He instantly engaged with Oz, who was equally as fast, or even faster. Just in terms of the attainment of armament Haki, the two are almost evenly matched. You've really improved a lot, Kuzan. He could see that Kuzan's Haki level had improved a lot compared to 2 years ago. Moreover, when combined with the ability of the fruit, it was so difficult that even he couldn't help but secretly praise it. But this so-called difficulty was only for the young Oz 2 years ago. Since you are so interested, I'd better enjoy it too. Oz shook his head helplessly. The next moment, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped half of Ohara Island, and black and red lightning spread all over the body, dancing wildly towards the sky. Seeing this scene, Mahawk couldn't help but sweat a few drops on his face, his eyes were solemn. Are you going to use that trick? The other Marine generals, seeing the tense confrontation between the two, secretly groaned. How come the Buster Call elimination plan that was originally intended to crush the game has now become a real, demon-slaying, plan? But they are the Marines of the Naval headquarters after all. Even facing such a strong enemy, they have no intention of backing down. Wrap the armament color around your weapon or fist, and prepare to assist Kuzan Vice Admiral as much as possible. Just when someone was about to rush forward, sudden. An exaggerated emerald green sword energy, which was over 100 meters long, instantly flew past them, separating them from the battlefield between the two. A cold and arrogant figure slowly walked out from among them. Several Marine generals wearing cloaks looked grim and sweaty. They turned their heads and looked. What a pair of eyes those are. Like a top predator in the sky, with eyes like a hawk, cold and emotionless. Standing in front of him, it was as if facing a cold sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Advertisement. The gorgeous black knife with heavy patterns and chaotic blades was placed across his body. The cold light of the knife matched his noble temperament and did not destroy the beauty at all. And that arrogant tone seemed to be born that way. If you want to intervene in the battle, you poor weakling, you better survive my sword first. Can anyone tell me, what's going on with that exaggerated sword energy on the coast? On the sea, Sakazuki, who was still in the warship, looked seriously at the emerald green sword energy rising into the sky above the distant coast, and asked his adjutant in the distance. The adjutant who was answering the call on the Den Den Mushi seemed to have just received the news. His face suddenly changed, and he ran over in a cold sweat to report to Sakazuki. Report to Vice Admiral Sakazuki. We have received the latest news from the front line. The one who appeared on the coast is, the Black Gun Ows. What did you say? Boom. Before he could finish his second words, the moment he heard Osa's name, Sakazuki's reaction was exactly the same as Kuzan's. After a brief moment of confusion, I immediately realized that I could finally use the excuse of Buster Call to completely eliminate these heinous pirates. At this moment, his whole body instantly turned into elements, and his body turned into a volcanic bomb with terrifying explosive power, erupting towards the coast. Only the confused adjutant and a group of confused soldiers were left there. At the same time, the equally confused Buster Call Commander-in-Chief, Spandine, also received this shocking news. After he realized what was happening, his eyes widened and he looked at the subordinate who had just reported. Who did you just say was fighting with the Marine on the shore? It's Black Gun Os. Nani. After hearing the name, he fell to the ground in a cowardly manner, his mouth wide open, with fear and disbelief in his eyes. As the person who was responsible for collecting information about Os for the Five Elders, he could be said to be the person who knew Os's strength and the attitude of the Five Elders best. It was because of this that he realized what a dangerous signal Os's appearance in Buster Call represented. No, this is beyond my control. He suppressed his panic and, prompted by reason, quickly took out the best-kept and most precious Den Mushi from his arms. Beru. Click. The Den Mushi was connected, and a serious figure with a scar on his forehead and a big beard appeared on the screen, and spoke with a condescending attitude. What happened? Spandine. Chapter 65 Fist-Bone Galaxy Impact. West Blue, Ohara. Around the coastline. Looking around, the sea for thousands of meters around has been completely frozen into ice. The extremely biting cold wind and the powerful Haki worked together, at least on the surface, to suppress Os for a short time. The extreme low temperature environment has a great impact on the body. In this environment, Os fought with Kuzan at close range, which showed the degree of his physique. I'm so cold that I have goosebumps. Let's make it quick. Not only is it for the sake of having fun with you, Kuzan, it is also a test of my 2 years of training. Oz shook his arms, and his originally casual look finally became sharp. The Conqueror's energy all over his body condensed into lightning, raging in the sky, and then slowly wrapped around the edge of his fist. He turned his head to the side and saw Mahawk, who was fighting a one-on-many battle with ease, and called out to him. Oi, kitty, please move away from now on. He chopped down a Marine Rear Admiral who was using a knife very neatly. Mahawk turned his head and looked at him in surprise when he heard this, with a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. You're going to use that trick. You're making such a big noise right after you set out to sea. Yes, after all, I haven't been out for a long time. This is a small gift to the seniors in this new era. The corner of Osa's mouth curled up, and the black and red lightning in his hand became more intense. After hearing the conversation between the two, not only Kuzan who was just forced back by Os with one move, but also the generals who were caught in a tough battle were confused. But before they could make any move, they saw that Mahawk, who had just killed anyone who stood in his way, no longer wanted to fight. A huge emerald green sword energy forced back many Marine officers and quickly headed inland away from the shore. Before anyone could step forward to stop him, a strong sense of oppression instantly rushed into his brain. This is a tingling feeling. I am going to die. What happened? Turning back, he suddenly looked towards the center of the coastal battlefield. All he saw was the terrifying figure, now covered in black and red lightning. No, it can no longer be considered lightning. If I had to describe it accurately, it would be more like thunderstorm. Advertisement. In front of the conquerors who finally let go without any disguise, some of the weak commodores and rear admirals were already half kneeling on the ground with painful expressions on their faces. He had to thrust his sword into the ground to avoid falling to the ground in disgrace. The same was true for the people outside the battlefield, not to mention Kuzan who was the main target at this time. The pressure is multiplied like a mountain. The eyes beneath the sunglasses were filled with disbelief and horror. This feeling. Hey, how could you possibly do that? Dawdle Os. Os did not answer the question, but his eyes glowed red, and his smile was even a little cruel. I'm sorry, Kuzan, but there's no way you're going to get away this time. The black and red thunderstorm on the body of this, next-generation king, slowly shrank and gathered towards the front of his fist. At the end, after being compressed to ultimate, a dazzling red light source was formed, just like the laser that Borsellino turned into. It was even brighter than before, and even broad daylight, it still illuminated the entire coast. The next moment, the terrifying light source and figure disappeared instantly. All the generals felt relieved and were able to stand up suddenly. They looked around in confusion. Only Kuzan, with his face covered in cold sweat, did not relax. Instead, he opened his mouth and looked up at the sky in a daze. The generals who noticed this also looked up. Just this one glance almost frightened them to the point of cardiac arrest. Hello, what is this? The sun. The dazzling red light hanging 10,000 meters in the sky was rushing towards the ground like the end of the world. Like a falling sun. Boom. The scope was so large and the speed was so fast that there was no escape at all, not to mention that the one who could foresee the future had already seen through their whereabouts. I've been hunted by Old Man Garp since I was little, and I've seen this move hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. How could I not learn it? Conquerors was too immature before, but now it's different, Kuzan. Advertisement. Oz, who is almost an adult, has already stepped firmly into the threshold of the General Emperor even without the fruit ability and pervert observation Haki bonus. It can be said that it has truly reached the level of world-class combat power. What a terrible man. Looking at the dazzling light in the sky, Mahawk, who had already evacuated 1,000 meters from the center of the battlefield while the generals were suppressed by the conquerors, couldn't help but praise with a cold sweat. Even if it's not the first time I see it, I still find it exaggerated. Fist Bone Galaxy Impact. A red cross light source fell to the ground, and after a brief silence, its huge power like the scorching sun spread out in all directions. What a great power this is. In the face of this power that was like a human-shaped nuclear bomb, the Earth was easily torn apart as if it were made of paper. Although it was not as powerful as Garp's all-out attack that destroyed the island, the land within a radius of several thousand meters was already shattered. Huge smoke and dust rushed into the sky, like the end of the world. Whether it was the residents looking from inside Ohara Island, or the Marine and CP personnel still staying above the sea, they were all trembling with their mouths wide open, shocked by this scene and unable to speak. It's over, it's over, it's over. At this time, on the warship, watching the devastating nuclear explosion, the CP-9's highest commander, Spandine, who used to be arrogant. He didn't care about his subordinates at the side, half knelt on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face, and lay on the bow, watching the fierce and exaggerated conflict. Thinking of the order just given by the Honorable Five Elders Saint Bochuli, he no longer had time to be afraid. He immediately stood up and ordered the CP personnel beside him. Hurry up and inform the Marines on the warship to approach Ohara Island immediately. Under the order of the highest authority of the world government, we must quickly stop the fighting between the two sides. Hearing this roar, the soldier who was originally shocked by the monsters' fighting power and was glad that his fleet was not the first to land on the island, suddenly turned green. No, did he hear it right just now? To stop this war. Just us. Seeing his men standing there in a daze, Spandine was almost going crazy. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at his head, ignoring the tears and snot on his face, and roared. This is an absolute order. Before we understand the whole story. How could we possibly go to war with that black gun Oss? Chapter 66. The value of the world's strongest sniper. This scene, what on earth is going on? Looking at the shattered Earth, the 1,000-meter-wide crater, and the Commodore and Rear Admiral fragments that were definitely dead, Sakazuki's face turned terribly dark as he fell like lava bombs. Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins, there was still a Marine Vice Admiral, buried in the rubble, weakly able only to cough up blood. Sakazuki quickly moved away several piles of rubble, and to his shock, lying among them was Kuzan, who was the first to land on the island. The staggering amount of bleeding and the extremely pale face were enough to show how serious the injuries he had suffered before this. Thousands of meters away from here, Oss, who had hit the target with one strike, appeared beside Mahawk. Is your current strength enough to defeat a Marine Admiral in an instant? Mahawk's hawk-like eyes had already seen Kuzan lying on the ground with serious injuries. He felt something was wrong. After all, he had faced this move before. Although it was indeed extremely powerful, for someone at the level of a quasi-admiral, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. But being knocked unconscious by a single punch is a bit too much. When Oss heard Xiaoying's question, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Having reached the level of Marine Admiral, how can there be a one-hit kill? I'm not Captain Roger. The reason why Kuzan took all the damage was because he was unwilling to accept the defeat. Quote. Oss had just clearly felt that although he could see the direction of Kuzan's escape trajectory clearly by foreseeing the future. But in the future, Garp's favorite disciple had no intention of dodging, but stood straight and prepared to fight with those who fell from the sky. Oss shook his frozen and stiff hands, and couldn't help but sigh. There is no such thing as a crushing victory. It's just a fight between two men where one punch decides the outcome. Oss didn't use the disgusting unlimited teleportation, and Kuzan didn't have elementalization and glacial barriers. The two men who had been at odds with each other for a long time now chose to use the most direct and unguarded method to defeat each other. However, Kuzan overestimated his Haki fist combined with the power of the fruit, and underestimated Ospervert's growth speed and Haki attainments, which is why he was defeated by one strike tyrant's attack. If we have to explain why the two did this, it's very simple. That is, whoever avoids them is a low-level pirate marine. If they really want to fight without restrictions, the small place of Ohara is not enough for the two of them to fight, and it will be impossible to determine the winner in 3 days and 3 nights. And not long after that, Sakazuki came in the form of a lava volcano. Advertisement. Osborne thought that this was good enough for the match, but there was no reason to give up halfway when announcing his debut in the new era. Sakazuki, are you looking for me? Just when Sakazuki didn't find any trace of Oss and was about to carry Kuzan back for treatment. The next moment, a voice that haunted him rang in his ears. Almost subconsciously, he immediately threw the seriously injured Kuzan aside. The lava in his hand was boiling hot. Great eruption. The huge lava fist blasted towards the source of the sound like a volcanic eruption, but unfortunately it did not hit the entity. The boiling lava fell into the sea, and the broken ice on the sea completely melted, and even boiled in some places. So enthusiastic. Boom. A lava fist blasted towards him again, but missed again. Don't be so arrogant. Dawdle Oss. Marine justice is not something you can mess with. Quote. The coldest soldiers are often the most susceptible to fever, and coupled with the boiling magma bubbling all over their bodies. It's simply a red wen person who has eaten the red wen fruit. Justice. Is killing civilians also justice? I think there was a refugee ship before I came here. Looks like you killed him, Sakazuki. When Sakazuki heard this, his naturally serious face suddenly turned furious. Shut up, you are just pirates. What right do you have to criticize the justice of the Marines? If there are scholars on board, this buster call will only expand to a wider range. As a soldier, giving orders is his first priority. Sakazuki has his own considerations and is too lazy to explain more to us. He doesn't deserve to hear it. Seeing Sakazuki refusing to communicate and going into mad dog mode, Oz lost interest in teasing Kuzan and instantly moved hundreds of meters away. The long black gun that was originally wrapped with bandages around his waist instantly appeared in his hand. Although this gun is a bit out of date, it is still usable. I'm almost used to using the knife and fists. I guess the world has forgotten that although I am world class in taijutsu and swordsmanship, I am actually. It was a sniper. Advertisement. Holding the sniper rifle given by Uncle Beatum, Os's eyes flashed with a scarlet light. The Seastone bullet in the pocket instantly appeared in the gun, wrapped in flowing armament color and black and red lightning. Just as Os was taking aim, a dangerous intuition came over him, causing Sakazuki's scalp to tingle as he was about to release the lava volcano. He looked at Os who was aiming his gun, and a sense of absurdity came over him. Use a gun on him. Are you looking down on him? In other words, Sakazuki had not had enough experience with Os. If Kuzan was still sober at this time, he would have quickly realized how terrible this scene was. Os is great with his sword and fists. But he is really scary when he uses a gun. Left shoulder. Oz whispered softly, and the red light in his eyes flashed. The Seastone bullets entangled with emission and Conquerors instantly turned into a red meteor and attacked at an extremely fast speed. What? Sakazuki broke out in a cold sweat. After sensing the haki, he quickly realized the terrifying nature of this bullet. As he raised his hand, a dark hound fired out, trying to stop it. Squeak. An incomprehensible scene appeared. A piece of flesh and blood quickly exploded on Sakazuki's left shoulder. The flesh and blood inside could not heal quickly under the effect of haki. Are you kidding me? The bullet just disappeared for a moment. Sakazuki's face was filled with pain, and he immediately used the rolling lava to burn the wound and stop the bleeding. Don't you understand yet, Sakazuki? Osa's stern voice changed direction again and appeared in the air far away. His eyes flashed with a red light that saw through the future, as if he was hunting a god in the world. This is the value of being the world's #1 sniper. Well, where is the next part? Os pondered, his eyes slowly looking down. Then, Chapter 67 The Five Elders' Rage and Os's Evil Intentions. Tens of thousands of people urged for more updates. Ling. At this moment, a shout of anger with all one's might suddenly broke into the battlefield. What? Because the Seastone bullet was stuck in his shoulder, Sakazuki, who was sweating all over his face, felt a little weak. When he heard this voice, looking aside with an unpleasant expression, the figure on the warship with bloodshot eyes, shouting with all his might. CP. Of course he had seen this guy before, he was just a cowardly world government official, but he actually dared to risk his life and break into the battlefield with the black gun. This undoubtedly represents a signal. What a joke. Marine has suffered so many casualties here, how can they surrender at this time? Sakazuki was instantly furious. The magma that had been extinguished began to surge and boil again, erupting with a terrifying heat wave. The flesh and blood of the left shoulder where the Seastone bullet was embedded was forcibly cut off by him. Under the shoulder straps of the marine cloak, which symbolizes the status of the coat, there is a bright red. It is hard to tell whether it is blood or magma. On the other side, Oz, who was standing in the sky, was not surprised at all by this scene. After all, he had seen it within a minute. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to sense from his observation haki that what Spandine was protecting tightly in his hands was Den Mushi with a serious look. Facing CP's sudden disruption, Sakazuki obviously didn't want to give face, even though Spandine was the nominal commander-in-chief of this operation. I'm just making a buster call. How long are you going to keep messing around? Sakazuki. An angry shout came from the direction of Spandine, but the tone and majesty of a superior clearly showed that he was not the one speaking. As soon as this voice came out, all the CP members on the warship immediately knelt on one knee, including Spandine, who raised the Den Mushi in his hand high above his head. The figure that emerged was one of the five elders, the highest authority in the world government. The god of law and war, Saint Bochuli. Such a fast speed. How could it be? The boiling magma on Sakazuki's body slowly subsided. Even though he felt extremely angry and humiliated, he could not show it at all. But from his clenched teeth and the half-face covered by the brim of his hat, one could vaguely see the volcano erupting in his heart. Advertisement. In the final analysis, it is all caused by the incompetence of your Marines. How dare you threaten to continue the war? At this time, the holy land of Mariajoy. Between powers. The solemn atmosphere seemed to become substantial and condensed within. Saint Bochuli's eyes were grim, and he angrily rebuked Marine's brainless behavior. Being so reckless, do you still have any regard for the world government? If celestial dragons appear on Ohara, will Marine also use Buster Call to destroy these rulers of the world? You are nothing but a dog of the world government. Of course, this is not what makes Five Elders most angry. If Marine really has this ability, he can successfully kill Black Gun Oz on Ohara and complete the Demon Slayer. Then the five elders will not only not scold them, but will even go with the flow, allowing Sakazuki and Kuzan to take advantage of this achievement and directly become marine admirals without any problem. But the key is, the five people who represented the highest power in the world passed around the live broadcast of the battle between the two sides in the Ohara battlefield sent by the CP intelligence personnel. The more you look at it, the darker its face becomes. The detailed battle situation throughout the article can be summarized in just a few words. Crushed, powerless, defeated. Even when Kuzan was seriously injured and unconscious, and was shot, and had no means of counterattack, they still had to continue fighting to the death. Is this idiot Sakazuki going to destroy the world government? Listening to the five elders scolding. Thinking back to the time when I was determined to fight to the death. Sakazuki's eyes were covered by the shadow of the brim of his hat, and the bloodshot was almost reaching his pupils. Looking around, he saw a large number of marine subordinates who had died, as well as colleagues who were seriously injured and unconscious. Then he looked at the CPs who were unharmed, and the five elders who were high above and giving orders. After a long silence, reason finally prevailed. The general, who was ready to fight to the death, stood there speechless. Is the best answer. There's no need to say such polite words, five elders, Lord Voculi. I don't know when. A tall figure appeared on the deck of the warship, kneeling on one knee in front of the CPs, standing in front of them without any hesitation. Advertisement. A pair of eyes emitting scarlet light stared directly at the Den Mushi in front of him. As smart as he is, how could he not understand the intention of the five elders to scold Sakazuki in public? It's nothing more than finding a way out. Or, to preserve the last fig leaf of friendly relations between the two sides. If Os was the one who was at a disadvantage on the battlefield, then the content of the phone call at this time should not be to mediate the war, but to prepare for a public execution. The next generation king, who was famous in the sea, was captured by the world government and publicly executed. It will surely give this era, which is going out of control, a powerful tranquilizer. O's. Seeing the Den Mushi's slowly opening red eyes, the five elders looked at each other, all with a hint of helplessness on their faces. Why, after such a long time, would you show up at this moment in Ohara, who was given a buster call by the world government? Helpless as they were, the five elders were well versed in negotiation when facing the real owner, and their words were firm. I just scolded Sakazuki to give face to Os and to express my goodwill. But when it comes to a real conversation, the five elders will never give in. Why is that? Os stroked his chin and looked up at the sky. Of course it's for traveling. After all, after buster call is activated, we can no longer see it. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, pretending to be surprised and said. Could it be that you guys think I'm studying the 20 countries and Os? The roars of anger interrupted the shocking words that Os was about to say. The faces of the five elders were also covered with gloom and cold sweat. There is no need to study, I know everything. This nasty guy. The CPs present were equally horrified. It seems like I'm almost going to know the secret of the 9 clans Candy Crush saga. If it were someone else who knew such a secret, they would have been wiped out by the five elders who sent Buster Call. But it happened to be this guy Os. It's really worrying. It seems that the order regarding Os needs to be raised a few levels in priority. At least, it is also higher than Buster Call. Chapter 68 4,049,000,000 Baileys.
The power of Black Gun has become even more terrifying. This is the most intuitive feeling of the five elders after obtaining first-hand intelligence and video footage of the battlefield. Originally, they thought that Os would be able to live in peace in the Sabaody archipelago for a while. In the past 2 years, they almost forgot about the threat from the sea.
But they didn't expect that when Os stepped onto the world stage again, he would suddenly give them a big blow. The five elders understood that they were about to enter the negotiation phase, and they sternly ordered Spandine. CP9, everyone, retreat. The CPs who received the order left one after another as if they had been pardoned. Only Spandine was kneeling in front of Oz with a bitter look on his face because he had to hold up the Den Mushi. Oz smiled, slowly stretched out his hand, and the Den Mushi instantly appeared in his hand. Spandine then showed a grateful expression and respectfully disappeared from the warship. Oz, are you going to go to war with the world government? After the irrelevant personnel were cleared out, the god of finance Nasu Sholang Sheng spoke coldly. He has always been the coldest among the five elders. In response to this, Os just raised one eyebrow. How can you say that? I was already on the island before the marine arrived. If anyone wants to start a war, it should be you. But you knew that Buster Call would come to Ohara. How do you know I knew it? Hearing this, Nasujiro-sei was speechless for a moment. How does he know how Oz got the information? He can't say it was leaked from the world government. It would be embarrassing for yourself if you said it out loud. Well, it has already happened, there is no point in talking about this anymore. At this time, the environment warrior god Moshe Saint came out to interrupt the topic. You should understand, Oz. The world government has absolutely zero tolerance for Ohara. Even if you were present, it would not be possible to change the result of Ohara disappearing from the map. This is also true. Although Oz is powerful, he cannot withstand the many masters in the world government. They cannot catch Oz, but they can never be stopped either. This is the foundation of the world government that has ruled this ocean for 800 years. They thought proudly. Advertisement. I thought that Os showed up here to stand up for Ohara, so he had a direct conflict with Marine. But little did people know that Osco didn't have the leisure time for that. I have never thought of protecting Ohara, everyone. Oz shrugged. Sometimes he was always treated as an imaginary enemy, as if everything he did had a purpose. But in fact, most of the time we just do what we feel like. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Now it was the five elders' turn to be confused. There was surprise in their eyes and they looked at the Den Mushi with frowns, as if they had heard some unbelievable news. There is only one reason to fight the Marine. Oz's mouth curled up. That is to announce my return to this era. Madman. This was the first word that came to the minds of the five elders. They did not expect that such a large-scale battle would break out just to announce the departure and return. But at the same time, a signal was also received, that is, Black Gun Oz, at the age of adulthood, finally stepped onto the stage of this ocean again. The five elders were both happy and unhappy about this. The good thing is that Oz is a relatively friendly and easy to deal with character to the world government, although his bad character gives them some headaches, as he is too casual and undisciplined. But they are much better than the pirates who cannot cooperate and only know how to burn, kill and loot. Moreover, such overwhelming potential and power are bound to cause a cliff-like crushing to the pirates of the new era. After all, in their long life experience, there have only been a few monsters that can be compared to Oz. The closest one had already been destroyed by them. His name is Rox. The reason why they are not happy is that their actions are too unpredictable and pose a great threat to the world government. If we let him go out to sea, we don't know how many plans will be disrupted in the future. Just like Buster Call now. We understand how you feel, Oz, but you have to know that Buster Call can never be a tool for you to become famous. The god of agriculture, Pit Saint, said in a serious voice, this is different from the naval headquarters attack. Buster Call is the ultimate deterrent of the world government to the ocean. It is not a face-saving measure for subordinates that can be abandoned at will. The implication is, advertisement. It is impossible for Oz to become the top star in the ocean again by defeating Buster Call. This is the bottom line of the world government. After thinking for a moment, Oz still chose to compromise. Again, world government gives him face. Then under normal circumstances, he will definitely give face to the world government. If I go back on my word and we become enemies, how can I become the new user of the face fruit ability in the future? Just now, five elders scolded Sakazuki in public, which naturally gave him enough face. He is not someone who is ignorant of the times. Since you guys have said so, I can't not give you face, so let's end this matter here. Ohara, I have no interest in this matter, please do as you please. Although he was severely injured by Oz and Mahawk, Buster Call's remaining combat power is more than enough to kill Ohara. A complete CP formation, several warships and troops, plus Sakazuki, a quasi-admiral who was only injured. For Ohara's destruction, it made no difference. It's just the difference between very fast and relatively fast. Perhaps they didn't expect that Oz would agree so readily. The five elders were stunned for a moment when they heard this. They thought that a bad guy like Oz would definitely use the Marines' active attack as an excuse to put forward many conditions. They are also prepared to make appropriate concessions. But this time Oz seems to be particularly easy to talk to. After much deliberation, five elders decided to extend an olive branch. In that case, Oz, then consider that the world government owes you a favor. As long as you don't go too far, the world government will still be friendly to you. If you make things too ugly, it will be disadvantageous to both of us. That's all. The conflict that could have turned into a brutal war was resolved in just a few words. In addition, at Oz's request, the five elders also did a favor and issued an order that was insignificant to them. Immediately, the bounty on the wanted order for Black Gun Oz will be changed to 4,049,000,000 Baileys. Chapter 69. Oz, I found you. So, after a brief pause, the destruction began to continue. Sakazuki seemed to have vented all his anger and frustration on this island that did not exist in the world. The ignorant islanders, who had thought they were safe, fell into panic again at this moment. The sky was filled with magma bombs, which fell from the sky to the ground like a volcanic eruption, and then caused violent explosions and high temperatures. No one can survive this calamity-like power. After all, not everyone is called Oz. Why would a Marine massacre civilians? Damn it, I only came to Ohara to purchase goods. I am a noble from the island next door, and you. Regardless of whether you are innocent or not, indiscriminate destruction is going on. And in this apocalyptic scene, two figures passed by, witnessing this land destroyed by arrogance ideals. From time to time, they would use Den Mushi to record something. No one wanted to control it, and no one dared to control it. After all, Oz had promised the five elders that he would only check in and collect the information, and would not leak the information recorded by Den Mushi. So, whether it was CP or Marine, or even the lava bombs falling from the sky, they all avoided the 10-meter distance between the two of them. In this erased area, two figures drew a 10-meter safety line. This miraculous scene was naturally soon realized by the people who were fleeing in all directions, desperate to survive. They crowded together like crazy, even if it meant stepping on their former friends and relatives, in order to squeeze into that safe circle where they could survive. After seeing this scene, both Marine and CP9 dared not move forward. They could only stand on the periphery with embarrassed expressions and kill those who were squeezed out. Seeing this, the people became more convinced that as long as they stayed with these two unknown figures, they would be safe. Hey, I'm not a savior. Looking at the refugees who were crowding over and almost rubbing against him, Oz raised his eyebrows. He is not some saint who would go against the world government for insignificant people out of kindness. The only people to blame for their deaths are those audacious scholars, or at least the world government. Anyway, it's not Os's fault. Clatter. With a crisp snap of fingers, the noise in the 10-meter area around Os and Mahawk was cleared away. Advertisement. A crowded crowd instantly appeared 10 meters away. After Marine and the CPs reacted, they immediately took action. And when the crowd tried to rush into the safety circle again, they found in despair that every time they approached the 10-meter safety circle, they would be inexplicably teleported to a distance ranging from tens to hundreds of meters away. But even so, there are still people who refuse to give up and stubbornly attack again and again. What a strong will to survive. Mahawk watched everything coldly and couldn't help but sigh. But as a person with a cold personality, he would not meddle in other people's affairs at this time. It's almost time to leave. The next time I come to Ohara will be in a few months. By then, this place should have become an uninhabited desert island. Os took the Den Mushi back into his arms, and then, as if sensing something, he looked at Mahawk with a strange look in his eyes. Besides, it seems some kid has sneaked onto our ship, Little Eagle. 1 hour ago, Ohara, the forest behind the island. A giant with a painful look on his face was running across the land. Occasionally, artillery fire fell on the mountain, but it could not stop him. In his palm, a little girl was crying heartbreakingly. Please, Saul, I want to be with my mommy. No, Robin, you have to live. Tell everyone, Ohara fought the world. Saul will risk his life to complete Orvia's request. But relying on the giant's tall figures, he could see clearly that Ohara had been completely surrounded. With Sakazuki leading Buster Call, it was impossible for him to let any boat leave. Originally, relying on Kuzan's confusion and soft-heartedness, he was lucky enough to escape from here without Sakazuki landing on the island. But Sakazuki is different. At this moment, he just wants to destroy everything to complete the mission. What to do? What to do? Saul opened his mouth and looked around in confusion. Suddenly, he found a glimmer of hope under a cliff. Instead of docking at the port, the Oro Jackson was parked under this cliff. With Os's super-wide observation haki, it was not afraid of being stolen. Advertisement. At this moment, Saul saw the ship and a bold plan emerged in his mind. Although there is a great risk, this is the last chance. At least, if you encounter a black gun, you might be able to survive, but if you stay on the island you will definitely die. After making the decision immediately, Saul took a running start and jumped straight into the sea under the cliff amid little Robin's screams of weightlessness. Saul, half of his body submerged in the sea, placed Robin on the deck of the Oro Jackson and said with a worried look on his face. Robin, hide in the cabin. Hearing this, little Robin cried and lay on the edge of the boat, stretching his hands to Saul, with a sad face. No, don't leave me here alone. However, despite Robin's pleading, Saul still hardened his heart and slowly backed away from the Oro Jackson. Robin, listen carefully. Right now, in the entire Ohara, the only one who can protect you from the world government and the Marines is Black Gun O's. Only if you stay on this ship will they not dare to attack you. You must survive, Robin. Just like that, Saul left, and Robin didn't know where he went. The only thing she could do was to sneak into the cabin, find a barrel and crawl into it, just as Saul had asked her to do before he left. The little body huddled, tears streaming down her face. I cried and then fell asleep in there. I don't know how long it took. The sound of footsteps startled her awake. She was so nervous that she dared not move, because the footsteps seemed very close and she could vaguely hear a conversation. The next stop is to go see the old man. After all, we haven't seen each other for so many years, it's time to go back to New World to have a look. Do we have to pass Upside Down Mountain and the Fishman Island? No, I just came out of the Sabayati archipelago. I have to go back for coding and so on. It's too troublesome. Just go through the calm belt, or if the distance is shorter, you can fly over the red line with the boat. The conversation continued for a while, followed by the sound of doors opening and closing. Little Robin thought the two had left, he breathed a sigh of relief, and instantly felt relieved. But in the next moment, the lid above my head suddenly opened. A handsome face with a smirk appeared above his head, scaring little Robin so much that his face turned pale and he almost fainted. I was just kidding, I found you. Chapter 70. Selling a body indenture. It seems not bad. Ohara, aboard the Oro Jackson, looking at the little Robin who was always afraid of him, Os had a wicked smile on his face. I'm afraid this will leave a psychological trauma on this child for the rest of his life. In the kitchen, little Robin stood there trembling. Os watched her with interest, sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, drinking orange juice through a straw in his mouth. Mahawk stood upright at the side, staring coldly at little Robin with his hawk-like eyes. What, are you going to kick her off the boat? Mahawk had no strange feelings towards Robin. In his opinion, he was no different from the people on the island. The reason why he hesitated and didn't drive her away immediately was because of Os. He seemed to be somewhat interested in the kid. Let's go. It doesn't seem impossible. Os deliberately stretched out the words, as if he was really thinking about this problem seriously, which scared little Robin. She remembered Saul's sacrifice for her. I remembered my mother's instructions and last wishes. Ohara fell into destruction, plus my own desire to survive. Thump. Please, please don't throw me overboard. I'll do anything as long as you save my life. Little Robin's eyes were filled with tears. Facing the extremely tall young man in front of him, he opened his mouth and shouted. I want to live. Can you do everything? Oz was somewhat interested in what little Robin said. If she had really done nothing just now and just stood there crying stupidly, Oz might have been interested in sending her back to Ohara Island. Let's see if there is really such a thing as a protagonist destiny in this world, and whether little Robin can still survive without Aokiji. But since she even said such words, Oz was certainly not a heartless person. And he just came up with a very interesting idea. As soon as he thought about it, paper and pen appeared in his hand. Holding the pen, Oz wrote quickly on the paper. Mahawk, who was standing next to him, folded his hands and also cast a curious look. But when he saw clearly what Oz had written, a momentary surprise appeared on his face. Advertisement. There were only 2 words written on it, agreement. But Mahawk read the whole thing carefully and finally made out the words between the lines. Selling body indenture. Didn't you say you'd do anything to survive? Oz handed her the paper with a smile, crossed his fingers on his crossed legs, and watched her reaction. Sure enough, little Robin took the paper in a daze, but after reading it carefully, his face turned pale instantly. The general contents are as follows. Dr. Oz saved the life of Vice Admiral Nico Robin in the destruction of Ohara. When Robin comes of age and Oz wants him, his life will belong to him. Oz treats everyone equally. There is absolutely no discrimination. In this regard, Robin is actually similar to Sammy, Doflamingo, Mahawk, and even Crocodile in the future. The grace of saving a life, the grace of not killing, the grace of sheltering. This kind of kindness, if you want to pay it back, you have to spend your lifetime to pay it back. Although Oz may be suspected of taking advantage of the situation, he is indeed fair and just. At this time, little Robin had already made great achievements in archaeology and loved reading, so it was impossible for him not to understand what was written in the agreement. It was because she understood that she felt panic and even turned pale. This actually means selling yourself to Oz as a slave. That's absolutely right. Little Robin sat on the ground, holding the paper, swaying. But she had no choice but to bite her lip, hold back tears, and write her name on the signature. I understand. I will repay you for saving my life in the future. Robin respectfully handed the agreement back to Oz. Oz glanced at the agreement casually, smiled and put it in his arms. Robin saw that Oz didn't say anything, so he lowered his head and walked to the table, picked up the rag and started to wipe the floor. Just like when I was at my aunt's house. You don't have to do that work. Mahawk looked at Robin, who was lying on the ground wiping the floor, and said in a cold voice, Oz will do this. Although I don't know why Oz let her on board, nor do I know how long he will let this little kid stay on the ship. But now that they were on the ship, given Mahawk's personality, he would not say anything and would temporarily treat her as a member of the ship. Advertisement. So, is there anything I can do? Little Robin looked at the cold-faced big brother with some fear. Finding something to do now would obviously make her feel more secure. Carrying a black knife, Mahawk looked down at her, his arms folded, and little Robin was a little panicked. After a moment, he slowly said, Then, you will be responsible for washing the vegetables. Why? Seeing little Robin following Mahawk and busying around in the kitchen, Oz just watched quietly. Unlike Robin, who grew up to be fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged, little Robin was dark and thin, and was not really a cute child. And unlike when he was on Roger's ship, Oz had no plans to recruit interns for the time being, so little Robin couldn't stay on the ship for long. When we pass by a safer town, we'll drop her off. Oz drank some orange juice and used his power to control the Oro Jackson to slowly leave the cliff. As he left, Oz looked towards the cliff in the distance. A huge head that couldn't be hidden at all was sticking out. He smiled and then shouted, Hey, Saul, Nico Robin, I'm Oscar winning, don't forget to say hello to Uncle Jabba for me. At this time, Robin, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, heard Oz's voice and tears flowed down. Robin sobbed, but he didn't stop washing the leaves carefully. Suddenly, a big hand holding a tissue was handed to him. Robin looked up blankly at the young man Xiaoying, who still had no expression on his face. Mr. Mahawk, wipe your snot and tears, or they will drip onto the food. Mahawk handed her the paper without showing any concern, and then continued to cut vegetables without looking back. See, although Xiaoying looks aloof, he is actually a very gentle person. At some point, Robin turned his head. Osa's tall figure was squatting beside her at this time, saying with a smile. Little Robin nodded blankly, looking at Mahawk, who was a little angry and chasing after Oscan, who was constantly teleporting after hearing this. In this atmosphere. For the first time, she felt. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with signing that indenture. Chapter 71 Cultivation King. Old K*******. Ability to control the Oro Jackson. Oz sat on a chair on the deck, looking at the warships that surrounded Ohara, and moved forward in a straight line very naturally. On the warship in front of him, the commander was Spandine. This guy was standing at the bow, watching the Oro Jackson approach the encirclement. Oz didn't hide or slow down, nor did he teleport out of the encirclement. He just looked at Spandine with a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and the rows of warships moved to both sides in an orderly manner. Mr. Oz, walk slowly. Spandine nodded and bowed, as if Oz was his immediate superior, completely ignoring the strange looks from his subordinates around him. Seeing his smart performance, Os's mouth curled up slightly and he took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. In an instant, it was delivered to the railing of the warship in front of Spandine. This is the Den Den Mushi that can contact me. I believe this won't be the last time we meet, Spandine. When Spandine saw this scene, he quickly took the Den Den Mushi in front of him into his arms, and watched Os's ship disappear in front of him with an apologetic smile. Then, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and all that was left was exhaustion. Whether it was the 5 elders or Os, they were both big figures whom he could not afford to offend. Even though Os gave him Den Den Mushi, that didn't mean he could always come to him whenever he had problems. In practical terms, it is similar to the Den Den Mushi bestowed by the 5 elders. At least during the time when Os and the world government were living in peace and friendship, this Den Den Mushi could be used to command him. The key is that he can't turn his face away. You can tell with your butt. If a conflict arises between the world government and Os because of him, the 5 elders will definitely be the first to use his head to settle the matter. There is only one Os. But there are as many dogs as you want to use. During the Ohara Buster call, Os's hometown. New World, Duramo's Island. The old mayor, Kik, was smoking a cigarette, with wrinkles on his face. In his house, there were many nearby residents, all of whom looked anxious and were discussing something in low voices. One of the sturdy middle-aged men couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to the old mayor. Uncle Kiki, what do you think we should do? Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Compared to when Oz left, the old mayor was obviously older now, with wrinkles all over his face and his hair turning completely white. Advertisement. At this time, he was too old to even use the most basic haki. Although his original haki was only at the entry level. King Curly is unlikely to continue to exempt the town from taxes as I am getting older and my power is declining. Although we are not a member of the world government and do not need to pay heavenly gold, the desires of those princes and nobles are impossible to satisfy. Quote. Originally, when old Kik first returned to Daxia, he was still in his 40s or 50s, at the peak of his powers. As one of the fighters on Rock's ship, his 2-color haki was still decent enough, so the king at that time gave him face. In order to appease him, not only was he arranged to live in a town, but the town had not been taxed for almost 20 years. Therefore, old K***, as a little old man, was able to support Oz, a little kid who loved to eat. But now K*** is old. The new king, seeing this, planned to double the taxes that had not been collected for more than 10 or 20 years, and add other domestic taxes. Then use it as heavenly gold to apply to become a member of the world government. This way, you don't have to worry about invasions from powerful pirates like Zeke. But the problem is, the people in the town simply couldn't afford the money. But there is no way. If there is no other way, then let me, an old man, fight with my life in the end. Although old Zeke is old, he is not dead, and he still has some of the physical fitness he had when he was young, and he also has combat experience. If you want to capture him, you will have to sacrifice the lives of at least dozens or hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Just then, Jesse, the young man in the town, ran over from outside the house excitedly without even knocking on the door, holding a newspaper in his hand. Panting, he raised the newspaper in his hand and shouted. Big news, Dad, the mayor grandpa. What happened, Jesse? Old Kik raised his eyes and looked at the young man, who was also the son of the big man in front of him and one of Os's childhood playmates. It's news from Os. What? Hearing this, before anyone in the room could react, the excited old K*** suddenly burst out with a speed that was not appropriate for his age. He grabbed the newspaper and began to read it carefully. The first photo on the front of the newspaper touched him. Yes, it is indeed Os. This guy is still so handsome. Old Kik smiled, and the residents around him also gathered around him when they heard this name that they hadn't heard for a long time. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doter O's. After 2 years of silence, he went out to sea again 3 days ago on the Oro Jackson, and a fierce conflict broke out with the Marine. Advertisement. Based on his level of danger and deeds, his wanted warrant is now updated. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doter Os. Aim for the highest combat power of world government, Marine Admiral. The king of the young generation. The monster, cultivated by pirates King Roger will rule the next era. The next generation, King. The new overlord of the sea. After a series of famous names, the residents set their sights on the reward amount. Just this look, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't make a sound. They just opened their mouths wide and their pupils trembled violently. Only old K***, who had seen such a big scene before, was able to maintain some rationality at this time, but his face also turned red. I opened my mouth several times but no words came out. But at the end, he suddenly jumped up, 3 feet high. Alas, Osthatha, he made it. Hahahahaha. His long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled, and old K*** felt that his life was complete. Sea overlords like Golden Lion and Captain Whitebeard were finally successfully trained by me, old Zeke. He knew that Os, with his monstrous talent, would definitely take off in the future. And old K*** is finally going to be taken away. Don't worry, everyone. Old Kik was beaming with joy, as if he had returned to his youthful days. Ostha, he has become the overlord of the sea. Very good. The residents who had watched Oz grow up were also full of excitement at this time, looking at Old Kick eagerly. Then contact Oz quickly, Old Mayor. Yes. Forehead. Only. Hearing this, Old K asterisk asterisk asterisk, who had just been full of smiles, suddenly became like an old duck that was grabbed by the neck and could not make a sound. He looked confused and stammered. After a long time, he slapped his thigh fiercely. This be asterisk 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 D, this. I don't have his den mushi. Chapter 72. No, you should get off the boat, little Robin. Completely unaware, at this time, Oz, who was labeled as ungrateful by Old Kick. At this moment, he looked serious, leaning back on his chair with his legs crossed, paying close attention to the battle on the field, his expression somewhat solemn. Hey, are you two any masters at playing cards? Looking at the bad hand of cards that could not be played at all, Ostu felt a little regretful for teaching them how to play landlord. After sailing out of the waters around Ohara, Oz, out of boredom, took out a series of entertainment tools prepared by Sammy, including a deck of playing cards. He immediately called Mahawk and Little Robin with great interest, and the three of them sat around the table. Oz just briefly explained how to play landlord. Smart people like Mahawk and Little Robin naturally understood it immediately. Then Oz started losing streak. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Oz looked at Mahawk, who had finished his battle again, with some disbelief in his eyes. Come again. The new game was much more intense. At the end, Oz only had 2 cards left, while Mahawk and Little Robin only had 1 card left each. As long as one of my cards can beat 2 people, I can win directly. Oz, who had lost several games in a row, swallowed nervously and decided to cheat. Just a moment later, Xiaoying, you actually. Oz looked incredible. Mahawk, sitting upright, glanced at him sideways, his mouth slightly raised, with a sharp look in his eyes that saw through everything. As expected, Oz, you finally cheated. Hateful. Little Robin looked at the two of them strangely, not understanding what this strange conversation meant. But in fact, although the game of cards just now seemed simple, there was actually a lot of tricks hidden in it. Since he was too familiar with Oz, Mahawk was on guard against this move of Oz when he got the cards. When Oz had been losing several games in a row, Mahawk was on guard against him using his observation haki to cheat. Sure enough, when he played the last game and saw that Oz looked strange, he knew that this guy was definitely going to cheat. Therefore, he had just made up his mind to delay playing cards for at least 1 minute after Oz played his cards. As expected, the future this guy saw was that Mahawk would keep holding the cards and not say that he couldn't afford them. It's impossible to tell whether the one in his hand is big or small. Really, you can foresee the future, right? I will predict your foreseen future. Oz is a little red and warm. Advertisement. I don't want to play anymore. It's not interesting at all. Oz threw the cards in his hand, and the table immediately became clear, with all the cards disappearing. Mahawk was not surprised to see him acting like a spoiled child. He shook his head and went straight to the side of the boat with his knife in hand, facing the sea to practice swordplay. Little Robin was smiling. Lord Oz is also a very interesting person. With his hands resting on the back of his head, Oz, feeling a little depressed, caught a prey in his field of observation. Then he opened one eye. Snapped his fingers. A newspaper delivery gull appeared in his hand. At this moment, the confused little seagull was also very confused. What happened? Wasn't I flying in the sky just now? Where did this come from for me? After a brief moment of daze, the newspaper delivery seagull looked at the man who held it in his hand. After careful identification, it was suddenly startled. As fast as Sheng could, he took out a newspaper from his bag. Then he quickly stretched out his wings and respectfully handed over the newspaper. Forehead. This is really a problem for Oz. Are all newspaper delivery seagulls so polite nowadays? And here's the etiquette of a defeated country. This made him feel a little embarrassed to snatch it, and his previous depression was almost gone. Oh, I might as well just pay it once. It's not easy for them to fly around all day long and sell 2 newspapers. However, before Oz could teleport some money out of Bailey's house, the seagull stretched out its wings and made a pause gesture. Then he took out some money from his wallet. Then he waved it in front of the stunned Oz and Robin to make sure they could see clearly. Then he put the money back into his wallet with a serious look on his face. Then he gestured a bit, which roughly meant, boss, consider that you have already paid the money, so let go. Oz. The corners of his mouth twitched a little. He looked at the seagull in front of him, doing his job in a hurry to deliver the next batch of newspapers, and finally let it go. Did this guy Morgans train every seagull? You can recognize any one you pick. That's quite reasonable. It seems the last warning was delivered. Whenever you see him, just let him live. Advertisement. He shook his head. Oz sighed. As his status improved, the fun in the world became less and less, and he had to rely on himself to find it. Little Robin, read the newspaper. Read it with emotion and express your feelings. Yes, Lord Oz. Oz lay back in the chair with his eyes closed. In his previous life, he liked listening to books and novels, and he loved real-person readings. Little Robin, who was standing by, took the newspaper and began to read it carefully to Oz. A few days ago, 449 million Baileys. No matter life or death. The crime is extremely heinous. Oz. He slowly turned his head and looked at Robin, who was reciting with great emotion. Why do you pronounce the word heinous crime, so loudly and with such hatred? Why? Little Robin was a little confused. Didn't Lord Oz have to read with emotion and passion? She saw that the 8 big words, "The crime is extremely heinous, life or death does not matter," were in red, bold, and had an exclamation mark. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything and continue. Oz shook his head and continued listening. The big pirate's golden lion escaped from prison and successfully escaped from Impelton. Did that guy finally escape? Oz finally remembered that he had a comrade in arms back then. But he was also wondering why it had to wait until 1500 to come out. If I get a chance I can go and have a chat with this old guy. With the help of Oz's ability, the ship sailed very fast and soon arrived at the edge of West Blue. There is a small town here that looks pretty good and prosperous. Oz and Mahawk walked off the boat, followed by a tiny person who was only about as tall as Oz's knees. Well, let's buy some snacks. It's quite boring to eat regular meals all day. Oz put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the sky, and thought for a while. You don't have to eat it if you don't like it, Mahawk said coldly and went to the place where meat and vegetables were sold. Hey, can't you just eat? Eat. Oz was somewhat helpless, and quickly followed in an instant. Then, as if he had thought of something, he snapped his fingers and a Bailey bag appeared. Then threw it to Robin. Little Robin was quite happy, thinking that he was finally useful. His face flushed with excitement. Is there anything you need me to buy, Lord Oz? No, no need. Oz raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curled up gently, but the words he said made Robin feel extremely cold. Here's your severance pay. In this town, you can get off the boat. Chapter 73. Set a small goal. Control the entire underground world. It's been a long time since I played the game of being penetrated by 3 players. I promised my fans to update it later. Red temperature. Is it really okay, putting her on this island by herself? The evening breeze blew, and the hem of Mahawk's white shirt fluttered slowly. Getting farther and farther away from the coastline, he could only vaguely see a black dot on the shore that was still trying to wave. You seem to care about this little brat. Oz chewed potato chips and looked at Mahawk's back facing the coast, and said with some sarcasm. Quote. Mahawk remained silent and said nothing, just walked towards the stern with the knife in hand. Oz's voice sounded behind him. I left her a life card and scanned it with my observation haki. There aren't any gangs or evil parties in this town. And, believe in her ability to struggle to survive, kitty. Mahawk didn't turn around and say anything, but his originally slow pace finally quickened after Oz finished speaking. You were really stubborn, Mahawk. Oz chuckled. The daily life on the Oro Jackson did not change at all due to the joining and leaving of little Robin. After finishing his meal at the dining table, Oz slumped in his chair, rubbing his stomach. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something and took a look at his little notebook. By the way, kitty, remember not to throw away Ohara's pointer as trash, it's still useful. Hearing this, Mahawk frowned, seeming puzzled. Although he hadn't had time to throw the pointer away. But Ohara has been destroyed, so what is the use of a pointer on a deserted island? Oz put his legs on the table, which was now very clean. Go back home for a few months, then go to Ohara. There will be some interesting guys there. I have informed Sammy to send her men to guard Ohara. It's not easy to find 2 people I want to find at once. Mahawk listened carefully, without asking why or who was there. After all, he is a man he recognizes. As long as it is a place that Oz wants to go. Not to mention Ohara, even if it was Mariajoy, Mahawk would dare to accompany him to try it. Advertisement. You can decide on this matter. But I'm more interested in whether there is a swordsman stronger than you in the New World. Mahawk stared at Oz with his sharp eyes. Mahawk had heard about the New World a long time ago, but before he reached adulthood, he had been wandering around paradise and the world. Before he saw Oz's strength, he thought he had reached the end of his swordsmanship. But when he saw Oz, he realized. The world was much wider than he had imagined. If there is a swordsman stronger than Oz, then my life will not be boring in the future. After hearing what Mahawk said, Oz touched his chin and thought about it. Well, in the New World, there must be some swordsmen who can be called great swordsmen. But if you ask me, there are probably not many who are better than me. Quote. In Oz's mind, if he had to think of a swordsman in this world who might be better than him in swordsmanship and still had strength left. I guess there are only a few people like Rayleigh and Garanshung. Golden Lion is probably useless, with a ship's rudder stuck in his head and a sword tied to his feet. It would be good if his swordsmanship strength is only 50% or 60% of his strength left. As for the other monsters in the New World, it seems that most of them are not swordsmen. It can be said that at this stage, Xiaoying, who is in his 20s, is about to enter the top echelon of swordsmen with his superb talent in swordsmanship. I guess all that's missing is awakening a conquerors and then entangled him again. Talking about New World, Oz obviously has a lot of ideas in his mind, or he already has the rudiments of such ideas. Hey, Xiaoying, actually I had an idea a long time ago. He rested his elbows on the table, leaned forward, and looked at Mahawk who was tasting the wine in his glass, thus attracting Mahawk's attention which had just been distracted. What? That's it. I want to control the entire underground world. Oz didn't show much interest in the 4 emperors. Dividing up the New World and then fighting for hegemony over one territory is not suitable for someone with Oz's personality. Obey Captain Roger's last wish and use your powerful strength to balance the sea. Isn't there already Shanks for this kind of thing? Oss's going there would just be icing on the cake. Although he has the talent and ability, Oss doesn't want to be the next rocks of New World. He controls the entire world's trade and economic lifeline, and is the real behind-the-scenes ruler of the entire underground world. Advertisement. By then, its influence will probably be no less than that of the world government. You can be extravagant and luxurious without losing your class. Oss said he was very satisfied with his plan. After hearing Oss's plan, Mahawk couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this is the case, I'm afraid I'll have to face the pressure from the whole world. It's not that he's afraid, but Mahawk can't help but often be surprised by some of Oss's exaggerated ideas. And he himself often seems unaware of this. Oz smiled, but didn't care much. What does it matter? You don't trust my strength, and there is no need to recruit soldiers to conquer the world. One hand clenched into a fist, and black and red lightning burst out faintly. As long as we defeat the leaders of the underworld, why should we be afraid that they can escape? A subtle arc appeared on the corner of the king's mouth. His eyes were a little scary, with a little scarlet in his pupils. Anyway, I don't believe that anyone in this world can escape from my grasp. Mahawk had no doubt about this. Because he knew that if Oss really wanted to find someone, there was a high probability that no one in this world could escape. Unless you stay on some extremely remote desert island and have no contact with the outside world for your entire life. Otherwise, once Oss established an intelligence network, and assisted by the power of the seeing and hearing color with a range of 10,000 meters or even 100,000 meters plus the power of the teleportation fruit. Even if you hide in the deep sea, you will be pulled out by Oss's teleportation ability. He believed in the power of Oz, but at the same time he also believed in his own power. Mahawk put the wine glass on the table and looked at Oz with a smile. Then I'm sure you'll meet many powerful swordsmen along the way. Maybe it's fate, or maybe history always repeats itself. In just a few words, a major event that would determine the future direction of the world was decided by two powerful men with a smile. Just like the previous owner of the Oral Jackson. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Oz felt that the reason why he joined Roger's group in the first place was not a lie now. After all, he did have the qualifications to turn the world upside down. The key point is that this does not conflict with Captain Roger's will. Those who inherit Roger's will sail freely and fulfill his dream. What does Guan Oz have to do with being the boss who controls the world? Chapter 74 The Growth History of Young Oz. Two ambitious young men who are just starting out. We sailed along the calm belt near West Blue, heading towards New World. Come to think of it, there really is no wind in the calm belt. This is the first time that Oz has come to the calm belt since he was a child. It turns out that he has been to most places in the world, whether it is paradise or New World. However, the calm belt is a silent area that separates the four seas from the New World. Since the Oro Jackson does not have a mature energy propulsion system, it will hardly pass through here. Most people still go to the Fishman Island and Twin Gorge. Besides, Amazon Lily seems to be in the calm belt. While maneuvering the Oro Jackson and sailing halfway through the calm belt, Oz clapped his hands and remembered this. The real version of the Kingdom of Women. I heard that Uncle Rayleigh seemed to have been there. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to go see the old man, and it seems like it would be nice to stop by Amazon Lily on the way. After all, we are here to have fun at sea. Thinking of this, Oz went to ask Mahawk for the pointer of the Kingdom of Women. But he was soon scolded back. Hey, are you stupid? Amazon Lily is on the calm belt next to South Blue, and we are now on the calm belt next to West Blue. Not to mention that it's not on the way, there's a red line in the middle. I really want to do whatever I want. Mahawk had a headache and sighed deeply. After hearing this, Oz gave up the idea without much interest. Then I'll go when I'm free. By the way, it seems the Empress hasn't been abducted yet. Oz lay in a chair and flipped through his little notebook, which recorded what he remembered would happen in which year. As he watched, he released the Conqueror's Haki that had condensed into substance. The Sea Kings that wanted to attack the Oro Jackson along the way rolled their eyes and fell asleep before they could get close. Mahawk stood at the bow, and a huge emerald green sword energy swept across, cutting the dead Sea Kings in half. The cut surfaces were divided smoothly, some to keep them out of the way, and some to be picked and chopped by the young eagle as food reserves. Just as the Oro Jackson was moving forward recklessly, a vast black shadow suddenly emerged on the seabed. Ahaha! Super-sized Sea Kings. Oz paused for a moment while flipping through the notebook, and turned his head slowly as expected. It was a monster with a tiger head and a fish body. It surfaced and stared at the toy that had entered its territory. Advertisement. Height. It was probably as big as several dozen Oro Jacksons. Anyway, Oz felt that his pupils were definitely not as big as the other parties. But it cannot exceed 10,000 meters and is still within the range of his own observation haki. What a big fish. But I don't have any plans to fish today. Oz's face was calm. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind being a fish trainer for once, but he was still quite happy to be home soon. I don't want to play a game of catch-up with this big guy now. After all, he teleported thousands or tens of thousands of meters with the Oro Jackson, and it was just a matter of fluttering in front of this big guy. So, get lost, Buzz. Oz's eyes were sharp. In a moment, the Conquerors, which had almost solidified into substance, turned into lightning and crossed the sea towards the supergiant Sea Kings. Quote exclamation mark quote. The sea kings who were struck by the black and red lightning now had very human fear in their eyes, and their pupils, which were as big as houses, were trembling violently. Slowly backing away, then he turned over and quickly dived to the bottom of the sea. The huge waves caused by his body movement almost capsized the Oro Jackson. It was only because Oz teleported his ship into the sky that they were able to avoid the giant whirlpool. It seems that the Marine's warships are smarter. Installing Seastone is like installing invisible radar. But, Marine has technology, and we also have brute force. Just rely on Conquerors to rush through. Hi, I'll be home soon. Oz lay in the recliner happily, and couldn't help but recall the time before he joined Roger's group. What? Where did you come from? I don't have the time to take care of you. Advertisement. I'll only take you in for one night. Once I find your awful parents, I'll send you away. Don't laugh, I'm a great pirate. Just feeding you milk powder. It hurts. Let go. Are you a monster? A kid pinched my arm until it turned red. Hey, how do you know what the birthday present is in the box? Hey, tell me clearly. Well, kid, you will definitely become the world's top monster in the future, just like those captains I followed when I was young. I tell you, once they made a move. From now on you are my grandson, so take my last name, Doter. The future monster Dottle Oss. When Oss was very young, old Zeke changed his job from pirates to become a nanny. Oss had heard him complain and ask many questions. Oz, when you become a great pirate, don't forget me, your grandfather. When I was young, I also had a dream of becoming the overlord of the sea, but it was a pity that I didn't have the conditions like you back then. Little Oss listened to all these familiar words, but he really had no way to refute them. With the talent of old Zeke, even if he had been training since childhood, he would try to learn hockey after boarding the ship, and he had gone through many life and death battles. At his peak, he could only fight as a commodore, rear admiral, or something like that, and be an ordinary fighter on the Rock's ship. Even after working hard all your life, your starting point is still not as high as that of your good grandson. If I remember correctly, it seems that Oss could kill Marine Rear Admiral in seconds when he was only 12 or 13 years old. It's no wonder that old Zeke left his wish to Oss to fulfill. It's really because his body is not up to the task. Moreover, isn't it more exciting to cultivate a sea overlord than to be the sea overlord yourself? Because of Oss's monster-like talent since childhood, eating is a huge problem. Even though he had saved a lot of money when he was young, old Kick still had to find ways to make some extra money and collect subsidies from the town's residents. The residents knew that it was because of old K**** that they were free from the oppression of the nobles, so they were willing to help raise the baby. Even if their children were bullied by Oz, as long as it wasn't too severe, they would just pretend not to see it. So Oss actually grew up eating at many people's homes. When he was young, he would go up the mountain to hunt some wild animals from time to time to provide meat for the whole town. This time I went back, I also wanted to repay my gratitude. What to do? How about conquering a country for fun? Anyway, those nobles are just a bunch of good-for-nothings, so it doesn't matter who sits in the seat. What's more, the world government owes him a favor. Chapter 75. I'm glad you put on your shirt properly. Durham Island, seaside town. The leisurely atmosphere of the past is gone forever, and every household has their doors and windows closed. On the road outside the town, the kingdom's regular army, led by several nobles, were slowly approaching. Although they were easily defeated by the New World pirates, they would run 3 miles just by seeing the pirates' flag. But when faced with unarmed civilians, they turned into gods of war, holding swords and guns. Want to avoid paying taxes? I'll chop your independent soul into pieces with one blow. If he were young, old Zeke would be confident that he could fight his way through this group of miscellaneous soldiers, but now he is old. The old one can't even use hockey. Hey, old man, just surrender. Because of this old guy, the kingdom lost so much money. The old noble in the lead narrowed his eyes, with a greedy look in them. My Lord Earl, His Majesty the King has asked us to resolve the problem quickly. The leaders of the world government will be here soon. Another nobleman came over at this time and leaned over to speak in the old nobleman's ear. I see. The old noble straightened his collar and said, then, the whole army will attack. Puff. As soon as the voice fell, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the front of the team, causing the old noble to frown. What's going on? But no one answered him. A short and thin figure slowly emerged in the sight, holding the body of a soldier who was killed in an instant. Staggering into view, it was old K***. Where did this old fellow come from? He is so weak that his teeth hurt when he eats tofu, yet he still comes out to show off. I think you want to die. The old nobleman stared at the aged figure as if he were a dead person. You're already this old, what are you still fantasizing about? He immediately gave the order for all the soldiers to move towards the old figure with their swords and guns raised. He is just an old pirate. The king is being too cautious. Thinking of the king's instructions before he set out, he wanted to laugh now. What? World government investigation found that there are some suspicious points in this town, and we may need to collect more intelligence. Advertisement. Baffling. As long as we take over this town, we will have enough money to join the world government, and their rule will last long. The old nobleman looked at the relatively prosperous town in the distance, and in his heart he was already calculating how many Baileys he could embezzle from it. On the other side, the strong soldiers were heading towards Old Zeke, which made him feel more stressed. Behind him, the teams organized by some of the town's young and strong residents were also trembling in their legs. It's impossible to win if you fight with a hatchet, a knife or a gun. Damn it, the villain succeeds. Old Zeke gritted his teeth and looked at the so-called elite soldiers, who were surrounding him. Such a thing, if placed in the sea, can't even beat the pirates. It's like a tiger in troubled times being bullied by a dog. If Oss were here, there's no way he would let you bugs be so proud. Are you frightened and talking nonsense? You old man, I'm going to. Thump, thump, thump. Quote, quote. But before he could finish his threats, the vicious soldiers in front of him began to fall down in droves. The old nobleman's words were stuck in his throat and stopped abruptly. His face froze instantly. What? With a last whisper before losing consciousness, the old noble who led the troops also fell to the ground. This strange scene also made Old Kick, who had originally wanted to fight to the death, stand still. But after all, I have seen a lot. They reacted immediately, their faces flushed, and began to look around. Hey, brat, is that you? But Old K*** looked left and right, but he couldn't see the figure he had been thinking about day and night. But little do people know that. At this moment, the brat he was thinking about was still thousands of meters away in the sea. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Oz saw what happened on the island and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Amazon Lily is not near South Blue, otherwise the old man and his neighbors would have been in trouble. Your Conqueror's control is getting weaker and weaker, Oz. Seeing the Conqueror's lightning released from 1,000 meters away, accurately knocking down a group of people, Mahawk praised sincerely. But Oz didn't really listen, and a few black lines fell on his face. Advertisement. You are so delicate. After searching everywhere but finding no one, it was the residents living by the sea who told Old K*** that a red ship had appeared on the coastline. Red boat. After a brief thought, Old Kick immediately ran towards the shore. Sure enough, the obvious spiked bow and mermaid logo. Hey, old man. On the bow, Oz looked at the jumping figure on the shore and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the Oro Jackson teleported and arrived at the dock. It's really Oz. I haven't seen you for many years. I can hardly recognize you. Hey, Jesse, is this still the same Oz? He must be more than 3 meters tall. When the residents saw Oz's appearance, they burst into unprecedented welcome and surprise. Only Old K***, who had been jumping and dancing, suddenly calmed down. He just stared straight at the spirited figure. This temperament is really similar. It's not that they look alike, but their pure strong demeanor is really similar. The man he once followed. A 3-meter tall figure suddenly appeared beside Old K***. To be honest, it felt a little unreal to him. But looking at that face, which was similar to the little ghost in my memory. What's wrong? Old man, don't you recognize me? You little brat. Looking at Oz, who was squatting down and looking at him at eye level, Old Kick had already planned what to say after they met, such as, why did you sneak off with Roger? You little brat, don't you know he's my enemy? Hahahaha. Kid, you've become successful now. You beat up the Marines and became the overlord of the sea. You haven't come back to see me for such a long time, you are so ungrateful. Quote. But when he finally saw Oz smiling in front of him, he looked at this stinky boy who had been raised with so much hard work, and tears still flowed from his eyes. Finally, all that came out of his mouth was, it seems that you have put on your shirt properly, and you look quite strong. That's great. Chapter 76. Operation of Usurpation. Then, let's take down this island. Oz's words were so calm, his tone was so calm that it seemed like just a trivial matter like eating and drinking, but it made the residents of the town feel unreal. They looked at this child who they had watched grow up, and now he had become a big man who could easily decide the fate of a country. They were so excited that their scalps were tingling. In the town, some girls who grew up with Oz were whispering to each other, their hearts fluttering as they looked at the handsome, tall, and strong Oz. Actually, when I was a kid, I thought Oz was really handsome. Yuli, have you forgotten the little handkerchief you gave Oz when you were a kid, and he used it as toilet paper when he ran out of paper? Quote. The townspeople were talking excitedly, but only Old Kick frowned and spoke with some concern. You should know, brat, that the king of this country has contacted the world government. You are still young and don't know that the world government has a deep foundation. Back then, it was as powerful as Captain Rocks. With 800 years of foundation, it is a behemoth. Oz, listen to me, don't be so impulsive. Looking at Old Zeke's logical analysis, as if he was afraid that Oz would do something stupid, he smiled. Don't worry, old man. World government is strong, but I'm not stupid enough to confront it head on. As long as I want to leave, there's no place in the world that can hold me back. Besides, the world government still owes me a favor. I'm sure they won't mind a small new world country. Old Zeke was somewhat stunned by what Oz said. Does the world government still owe us a favor? Also, although he knew that Oz should be very strong now, he still had no idea how strong he was. Should it be similar to the previous captains? But that couldn't withstand the siege from the knights of the world government. Well, you'll know tomorrow. It's getting late today, so just take a rest first. Oz shrugged. Hearing this, the residents who had gathered together, even though they were very excited and curious at the moment, still went back with good sense. Old Zeke took Oz and Mahawk home. On the way, Old Kick secretly glanced to the side and saw the cool figure of a young man carrying a big sword, who was a little too delicate. I couldn't help but pat Os's thigh and asked in a low voice, "Are these the crew members you recruited?" Advertisement. Crew. Os was stunned and touched his chin. Not really. After all, I haven't officially announced the establishment of the pirates yet. I guess I'm a companion. By the way, he's also a great swordsman. Oh, I see. Just like Captain Shaki, right? After hearing the latter sentence, the old Kick, who had been a little skeptical and thought that the little eagle was so white and clean, might be some kind of evil-minded person of Os. Suddenly, he had an idea in his mind. How could a guy who can emit such exaggerated sword energy be a fake? Fortunately, she is not some weird granddaughter-in-law. If it was someone like Captain Shaki, it would be reasonable for him to be Os's vice captain. Old K******, who has been a potential Oscar fan since he was a child, obviously has a very high position for Oscar in his mind and regards him as the next Rox. So, when he saw the note that Os was kidnapped by Roger, he was almost furious. From then on, he developed the same habit as Os, reading newspapers regularly and paying attention to the movements of the Roger pirates. See if there are any reports or wanted posters about Os. God knows how happy he was when he saw Roger was arrested 2 years ago. He thought that Brad Os would finally come back, but who knew that there was no news for 2 years? That's why people keep saying that Os has forgotten his roots. How long are you going to stay this time, little brat? Old Kick asked, hunching over, with his hands behind his back, glancing at Oz. The question seemed casual, but the hands behind his back were tightly clasped. Well, maybe a few months. I have things to do after that. Really? Get busy. It's better to be busy. Old Kick nodded in understanding after hearing this. He also didn't think about how long Oz could stay at home. After all, as a top figure on the sea, he should happily venture out on the sea. But he didn't know. Os's busyness was not what he understood, fighting for supremacy, grabbing territory and recruiting minions. Apart from fighting Marines, the pirates didn't do anything serious in Osaka. The next morning, old Zeke, looking refreshed, changed into new clothes, which were what he wore when he was a fighter in his youth. They were a little too big for him now. Oz was in the room, and seeing his expression with his observation haki, he also wanted to laugh secretly. Advertisement. After putting on his clothes in an instant, Oz appeared in the yard. It's not a big deal, is it necessary to be so grand? You little brat, this is my first expedition since I retired. As you please, it only takes a moment. Oz shrugged and walked towards the kitchen, where Mahawk had already prepared the meal. Outside the yard, many residents had already arrived at the door. Old Kick opened the door with high spirits. The simple residents certainly knew what they were going to do and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is it really okay, old mayor? That's the kingdom army and the world government. Ha ha ha, no problem. Old Kick laughed happily. Asta, he's very strong. Haven't you received the news yet? At this time, in the magnificent palace, a group of powerful officials were whispering to each other. Sitting on the high platform was a young man wearing a crown, questioning his guards. There is no news. After the action last night, Earl Huke has been unable to be contacted again. When the king heard this, he frowned and shouted, the adults from the world government are coming soon, but the promised heavenly gold has not yet been collected. If it doesn't work, then let the residents around the royal city suffer a little more. Report. At this moment, an urgent message sounded outside the palace, there are enemies. What? Hearing these hurried words, the young king immediately stood up, walked down the steps, and looked at the soldier. What did you just say? Unexpectedly, when the soldier just raised his head to report, his eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth opened and closed but he couldn't utter a word. Following the soldier's panic-stricken eyes, the king looked back, but suddenly found in horror. A black figure was sitting on his throne, crossing his legs. With one hand supporting his head, he extended his index finger with the other hand, making a pistol shape, pointing at his head, and with a smile on his face, he made a sound effect. Bang. Chapter 77. You can be extravagant, but you must have the strength. You, who are you? Looking at the man sitting high on the throne, the young king even forgot his anger and doubts, and instead uttered a question inexplicably. But no one answered him. The tall young man, who was sitting with his legs crossed, just pointed his index finger at his head as if jokingly. Bang. In front of so many terrified nobles, their king seemed to be giving face. He tilted his head and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There are no wounds or bloodlines. Bang. The brief silence was broken by another sound effect, and a middle-aged noble with a mountain of fat fell down inexplicably again. From this moment on, the pig-killing feast has begun. In the past, nobles who were particular about bloodline and appearance would rush out of the palace, regardless of whether they bumped into their relatives or friends, stepping on them. The man sitting high on the throne pointed his finger forward lightly like a child playing with a gun. Perhaps they were pampered and used to sucking blood from the people, so they couldn't even escape from the palace at this speed. One figure after another fell to the ground and was stepped on by their companions. Maybe he thinks the pistol is too slow. Under the nobles' gnashing expressions, the man on the throne smiled and raised his hand again. And not only the index finger, but also the middle fingers of both hands were raised. Then the sound effects in the mouth began to speed up. Like stuntmen, without a single drop of blood, the ground was soon filled with figures. Some of them gradually became mentally broken. A lady with a beautiful figure shouted at the figure at the top of her lungs. Don't be so arrogant. You dare to kill nobles like this. Aren't you afraid of attracting the wrath of the world government? I am just a poor untouchable who got lucky enough to eat the devil fruit. Looking at the man's clothes, he was wearing a black military uniform with a gun and other things hanging on his body. He looked like a pirate or some other bandit. She has always looked down upon such people, and would even order her guards to beat and kill them at will if they met them on the road. As for his ability to knock people down, he probably just ate some devil fruit. Advertisement. I have been bullied by them before, and now I am just taking revenge on these naturally noble people. This kind of person is difficult to deal with, but as long as the strong men of the world government arrive, these lowly people. But to be honest, the sound of her shouting out of panic and anger miraculously made the person on the throne stop at that moment. Osa's attention was quickly attracted by this hysterical figure. Untouchables. It seems like he is used to being superior. By the way, Os thinks that this outfit is actually quite handsome. Perhaps her words had an effect, and Os suddenly didn't want to give them a quick death. Then, experience the pain you once gave. Clatter. Os chuckled, as if he had thought of something more interesting, and stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Moment. Whether it was the minister who wanted to run out of the palace or the noble lady who had a mental breakdown, they all stood still like sculptures. The pig-killing feast is over. Internal destruction of armed color plus teleportation, the bullets have also stopped firing. The next show is Noble version open black lens bracket Don Quixote family descends to Earth close black lens bracket. What a bad taste. Looking coldly at the nobles who were tied to the city wall by the commoners and were powerless to rage or beg for survival, Mahawk said he didn't quite understand. It's nothing to worry about, Xiaoying Chan. Old Kick, who was used to big scenes, imitated Os and called him that, not noticing the frown on Mahawk's face. From the time they attacked the town and oppressed the people and indulged in extravagance countless years ago, their fate was already determined. Extravagant. Helpless Xiaoying pulled the corner of his mouth, and seemed to be thinking about something after hearing this word, and then looked at Oz who was watching the show on the side. Perhaps noticing this gaze, Oz turned his head and met Mahawk's sharp eyes with a smile on his face. Why are you looking at me? You don't think that just because I said I would live a life of luxury, I will do so in the future. Oz's eyes were calm. Advertisement. Looking down at this farce from the top of the high walls, it is indeed gratifying to see the people overthrow the powerful and take revenge, but that's all there is to it. Maybe their death was right. But this is not the real reason why they died. Looking at the other side of the city wall, a general was ready to go and massacre the residents to rescue the nobles, but after seeing Oz, he did not dare to make any move. The real reason for their death. It's just because I'm not strong enough. At the edge of the city wall where the nobles were killed, several figures in suits walked quickly. The nobles who were already somewhat unconscious due to the fire, when they saw these figures, suddenly burst out with an extremely strong desire to survive. Hey, people from the world government. There are unruly people rioting. Hurry up and save us. We will pay no matter how much it costs. Let go of your hands, don't touch my skirt. You lowly untouchables, pigs. They looked at the figures in cloaks and suits with hope, hoping that they could strangle this group of untouchables. Then he returned to the palace with them to continue discussing joining the allied countries. Even if they have to beg for mercy, they will try their best to get the position of member state so that they can get the protection of the world government in the future. What made them lose their minds again was that the so-called adults from the world government didn't seem to care about them. Instead, he walked past the mob and continued forward, finally stepping directly on Moonwalk and reaching the top of the city wall. They looked panicked, yet cautious. The leader spoke with cold sweat. There must be some misunderstanding here, Mr. Oz. But before he could finish his words, Oz, who was watching the fallen noblewoman as violated by commoners, raised his hand to interrupt him. I know. For the sake of the 5 elders, I won't mind it. Beru. Oz had no intention of wasting time talking to these minions, and instead dialed Spandine's Den Mushi. It's such a trivial matter, there's no need to report it to the highest authorities of the world government every time. With Spandine's position and power in the world government, it is entirely possible. Under the fearful gaze of these world government soldiers, the voice of the boss's boss slowly rang out from the Den Mushi, but it did not have the usual majesty and domineering tone. Moshi, it's Lord Oz. What can I do for you? Chapter 78. The old man who was carried away couldn't suppress his smile. Hearing this flattering greeting, Oz was in a good mood. Is it disturbing to call you suddenly? How is it possible? It's my honor to be approached by a big shot like you. On Den Mushi's face, Spandane's flattering and smiling face was portrayed vividly. This guy is definitely qualified to move up in the ladder, no wonder 5 elders likes to use him. But Oz didn't come to him to listen to flattery. He had heard similar words from the girls in the red light district countless times. I have 2 things to ask you this time. One of them is that I want to replace a group of kings and nobles for the kingdom of Duramos, and join the world government alliance. That's right, it's the kind that doesn't pay for heavenly gold. Hearing Osa's words, Spandine raised his brows and felt relieved. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just a change of king. Quote ? Etc. Spandine seemed to have just reacted. His eyes widened instantly, as if his eyeballs were about to fly out of the den mushi. His mouth opened wide. It took him a long time to recover, and he spoke respectfully and nervously. This, Mr. Oz, this is not something I can control. I must report it to the highest authority in the world government. Spandine forced a smile but was secretly shocked in his heart. The rest comes second, but the legendary Black Gun Oz is now going to become the king of a member country. Can the world government's conference roundtable really accommodate this giant Buddha? No. Oz waved his hand, then pointed the den mushi at the old Zeke beside him. This made the old man a little uncomfortable, and he didn't understand what Oz wanted to do. The one who is really going to be the king is the one next to me. Why? Before Spandine could react, Old Kick was startled and stepped back, still saying. How can you give me this position? I'm an old man. Oz found old Zeke's reaction funny, but he didn't try to persuade him. He just said to den mushi. Advertisement. The one who will become the new king of Duramos is my most beloved chicken sauce, Big Pirates, a former Rocks pirate crew member. Dotor Kick. Quote. Oz introduced the old man's name very proudly, which stunned Spandine for a moment. Although it is hard to believe that there is no Osman himself, the three titles of this new king seem to be bigger than each other. Especially the last one. He was the uncrowned king of the previous era, a peerless warrior who could take on the three iron fists of world government, marine, and pirates king in a 1-on-3 situation. If that's the case, I can draft an application, but it will still have to be submitted to the 5 elders for approval. Spandine trailed off as he spoke. Oz also knew the general meaning, but the next step was not something that a dog with the highest power like him could decide. If he refuses because of old Zeke's identity, or because he didn't pay the heavenly gold, or because he is afraid of Oz, I hope Oz won't treat him as a punching bag. Spandine said that being caught between Oz and the 5 elders made it difficult for him to survive. However, Oz was clearly confident and said with a smile, don't worry about that. You just need to say a few words for me when you submit your application. Please go ahead. Spandine swallowed. Just tell them that the world government owes me a favor, and they should use it now. He believed that the 5 elders would not refuse, as Duramos was located in the New World waters. In the context of the Great Pirates era, the world government has no power to intervene and so-called asylum is simply impossible. They don't need to pay the heavenly gold and they don't need protection, so in reality they just want the title of a member country of the world government. The real protection that can be obtained is actually Osna's great reputation that has spread across the sea. As for the reason, Oz thinks it's just for fun. Not only can he legitimately attend the World Summit in the future, but he and the old man can also. A remnant from Roger's ship and a remnant from Rock's ship were protected by the Marine to attend the World Summit. It must be very interesting to think about it. Just thinking about that scene made Oz feel funny. For other reasons, it is to provide the old man and the residents of the town with a foundation for long-term stability. At least within the next 20 years, this generation of people who have taken care of Oz will definitely be stable. The stray dogs in the village can be brought to the Royal Patrol team and eat a portion of the royal food. They have lived up to their reputation of guarding the town for generations. Advertisement. What is this called? This is called. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Ramos, which suffered a huge coup, miraculously stabilized quickly. This was also due to Oz's aura that shook the sea, and the series of bounties that were so high that they made people's scalps tingle. Didn't you see that even when the world government's people came, they had to leave in disgrace with their tails between their legs? Oh, it's just a matter of ascending the throne. How long are you going to drag it out, old man? In the king's palace, old K*** repeatedly refused to be king, saying that he was not suitable, that he was too old, and so on. The townspeople refused to listen no matter how much they tried to persuade him, which made them very anxious. If you don't become a king, how can we become nobles? You guys, I think this position should be left to us. I'm too old now. Old man, I don't have time to be a king. I still have to dominate the sea. Oz lied to old Zeke. Please hold the position for me first, and I will take over when I am free. And you can choose your partner from all over the country, and you don't have to be so secretive anymore. As expected of the person who knows old K*** best, the old man was obviously a little shaken after hearing this. If it's to save up a fortune for Oz, maybe I can give it a try. It's definitely not for a spouse or anything like that. With this thought in mind, he was indeed a little shaken. But he still tried to refuse with some embarrassment on his face. Oh, that's really annoying. Finally, Oz couldn't stand it anymore and snapped his fingers. Old Zeke's clothes instantly changed into those of a king, and he instantly appeared on the throne. Oz and Mahawk stood beside the throne, watching the residents perform their greetings awkwardly, and looked at each other, feeling a little amused. You guys. Oh, I'm already so old. You guys are really causing me so much trouble. Old Kick suppressed the corners of his mouth that he couldn't hold back at all, and looked at Oz who was guarding him beside him, and he felt relieved in his heart. Finally, still got carried away. The Cultivation King, old Zeke, thought so. Chapter 79. If I want, no one will survive. Inside the magnificent and spacious palace. Old K***, who used to be dressed sloppily, wore glasses for the first time and was looking at the report in his hand with a serious face. That's quite the look, old man. When Old Kick heard the voice, he looked up and saw a young man in a dark red suit and a black coat. With a height of more than 3 meters and a pair of long legs, a sturdy and just right body, long black hair and a handsome face, he is more than just handsome. At this moment, he was sitting at his desk, holding a piece of royal fruit in his hand and chewing it. Seeing Oz dressed like this, old Zeke finally smiled a little on his serious face. The new clothes suit you very well, little brat. You have to change your style once in a while. Oz picked up the paper on the table and saw something about taxes, public security, etc. Hey, old man, you are allowed to be king to enjoy life, don't ruin your health. Anyway, no matter how loose the governance is, it is much better than the oppression of the previous king, and the people will thank you. Quote. Well, that's true. After soothing his aching shoulders, old Zeke jumped off the throne. To be honest, he doesn't really care. He just marks your writing the way he wants. For example, a while ago, during the transition period between the old and new powers, a group of civilians rioted. After seeing the report, Old Kick directly approved. FK him. Also, recently more and more young people in the kingdom have gone out to sea as pirates. The reply. There's a lot of potential. Tell them to come home more often. This strange answer always leaves the subordinates confused and they can only do as they are told. Let's go. Go outside and take a walk. I actually prefer a freer life. An old man and a young man sat at a table and chairs in the palace garden. Hey, brat, you're sure you can do that, right? Old Kick seemed to have thought of something. He leaned forward with his hands on the edge of the table and looked at Oz, who was resting with his eyes closed. What? Oz opened his eyes, a little confused. That's the one. The black and red lightning, crackling and falling all over. Advertisement. Old Kick couldn't describe it clearly, but he had a deep impression of the world-destroying battles he had fought in his youth. As a bystander, those strong men always used this method, and the residual power alone was enough to blow him away every time they fought. Ah, you're talking about this. Oz certainly did not hesitate to satisfy the curiosity of this little old man. After all, his greatest wish in life was to become a great pirate like Whitebeard and his friends. Now that it has been achieved through O's alternative, of course I am curious about everything. Oz slowly stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and then a destructive aura slowly emerged. Old K******'s pupils trembled instantly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. But he was very excited. Yes, it is this momentum that makes people tremble in their bones. Then Oz's aura was restrained and slowly gathered in his hand. Dense black and red lightning was compressed in his fist. Old Zeke was oppressed by this powerful aura and even had difficulty breathing, but looking at Oz who seemed to be dominating the world, he couldn't help but applaud and praise him. What a powerful force. Now, Oz, you are. Can you beat Whitebeard, Edward Newgate? Asked Old Zeke with great interest. Oz gave him a very strong feeling, and Whitebeard also gave him a very strong feeling back then. It's funny that he couldn't tell which one was stronger. It's like a 1,000-ton boulder or a 10,000-ton boulder that no one can lift. The gap is too big. However, Old K******'s question stumped Oz. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. In terms of hard power, I'm definitely inferior. I've seen Whitebeard's strength, fruit power, Conqueror's Haki, and Captain Rogers. And I'm too young now. This made Old Kick a little disappointed, but he also felt that it was reasonable and comforted him. Yes, Oz is still too young after all, it's only a matter of time. But Oz's next words made him happy again. But this is just a numerical difference. If we fight without limits on the sea, I am confident that no one from the Whitebeard pirates will survive. Not even the fishmen. Oz's nonchalant tone sounded like thunder to Old Zeke's ears. He subconsciously did not doubt it. After all, Oz had been a troublemaker at the naval headquarters since he was a teenager. Advertisement. He just became more and more relieved. Since even a monster like that can't do anything to Oz, then this brat should be safe in the future. There is no need for this old man to read the newspaper every day and feel nervous when he sees reports about Oz. After this, Oz and Mahawk lived on Doramo's island for several months, spending time with Old Zeke and taking some rest. During this period, Oz also got Morgan's contact information through the newspaper delivery seagull. Beru Beru Beru. Click. As the Den Den Mushi was connected, a concrete bird face appeared on the Den Den Mushi, with a smile on its face. Nice to meet you, Mr. Black Gun Oz. This is the World Economic News, Morgan's. Of course I know this. After all, they have been plotting against me in the newspapers for many years. Oz looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand, smiling awkwardly and sweating a little, and said in a calm tone. He didn't forget that half of his current fame was due to the flattery of this guy in front of him. Although most of them were true, he did not agree. Ah, ha 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 ha. By the way, a big shot like you wants to see me, what's the matter? Morgos hastened to change the subject. In order to gain traffic in the past few years, he himself couldn't remember how many news stories he had edited. Now that he was brought up by the real person, it was inevitable that he felt a little embarrassed. I called you today mainly for two things. Oz drank orange juice with a straw in his mouth and said casually. First, from now on, the kingdom of Doramos in New World will be under my protection. Please help me put an advertisement in the newspaper. If anyone dares to attack, regardless of whether they are big pirates or allied nations, be prepared to annihilate them completely. That's easy. Black Gun Oz has his own territory. This is big news for us. Morgan smiled maliciously. He had already prepared a title. Open double angle bracket shock. The legendary pirates begin the battle for New World territory, close double angle bracket. What does the man with a bounty of 4 billion want to do? Open double angle bracket kill all who come. The new overlord of the New World declares his power, close double angle bracket. Chapter 80. Announcement to the Underworld, the King's arrival. Second update. Seeing that Morganus couldn't hold back his fart. Oz raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't say much. He didn't believe that this guy would dare to disobey, otherwise he would secretly follow the newspaper delivery seagull, find the headquarters and shoot him. Seeing that Morgans was still thinking, Oz continued to speak slowly. The second thing is, I want to control the entire underground world. Do you want to join me? News King, Morgans. Quote. This. Hearing this, Morgan's originally happy expression froze instantly. He observed Os's expression and found that he was just looking at him quietly. There was no low-pitched threat or intimidation. There was only a slightly raised corner of his mouth and a pair of contemptuous eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Ah, ha, a big shot like you is actually interested in our small business. The underworld is no small business, more goes. As a person who has a bird's eye view of how many offshore businesses the kings of the underground world in various industries have contracted, Oz is very clear. Entertainment and gambling, funerals, special services, transportation, public opinion, lending, warehousing, arms, intermediaries. This giant pie covering the world's most lucrative industries may not be able to shake the status of the top players if we really talk about it. But there is no problem at all in overturning the basic foundation of this world. Think about it. You don't think you can hide behind those birds forever. Oz's words seemed to have the power to convince people. Morgans was stunned for a moment, but he remained calm and had his own way of hiding. It's the same even if you move your hometown to an airship. What? A trace of cold sweat seeped out from the feathers and slowly flowed to the ground. The human-like bird face looked a little ugly at this moment. How could you possibly know? You work in intelligence, so you should know me well, Morgans, so there is no need for me to introduce myself too much. Advertisement. Oz's eyes glowed red as he gazed at the Den Mushi in front of him, emitting an invisible sense of oppression. I can always find you, whether in the sky, under the sea, or underground. If you join me now, I won't interfere too much in your business. On the contrary, I can protect you and tell you some world secrets. But, Oz's eyes started to sharpen. If I had gone to great lengths to find you, you wouldn't want to know the consequences. Not explicitly stated, but it is precisely not saying it that is the most shocking. Morgan stopped laughing and fell silent. Because he had no way to refute it. The more he understood Os's abilities, the more he realized what a terrifying power it was. Hiding away and publishing some heaven-defying tabloids is shady enough. But compared with Oz, it is still far behind. As long as he wanted to spread the news and expand his business, he would not be able to avoid this monster that could teleport anywhere in the world and whose observation haki could easily cover 10,000 or 100,000 meters. As the world's top intelligence officer, he had seen many monsters in the sea. But when those monsters saw Black Gun, Doter Oz, they also called him a monster. And it is worth mentioning that. In fact, he had already anticipated that this day would come. In a large amount of intelligence, whether it is the large-scale development of Mummy, Sammy's Red Light District business, or the new intermediary, Joker, in the underground world in recent years. In fact, this person's figure is hidden behind everything. Just because others can't see it doesn't mean he can't see it. These actions all indicate one thing without exception, that is, Lord Oz really intends to get involved in the huge profit field of the underground world. And it's not about joining, it's about controlling. He wants to rely on his absolute strength and unstoppable ability to forcibly bring the chaotic and divided underground market under the control of one person. No one can resist, and no one dares to resist. Even the world government may have to turn a blind eye. This is the general trend. It is by no means a small problem that can be avoided. Consider for a moment. Morganus was finally defeated. Advertisement. He could only resist stubbornly if he had bargaining chips, but his trump card was obviously not enough to shake Oz, and even the world government suffered a bloody defeat. In that case, I am willing to join your army, Lord Oz. If the other party was a big pirate like Big Mom or Whitebeard, Morgause would definitely ignore him, but the person in front of him was different. The unstoppable nature of its abilities and the terrifying potential of its power are no longer issues that can be resolved by the size of its forces. Don't worry, Morgause. Oz seemed very pleased to hear the other party's tactful words, and he still spoke to comfort him. I normally don't interfere with your business. I don't care what news you want to spread, as long as you can spread the news I want, you have completed your mission. Besides, I can tell you a few secrets. Should we say that he is indeed a man that even the world government fears? He actually knew so many shocking secrets. This is only part of it. How many secrets has the man in front of him uncovered with his abilities? What has Roger discovered? A drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down from the corner of his forehead. At this moment, Morgans felt both excited and curious. Presumably, following such a king of the underworld, you will definitely get to know more unknown big news. Unconsciously, the slight resentment in his heart disappeared, and he devoted himself to the big news that might soon be made public. Of course, Oz didn't care about their so-called loyalty. After all, he didn't have the insight like Redfield to find out what people were thinking. As long as they can obey him, what he relies on is always his absolute strength, not people's hearts. Also, don't forget to tell the other leaders of the underworld. Please surrender quickly. It would be a waste of time to find them one by one and beat them into submission. At the end of the conversation, Oz smiled and said, especially the Stussy on Happy Street that has been popular recently. If you like, I can let her and Sammy do this business together. If you don't want to. The arc of Oz's smile widened a little. Then I don't care about the face of the world government CP agency. In the end, I had no choice but to ask Vegapunk to come and talk to her in person.
3 RP Chapter 81 Farewell. Departure Ohara, the third update, burned out. After instructing Morgause, Oz no longer paid attention to the matter. Because in his opinion, disobedience is simply impossible as long as those so-called kings of the underworld want to survive. After conquering Morgause, he has all the information in the world, unlimited teleportation and dominance. It has become a complete human erasure machine. The days of reunion always come to an end. Old Kick certainly understood this. At the coastline port of Dormuz, a huge red ship is docked here. Old Zeke looked up at the ship and shook his head unhappily. Roger's things are just unlucky. At the port, Oz, wearing a dark red suit and a black coat, had just hung up the Den Den Mushi. Boxes of supplies were being transported to the ship, and old Zeke was supervising personally. Suddenly, a shadow covered the area where he was. Is it time to set off again? Old Kick didn't turn around, but put his hands behind his back. His face couldn't be seen in the shadows, and he asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, time is quite urgent. It would be best to arrive within half a day. Oz nodded. Mahawk said nothing, but walked onto the Oro Jackson and began to count the supplies. Then, when you are not busy, come back and take a look. You are the prince of this country, and this will be your inheritance from now on. Hearing this, Oz couldn't help laughing. It was originally left for the old man to use for his retirement. He didn't even care about a small kingdom. After all, even guys like Crocodile and Doflamingo are plotting against big countries like Alabasta and Dressrosa. Is he planning to build a small island nation? Oh, then you have to help me watch it, old man, don't fall down so easily. Perhaps he heard the hidden meaning in Oz's words, and old K*** suddenly laughed happily. Of course, I'm still waiting for you to come back and take care of me in my old age. That's good. Well, I'll be leaving first. Oz squatted down and hugged old Zeke's shoulders. This made the old man feel disgusted, and he scolded him for being pretentious and urged him to go out to sea as soon as possible and not to affect his mood. Advertisement. Why are you hugging me? Hurry up and go. You're the overlord of the sea, but you are still acting like a child. Your subordinates will laugh at you in the future. Looking at Oz's back as he boarded the ship, old Zeke said nothing. The ship set sail quickly and headed slowly out of the harbor. This serious expression lasted until the Oro Jackson was about to disappear from sight. He finally began to relax and murmured. Come back more often, Oz. Just as these words came out, a shout came from the distant horizon. I will, take care, old man, ha. In his observation haki, Oz laughed happily when he saw old Zeke scolding the brat with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Seeing Oz's happy look, Mahawk took a sip of red wine and reminded him. If you want to catch up, you'd better arrive before noon today. No one is sure when they will leave. Okay, I understand. I'll leave now. Oz snapped his fingers, and the eternal pointer appeared in his hand. The next people he was going to meet were two characters who would play major roles in the later stages of the story. Oz was quite looking forward to it. One is Monkey D. Dragon, Garp's son, King Luffy's father, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, and someone he met once in Logue Town. The other is a scientist who is hundreds of years ahead of the world in technology, and is suspected to be the real owner of the brain fruit of the Pirates King version of Einstein, Vegapunk. Oz was not very interested in dragons. He was just a young man with a dream to overthrow tyranny. This was not uncommon in the long history. But people are often unable to escape the historical cycle, and in the end, the strong are still respected in this world. In Oz's opinion, as long as there are strong people who monopolize power in this world, complete equality cannot exist. Even if an area is owned for a short period of time, it will never last long. But the other person was willing to work hard for his ideals, and it was none of Oz's business, so he naturally didn't bother to care so much. But Dragon's little brother, Oz, was very interested. Or a key figure in his entertainment, the E King Emporio Ivankov. Even if Oz couldn't get hold of this person, he would definitely control his abilities and use them for himself. Not only could he perform surgery on the pirates and those who offended him, providing a steady supply of technicians to the Red Light District, but he also saved on labor costs. And more importantly, advertisement he couldn't let his underworld queen, Shasha, turn into a rough and unreliable, aliens, because of Ivankov. As for his interest in Vegapunk, it was simply because Oz wanted to see those high-tech products. It would be even better if his gun could be strengthened at the same time. Thinking of the many interesting things that will happen next, Oz couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reveal a gentle smile. By the way, his eyes drifted to the little eagle practicing sword nearby. Well, forget it. This proud guy will definitely be chased to the ends of the earth by the eagle sauce with a knife. If I lose the chance to be the world's greatest swordsman because I become a delicate and sexy girl. Even if Oz is her closest friend, he will definitely not give up. At least Ivankov will definitely be chopped into pieces. What are you looking at? Perhaps noticing Oz's gaze, Mahawk, who possessed the sharp intuition of a swordsman, looked at Oz with a cold gaze. Something always feels wrong. Nothing, I was just thinking that maybe I'll have another companion soon. Really? Mahawk then turned his attention back to his sword and continued to release his sword energy towards the sea. The fish bodies, neatly cut in half, floated to the surface of the water. He didn't care what kind of guy Oz would get on board, as long as it didn't affect his sword practice. And, anyway, no matter who you are, you can't escape from Oz's fun. Anyway, as far as it seems, nothing Oz has wanted to accomplish has gone wrong. As for what means to use, the new crew member can only wish for the best. Then, let's head to West Blue at full speed. We'll be back to New World soon. Like a ghost ship, in broad daylight, the Oral Jackson sailed across the sea, driving conquerors across the calm belt. Heading towards Ohara, but in just 1 or 2 hours. At this time, outside the Ohara Sea, a hazy black dot appeared on the coastline like a ghost. Chapter 82 Childhood Memories, White Trampoline, 4th Update, West Blue, Ohara. The originally lush forest island nation has now become a ruin, and the towering tree that symbolizes knowledge has also fallen. The world government's Buster Call had already retreated, and this place should have been deserted from then on. But at this time, several huge ships were docked at the edge of the island. Several giants were holding nets and fishing something out of a lake. Those are books. The soaked books were still well preserved. They were packaged and shipped in batches. At this moment, a figure with an exaggeratedly huge head was peeking from behind the rock, sticking out his tongue. Behind him was a long-haired man wearing a dark green cloak and holding flowers. You're still the same, this head. Long time no see, Vegapunk. The scientist whose name was called Vegapunk slowly turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Long. It's you, Long. Why are you here? That's because I have some friendship with Uncle Clover. But, I don't know why, there are people watching Ohara, is that okay? Long was very alert and had already spotted the guys stationed around Ohara. He was not exposed, but the figures of the giants could not be hidden, and he might have alarmed some people. Is it someone from the world government? Vegapunk was a little worried. If this is the case, then these important books are likely to be exposed. But the dragon shook his head. No, they look more like minions of some forces at sea. They don't look like regular troops at all. Yeah, Long looked at the giants who were fishing for books in the distance and asked, do you care about those giants? Yes, these are very valuable books, we can't let them take them away. They are not thieves. I have investigated, they are. As they walked, they chatted, but the next moment. Advertisement. Long suddenly stopped and looked towards the sea in the distance. What happened, dragon? Vegapunk asked quickly, confused by his reaction. But Long didn't answer him. He just gritted his teeth. His expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He stared at the black spot outside the coastline. As the ghostly boat approached, a cold sweat flowed down Long's forehead. How is it possible? That surveillance team was actually left behind by that guy. Yes, I stayed. Jung. Bang. With a smile on his face, Oz grasped the dragon claw fist wrapped in the color of armed forces and applied a little force. The dragon claw that was powerful enough to tear steel apart and crack the earth was immediately pressed down forcefully. You're making such a scene right at the start. Long, you're really rude. Oz, who was wearing a dark red suit, a black windbreaker, and a sword and gun hanging on his waist, looked at the nervous Long in front of him with a normal expression. Vegapunk next to him had already flashed away. He could not withstand the aftermath of such a battle. Fortunately, Long's attack was just a subconscious reaction, and he had no intention of fighting with Oz, and the armament color on his hand quickly faded. Oz also let go of his hand. Anyway, in his opinion, the Dragon Claw Fist, which is based on strength, is not even half as powerful as his super strength. If Long dared to fight him without using Armament Haki, Oz was confident that he could easily crush his palm into pieces. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doter Oz, why are you here? Long asked solemnly. But Oz didn't answer his question. He just turned around and appeared beside the hidden Vegapunk, pinching his chin and observing his head. Oh my god. How can my head grow so big? Oz murmured quietly. How many brains would it take to be this big? No wonder we need such large containers for storage in the future. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Oz. Vegapunk stuck out his tongue and looked up at Oz, who was seeing his head. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes behind his small glasses, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to kill you. Advertisement. Perhaps sensing the extreme nervousness of the two people, Oz was about to explain, but as soon as he raised his head, the words were stuck in his lips. Oh, so Ohara has a female giant coming. I haven't seen one in a while. He saw the giants fishing for books in the distance, one of whom was actually a beautiful and sexy female giant. The last time I saw him was when I was a kid, when I went to Elbaf with Captain Roger and his friends. When I was a kid, I used to jump on the trampoline with Buggy Shanks. That was really the novice protection period. Compared to Vegapunk and dragons, he was obviously more interested in news about the giants and Uncle Jabba. In an instant, Oz appeared in front of the female giant, and greeted them with a smile. But the three of them were shocked. Especially Hilding, who punched him subconsciously. But when the fist reached 1 meter in front of Oz, it stopped as if it had hit a wall. Is this how each of you greets each other? In fact, it's no wonder that everyone reacted so strongly. There was suddenly a figure or bug-like creature around them. A warrior's instinctive reaction is always to attack first. Stop, he is not our enemy. Perhaps Gertz was more attentive and recognized Os's figure, so he quickly stopped Heldin, who was trying to move his body. But Helding also had his own difficulties. In fact, even if she didn't scream, Helding couldn't move at all.
The moment he threw the punch, Oz had already used the freeze ability to freeze him in place. There is no extremely strong Haki. Unless one's physical strength is much stronger than Oz, even a giant as strong as him will be powerless under the ability of space. Are you, Mr. Oz? I've heard about you from Mr. Jabba, and I've also seen your wanted poster. The giantess Gels recognized Oz and spoke with surprise. Oh, did Uncle Jabba mention me? Oz became interested and directly lifted the ban on Helding and asked Gertz. Yes, Mr. Jabba often tells us stories about his sailing in the past. Gertz said with a smile. But Oz obviously couldn't listen to Uncle Jabba's recent situation. As Oz listened to Gertz's story, he stood in the air, but all he could see was the swaying white trampoline that was bigger than his body. After all, he is still a young man who has just reached adulthood and is full of vigor and vitality. It's such a challenge. Chapter 83. The wealthy Oz doesn't treat money as money. Thanks to Uncle Jabba's connections in Elbaf, and Oz's own strong strength and status.
The giants did not show any hostility, and even warmly invited Oz to visit Elbaf again next time. Oz naturally agreed immediately and said he would definitely go again in the future, but definitely not now. He still has a lot of things to do. Under the strange gazes of the dragon and Vegapunk in the distance, Oz and the giants soon became one. Because Oz had such a high EQ and was so good at talking, Gertz soon became excited about chatting with him. Later, this unrestrained female warrior even hugged Oz in front of her into her arms, her whole head sank into the abyss, and she almost couldn't breathe.
Oz can resist. But why? But the giants came this time with a mission, after all, so Oz didn't waste any more time. Just one word before leaving. Tell Saul not to worry about little Robin, she's alive and well now. After greeting the giants, Oz turned around and returned to the dragon and Vegapunk. Next to them, there was a stern young man with a black knife on his back. I'm sorry, Xiaoying, I teleported here just now and forgot to bring you in the boat. In response, Mahawk just folded his hands and closed his eyes silently. He was too lazy to argue with Oz about this. Several people walked on the deserted island of Ohara. Seeing Oz and Mahawk coming with ill intentions, Long couldn't help but ask. So, is there any purpose for a person like you to come to us? After saying this, he stared at Oz's expression, looking very solemn. It's just a little thing. Several people walked to a flat ground in the ruins of Ohara. A huge rock suddenly appeared behind Oz. He sat on it and chuckled. I just heard that one of your subordinates has very interesting abilities.
You mean? Yes, Ivankov, the S********* king. Hearing Oz's words, Long seemed to be suddenly agitated, and said righteously. Ivankov is my companion, I will never hand him over to you. Looking at the armament color that instantly attached to Long's hand, and the wisps of green and blue gusts of wind, Mahawk directly pulled out the night sword behind him, as if he was ready to release 100-meter sword energy if he disagreed with anything. Don't be so nervous. Advertisement, but Oz calmly pressed his hand. I didn't say I was going to take him away, I just wanted to make some things clear.
Perhaps because he saw that Oz really had no hostility, or perhaps because he noticed the look Vegapunk gave him, Long was finally defeated first, and the power in his hands slowly dissipated. I'm not some evil pirate, don't be so nervous. Although I am confident that I can subdue you with force, it is not necessary after all, and I do not want to make enemies out of thin air. Then, Oz smiled and snapped his fingers lightly. Treasure chests appeared in front of the group. There were at least dozens of them, all of them open. Lying inside were piles of Baileys, shaking so much that one could not open their eyes. Seeing the please go alone gesture on Oz's hand, Long's eyelids jumped. He looked at Vegapunk who was sticking out his tongue next to him and walked forward. In the treasure chest, randomly take out a stack of Baileys, each with the largest denomination marked on it. Not only are they brand new, but they all smell like ink that has just left the factory. Although a bit pungent, but to a dragon, this is sweeter than any delicacy. The self-defense forces are too poor. Vegapunk on the side also had bright eyes at this time. Although he can freely use the funds and conduct research under the funding of the world government, it is still controlled. If Long's territory wasn't extremely poor, he actually wouldn't want to work illegally for the world government.
After all, what scientist wouldn't like funding? Without money as a foundation, even if your brain is as smart as it can be, it will be useless. A good cook cannot cook without rice. I lack everything except money. Looking at the light in the two people's eyes, Oz's mouth corners slightly raised.
He crossed his legs and a thick stack of banknotes suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually threw them into the air, letting the wind blow them away without any regret. This scene made Long Ji's eyes turn red and his teeth itched.
God damn, that swing just now must have cost at least hundreds of thousands of Baileys. He immediately used his ability to blow the scattered Bailey back with the wind. Oz didn't care much. After all, it is the same old saying. After controlling the entire world's entertainment and gambling, funerals, special services, transportation, public opinion, lending, warehousing, arms, intermediaries, you will magically discover. Advertisement money seems to have really become an almost infinite number.
Although he does not control the entire underground world now, he can rely on the industries and assets controlled by Morgause, Sammy, Doflamingo and others. Oz has already become a trillionaire, or even more. And after the remaining guys surrender, this number will increase several times. Possessing the power of the entire underworld, it is inevitable that money will never run out. I know you are poor, so these dozens of treasure chests are my investment. Hearing this, before Long could show any joy, Oz crossed his legs, looking as if he didn't care about money, and said slowly. But I also have conditions. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of treasure chests closed instantly and all the locks were fastened. Of course there is no free lunch in the world. If there is, it must be mixed with rat poison. As if Long had anticipated this, he quietly waited for Osa's next move. I want Ivankov to not perform S*X reassignment surgery on anyone without my permission, and to perform the surgery on anyone I provide without any conditions. Hearing this condition, Long was also stunned. No. It's not that there is anything unacceptable, but it's a bit too acceptable. That's it. He was a little surprised now. Ivankov's ability, which seemed insignificant to him, could actually attract so much investment for their self-defense forces. I can promise you this on Ivan's behalf. Long quickly agreed, as if he was afraid that Oz would regret it. Not only can they get money, but they can also establish a relationship with such a strong man. This will be of great benefit to the future development of the Zeong army. Don't be happy too soon. Oz narrowed his eyes. Of course, if I find out that he secretly performed surgery on someone, the consequences will be very serious. By then, disbanding will be the least of the problems. On the other side, Vegapunk, who had witnessed everything, stuck out his tongue, looking somewhat helpless. This guy Long is still young. The lifeline of the economy is in someone's hands. If you take advantage now, you will suffer a great loss in the future. Chapter 84 The New Strongest Creature, Seraphos. After all, he is the one with the strongest brain. Not only science and technology, but also human relationships and interest relations can be seen clearly. But despite this, he must admit that the power of money is indeed hard to resist. What's more, it's the money of the strong. Isn't Vegapunk itself also controlled by the world government in this way? Of course, Vegapunk's speculation is indeed not without reason. If the military expenditures and even various funds of the self-defense forces and even the revolutionary army in the future are controlled by Oz, the king of the underground world, and his own strength is not enough to shake Oz, that would be very interesting. So is this revolutionary army Dragon's revolutionary army or Oz's revolutionary army? The key point is that Oz and the world government are still in friendly relations, and Oz is even the heir to the throne of a member state of the world government. The mastermind behind the scenes, who has no intention of competing for world hegemony, chooses to hedge his bets. In the end, it was the old established world government that defeated the up-and-coming star. Or will new forces overthrow the corrupt rule? So hard to guess. However, no matter what, it shouldn't be a loss. After solving the dragon problem, Oz turned his attention to Vegapunk beside him. So, Dr. Vegapunk, do you need any financial support? Vegapunk was a little hesitant, mainly because although Oz's smile looked gentle, it always gave him a sense of foreboding. It's like making a deal with the devil. The degree of abnormality is even worse than that of the world government guys. I should think about it carefully. I have unlimited funds. As long as I can use some of the research results, it will be fine. Don't worry, the world government won't find out. Oz patiently persuaded, because he understood. What does unlimited funding mean to a scientist? To put it in an analogy, it's like putting an old man who has been single for 30 years into a limited time-free red light district. Once the conditions are met, it is impossible to give up without exhausting yourself. Really, advertisement. After a brief hesitation, Vegapunk chose Junxiong again. There was even a moment when he was considering whether to backstab the world government and turn to Oz. After all, the gold collected by the world government is mainly used for the expenses of celestial dragons and marine military expenditures. Although the amount of funds that can be used for scientific research is large, it is not unlimited. Oz is different. It is so rich that it doesn't even consider money as money. Its means of making money at sea are even more powerful than those of the world government. He is simply the client's father in every researcher's dream. The first task that Oz entrusted to Vegapunk was to help him transform the black gun on him. There is no need to modify it to be a laser weapon. Just make it as comfortable to use as possible and as far as possible. Of course, there is no need to consider recoil. Seriously, there shouldn't be a gun that Oz can't suppress, and if it's not too bad. Even if he was firing a naval gun, Oz's extraordinary strength was enough to completely suppress the muzzle. As for the follow-up funds for Vegapunk, Oz will send people to deliver them from time to time. With such huge financial support, if there is any good technology, Vegapunk promised that Oz will naturally be one of the first users, no less than the world government. For example, Mr. Oz, I have a scientific research project. I wonder if you are interested in it. What? Oz watched Vegapunk take his gun. Hearing him suddenly ask this, I couldn't help but feel curious. This is just my initial idea, a small breakthrough in cloning technology. Since Stussy was created, Vegapunk has been pursuing more perfect cloning technology. For example, he inherited the power of the original character, added some special racial talents, and also studied the devil fruit ability that he had some clues about. If you are willing, what your blood cultivates may become the pinnacle of this technology. Upon hearing this, Oz understood everything in an instant, and his face looked a little strange.
Seraph, Oz. Inherit Osa's current talents and fruit abilities, and then add the racial advantages of the Lunalia clan? It can be said that with Osa's talent, if coupled with the Lunaria's terrifying recovery and defense, there's really no shortcoming at all. A 10-year-old with looks that rivals Admiral, I'm afraid he will be even more monstrous than him in the future. Forget it. He didn't like someone showing off on the sea with his handsome face. It's so awkward. Let's talk about this later. Let me see the result of your success first. Advertisement. So, Os chose to evade the question first. Vegapunk also expressed understanding. After all, it is human nature not to believe the research results before seeing them. Everything went more smoothly than Os had imagined. Perhaps the money was too much, or the gap in strength was too great. Everything looks harmonious. Watching the dragon and Vegapunk and his men counting Bailey. Mahawk was not interested in these things, he just asked Os. So, where do we go next? What's next? Os thought for a moment, took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket, and dialed. That depends on whether Morgans has disappointed me, his new boss. Click. How is the matter I told you before going, Morgans? Lord Oz. Are you talking about those other guys from the underground world, or? Both. It's like this. Several giants in the underworld have agreed to surrender, such as Umit. But there were also a few who did not agree. They said, Os is nothing, there are other real big shots involved, and they dare not offend them. Huh? Os asked slowly, looking very interested. Big shots? Who are they? When Morgause saw Os asking this, he instantly became much more energetic, with an evil smile on his bird face. Finally asked, Hahahaha, when I think about the time when I called him, some people scolded him for being a dog for Oscar and said that he was going backwards. He became annoyed, but how annoying I was then is how happy I am now. How could those country bumpkins compare with someone like him who deals with intelligence? The horror of Os is beyond the imagination of those rats who only know how to hide in their own territory. Of course, some of these little idiots can be solved by Morgans and his team, but there are many that cannot be solved. There are a lot of these, Lord Os. The most mentioned one is that New World has a new dominant position. Former Rock's pirate captain, Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 85. Crocodile Capture Plan. Make up for the third chapter of the weekend. Roar. The strongest woman in the world. Hearing this familiar name, Oz felt a little surprised, but then he thought it was normal. When I was a kid, I often saw this beautiful lady on the Rock's ship in the newspaper. But I heard that he seems to have started to gain weight in recent years. But it doesn't matter. Os doesn't have the habit of washing pots anyway. He prefers to keep things for himself. If it was the young version of Linlin before he first joined Rocks, Os might still be interested, but now he has no interest at all. It seems that in the anime of the past life, Auntie was very keen on dealing with these people in the underground world. I didn't expect there would be signs so early. Well, write down the things you can't solve, and I'll help. Okay, Lord Oz, I will send you the information about those guys right away. Morgans had a malicious smile on his face, as there were many private goods mixed in with this, some of which were in defiance of Os's recruitment, and some were obstacles to his business. Of course, Oz knew that the bird was not honest. But he was too lazy to care about so much. As long as Os was generally loyal, helping him solve his problems would actually be solving his own problems. As for the second thing, the information about Crocodile you requested has been found and is currently located in Alabasta. Alabasta, you started going astray after being defeated by Whitebeard, Shaosha. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to serve Lord Os. Click. Os put the Den Den Mushi back into his pocket, loosened the buttons of his suit, and looked back at Mahawk. I'll be busy next. Mahawk nodded. To be honest, he was also very interested in the new companion. The Oro Jackson was still too quiet. It was okay when Little Robin was on the boat before, but now it's just him and Os on the boat every day, and it's really boring. Alabasta's eternal hand, it should be on the ship. Os looked at Mahawk. His observation haki was very convenient. He could take and put things on the ship at will, but the record pointers all looked the same. He really couldn't tell the difference. Mahawk nodded calmly. It would be nice to engrave the name of each island on the pointer in the future. They were both born with the ability to observe things, but they were different from Princess Odahime and Redfield. Advertisement Os does not focus on the spiritual and mental aspects. If their innate observation haki is on the psychological level, then O's is on the physical level. Naturally thin. No, it's naturally subtle. Even if there was a letter engraved on the handle of the pointer in the cabin, Os could quickly pick it out from the pile of pointers. Therefore, this subtle detail, even if it is about sensing the wind direction 10,000 meters away, is enough to make Os become the world's top sniper without relying on the ability of the fruit. The world's greatest sniper. Then, let's go, Alabasta. Paradise. Alabasta. Rain banquet. In the noisy casino, countless gamblers gathered here, some cheering, some frustrated. There are many people who are so angry that they want to attack and hurt others. On the chair, a beautiful figure was smoking a cigar. Surrounded by smoke, her beautiful eyes looked at the people outside with contempt. This body is still too weak. She stretched out her delicate hands, and a small, rotating sandstorm slowly took shape, then swept outward. The next moment, a dried corpse lay on the ground, immediately shocking all those who had ulterior motives, overtly or covertly. That woman, is she a user of the Logia fruit, right? Yeah, I heard the bounty is ridiculously high. It seems the information is true.
After being defeated by the legendary Whitebeard, you actually came to this little place. Crocodile naturally sensed many overt and covert gazes, but she was too lazy to care. She just snorted coldly and returned to her office. She recently received a piece of information. Among a group of people who have been active on the sea in recent years, there is one person whose fruit ability allows him to change his gender. If she could become a man, she would definitely become stronger than she is now. Just as she was preparing for her next voyage to find the so-called self-propelled soldiers. At this time, two uninvited guests broke into the casino she had just opened. Hello, guest, what would you like to play? Well, what do you have here? This is my first time in a place like this. The man wearing sunglasses, a dark red suit, and a black wide windbreaker asked with a smile. Advertisement. Behind him, a man in a white shirt and sunglasses, carrying a cross on his back, had his mouth twitching. What kind of outfit is this? But I have to say, I met so many people along the way, but I couldn't recognize any of them. Because he was taken away by Vegapunk for transformation, he no longer carries his iconic black gun. A handsome tall young man in a dark red expensive suit, a sword on his waist, a wide black windbreaker on his shoulders, and sunglasses. He doesn't look like a pirate, but more like a gang leader, dressed in a suit and tie. Mahawk next to him, although carrying a cross on his back, looked very strange, but his natural aristocratic temperament and behavior. It seems to have nothing to do with the image of pirates who burn, kill and loot. Seeing the two dressed in such a style, the casino manager was also very respectful and received them politely, as if they were treating God. But in my heart I was already smiling. Judging from the clothes and temperament, he is very rich, but he is a rookie who has never played before. How long has it been since I encountered such a big fat sheep? Looking at the calm and gentle smile on Osa's face, it seemed as if several large characters were densely written on it. Stupid people, lots of money, come quickly. Following the casino manager inside, the first thing to do was to exchange some chips. After listening to the explanation of the casino manager, Os slowly reached into his pocket and took out 100,000 Baileys in banknotes. When the casino manager saw this scene, black lines instantly fell from his head. What? You're a poor guy. The clothes are quite decent. Os didn't feel anything wrong, but sat down casually at a civilian gambling table. So, what are the rules? With the introduction of the waiter, Os quickly understood the special way of playing here. 10 cards are randomly drawn from the deck, and 5 cards are randomly distributed to each of the 2 people. Each person chooses one and compares the size. In case of a tie, each player chooses another card from the remaining 4. Win big, lose small, winner takes all. Os sat down at the table, with his hands crossed on the table. Xiaoying stood behind him with interest, staring at the card game with a pair of sharp eyes. Well, let's get started. I happen to have some experience in playing cards. Oz said with a smile. Chapter 86. Crocodile, let me play with you, Black Gun. Hearing this, whether it was the casino staff or the old gamblers who had been in the casino for many years, they all laughed in their hearts. Before starting the game, everyone would fantasize that the goddess of victory would stand in front of him. After all, when they first entered the gambling game, they were as confident as Oz, and they would win several times in a row at the beginning. After experiencing such a simple, easy and exciting way of making money, they will feel bored with making money through ordinary jobs. Even if you know that 9 out of 10 times you will lose in gambling, you are still willing to believe that you are that 1 in 10. In their opinion, Os is also such a young man. Even though they seem to be rich, they believe that they will lose all their wealth before long. After the opponent sits down at the table, the first game begins. 5 cards were dealt to each of them. Os didn't even think about it and just flipped open a card at random. 6. As expected, in order to lure the new fat sheep into the trap, the opponent decisively opened a small 4. 100,000 Baileys right pointing arrow 200,000 Baileys. Congratulations, sir. It seems you are very lucky. The waitress, dressed in sexy clothes, complimented him, twisting her sexy and seductive body, and helped feed the fruit into Os's mouth with a fork. Such operations obviously also helped the superiors. Os grinned. Yeah, I've always had good luck. He casually produced a handful of Baileys, which looked like a denomination of tens or even millions of Baileys. Oz laughed loudly and stuffed it directly into the waitress's collar. Seeing that Oz was so generous, she was very happy and spoke good words to him even more attentively. Perhaps he was surprised by Os's generosity. The casino manager put his hands behind his back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and whispered in his subordinate's ear. I'll arrange a bigger table for him later, and I'll hook him after a few sweet treats. As he watched his men nod and leave, the person in charge also had a sinister smile on his face. Once you owe a huge gambling debt, no matter you are a wealthy businessman or noble, you will never be able to escape from Yu Yan's control in this life. Soon, he heard Os's voice urging him with a smile. Hurry up. I asked someone to tell my fortune, and today's luck is surprisingly good. The kind that's a 100% win. Okay sir, we'll arrange the next game for you right away. Laugh, I will make you cry enough later. The next few games went similarly to the first game. Sometimes it was 8-1, sometimes it was 5-4. No matter how big or small the gap is, Os will win. Advertisement. It started with 100,000 Baileys, but in a short while it rolled to 496 million Baileys. It's huge. It was also because Os seemed to be worth a lot of money that the casino manager dared to take a risk and pushed the foreplay very high. The double leverage in the next round is the key to making money. If Oz loses, not only will he have to spit out all the previous ones, you have to put in more than 400 million Baileys yourself. The cards that had been arranged long ago were inserted, and soon both sides had dealt out 5 cards. The boss-like man sitting opposite Oz confidently flipped open the second card on his right-hand side. 11 o'clock. Seeing this scene, all the gamblers watching were worried for Oz. They like to see others lose, but they like to see a comeback from desperate situations even more. As the saying goes, if there was only one bullet in the Russian roulette game, then everyone would want to see you die. But if you load it with 5 bullets, everyone will want you to live. When Oz saw this scene, he was not as nervous as the audience around him, and he was not in a hurry.
A flash of scarlet light flashed across the face behind the sunglasses. Your future has no chance of success. Then, Oz stretched out his hand and slowly lifted up the card in the middle. 13 o'clock. The biggest card after the Joker. How is it possible? I just put a big card in there, just in case the audience wants to check the cards, and I put it in the place where people would least choose. How could it be chosen? A drop of cold sweat rolled down his face, and the person in charge's eyes twitched.
496 million Baileys, quadrupled. More than 1.6 billion. If he loses this, even if he sells his whole family, it still won't be enough. Just as he clenched his teeth and was about to order his men to close the place and force Oz to continue gambling, the sound of leather shoes suddenly came from upstairs. How could that be? The person in charge was trembling and wanted to speak. Boss, give me a chance. Advertisement. Shut up. All the wind and sand slowly floated down from the upper floors, turning into a whirlwind and condensing in front of the person in charge. That is a very Haki woman. With a cigar in her mouth, she looks like a boss's woman, with a domineering and condescending feeling. The scar on her face not only does not destroy her beauty, but makes her look more elegant. Her smooth black hair was spread out behind her, and she wore a black coat over her black skirt. He said angrily, "You can't even tell you've been tricked. How much more money do you want to pay?" The person in charge wanted to explain, but when he met Crocodile's gaze, he dared not speak for a moment. Without caring about the useless person under his command, Crocodile twisted her sexy body and stepped in front of Oz. She looked serious, with dark lines on her face. "Can you please give me some face? Just take the money and leave."
I guarantee on Yuyan's reputation that I won't have any complaints or cause any trouble. The people around originally thought that this female boss of the pirates was coming over to start a fight. But what is shocking is that she actually give in. Huh? Do you still chase customers away here? Or can't you afford the compensation? Oz's goal was not to earn a few billion pocket money. When he heard Crocodile's words, he naturally refused to buy it. I don't love money. I have only one goal. Hearing this, Crocodile's face showed an unpleasant look.
She was very angry, but she was no longer the ignorant young girl. After challenging Whitebeard, she finally understood how outrageous the combat power of the top monsters in this world was. What's more, with her intelligence, it is impossible for her not to know the background of the person in front of her. Fight. I'm sure you can fight. But we definitely can't win. Now, she just wants to quickly change her gender and find the legendary ancient weapon safely. In this way, she could build a country that would truly make her feel safe and secure, and that would not be influenced by any force. So, she chose to endure. But that doesn't mean she has no means of fighting back. Okay, since you want to play, I'll play with you. The legendary great pirates, the king of an era. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Oz. Chapter 87 Let's Go Big, 160 billion. Look, I'm anxious again. What? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was that black gun Oz.
Yeah, it turned out to be that black. The voices fell silent instantly, and the originally noisy casino became as quiet as a library. The next second, life finally returned to normal. Hey, you must be kidding. That crocodile guy just now, did he say that? Doder Oz. Why, even in the paradise, some well-informed guys couldn't help but recognize that legendary name. Openly or secretly, everyone who heard this name had a look of horror on their faces. Some of the timid ones even had snot and tears running down their faces, and fell to the ground with weak legs. The intelligence officers and undercover agents who were mixed in the crowd were trembling as they dialed the Den Mushi quickly. Beru, report to the superiors, this is a major incident. It's about the legendary pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Countless people fled, and only some brave ones chose to stay here in fear, and some wanted to come forward and beg to be accepted as their younger brothers. But they were all pulled out by Mahawk and blocked by Hengdao. After his identity was exposed, Oz didn't react much. He just turned his eyes slowly towards Crocodile. As smart as you can imagine. Crocodile had a grim look on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and sat down across from Oz's gambling table. Since you are interested, let me play with you. The gamblers around couldn't help but feel nervous and excited when they saw the two people sitting on both sides of the gambling table with their legs crossed. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket. I didn't expect a man like you would be interested in this kind of game. Crocodile's pair of long, white legs almost caught Oz's attention, making him lose his composure. Fortunately, he is determined. As for me, I am interested in everything interesting, including but not limited to games. A hint of mischief flashed across Osa's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who had the aura of a big boss. Since we're going to gamble, how about going for the big one? Squeak. Bite advertisement call. Although intuitively, he felt that he could not beat the person in front of him, but Xiaoxia had no intention of giving in his life.
After hearing what Oz said, he did not respond in a hurry. He just took out his lighter and lit another cigar for himself, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The temperament is captured very well. As it happened, the wind blew it in front of the little eagle. He raised his eyebrows, and used his hand as a knife to slowly brush across, and the smoke drifted away with the flowing air flow. No sword style, scattered flavor. Through the curling smoke, Oz saw Crocodile's face with a fearless look of an iron-headed kid. So, what's the stakes? She doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean she is afraid of trouble. She had never been afraid of Whitebeard, so what about Oz? What she didn't know was that it was precisely the stubbornness and bossy temperament that attracted Osa's attention even more. If he just obeyed blindly, then Oz could have indulged himself in the red light district for his whole life. Sammy, Xiaoliu, Xiaoqi and others will treat him like a king and obey his orders. Occasionally I meet a woman like Xiaoxia. That would make life more fun, wouldn't it? This may be the man's desire to conquer. Since I have doubled my money from you to 1.6 billion Baileys, I'll just double it again.
3.2 billion? Crocodile's face looked a little unhappy. With all her current wealth, it is not impossible for her to come up with this much, but it would definitely be very painful.
No, no, no. Looking at Xiaoxia's stunned face, Oz shook his head gently, with amusement clearly revealed in his eyes. I finally met someone I'm interested in, how can double be enough? At least this number. Extend your right hand with one index finger pointing upward. 10 times. Xiaoxia's face looked a little solemn. 16 billion Baileys. If he lost, how long would he have to operate in Alabasta to make it back? 5 years. 10 years. She is a business genius, has first-rate money-making skills, and is one of the best minds among the pirates. Otherwise, I would not be able to lend Buggy a large sum of money to start a company. Nor can the Marine increase an additional bounty for leadership skills. Advertisement. Therefore, this bet seemed very unfavorable to him, even though she was sure to win. But what if you lose? To take a step back, even if he won, with such a huge amount, there is no guarantee that Oz would not get angry and embarrassed because he didn't want to pay. After staying in Alabasta for too long, her intelligence sources also lagged behind. She didn't believe that Oz had the courage to spend more than 10 billion just for a card game.
She was about to refuse, but after hearing what she said, Oz showed a hint of contempt and ridicule in his eyes. 10 times? How do you send away beggars? I said, 100 times. 160 billion Baileys. Osa's seemingly crazy words made Xiaoxia unable to sit still for a moment before anyone else could react. Just hearing this number, her head felt hot and bloodshot, and her cigar was almost bitten off. Impossible. No matter how you look at it, this number is too exaggerated, it's impossible.
Even for someone like you, there is no way you can easily come up with such a sum. 160 billion Baileys is enough to drain the finances of some medium-sized countries, and it is enough for decades of heavenly gold. How do you know I don't? A sudden sound interrupted Xiaoxia's excitement. Oz reached into his pocket and slowly took out a piece of paper. Open black lens bracket World Government Member Country Certification close black lens bracket. Certification. The Doder royal family is the only royal family of the Kingdom of Doramos. That's right. Oz took out the old man's fortune and waved it in front of Xiaoxia, as if what he held in his hand was just an ordinary Bailey. I'll bet you a country that this is enough. Even if it's just collecting taxes, 100 years should be enough. At this point, as if afraid that Xiaoxia would not believe him, Oz took out pieces of paper from his four-dimensional pocket, again. Bank deposit receipts, proof of ownership of the company under your name. Don't even mention 160 billion, I can even come up with 1.6 trillion. Although he doesn't have so much now, he will definitely have it after a while. Given the size of the entire underground world, 1 trillion is not impossible.
Then, it depends on you whether you dare to play or not. Oz looked at Xiaoxia like he was staring at his prey. Xiaoxia was swaying profusely and his eyes were gleaming with scarlet light. Crocodile, Chapter 88 The World's Most Extraordinary Game, Black Emperor vs. Sand Crocodile. At this time of the rain banquet, countless gamblers stared at the pieces of paper that Oz casually tossed in his hand with red eyes. 160 billion? Just hearing the name made them feel unreal.
But no one dared to act rashly. They just stared at the gambling table with trepidation, witnessing this unprecedented scene of high-stakes gambling. However, Crocodile's reaction obviously disappointed them. She clenched her teeth and even lowered her crossed white legs, but her face was filled with dark lines that she had never seen before. With this amount, how can I possibly bet with you? Even if she was confident that she could beat Oz at the gambling table. But she knew with her toes that it was impossible for her to get the money. 160 billion was already worth killing people for. On the cruel sea, it is not uncommon for the strong to decide life and death. Even she herself often does things by any means necessary. Not to mention, she wasn't 100% sure of winning, even if she was confident that the chance of losing was minimal. But if he loses, he will probably have to bear debts that he can never repay for the rest of his life. Ha! He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xiaoxia, who was already a little red and seemed to be about to get angry, and crossed his hands under his head. Are you worried that I will use my strength to evade my debt? Or? A brief pause, Oz slowly showed a look of surprise, and then revealed a murderous and mocking smile. You don't dare? Before Xiaoxia could speak, Oz snapped his fingers. Little Eagle. Hearing this, Mahawk looked helpless and took out a video Den Den Mushi from his pocket. After a brief awakening process, Den Den Mushi turned its gaze to the gambling table in front of it, and the figures of the two people were also included. This is. Xiaoxia was stunned. Video telephone Mushi. The kind that's broadcast live to the whole world. At this time, World Economic News headquarters, a humanoid bird was walking among the operators, urging them to make arrangements quickly, with an excited look on its face. Big news. Big news. The world's biggest gambling live broadcast. Advertisement. Lord Oz really didn't lie to me. This video Den Den Mushi really came in handy. Even though the current news King Morgans has not really made his business all-powerful. However, with its development over the years, Den Den Mushi projection screens have been installed in many countries and regions in the world, even in some large countries. Hey, look at the curtain in the center of the square, that's. Is this true? It seems like. Report. Lord Buggy, there is a live broadcast about Lord Oz, not a newspaper. Shanks, look, that looks like the friend you mentioned. Is that the kid from Roger's ship? Marco. Well, you've really grown into a strong young man, Oz. Oh lol. Hiccup. What is this? Stop playing house games and let's fight. Shoot with the gun. After the video was released, even in areas where the World Economic News did not have extensive business, people quickly found ways to watch the live broadcast after hearing the news from Oz. So, the next bet will be witnessed by the whole world. You should be relieved, Xiaoxia. Crocodile no longer cared about the nickname given by Oz. He was staring at the Den Den Mushi with horror on his face. It was no secret that she was hiding here, but she was so low-key and did not attract attention, just to plot the legendary ancient weapon. Now I have become famous in front of the whole world. Thinking of this, a stream of quicksand slowly condensed in her hands. Don't move, Xiaoxia. The flying quicksand slowly stopped in the air, and then flew back to Crocodile. Oz said calmly. For the next game, no one can quit halfway. At that very moment, everyone who was watching the live broadcast heard a voiceover commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the World Economic News, and we are here to promote the biggest gamble of the century. First, the one on the left side of the screen. He was once active in the Grand Line, fought against the Devil's Air Douglas Bullet, and lost to Whitebeard, one of the world's hegemons. Sir Crocodile. Oh, Xiaoxia has a fiery temperament and outfit, and she is biting a cigar and looking at the Den Den Mushi with an angry and cold look. Instantly captured the hearts of a group of men on the sea. Next, the person on the right side of the screen must be familiar to everyone. Yes, that's right, the legendary Pirates King's crew. Advertisement. The new overlord of the sea who fought against the entire naval headquarters alone, with a bounty of 449 million Baileys. At only 17 years old, he already has absolute control over the sea, the king of the next generation. Lord, Black Emperor, Oz. After listening to this obviously long introduction, some people who didn't know much about Oz instantly had a clear understanding of it. Especially the title of Black Emperor, just listening to it gives me a sense of oppression and suffocation. Old Kick's face flushed as he watched the live broadcast, and he excitedly shook the shoulder of the guard beside him. Did you see that? That's my grandson, Hahahaha. And what the two sides are about to do next is a game with the biggest stakes in history. The stakes are. The brief silence can be said to have aroused the voices of every citizen. 160 billion Baileys. The promoter's excited roar came from the Den Den Mushi. Nani, 160 billion. How many zeros are there? Is this true? There are so many Baileys that they will pile up into a mountain. Next, the screen officially showed the two people on the field. Oz on the right was relaxed and happy. It seemed that neither the attention of the whole world nor the huge bet could cause any fluctuations in his emotions. He just looked quietly at the small sand bar that had been set up opposite him. In fact, he made the right move. For a proud person like her, saying in front of the whole world that she didn't dare to gamble, or couldn't afford to gamble, was undoubtedly more painful than killing her for someone who dreamed of becoming the king of pirates. Whether it was the pressure of public opinion or the ridicule of Oz. Xiaoxia's body tensed up, her face flushed, and her chest was surging. After a long time, he finally slowly lit another cigar. The indifferent look of world weariness returned to his little face. Xiaoxia exhaled a puff of smoke and stared at Oz through the smoke with sharp eyes. Although I don't know why you do so much, but... do you think you have me figured out? Come on, take a chance, Oz. Chapter 89. Can't pay it back? Just spend your whole life to pay it back. Is this the world's top figure? He is not panicking at all with 160 billion. Yeah, who will win this huge sum of money that can never be spent? Open the betting. Lord Oz is so handsome. East Blue, an unknown small town. Inside the building, a group of people dressed in circus costumes were sitting in a row, concentrating on looking up at the images on the video Den Den Mushi. The person in the lead was actually dressed as a clown. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were raised and he looked very excited. Hey, guys, watch carefully how my best friend wins this grand game of the century in such a magnificent way. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Captain Buggy. The pirates below also opened their mouths wide and praised excitedly. Even if they didn't know why Captain Buggy was so sure that Black Emperor would win. As for Buggy himself, he was envious and happy. It's worthy of being called Oz, that's 160 billion Baileys. It's even more exaggerated than Captain John's treasure. He seemed to have already determined that Oz would win. As for whether Oz might lose, in Buggy's mind, there was no such possibility. How could that, Oz, possibly fail? That guy is the strongest in every aspect. North Blue, Don Quixote family residence.
Hey, Dover, if Lord Oz loses, we will definitely have a share of the debt. On the luxurious sofa, a tall, strong, and unruly young man in a pink feather cloak was sitting with his legs crossed, staring at the live video broadcast in front of him with a wicked smile on his face. Hearing the anxious concerns of the people around him, his expression did not change. Hey, it seems that you still don't understand the essence of this incident, Torbol. With an evil smile on his face, he seemed to have turned back into the powerful Xiao Ming. His arrogant voice came.
If that B***** D crocodile really dares to win, then we can kill him for Lord Oz, isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Foo. Then, let's start dealing the cards. With the whole world watching, a game with over 100 billion at stake began. Xiaosha had sweat on his forehead and looked gloomily at the equally nervous dealer. To be fair, a new deck of cards just opened. Xiaosha and Oz randomly selected 5 cards each. The cards are face down and the surface is extremely smooth, so it is impossible to use the observation haki to feel the bumps or something like that. Advertisement. Oz was very gentlemanly and let Crocodile choose first, with a calm smile on his face. Seeing that he was confident, Xiaosha didn't bother to be polite with him and picked 5 cards seemingly at random. There are so many little actions. In front of the subtle level of observation haki, Oz easily saw through it. Among this seemingly newly opened deck of cards, 5 of them are somewhat unusual.
There seems to be something stuck on it, like gravel? It's so subtle that you may not even feel it if you rub it in your hand. But compared to other cards that are too clean, these 5 cards are as obvious as candles in the dark night in Osa's observation haki. Special markings. What a childish way to cheat. At this moment, Crocodile stared into Osa's eyes calmly, still thinking that he had already won. Now, she no longer fantasizes about actually getting that huge sum of money. Being able to send Oz, the plague god, away is already the best result she can think of.
So, the biggest king is already in her hand. What should you do? Doter Oz, call. Under her world-weary gaze, Oz picked out 5 cards at random. Without any pause or hesitation, he put it directly in front of him. So, who will be the final winner of the next game? The promotional narration sounded at the right time, and the excited voice seemed to grab the hearts of every audience member. Everyone held their breath and looked at the live broadcast table. After the game is over, I won't take your money. I just need you to leave Alabasta. Xiaosha's face was gloomy and solemn, as if he was giving an ultimatum. That won't do. I, Oz, always keep my word. And why are you talking like you've already won? Quote. Several well characters appeared on Xiaosha's forehead. What a difficult man. At worst, she would just have to retreat from Alabasta. You asked for this. As the 2 people simultaneously revealed their cards, the camera followed them closely.
So, this card game. Xiaosha was about to speak and announce the result. I won, Xiaosha, advertisement. Hearing this light chuckle, Xiaosha suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked towards the card table. The card that he had just marked as the king, now turned into. How is it possible? Crocodile's cigar fell to the ground, his eyes were extremely terrifying, and his face was filled with an extremely strong expression of disbelief. A mistress? When he looked up again, he saw Oz smiling as he picked up the card in front of him. He flipped the card with his fingers and showed it to Xiaosha and the screen. There was a picture of a clown wearing a crown. My king, take it all. As Oz revealed his trump card, everyone, whether at the scene or watching through the live broadcast around the world, fell into a brief silence. Then there was a burst of intense enthusiasm. 160 billion. Black Emperor Oz has become the richest man in the sea. You are a bunch of ignorant people. He is a big shot who has seen One Piece. A mere 160 billion Baileys. The whole world was in an uproar, enthusiastic about witnessing the world's biggest gamble, and Oz was also under the pressure of public opinion. He completely became the top star in the ocean. The most handsome man in the world. The richest man in the world. The strongest man of the young generation. The uncrowned king who reigns over the sea. Different from the heat outside and Oz's joy, Xiaosha's eyes were full of disbelief and horror on her pretty face. Shouldn't that card be in my hand? So, that is to say. From this moment on, she is in debt of 160 billion Baileys. What a joke. How can this be paid off? She bit her teeth to pieces, but even though she felt aggrieved, she couldn't say it. What? Was the king supposed to be hers? That would be admitting that you cheated. No matter what, it's a dead end. Just when his mind was about to collapse, Oz said with a gentle smile on his face, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. What's the matter? Can't you pay? It's okay. You just need to pay it back in your lifetime. Chapter 90 I successfully conquered, Xiaosha, Seastone version of the Pokeball.
What a joke. Perhaps it was because of what Oz said, or the number of 160 billion was too heavy. She won't allow herself to live the rest of her life in some bullshit debt. Sandstorm. The table was suddenly overturned, and a circle of sandstorm quickly formed, strangling everything in sight. From the outside, it looked like the screen was suddenly covered with yellow sand, followed by a black screen. The report ends here. Please pay attention to the World Economic News for details. Let's not talk about the impact caused by this incident at sea. At this time, in the rain banquet, the sky was filled with yellow sandstorms, which engulfed the entire building and turned it into fragments and dust. The surrounding residents fled in all directions. Some of the unlucky ones who just wanted to watch the fun were swept into the Uzumaki because they had no time to escape. Buildings, houses, roads. In Alabasta, there is everything but sand. On the outskirts of the town, many people were fleeing further away, but many people who thought they had reached a safe area turned back and looked back. All I could see was a huge sandstorm that almost reached the sky.
Just a glance, people ran to the outside again. Hello, hello, hello. It's too exaggerated. If you get sucked in, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. Jung. Boom, suddenly, there was a tearing sound with a knife. Next to the fleeing crowd, a huge emerald green sword energy of 100 meters in length flew out from the center of the sandstorm. It was so sharp that even the earth and tall buildings were smoothly split in half. A road was forcibly opened out from the sandstorm.
He was a knife-wielding young man with aristocratic temperament. Such an attack is far from enough to defeat that man. After saying this, he never looked back and walked slowly towards the periphery. Because Oz once said, if there is to be a fight this time, let him come in person. Advertisement. At this time, in the center of the sandstorm, within the ruins of the rain banquet. Perhaps because it is in the eye of the storm, the impact of the sandstorm here is not that great. So, are you planning to default on your debt, Xiaoxia? Oz looked across. At this moment, Crocodile was covered in yellow sand. She stared at Oz with cold eyes. Her cloak had disappeared without a trace. The sexy and slender figure, coupled with the sandstorm that was like a natural disaster beside her, created an inexplicable sense of contrast. You were targeting me from the beginning. Xiaoxia hit the nail on the head, but the anger on her face did not diminish. As smart as she was, how could she not understand the current situation?
But even if she couldn't beat this hateful guy in front of her, she definitely didn't want to admit defeat so easily. At least try. After all, even Whitebeard couldn't adopt someone like her as a child. As expected of a recognized smart man, I'll be frank. The windbreaker on Os's back swayed in the wind as the sand blew. However, his body remained motionless. He had a calm smile on his face and stretched out a hand. Be mine. Squeak. Before he could finish his words, a spike formed by the desert suddenly appeared from the surrounding sandstorm.
Cut straight towards Os's waist. Just the next second. This strange scene made Xiaoxia feel a little strange, and then his pupils turned and he looked around quickly. Because that sand blade didn't cut any bloodline at all, it only left an afterimage. You won't even let me finish my sentence. You're really different from other pirates. A figure appeared 5 meters in front of Xiaoxia, and Oz, figure was still handsome. You are worthy enough to ride on my boat. Come on, Xiaoxia, accompany me to see the pinnacle of this world. What Oz said made his blood boil. If they were just ordinary little pirates, or hot-blooded idiots, they might be persuaded by Oz. But unfortunately, the sand crocodile is neither of the above two categories. Reincarnation erosion. She has the courage to fight Whitebeard, and she is not willing to be inferior to others even though she has not yet been adopted as a daughter. There's really no other way. I'll just have to take you back to pay off my debt. Debts are debts, and now it's time to collect them.
The main point of Oz is to have a legitimate reason. Advertisement facing the world that had turned into dust. Oz's eyes glowed red as he slowly held his breath. Jung. The bright black armament Haki instantly wrapped around his whole body, flowing slowly like a piece of clothing, allowing him to move easily and comfortably through the desert. Armament Haki? But you will eventually run out of energy, facing this endless yellow sand. Waves of voices came from all around, with bewitching and confident tones, as if trying to undermine Osa's will.
But Oz is an experienced player against Logia, so he won't back down just because of a large-scale natural attack. He quietly felt the changes in the wind and sand around him. He slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist, and strands of flowing black and red slowly wrapped around him. Then came the black and red lightning that was compressed to ultimate, raging so hard that it even caused the surrounding world to stagnate. You should know that as long as you have a strong enough Haki, even if it is elemental. Puff. Before he finished speaking, a figure covered in emission and Conqueror's Haki suddenly appeared in a corner of the sandstorm. His hand remained in the posture of swinging the knife, with drops of blood still dripping from the tip of the knife. The blood disappears instantly. Put the knife back into the sheath. A figure with a bloody back was half kneeling in front of him, with his back to him. I got you. Perhaps to prevent this guy from getting mixed into the sandstorm again, the element turned into sand and slipped away. Oz wrapped his arms around Haki, locked her slender neck, and then lifted her up from the ground.
You be asterisk 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 D. Xiaoxia had blood in his mouth, and his face was painful and ugly, but he still wanted to be tough. For specific postures, please refer to Blackbeard pinching the Empress. But in the next second, I suddenly felt weak all over my body. You are too dishonest. Calm down. Oz snapped his fingers.
A Seastone bracelet appeared on Xiaosha's ankle. Although he cannot touch the Seastone directly, he has the ability to teleport and can completely control the spatial position of all Seastones within the range of his Observation Haki. Therefore, things like Seastone have no inhibitory effect on him at all. As he was unable to exert any strength, and Os grabbed him by the neck and held him in the air. Xiaosha's face quickly turned red. Private Marseille, it seems that you are using a bit of force. Then, let's go back and go out to sea together. Os grabbed her with one hand and carried her on his shoulders, carrying Xiaosha who had no power to resist. The figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 91 I want to be the freest and happiest person in the world. Hey, Oz squatted there, looking at Xiaosha lying motionless on the lounge chair, and poked her face. Move around and eat something. You don't want to starve to death on the Oral Jackson. Oz snapped his fingers. A plate of seafood fried rice appeared on the table in front of me. Oz just stared at her, and she also looked at Oz with a world-weary face. Oz, Xiaosha. Perhaps she was too hungry, or she couldn't stand the torture of Aos's operation. She suppressed her weakness and finally spoke. You. B asterisk 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 D. I can't even lift my hands, how can I eat? Upon hearing this, Oz's eyes lit up. I'm super. Forgot. Then. Can you promise that I will let you go, and can you just be quiet? Xiaosha nodded resignedly. Oz didn't believe it, not because he was afraid of anything else, but mainly because he would be very sad if this guy suddenly went crazy and damaged the Oro Jackson. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. After confirming it, Oz nodded and snapped his fingers. The black Seastone bracelet on Xiaosha's ankle disappeared in an instant. And sure enough, she didn't behave abnormally. She just picked up the spoon and started eating silently. Oz crossed his fingers, put them under his chin, looked at Xiaosha who was eating enthusiastically, and said in a gentle and persuasive manner. How about it? Want to join us? I know what you are thinking. After realizing that you can't become king by your own strength. I became disheartened and wanted to build a utopia like a pure land in the world, free from any threat, so, you are looking for that. Quote. Oz smiled gently and supported his chin. He didn't look at Xiaosha's stunned expression. That's it, ancient weapon Pluton. How on earth would you know that? Crocodile put down the spoon and asked in a cold voice with a gloomy look. Well, maybe it's because I have the ability to predict the future. Prophecy. Crocodile repeated in disbelief, and even Mahawk, who was walking over with a bottle of red wine, was stunned. Advertisement. Both of them looked at Oz with cold sweat on their faces. This monster. How many unknown abilities are there? And I can tell you responsibly that Alabasta does have a big secret, but you won't be able to find the ancient weapon there, so give up as soon as possible. Hearing this, the last line of defense in Xiaosha's heart was finally broken. I see, after all your careful planning and even more than 10 years of work, is it all in vain in the end? Xiaosha slowly lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see his expression and demeanor. You don't have to be so roundabout and put your hopes on external forces. Is that all the great pirate Sir Crocodile has done? Oz's words deserved a beating, and Xiaosha was instantly defeated. Just as he was about to take action in anger, he felt a wave of weakness all over his body and fell onto the recliner. The scene changed, and Oz appeared behind him, looking down at her upside-down face. He is ambitious and capable, and seems to be a reliable person like Xiaoying. And, looking at this sexy and sharp female boss-like figure, she was now powerless and her face flushed as she let herself be slaughtered. To be honest, Oz feels quite accomplished. But when I think about his appearance after the S*X change and then look at his sexy and handsome appearance now, I feel a little weird. If you have any ambitions you want to realize, my place might be a good place to go. My name, Black Gun, alone is more intimidating than some pretentious Pluton. Oz, who doesn't know yet that he has been elected a new title by his subordinates, is still very confident in his old name. When you don't want to stay here anymore, I can promise you a country that is a member of the world government for your retirement. Hearing these words that were extremely bewitching and tempting, Xiaosha remained calm, not being dazzled by the promises made by Oz. Just looked at him coldly and said softly, You mean you can never lose, Dotal Oz? Even if you face Whitebeard, the world government, or any other existence, you will never lose, right? That's, of course. Oz saw that she suddenly became serious, turned around and sat back in her original seat. Really? Xiaosha slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Perhaps she really saw the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of the world in Oz, or perhaps it was just a woman's natural instinct to seek stability. It is also possible that he knew he could not escape and being burdened with huge debts was inevitable. Advertisement. If you are defeated one day, I will be the first to kill you. Okay. How could Oz not hear that? Xiaosha agreed proudly. With a snap of his fingers, the Seastone black bracelet disappeared completely. Crocodile stretched his body, watched Ozda achieve his goal, and then lay on the recliner drinking juice, instantly exposing his true form. Some mouth corners twitched slightly. Is this guy always like this? Xiaosha glanced at Xiaoying who had just drawn his knife and was about to practice swordsmanship with Sea Kings. As for this question, the other party didn't seem to find it unusual at all. You'll get used to it. Xiaosha. Looking at these guys who were stranger than each other, she began to wonder if she had boarded the wrong ship. Finally, we started to visit the Pirates King's ship, the Oro Jackson. She looked carefully at this ship that had traveled around the world and reached the final island, Raftel, with an inexplicable look in her eyes. Nice boat, isn't it? At some point, Oz had come to her side. He was several heads taller than her, so Xiaoxia had to look up at him. In the future, take this ship and see the world. Seeing Oz's face full of memories, Crocodile asked, for some unknown reason. What is your dream, Oz? Why? Oz was stunned when he heard this. As for my dream, I have lied to people before and said that my dream was to turn the world upside down, but to be honest, that doesn't fit my personality. Oz didn't like such a thankless task as he had nothing to do and wanted to mess up the world without any motivation. Even if one day the world would be turned upside down, Oz felt that he must have his reasons. Like fun or something. My dream, it is to become the freest and happiest person in the world. Whether it's extravagance or looking for trouble, it doesn't matter. I don't need the comments of bugs in my life, because this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. The freest and happiest. Crocodile knows that although it sounds simple, it is actually extremely difficult for ordinary people to do it. Without the world's strongest strength and greatest power, the so-called happiness and freedom will collapse at the touch of a button. You actually have such ambitions, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dowry for Oz. Then, let's go. At the dining table, Oz's group, who did not form the pirates group, held a small meeting while eating. Oz slammed the table and made the decision. You guys, you haven't been quiet since you went out to sea. Mahawk cut the steak helplessly, put the fork in and put it into his mouth. As soon as you open your mouth, you say war. Are you not prepared at all? The one with the well-shaped character on her forehead is Xiaoxia, and she still finds it outrageous. What kind of preparation is needed? Just call directly. At this time, the number of tic-tac-toes on Oz's forehead was not much less than crocodiles, and he said with a very unpleasant expression. Going back 2 hours, on the Oro Jackson, which was slowly sailing away from Alabasta, as the think tank of Oz's group. Xiaoxia roughly understood the sphere of influence and the amount of force that Oz currently controlled, and wrote some suggestions for the next course of action. As she wrote furiously, Oz was reading a free newspaper.
It was something I got for free before, but now it's my own business, so I don't have to pay for it anymore. After all, even seagulls have to salute before flying away when they see Oz, and newspapers and other things are delivered as soon as possible. Hey, boss. You should probably have some plans of your own. The size of the entire underground world is so huge that you can't even imagine it. Xiao held a cigar in his mouth, looked at the fish-slacking monster with a serious face, and couldn't help asking. It's up to you to decide on this matter. I trust you very much.
Oz nodded perfunctorily. The reason he lured Crocodile aboard was because of her wisdom and means, and her good looks. Since someone is taking care of it, he can just sit there and do nothing. Come to think of it, Morgans gave me a buff without my permission. Black Emperor. Sounds kind of cool. Listening to Oz still discussing the title issue, Xiaoxia also became angry. Oz. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Mushi interrupted the atmosphere. Mahawk, holding a knife and fork, Crocodile, holding a plan and ready to get angry, and Oz, reading a newspaper, all looked at the Den Mushi on the table. Beru Beru Beru, advertisement. I just used it to call Morgan's and haven't put it away yet, but now it's ringing again. Why did she call me? A red light flashed, and Oz, seeing the real-life VIP advance on-demand call, raised his eyebrows and then answered the Den Mushi. In an instant, a pair of flaming red lips and big eyelashes appeared above the Den Mushi, and a red cloak was draped behind it. With a smile on her face, a female voice with a hint of arrogance came.
Sassy ignores Dana, Oz, New World. Tarrant C, 10,000 nations. On the huge chair, a huge female figure was shrouded in shadow, and drops of saliva fell to the ground, making a corrosive sound. A pair of terrifying eyes looked at the Den Mushi in his hand. Yeah, the last time we met was when I was with Captain Roger. Charlotte Linlin, looking at the calm smile and scarlet eyes on Den Mushi, the ant also let out a strange laugh.
I'm glad you remembered me, Oz. The little demon with observation Haki on Roger's ship has now become a big figure who influences the world. Hey, you're not here to reminisce about the past, are you? After all, the only relationship between us is that we've fought each other. Oz looked at the familiar old lady on the other side of Den Mushi and couldn't help feeling strange. Although I am prepared to go to Wangguo in person for the underground world in a while. But there was no action yet, so why did the other party take the initiative to call me? Could it be that the leaders of the underworld came to her and wanted her to help them? Looking at Den Mushi in surprise, Oz and the other two were all curious about what this person, who had the potential to become one of the overlords of the new world, wanted to call them about. Well, maybe there was some grudge between us in the past because of Roger, but that was just for the sake of historical context. Actually, there is not much hatred between us. Quote. The ant's tone was relatively calm, and she took the initiative to bring up some things that happened when Oz was still an intern. This is indeed the truth. The first and only time in all these years that Oz dealt with an old lady was when she was very young and beautiful. At that time, the Roger pirates were traveling around the New World for historical texts.
Advertisement is one of the most critical historical texts. The one in Big Mom's hand is undoubtedly crucial, so Roger's group played a trick on her at the time. After secretly making a copy, he patted his butt and ran away on the boat. It was at that time that Oz, the scary little devil, officially entered Charlotte Linlin's sight.
However, this teenage kid was able to fight Katakuri to a standstill, especially his observation haki, which was even more terrifying than Katakuri's. It was the first time that Katakuri felt the despair others felt when facing him.
That is, the future I can see is much farther than yours. Picture of O's defeating Kaku. The terrifying power and the clearer future made all his advantages disappear. As he had not yet awakened his fruit, he could only fight and retreat, ending up in disgrace. There wasn't much hatred, but it started not long ago. Oz drank the orange juice and said lightly, although he really liked the image of the younger version of Linlin, who was half a giant, when he was a child. Moreover, the opponent is very strong, so it can be said that he has both good looks and strength. She can almost be called the female version of adult Oscar. But this does not mean that Os will give up his own ideas or goals for his childhood sweetheart. Especially knowing how difficult it is to describe the existence of elderly aunts nowadays. You should have received the news, those underworld minions who are attached to you, my goal is to control the entire underworld. Just this point alone makes us irreconcilable. Well, is that all?
This straightforward answer left Os confused for a moment. For a territorial overlord like Ant, when did such a huge profit pie become a small matter? Os vaguely felt that something was wrong. Charlotte Linlin's next words completely broke Os's defense. As long as you are willing to have a child with me, Os, I can give you all the shares of the underground world as a betrothal gift. Chapter 93, Tea Party for Os. Nani. Hearing this, even Os, who always showed a smile and calmness, couldn't hold back his excitement.
Veins popped up on his forehead, and he stared fiercely at the Den Den Mushi with flaming red lips, his teeth clenched. But the ant on the other side didn't seem to notice the strangeness in Os's expression, and continued to smile self-absorbedly. In her mind, she seemed to have imagined a scene in which a young boy with long pink hair would wantonly unleash Conqueror's haki and sweep away everything to push her onto the throne of the Pirates' King. Well, a child who inherits both of our talents will definitely become an even more monstrous existence than you, Oz. The power to rule the world is right before our eyes. Thinking she was very contagious, the old lady looked at Os, who showed no excitement, with expectant eyes. I have no idea. Os was also very upset at this moment. If he were in his 20s or 30s, he might actually consider it. But now Charlotte Linlin has become an egg-laying machine and her figure has begun to change. Even though she is not as exaggerated as she was in her 50s and 60s, she has completely lost her former beauty. Os considered himself a picky eater and felt that he couldn't eat it. And, what the hell is a betrothal gift? What do you think of him, Os?
A breeding machine? There were tic-tac-toe marks on his forehead, and Os said with a cold expression. Then you just wait for me in Wangguo, Charlotte Linlin, Lousy will come to you now. Well, if you can figure it out, that would be the best. Before the ant could finish her words, Os hung up the Den Den Mushi. He barely had enough strength to control himself and almost broke the shell of the Den Den Mushi. Why, do you mean to agree to her? Mahawk looked normal, as if he could not see Os's dark face at all. He said with a half-smile on his face.
From the tone, it seems that he is not opposed to it, and seems that he is really willing to support Oz. On the other hand, Xiaoxia was holding a cigar, with a look of disdain on his face. Well, I don't have any objection, if you're willing. Os. Advertisement. Bang. You too, are you kidding me? A priceless dining table was instantly crushed into powder by Os's hammer. His face was terrifyingly gloomy and his words were even more furious. Mahawk held the plate steadily with one hand to prevent the steak from falling to the ground. He was not surprised by Os's reaction. Xiaoxia had a few well-shaped characters on his forehead. Hey, are you planning to start a war right away? Isn't that as it should be? That's easy to say. Even if we fight alone, the post-war preparations and the acquisition of territory cannot be arranged in a few words. That kind of thing is fine. Ignoring Xiaoxia's gnashing teeth, the wealthy and informal Os took the IWC Eternal Hand that he had prepared long ago. With its full capabilities activated, the Oro Jackson was moving forward at a ghostly speed.
I really can't do anything with you, that's great. Children, prepare for the tea party. To welcome our new guest, open black lens bracket Black Emperor close black lens bracket Aosa. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, the ant happily ate 2 more servings of puff pastry before ordering her subordinates to get ready for work. Seeing that their mother seemed in a good mood, her children all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was Charlotte Katakuri, the top product of the Charlotte family, who took the lead. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but seeing how happy his mother was, he didn't say anything and just promised to arrange everything. Don't worry, Mom, we will arrange the tea party. Big Mom lowered her head, looked at Katakuri's reliable and calm appearance, and nodded with confidence. By the way, let's capture all of our partners in the underground world, Katakuri. This is what I promised Os. Quote. Katakuri naturally agreed to the same thing. At present, the business between the Big Mom pirates and the underground world is not that big. It can only be said that it is in the early stage of contact. It is not as good as it will be in 20 years. So, if we don't make a big cake, we won't feel it's a pity to throw it away. After giving some simple instructions, the ant fell into joy and eating sweets again. On the other side, advertisement. One of the new overlords of New World, Aunt Charlotte Linlin is going to hold a tea party. Naturally, it is impossible to keep it completely secret. In addition to the endless number of homies, there are also countless people of various races living in the world, a mixed bag. I don't know how many of them are spies infiltrated by various forces. After hearing the exact news from various sources, these intelligence personnel, without exception, excitedly sent the latest intelligence to their masters. These two monsters were born strong, and this meeting naturally attracted the attention of countless forces. What kind of conspiracy are these two guys planning? In the Marine meeting room, Branu posted wanted posters of the two sea overlords on the board and introduced the news of the two to his colleagues. Admiral Sengoku slammed the table and looked at the two figures on the wanted poster with a gloomy expression. Hearing Sengoku's angry voice, Branny flipped through the latest intelligence. According to the latest intelligence, Charlotte Linlin invited the Black Emperor O's to the 10,000 nations for a gathering, apparently for, He paused, then continued. It seems to be for the purpose of having a baby. Nani. Before anyone else could say anything, the two vice admirals' reactions were the loudest. That guy Doder Os will never be at peace. Kuzan spoke softly, his face serious. The evil offspring born from the two sea monsters will surely become the greatest threat to justice in the future. They must be nipped in the bud. The one with the cold and ruthless voice was Sakazuki. With this evil bloodline, he would never show any mercy even to a baby. But at this moment, a long and annoying voice sounded. It was Borsellino, who was trimming his nails with nail clippers while pouting and looking down. Oh, two monsters from the sea, within, but the world government's order does not allow war. After hearing this, the whole audience fell silent, and the marshal reminded everyone at this time. That's right, and the world government's measures are. Support, as far as I know, there is even a professional team. Get ready to take that child with infinite potential from Charlotte Linlin back to the highest powers. Chapter 94 Katakuri. My name is O's dad. Yes. Even a behemoth like world government could not help but covet this possible child who had the potential to surpass rocks. Even though he's not even an embryo now. But this idea is indeed bold, if O's knew about it. I have to make a phone call in person and question the highest authorities among the powers what this order means. It's not even just world government and marine, oh, lol. That old woman and O's, what an interesting combination, hiccup. In the Ghost Island base camp, Kaido, the world's #1 master who was still quite tall at this time and had not yet developed the terrifying physique he would have in the future, was drinking while listening to the reports of his subordinates. How can we not join in on such a lively occasion? It's a good opportunity to fight with that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* How can that guy be king without my permission? Jin, who was standing by with his arms folded across his chest and covered in leather armor, looked quite calm. He was the first to advise. Boss Kaido, if Big Mom and Os really form an alliance, you might be besieged by the two if you rush in like this. Oh, lol. Kaido didn't hold back at all after hearing this. Instead, his eyes became more crazy and eager to try. If they can, let them try, see if they can kill Lousy. With a heroic roar, and ignoring the dissuasion of his men, a green dragon slowly flew into the clouds and disappeared over the sky above the Ghost Island. The screen turns to the other side. If the ambitious people on the sea, as well as the big forces like the world government, take a wait-and-see attitude towards the meeting between Oz and Charlotte Linlin. Then the leaders of the New World's underground world felt like they were being stabbed in the back. How can you play like this? Just when she was about to rely on Big Mom, the former captain of Rock's pirate and one of the overlords of the sea, to fight against the pressure from the Black Emperor, Oz. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the two became relatives and he became an outsider. Hey, Katakuri, we are the strategic partners of the Big Mom pirates. Yes. A large part of your funds, intelligence and equipment were even funded by us. Advertisement, he roared at the people in front of him, these shady businessmen, holding muskets and gritting his teeth. But what they faced were monsters from the New World. The second in command of the Overlord pirates, Charlotte Katakuri. These are all my mother's orders. Katakuri didn't waste time talking to these guys. With red light flashing in his eyes, he walked forward towards the hail of bullets without running away or dodging. It's obviously not Logia, but the power of the bullet has no effect on it. Katakuri, holding the Earth Dragon Spike, started to kill the merchants one by one. Even a hired bodyguard with a bounty of over 100 million yuan could be shot in the face by him. Only after he had defeated all the people did Katakuri drag each body back to report to his mother. Reaching a height of 5 meters, with a cool temperament and dress. Katakuri is hailed as the perfect man, and his appearance undoubtedly has huge plus points. Outside the Cake Castle, countless local residents watched Katakuri holding a spear and dragging a long string of unconscious guys into the castle. You are indeed my most proud child, Katakuri. Seeing how efficient he was, the ant was very happy and ordered the homies to arrest those guys who were trying to sow discord between him and Os. Perhaps the joy on the old lady's face was too strong, or perhaps people with naturally strong observation haki usually have more accurate and stronger intuition. Although they didn't have much contact, based on his understanding of Os, he didn't think he was someone who would agree to let the old lady have a child. After Katakuri considered it, he spoke tentatively. Mom, I want to know how Oz responded to you at that time. Hearing this, the still delighted Big Mom's pupils slightly turned, and finally stared at Katakuri with dissatisfaction in her eyes. Katakuri, you should call him Dad, right? Hearing this, Katakuri instantly became confused.
If I remember correctly, that guy is about 10 years younger than me.
Katakori's face froze and his eyelids twitched violently. But in the ant's opinion, the gap between generations can be made up by strength. Advertisement. Especially someone like O's, whose strength and talent are even more perverted than her. At least in Charlotte Linlin's own opinion, when she was 17, she would never be a match for Os. Not to mention being defeated, it was more like being conquered by rocks. So, if Os was willing to form an alliance with her, he could actually take on the title of father by virtue of the fact that they had both given birth to the child together. A similar nickname is called Big Dad. Big Dad. Katakori was silent. Fortunately, Big Mom didn't take it too seriously. She knew that her second son was thinking about the pirates, so she didn't hide it. Actually, when we met many years ago, Os was stunned by me. Charlotte Linlin recalled those years. In fact, I only found out later that this kid Os actually grew up reading my reports.
And we belong to the same category, so yeah. Asta, he actually admired me a lot when he was a kid. That's why you can't wait. Come find me as soon as you hang up the phone. As a rotten white moonlight, the ant obviously did not realize how strong Osa's obsession with beauty and misophobia were, and always thought that he was still the boy he was back then. When Katakori heard this, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. He didn't know yet that Os actually had such a past. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Since there is already an emotional foundation, it is not convenient for Katakori to say anything more. If it is for the expansion of Big Mom's pirates and the birth of the monster brother in the future, Katakori is the perfect son and the perfect brother. So what if I call him Dad? After all, the other party's strength is indeed strong, and as a real man, Katakori is willing to recognize such a person. At this time, Os, who didn't know that he was inexplicably arranged to be a father, was controlling the boat to fly across the red line. Not flying directly over Mariajoy was already giving face to the world government and Lord Yim. Little did he know that 5 black-hearted old men had already been eyeing his non-existent child. Chapter 95. Sacrifice for the happiness of the crew. As one of the 2 protagonists that the whole world is paying attention to. At this time, after traveling for a while, Osa's originally turbulent mood calmed down a little. The elusive Oro Jackson completely passed the patrol boats outside the international island, completely unaware that they were there to greet them, and stopped directly outside Cake Island. Oz and his group of 3 walked silently on the land of the nations. It's still as noisy as ever here. There were occasional happy songs and laughter, as well as the sound of mutual discussion. Os picked up a small flower at random. You can actually see an expression of pain on its pistil, and it's even screaming in pain. Mahawk and Crocodile, who were seeing this scene for the first time, looked around with curiosity. The flowers, plants, trees, and even the rocks on the ground that danced in the wind seemed to particularly enjoy singing, staring at everything that passed by, and feeling a little creepy. An extremely powerful black and red lightning raged past, and all living things with souls finally came to rest, rolling their eyes listlessly. Can you actually faint like a human? Xiaoxia kicked Shalwa, who was blocking the way, aside with disgust. This is Big Mom's fruit ability. Several people walked forward and passed by the candy bridge. Os broke off a piece and put it in his mouth to chew. It can give soul to all inanimate things, taking and giving soul. If you want, kitty, maybe you can live again at night. Auntie's Napoleon is a sword endowed with a soul. This kind of thing, Oz said it casually, and after Mahawk heard it, he was actually somewhat moved. Because in his opinion, this might be an attempt to further improve his swordsmanship and connect with his own sword. Xiaoxia wasn't very interested in this. She couldn't ask her to make her hook come alive. However, Os seemed to be somewhat interested in this. He stroked his chin and stared at Xiaoxia and the hook in her right hand with a thoughtful expression. Roar, hey. You be asterisk 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 D. What were you looking at just now? Crocodile noticed this look, and a few crosses appeared on his forehead. His sharp face was full of coldness. Oh, nothing. You don't look like nothing happened. If they were not on someone else's territory and were not here to fight, Xiaoxia would have created a sandstorm to express his anger. Advertisement. The news that Os and his gang appeared on Cake Island could not be concealed for long. A large number of homies and residents had already discovered these 3 distinctive figures. O's. The sudden notification from her subordinates gave the ant a surprise. She ate up the remaining desserts in a few bites, lowered her head and approached the guard. Are you sure? Is it really Os who is here? Under this terrifying gaze, the guard was terrified but still trembled. Kaido. Yes, there is no doubt about it. Hawkeye and Sand Crocodile were also spotted nearby. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin laughed happily and stood up from the throne. Well then, let's get started. Get ready for Osa's tea party. Don't forget the desserts and tea. This is the first time we've met since the last conflict with Roger. As the order was passed down layer by layer, almost all the important children and cadres of the Ant Pirates group accompanied Ant to the tea party. Including the generals who are obviously not at their peak now, they are standing on both sides of the road. Katakori, who had arrived a long time ago, was now standing at the front of the team with his arms folded across his chest, waiting for the distinguished guest to arrive with Perisparrow who was sticking out his tongue. Perori, what a grand welcome ceremony, as expected of the legendary pirates, Perori. Katakori didn't say much, but showed a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. I hope everything goes well. A moment later, there was a commotion in the distance. A red light flashed in his eyes, and Katakori immediately perked up and said in a deep voice.
Here it comes. A few seconds later, a shadow came from the end of the road. It was a team of guards, like a chess piece. Homits, holding a sword and a gun, was short in stature but the team was neat. They were divided into two teams, guarding the three figures in the center of the road.
We're not here to fight, this atmosphere. When Oz encountered this group of chess guards on the way, he was ready to draw his sword and clear them out. Who would have thought that before they got close, they formed a neat line and bowed to ask the three to follow them? That's because, when you called Auntie, you didn't explicitly refuse. Advertisement Shaosha saw through the secret at a glance, and the world weariness in his eyes did not change at all because of the atmosphere. They probably think you're here to fulfill an agreement. What? Oz looked suspicious. So obvious, just wait. Plus after hanging up the phone, don't you understand what your attitude is? It can't be. Will you wait for me in bed? Oz was a little depressed and was about to draw his sword, but was stopped by Mahawk's words. Since they think we have good intentions, why not wait until Charlotte Linlin gives ye life before fighting? Xiaoying said calmly. In other words, Oz, just sacrifice your beauty. It won't be too late to turn against me after the matter is done. Crocodile heard this and a rare smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she saw Oz being humiliated. A great captain like you shouldn't be so dissatisfied with such a request, right? You're always playing badly, Black Emperor. Oz was not convinced. His original intention was to defeat Big Mom and then let her give ye a soul. What's more important is, I also have work to do on the boat. You just snapped your fingers and used your fruit power to slack off. Okay, the slacker was punished on the spot. After a moment, Oz accepted this reality. It wasn't going to cost him anything, so he just pretended. Following the Homid soldiers, the three of them headed towards the cake castle with great momentum. Passing by the row of strange-looking aunts and their children, Oz also saw from afar the huge figure that was 8 meters and 80 centimeters tall. Oz thought he was tall enough, at 3.34 meters, even taller than the three admirals. But when I stood in front of the ant, I realized how vast this world is. It only reaches the other person's thigh root. What a huge car this is. Chapter 96. You just know that you are going to die. Imagine this. If it is Linlin in her youth, that heroic female sea hero in Kaido's memory. 8 meters tall, youthful and beautiful, and able to withstand Oz's strong physical fitness. Oz wasn't sure if he could really resist this temptation. But now, the waist has become straight, and the fat on the face has become fatter. The proportions of the body when I was young can be vaguely seen, but it has begun to change. Not to mention, the rows of sons and daughters looking at him. Never mind, let the past be the past. Well, Oz, you came and didn't even tell me in advance. You really gave me a surprise. The ant was obviously very happy to see Oz coming and greeted him with a smile. There are more surprises to come, Oz said secretly in his heart, but on the surface he still had his usual smile. Since I received your call, I rushed here without stopping. Hearing this, the ant was obviously happier, and walked side by side with Oz towards the tea party venue. Behind the two of them followed their crew members. Xiaoying and Xiaosha reacted normally. They were both ruthless and quiet. Even though the cake castle was new to them, they were classy enough not to look around. The ant's children looked curious. Is that the legendary Black Emperor? He doesn't look much older than his brothers. This gentleman is so handsome. It would be great if he was my future marriage partner, red hearts in the eyes. That's not right. That seems to be my mother's goal. So what? Shut up. The whispers coming from the crowd were soon heard by Katakuri, who was in the front row of the team, and he stopped them with an angry shout. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. These brothers and sisters were really spoiled by me. They even dared to whisper in front of Oz. And just as he expected, the ant and Oz who were walking in front heard these words. Oz didn't react at all. After all, he had already enjoyed the attention of the girls, but when the ant heard this, she seemed to suddenly become interested. Yeah, I should have thought of that earlier, Oz. He looked at Oz standing beside him and said with a smile, I will pick one of my daughters to marry you, Oz. After all, it is impossible for me to have only you as my husband. Quote ? Quote. Advertisement. What are you talking about? Oz admitted that he sprained his waist due to this sudden train of thought. Is this something he can say? Moreover, among the ant's children, there were only a few who looked weird and could be justified. And at this time, they are still children. Let's talk about it later. Oz twitched his lips and tried to evade the question. Love, marriage and the like will only affect his dreams of freedom and happiness. The group soon arrived at the tea party. It's really lively here. Even though there weren't many customers, the homies who sang and served alone were responsible for the entire atmosphere. The atmosphere of the stage play was like a chorus, and even Oz and the other two couldn't help but interrupt it. It's starting, it's coming, it's time for Mom's tea party. Flowers, trees, mountains, teacups. Everything is singing. I caught up. I'm not late. The Black Emperor is here for the banquet on time. The singing and music are melodious. Oz entered the venue on time as the important guest of this event. In the past, the kings of the underground world who were honored guests and controlled huge resources. At this time, he can only stand aside as a foil and act like a minion. Lord Oz, so cool. The young generation is the strongest in the world. Passers-by, who are full of emotional value, revel and compliment without thinking. After hearing this tune,
Even Os, who had seen many big scenes, couldn't help but feel a little involved. So cheerful. Hey, you guys, are you really into it? Looking at Oz waving at everyone, with flowers and plants around him singing praises, Crocodile glanced at him and started to tease.
This guy is always like this, doing whatever he wants. Advertisement Mahawk didn't know whether he had already gotten used to it or was just giving a symbolic explanation. He left a few words and continued to move forward with the team. To be honest, this was the first time that Oz had attended a banquet of this scale. In the past, the banquets on Roger's ship were called banquets, but in reality they were just a group of men getting together to eat meat and drink. It was just as luxurious and lively as it is now. Among the many people standing by the roadside as a foil, a few figures caught Os's attention. He sat down at the main table of the tea party, stopped and sat down with the ant. Have you noticed it, Oz? Seeing Os's eyes, Charlotte Linlin was of course ready for everything and clapped her hands immediately. One by one, the Homid soldiers came over with a series of figures. Some of them were locked, while others came naturally. There are several familiar figures among them. What a precious gift. He naturally recognized that these people were the ones in the underground world, those who had clearly stated that they would not surrender, and those who were ambiguous and wavering. Oz held a chocolate bar that appeared from nowhere in his hand and put it in his mouth, as if he didn't take these guys seriously. But a few of the figures did attract his attention. I thought you would never show up. Stussy, across his sight, a beautiful and fashionable lady with short golden hair and a graceful figure was standing obediently with a small bag in her hand. Lord Oz, you are joking. How dare I go against your will? As one of the few powerful figures in the underworld, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy and Lone Shark, Lou Field and others were not humiliated and tied up here. After seeing the situation clearly, they immediately changed their allegiance and expressed their willingness to serve under Oz and be at his disposal. Really? Oz crossed his legs and looked at the people standing in a neat line with their heads lowered in front of him. He didn't say anything, just snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, under the horrified gaze of the flowers, plants and tea party guests, the leaders of the underworld, lying on the ground, bound with chains. At this moment, the bodies slowly turned into flying ash and floated up. You are not conquered by my charm, nor do you know you are wrong. You just know that you are going to die. Oz took a sip of the black tea, tasted it, and then pinched his chin and looked nonchalantly at the few people standing there, the so-called kings of the dark world. Well, those of you standing here, if you want to survive, just use your life cards. Offer it up. Chapter 97. If you keep pretending to be cool, I'll put you in the cesspool. Life cards attract each other. Oz naturally knew this. The secondary card, broken off from the life card, will have a slight tendency to float towards the main card, and the burning of the life card also indicates the vitality of the owner of the life card. It is worth mentioning that no matter how many secondary cards are broken off, there is only one main card. Even if only a few pieces are left, the main card is still the main card and will not be attracted in reverse. Based on this principle, Oz invented a tracking technique. The main card, that was broken into only a few pieces, was instantly transferred to the heart muscle fibers of the life card owner. Then, apart from elementalization and the ability of Op Fruit, there is no way to escape his control. Oz never told anyone about this little trick of teleportation. The subordinates who offered their life cards also didn't know that there was such a magical effect. Only after being marked by Oz would one discover it with horror. No matter how you tear the life cards, they will all point in your direction without exception. By the time he discovered the principle behind this move, it was already too late to revolving heaven. This also led to, in the underground world of the future, the value of the Op Fruit far exceeded the original 5 billion Baileys. Countless underground tycoons secretly made moves and spent tens of billions of Baileys to obtain the power of the Op Fruit. As for the submission of these Dark World kings, Oz seemed very satisfied. At least it saved him the trouble of making a trip. To be honest, Oz was quite satisfied with this trip around the world. It not only provides programs but also saves effort. For a moment, Oz didn't want to start a war anymore. But, it is impossible to have a child. It is impossible to have a child in this lifetime. If I suddenly regret it, the ant will be upset and we will become enemies in the future. It seems that only by thinking of some way can the situation be barely stabilized. Oz thought hard but couldn't find any good solution. He could only eat and drink first. There are so many kinds of cakes and desserts. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. The ant was not in a hurry either. She also enjoyed the atmosphere of the tea party and the desserts. During this period, Oz took the initiative to propose his intention to give Night a soul. Reach out your hand and wave. A gorgeous black broadsword appeared in Oz's hand. Advertisement. This scared everyone present, especially the ant's children. When they saw this, they immediately stood up, their faces extremely solemn, and their hands quickly placed on the long knives and pistols at their waists. Everyone sit down. Before they could make any move, a deep shout came from all around. Katakori's face was serious at this time, and he scolded his brothers and sisters. At this time, his pupils were glowing red, and it was obvious that he had discovered something. Not to mention, he had already noticed Mahawk and Crocodile sitting steadily at another table in the distance. You've made great progress in your observation haki, Katakori. Oz smiled and placed one of the 12 great swords in his hand, the Black Sword Knight, on the table. Linlin, can you do me a favor? Give this black knife a soul? Just like your Napoleon. I thought it was something else. Oz, you really love to joke around. After hearing what Oz said, the ant finally reacted. She just thought that Oz was going to start with 0 frames.
Giving souls is not a difficult task, but the more powerful the homies are, the more and stronger souls they need. To show my sincerity, with a wave of her hand, the ant pulled countless souls out of the bodies of the homies and poured into the Black Blade Knight. The whole process took only a few minutes. Mahawk, who was standing by, had walked to the main table at some point, his eyes fixed on the knight that seemed to have changed a little. It's just like the husband outside the delivery room, nervously waiting for his wife and child to come out. Don't be so nervous. No matter how bad the situation is, it will not change. Oz teased Xiaoying, but the other party rarely refuted, or was in no mood to pay attention to Oz. A burst of milky white energy appeared, and then it was magically caught by the ant and slowly injected into Yi's blade. Oz couldn't help but stare at it curiously. The power of soul. When the ant finished her performance, several pairs of eyes stared at the black knife Yi on the table with curiosity. Quote. Did it fail? Nothing seems to have changed. Oz looked at the old lady, but saw that she shook her head and drank black tea from a cup in one hand.
Homitz's transformation has been completed. The only possibility is. This may be a quiet, shy child. Advertisement I see. It has been transformed into a conscious form. But after all, it is Xiaoying's knife, so it shouldn't be shy, but as cool as Mahawk. As Mahawk looked at him with a hesitant expression, Oz picked up the knight and looked at it for a few seconds. Try to feel it and see if there is any difference. Then he slowly raised the knight and slashed at the sky.
Whoosh! All the banquet participants stared at the black sword energy that was hundreds of meters high and flew straight into the sky with their mouths wide open and their eyes bulging. Boom! Cloud! No! The sky split open. Among the ant's many children, the ones who actually walked on the sword path were the most surprised. Among them is one of the 4 desert stars, Charlotte Smoothie. As a swordsman who has already entered the realm of swordsmanship, she is more aware of the value of this sword. That legendary Oz, has he even mastered the art of swordsmanship and become a great swordsman, close to the top of the world? Oz felt it slightly, waved the knight in his hand. I don't think there's any difference. The power is about the same as the one Ace swung. Seeing Oz using knight so wantonly, Mahawk was about to step forward and snatch it back. Swing the sword in front of the sword's owner. What NTR behavior? Hey, don't grab it, don't grab it. I just thought of a way to make it talk. Seeing Xiaoying's face gradually darkening, Oz spoke quickly.
Hey, you guy. What do you want to do? Mahawk looked at the unreliable boss in front of him with some doubt. But Oz never plays by the rules, and he subconsciously feels that maybe there really is a way. I, Oz, naturally have a way to deal with guys like you who pretend to be cool. After all, I have too much experience. Oz was confident, under the attention of Big Ant and Little Eagle, as well as countless Homids and Big Ant's children. He raised the knight and said faintly, Young Black Knife, if you don't speak up, I'll stick you in the cesspool.
Open eyes. Perhaps these words had a miraculous effect. A pair of sharp eyes opened instantly and appeared on the hilt of the sword. Chapter 98. You want war? Then I'll give you war. As a pair of sharp eyes opened, Oz felt a violent struggle. This deadly knife is quite powerful. But under Oz's strange power, all struggles were in vain. Yi, who has gained self-awareness, cannot escape from Oz's grasp at all. Only the trembling of the blade can show its efforts. What a stupid idea. Give it back to me. Hearing Oz's words, Mahawk's face darkened instantly, and he snatched Yi back from Oz's hands. However, I don't know if it was because of Oz's words that provoked Yi, but at this moment Yi was obviously very angry. As soon as it returned to Mahawk's hand, it moved the arm of Mahawk, who had not yet reacted, and slashed towards Oz. Bite. There was a burst of metallic collision sound. You really hold a grudge, just like you, kitty. Oz's arm was wrapped in a dark armor color, and he held it across his body, blocking the knife steadily. He also drank a sip of red tea with enjoyment. This sweet drink is quite delicious. Well, do you want me to extract your soul?
The ant looked at Oz and gave a thoughtful suggestion. No need. I believe it can be tamed sooner or later. Oz smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, with just one strike of the sword, Yi was under Mahawk's control again. Obviously, after all, he is the master who has been with him for many years. Even though Yi has his own consciousness, he is still the weapon that Xiaoying is most familiar with.
Honestly speaking, but, looking at Yi who was in his hands and had fallen into a cold state again, Mahawk couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. After all, it was the sword that had accompanied him for many years, and he had promised to use it to become the world's greatest swordsman. Mahawk could still guess some of its meaning. I'm afraid that Yi will not wake up on his own unless he meets some swordsman worthy of his attack. This is similar too. Mahawk never bothered to fight seriously like those half-baked swordsmen, and a small knife was enough to deal with it. After a minor incident, the tea party was still held as planned. Desserts, shows, chats. Everything seemed harmonious and beautiful, and even Xiaoxia ate several pieces of cake without realizing it. Only, all good things must come to an end. Advertisement. No matter how joyful a tea party is, it will eventually come to an end. Time has almost passed, and some of the less important guests have gradually left. The only ones left at the scene were the ant pirates, Oz's gang, and a few leaders of the Dark World. Observing the change in the situation, Xiaoxia put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at the main table where Oz was sitting. He had already put down his crossed legs.
Mahawk also put down the table knife and gently wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. His sharp eagle eyes, which showed no emotion, stared quietly at the knife in his hands. Oz could sense it, too. He sighed secretly in his heart. As expected, it has come to this. It seems that I will have to become mortal enemies with Auntie in the future. He slowly drank the last sip of black tea, still thinking whether to start with zero frame and attack suddenly to hurt people. However, he sensed another breath first within his observation and hearing. A little familiar. Observe the body shape again. Confirmed. You're here to mess things up at this time, so cute. Oz thought secretly, and then looked at the ant who already had the desire to eat him, and his mind quickly turned and he became the king of ideas. Oz, wearing glasses and smiling, with finger pointing up. He came up with an idea that he could come to the show next time, be admired, and eat cake. Not surprisingly, that giant figure that was hundreds of meters long was heading towards Cake Island. Amid the rolling clouds and mist, a shadow quickly appeared in the sky. Now it was not just Oz who noticed this figure, almost everyone noticed it. Some of the younger and more ignorant ones were so frightened that they fell off their chairs. Even the ant stood up immediately when she saw this figure, and shouted with gritted teeth. Hey, Kaido. What are you doing here at this hour? Only Oz was still sitting firmly on the chair with his legs crossed, his face covered with a shadow, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Oh la 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 la. Old woman, isn't the answer to this question obvious? Boom, with a loud thumping sound that shook the ground, smoke rose everywhere. A tall and strong man walked out of the smoke, carrying a mace on his shoulder and looking a little drunk. Of course I'm here to kill that B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
hiccup. Advertisement. Kaido, who was keen on war and death, pointed the finger at Oz right away and spoke to the ant by the way. However, the question of whether to come together with him to kill Oz or to be killed together with Oz is quite ambiguous. But Oz spoke at this time, leaving no room for the ant to explain. I see. Oz slowly raised his head, his face full of fierceness and murderous intent. As the purpose of this invitation that you want to join forces with Kaido to kill me? No. Die. Before the ant could speak, a mace with an afterimage appeared in front of Oz. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Mihawk and Crocodile were the first to dodge the aftermath of the attack. But many children of Charlotte's family were also affected, and in the sight of Katakori's bloodshot eyes, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. In that case, you two should come together. At the exact center of the attack, two figures were colliding, and the ground was sinking into a big pit. Holding Ace, Oz steadily caught Kaido's full-strength stick. Black and red lightning burst out and spread across the sky.
Except for Eagle Crocodile, Big Mom, Conqueror and a few others, the other onlookers were quickly sent flying backwards. Even though there was a huge difference in height and size, Oz did not show any sign of weakness. He held the knife in one hand and firmly blocked the attack from Kaido with both hands, which looked very visually impactful. The attack was entangled with Conquerors without any reservation or trial. Oh, lol. Just with this one strike, I recognize you, Oz.
Let's have some more interesting fights. The body shape changes, and as the body is strengthened again, the Dragon Man form is instantly formed. Thunder. 8 trigrams. A powerful blow was launched again, carrying Conqueror's entangled might. A stick came through the air. Countless buildings collapsed one by one. The attack that had once helped the king quit his addiction was launched directly in front of Oz. Oz admitted that, after many years, his blood was boiling again, a rare occurrence. Come on, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, since you want war, I'll give it to you. His scalp was tingling with excitement. The extremely powerful Conquerors instantly wrapped around Ace's blade, and Oz drew his sword boldly. Shun God Avoidance. Chapter 99. 2 Imperial Vice Presidents vs. 2 Imperial Fathers. When there was no real feeling of being hit in his hand, Kaido knew something was wrong. Sure enough, puff, a scar quickly spread across his chest, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. That is to say, he is big in size and has a lot of blood. If an ordinary person had lost this much blood, he would have been in shock and close to death by now.
But Kaido's eyes just turned white, and then he quickly steadied himself. The wounds on his body quickly scabbed over and stopped bleeding. Is this the answer to the legendary version, the mythical beast species? Oz looked at the bloodstains that caused damage but not serious injury, and gently shook the blood off the knife.
Seeing Kaido being slashed by a knife, and Oz already excited and ready to fight. Big Mom wanted to explain, but Oz wouldn't listen. She had no choice but to join the battlefield in the face of Oz's attack. At this time, outside the battlefield, all the people who were watching the fight between the 3 top powers were stunned. The pirates members who reacted wanted to do their best, regardless of whether they could help or not. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Among them, Owen and others were the most anxious, clenching their fists and ready to rush forward.
Sandstorm. A sharp voice was heard, and before they could get any closer, a tornado of dust and sand swept over. A woman with a world-weary face and a crack on her face, wearing a coat, stood up at this time. He casually lit a cigar with one hand and stared at everyone as if they were garbage. Hey, Clarkdale. What do you mean? Want to start a war with us? You be ********************************************** D. Don't get too carried away. The crew members who were caught in the sandstorm glared at Shaosha, but Katakori finally stood up. His face was gloomy and he wanted to speak. This is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, a sand blade suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed towards his abdomen. But the result is obvious. Hey, Mahawk, Lousy doesn't need any help. Leave this guy who is as good at observation hockey as a certain B*********** D to me. Seeing Xiaoying holding Yi silently and about to make a move, Xiaoxia immediately interrupted. She is very angry now. Advertisement, I just want to beat up those people who are good at seeing things. Looking at Katakuri in front of him, who was not injured at all and whose waist was slowly turning into rice cake and returning to its original state, Xiaoxia's face looked very unhappy. It's that nauseating feeling again, totally predicted. Can you foresee the future? Then how about this trick? Reincarnation erosion. Hearing this, Katakuri's eyes flashed red and he couldn't help but sweat a few drops. The attack range is so wide. The next second, endless yellow sand replaced the luxurious venue, and the area within a radius of 1,000 meters turned into a desert. When a large area of quicksand comes, it is impossible to avoid it by turning the body into a rice cake. A sand blade attacked, and Katakuri could only use his armament haki to resist, trying to fight Crocodile in close combat. But in the desert world, Crocodile obviously has a buff bonus. Bang! The pitch-black fist and the golden hook collided and separated at the first touch, and both sides took a few steps back. The two fought hard and hard. It is hard to determine who is stronger and who is weaker, but judging from the current trend, the 50-50 fight between Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia will definitely last for a long time. Except for Katakuri, the rest of Big Mom's children are all very weak. Stussy and others led their men and, loyally, stopped them. It's not because of anything else, they are too young now. Even Smoothie and Cracker, who would become the three great dessert stars in the future, are now just young people and little girls. One is 25, and the other is even only 15. They are around 20 years old. Although they are the same age as Mahawk and others, their potential is not even a little bit inferior. If a fight really breaks out, it will not be any more difficult for Mahawk to fight them now than it was for Kuzan to invade in the original novel. It will be a matter of seconds. Stussy alone can handle them all without holding back, not to mention the gang of experts from the underworld. Mahawk looked left and right, and there were no more opponents left for him. Finally, he turned his attention to the main battlefield. Big Mom seems to be holding a knife. Right. Xiaoying gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, and just as he was about to raise the knife, he released a burst of sword energy. But suddenly, in the observation haki, something fell from the clouds, just like Kaido before. Advertisement. It was a strange black bird, swooping down from the clouds like a fighter jet. Its indomitable momentum made Mahawk feel a little dignified. Something was flying towards him. No matter, cut first and talk later. Suddenly, Xiaoying turned sideways, holding the knife in both hands, and slashed at the attacking figure. Bite. Squeak squeak squeak. Unlike the expected split in two, Mahawk, who was always confident in his slash and could even split a mountain with ease, was a little surprised at this time. The blade hit the bird's beak, and the situation was completely deadlocked for a moment. Even with the bonus of armament haki, this defense power really surprised him. Is there such an exaggerated defensive power in the world? After the collision, the pitch-black strange bird quickly retreated, and its shape changed, transforming into a tall figure with its entire body hidden in black leather armor. Not a single bit of skin was exposed, and there was a pair of broad wings on its back, with flames burning behind its head. Of course, this is not the most noteworthy thing for Mahawk. What he cares about most at this moment is, the other person was holding a knife. Beasts Pirates Cadre, Jin? Considering the appearance of Kaido of the Beasts, Xiaoying no longer found it strange. Black Emperor, Osa's deputy, Hawkeye, Jorkal Mahawk, I have heard of your name. As the lieutenants of both pirates groups, and both of them are relatively reliable, Mahawk and Jin have obviously heard of each other. Neither of them likes to talk too much nonsense. After confirming that the person is the enemy, they pick up their swords and start fighting. Mahawk's sharp eyes stared at Jin, who was holding the long knife, and the fighting spirit in his eyes surged again. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying duel with other swordsmen. As he raised his hand, a green sword energy several hundred meters long shot up into the sky, cutting through the ground and buildings and heading straight towards Jin. Nani. The sword was too fast, and Jin had no time to react. His body was carried back by the sword energy, and he only stopped after smashing dozens of buildings. Even though it still didn't cause any substantial damage to Jin, it still made him dazed for a moment. Bite. The knight wrapped in armed colors struck Jin's body again in the rising smoke and dust, but it still couldn't break through his defense. Don't you understand? Just from the biological level. You can't possibly defeat me. Really. Chapter 100 Black Emperor vs. Double Emperor Alliance. The powerful sword struck directly on Jin's chest. But it seems that apart from making the pit beneath it bigger, it has no other effect. Really? Perhaps he felt mocked, or perhaps he met a swordsman with enough strength. A pair of cold eyes emerged from the Black Blade Knight, staring coldly at Jin in front of him. What? Seeing the opponent's knife suddenly speak, Jin, who was already caught off guard, was even more confused. But then, a feeling called pain that I hadn't felt for a long time instantly passed through the nerves and stimulated the brain. He is broken. The knife that he had originally blocked flashed past him, and the flying blood looked like Kaido, who had just been stabbed in the chest. How is it possible? With his defense broken, fierce flames suddenly burst out from Jin's body, temporarily forcing Mahawk, who was about to attack again, to retreat.
Mahawk's attention was now shifted to the knife. Looking at those sharp eyes, this was the first time he heard Yi speak. When Jin stood up angrily, he found that, at this moment, 4 cold pupils were staring at him, exuding the murderous intent of a top swordsman. That's a great job, these 2 guys. Within the range of Osa's observation haki, he saw the battle between Xiaoxia and Xiaoying, as well as the group of Dark World minions that he had just accepted. There seems to be a trend that they can beat the Double Emperor group. Although other beasts' pirates' cadres were not present at the scene, those present were certainly not all of Osa's armed forces. After all, just one Doflamingo is enough to defeat the Flying Six. Of course, it's just a relief. After all, for Oz, anyone below the rank of vice president can be killed instantly, without leaving any pressure on his subordinates. But Oz didn't want to do everything himself. Seeing that he had such a large group of forces under him, it would be interesting to cultivate them. Right? Hey, Oz. You be *************** D. How dare you be distracted during a fight? Kaido, who had been wounded countless times, saw that Oz was still paying attention to other battlefields. Kaido instantly became angry and swung a stick at Osa's head. With a sonic boom, the Conqueror's mace wrapped around it, in the hands of Kaido in dragon form, reached an astonishing level of speed and power. The ant on the side also got angry, especially when Osa's moves were so strong that it was almost like plowing the field. Countless cake castles were destroyed, and a series of high-intensity battles aroused the ant's desire for sweets. At this time, she began to go crazy. The fat on the body was rapidly disappearing, and for a moment, she even regained the charm of her youth. Advertisement at this time, the 2 of them had not yet reached their peak. But he has already firmly possessed the strength to step into the realm of General Emperor. Even though Kaido and Kazuki Oden were tied in a close match, it seemed low. But as an old guy who used to be on Roger's ship, Oz knew very well that although Oden was stupid, he was quite capable. After withstanding a blow from king-level Roger, he was still full of energy and fought against the peak Whitebeard and was defeated. He may be far from the king level, but he has definitely stepped into the threshold of the General Emperor. After all, he is the hero that Oda wants to create. Although the character setting was not successful, the strength setting is still very solid. Even though they are not 4 emperors yet, their strength is enough to suppress this sea. Facing the attacks of the 2 4 emperors, Oz was not panicked at all, but was very excited. This is what fighting is all about. Unlike the battle with the 3 admirals, the overwhelming elementalization can only be fought with the absolutely powerful Haki. Whether it is Kaido of the Beasts or Aunt Charlotte Linlin, the fighting styles are all leaning towards strong physicality and Haki. He has been looking forward to this kind of fist-to-flesh fight for a long time. Clench your fist. Oz slowly made a fisting gesture, with a dazzling red cross wrapped around his fist. The ground instantly sank into a huge pit of 100 meters. With a flash, Oz dodged the ant's crazy slash and his fist went straight for the mace. The lightning collision even affected the battlefields of several people nearby, attracting a lot of attention. The 2 extremely powerful conquerors' entangled attacks continued to stalemate in the air. But unlike Osa's smile, the solemnity on Kaido's face was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Sure enough, the next second, as Oz pushed forward with all his strength again, Thunder 8 trigrams even had a tendency to move backwards. This was the talent that Oz was proud of. Unparalleled power. It is a force that is even stronger than Big Mom's, enough to crush a dragon claw fist into a broken bone. In a clash of their levels, unless the Conqueror's level is really much higher, it is difficult to simply compare the level of the Conqueror's entanglement. Therefore, talent becomes an important weight that tips the scales at this time. Grabbing one of the spikes on the mace, Ozma stepped back slightly and pulled Kaido up. Then with a swing, Kaido's dragon human body staggered and collided with the ant who was about to go crazy again. This scene happened to be captured by a newsbird in the sky. Advertisement. The shutter sound caught Oz's attention. He glanced sideways at the sky, but he never expected that the newsbird noticed his gaze and saluted him directly. Oz didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He simply ignored it and attacked again with his knife. Opposite Oz, this was the second time Kaido felt so frustrated since he separated from Rock's pirate and became independent. The last time I felt this way was when I was fighting an old man named Whitebeard who had terrifying strength. Not only can he break through the defense with every move, but he can't even win in a head-on fight. He is really a monster like the captain of the past, Dotal Oz. But as a war maniac after all, the drunk Kaido soon burst into laughter. Oh, more intense fighting, please, Oz. The ant on the side also realized that if she wanted to stabilize the situation, she had to work together with Kaido. Even if this was not her original intention. At worst, I could just defeat Oz and force him to have S**X with me. At this time, the fad disappeared and Linlin's figure returned to its graceful state. Her eyes were red and she was thinking silently in her heart. Prometheus. Zeus. Yes, Mom. The lovely sun and clouds instantly turned into flames and dark clouds at the call, surrounding Linlin. After a few attempts, Kaido and the ant looked at each other. This scene is very similar to the one in Rock's Pirate when the burly brother and the cool sister worked together. Hey, Kaido, let me make it clear first. I want his body to be useful after I defeat Oz. Don't forget, you owe me a favor, old woman, you are so long-winded. The two looked at each other, and Oz felt his hair stand on end, and a sense of threat swept through his body. Could it be? A red light flashed in Oz's eyes, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Then let's go together. The two men's weapons overlapped, and rolling Conqueror's lightning wrapped around them, with the momentum to destroy everything. This was even the most oppressive move that Oz had ever experienced, even more exaggerated than the confrontation between Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Bahai. Chapter 101. The Sword of Despair, Mahawk's Courage. To be honest, even though I knew that the two of them had such a combined attack skill, and it seemed to be very powerful. But Oz didn't expect it to be so big. As expected from the comics, Zoro, who was chained with health problems, was on the verge of death for 2 seconds and was only saved by Luo's special move of moving him away. Even though Kaido is still very young now and does not have the strength to be a leader among the generals in the future. But it does not mean that this double Emperor attack will be weak. Even when Bahai flew towards his face, Oz instinctively wanted to dodge. He was originally the 6th player, so it was normal for him to dodge the opponent's big move with such a long lead time. Taking a hit doesn't mean you are high-level pirates. Flying a kite can kill 2 people, there is no need. So, who do you think lousy is? Give me your moves. Bahai. God avoid. Thinking of Conquerors, which has not made any significant progress for a long time. Oz gritted his teeth, made up his mind, wrapped Conquerors around the blade, his whole body wrapped in rich armed color, and slashed forward fiercely. The outcome is still unknown. But the terrifying aftermath almost overturned Cake Island, and the damage to the terrain was even more severe than Whitebeard's earthquake at his peak. The island was torn into pieces and even spread onto the sea. Such a terrifying move, even if it was not released to everyone, the people in the 3 battlefields were still shocked. Crocodile and Mahawk were stunned. They just thought it was powerful and didn't take it seriously, but after a moment, their faces suddenly darkened. Because they found that Oz didn't seem to dodge like he usually did in battles. Hello. How could he have survived such a terrifying move? This idiot. As the residual power completely disappeared, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Everyone stared at the lonely figure with scars all over his body, his shirt completely destroyed and his upper body naked. He stood there proudly with his head lowered, knife in hand, his expression unclear on his face shrouded in shadow. Ignoring those horrible scars, Oz seemed as if nothing had happened. What a horrible monster. You still have the energy to withstand such an attack head-on. Advertisement, you must be kidding. How can we kill a monster like this? Everyone stared at the long-haired figure. At this time, Oz slowly raised his head, his face full of seriousness, showing the demeanor of a strong man. But in the next second, puff, a pool of blood gushed out of Oz's mouth, mixed with some unknown fragments. Pain, heartbroken. The most intuitive feeling is pain. This is probably the most serious injury Oz has ever suffered since he was born. He feels like his heart is about to burst out. And this is even after the power of the full-strength divine avoidance has been reduced, and Bahai's whole body is covered with Armament Haki and damaged teleport. Oz slowly half-knelt on the ground. He looked a little listless at this time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was seriously injured. Kaido and Big Mom's attack also consumed a lot of energy. Looking at Oz's declining breath, he finally felt a little relieved. This monster. Finally, he was really hurt. The two were not pirates who valued morality, and they immediately wanted to finish off the enemy. I'll kill you while you're sick. When dealing with a guy like Oz, no matter how sinister you are, it's never too much. Seeing this scene, Mahawk's pupils shrank, and he was about to step forward with a knife in his hand, with an indomitable fighting spirit in his eyes. He glanced at Oz, who was still a little unresponsive. No matter how much you pervert, you've reached your limit. He retracted his gaze, and stared coldly at the huge dragon man and the pink-haired woman surrounded by lightning and fire with his eagle eyes. The sharp feeling even made people feel a slight stinging sensation in their eyes. Suddenly, as Mahawk's momentum continued to rise, clusters of black and red lightning burst out at this moment. And Yi seemed to realize the impasse, and at this moment he actively guided the new Conqueror's Haki to wrap around the blade. Hey, Kaido. Big Mom, that guy is the man I recognize and want to surpass. If you want to kill Oz, start with me, your defeated opponent. Facing this purest sword intent and murderous aura, a solemn look appeared on their faces. Could it be that this deputy of Oz, whom they had never noticed, had such courage? Hey, boy. You have such courage, yet you still want to be inferior to others. What kind of king do you want to be? I want to be the man who is the world's greatest swordsman. Advertisement. The voice fell, a sense of danger rushed into the two people's brains. Both Mahawk and Yi held supreme sword intent and faith at this moment. In the face of this will to cut through everything, even the defenses of the mythical beasts and the steel balloons had to give way. Squeak. Mahawk stared coldly, waving his hands at the night, and quickly sent out 1,000-meter level slash. The emerald green sword energy was wrapped in black and red lightning, and it slashed forward relentlessly. Whether it was Crocodile, Katakuri, or everyone else who was looking directly at the sword light, they all had a feeling in their hearts. This must be a knife that can cut through everything in the world. Civ. Just at this moment, a black figure blocked the way for the two of them, or more specifically, for Kaido. Jin, who had already entered the beast form, actually had to block the knife for Kaido and the other two. Hey, Jin. Kaido shouted angrily, but it was too late. The moment he came into contact with the sword energy, Jin, who was always invincible in terms of defense, felt for the first time what it was like to be torn apart. The night is not the same night as before. This sword energy is not just a casual strike, and Jin is not Diamond Joe's. Puff. Pain and cold sweat appeared on Jin's face. His body was being torn apart, but although it was not split in two, it was constantly moving backwards. This sword energy is simply not something that he, who is in his 20s, can stop. If it wasn't for the Lunaria pervert's talent, it wouldn't just be a serious injury. In the end, it took Kaido and Big Mom's brave actions to break the weakened sword energy and save Jin. Hey, the little devil with the knife. Seeing Kaido's furious look, Mihawk was not panicked at all. Even though he knew that he might not be a match for Kaido and Big Mom, and that he might die in battle today. But if I can die on the road to becoming stronger, then even if I die. Hey, Kaido, cough, a voice appeared on the battlefield. Oz had blood on his mouth and a terrifyingly calm look in his eyes. He staggered and stood up. King versus king, general versus general, I'm not dead yet. What are you guys going to do to my friend? Chapter 102. If you are not dying, then you are in full condition. Is this sinister? Standing up shakily, Oz felt like he was going to cough out his lungs. But it's not that his consciousness was lost. When he saw that Kodaka was about to be besieged by Kaido and Big Mom, he knew that he could not continue to rest. With a roar, he successfully drew attention to himself. Oz staggered, holding his chest, but his face was unusually calm. Hey, Oz, you still won't fall down after taking such a blow. The graceful old lady looked a little disappointed when she saw Oz standing up again. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him closely, and at the same time were surprised by Oz's strong physique and pervert talent. As expected, only by being with a monster like this can the strongest child be born. But at the same time I was worried about him. Given Osa's current state, if the fight continues, there's no guarantee that she and Kaido will be able to hold back and not kill him. Your health is terrible. Watching Oz slowly stand still, Mihawk said something while holding the knife, and then stared at Kaido and the other man again. Don't worry, I will take you away from here. The tone is calm and steady. Mihawk seemed to be stating a fact and making a promise to Oz. Oz admitted that he felt safe with such a reliable deputy. But if this is the case, he won't be able to become the top of conquerors. Leave it to me from now on. I promised Shaosha that I will never lose. Oz grinned and found an excuse that was not really an excuse. But these words made Crocodile look very dark. She bit her cigar, looked at me like a fool, and shouted angrily. Hey, if you want to show off, you have to choose the right time. Now is not the time to fulfill your bullshit promises. In a rage, the yellow sand in the sky instantly turned into an even more terrifying tornado, even forcing Katakuri, who had been fighting a cautious battle, to retreat. But Oz obviously has his own plans, and he was well aware of his injuries. Don't worry. For someone like me who has been called a traitor by so many people, ahem. How could I not have a trump card? As Oz was talking, he coughed up some blood, causing Mihawk and Crocodile to twitch their eyes. Advertisement. This is not convincing at all. But Oz just looked at Kaido and the others calmly, with a few drops of cold sweat suddenly flowing down his forehead. His body stood straight, he stopped coughing up blood, and his breathing gradually became steady. In the end, all the injuries on his body slowly disappeared like magic. What? Everyone who noticed this could not help but feel shocked and stared at the figure in disbelief. If nothing else, at least from the surface, except for the clothes being a little torn and the face being a little pale, there was not even a trace of injury. Kaido and the Ant were the most shocked. Others may not know, but they know how exaggerated the power of this move is. They didn't expect to kill Oz, but if they could hit him, he would be seriously injured. Even if it is an awakened mythical beast, it is impossible to fully recover in just a few breaths. Could it be that there really exists in this world a race and physique that is even more perverted than the Lunaria race? Something's wrong. Lin, look at the ground. After a brief shock, Kaido, who had experienced many battles, was the first to notice something was wrong. He stared closely at Osa's surroundings. With his reminder, the Ant also noticed the abnormality. The blood and unknown fragments coughed up by Oz. It suddenly disappeared? There's not even any bloodline on his body. Is it the ability of the Paramecia teleportation fruit? After all, she had seen the world on Rock's ship, so after a little thought, the Ant quickly guessed the clue. It is true. Osa's face turned a little pale. This level of observation haki combined with the ability of the fruit really consumes a lot of energy. With his subtle observation haki, Oz knew every part of his body, even reaching the level of Law who opened the room. Just now, he was destroying every damaged part of his body, the blood that flowed out, the fragments that he coughed up, and even the wounds that were opened by the beatings. Using surgical level observation haki, they teleported one by one to where they should be. Maybe teleportation might be a little rough, but Oz's own physique can also force healing. Even though some of the injuries, such as nerves, were beyond Osa's control, a large portion of the injuries were healed by Oz at the expense of physical and mental strength. Recovered, to the point where he was unharmed before the war. In theory, advertisement as long as he is not really on the verge of death, Oz can use this move infinitely. It just takes a lot of physical and mental effort. Seeing Oz standing up again with a knife, Mihawk was surprised but still stood aside. Since this is your will, I understand. At least, no one will interfere with your battle from now on. After saying that, Mihawk took the knife and joined the other battlefield. This caused the Ant's children to feel an instant surge of pressure. But the Ant couldn't take care of these kids at this time. She had a bigger problem now. Then, let's continue the battle that just ended. Oz no longer held back, a shadow flashed and suddenly appeared behind Kaido, with a scarlet glow on Ace. Whoosh!
The knife moved instantly and slashed straight towards the back of Kaido's head, drawing a black and red arc of knife light in the air. Like a ghost, Os turned into a killing machine with all his strength, releasing his divine power while appearing and disappearing mysteriously. As the knife was swung out mercilessly, intent on killing, Kaido's hair stood on end instantly, and a sense of threat of death rushed into his brain. When his observation haki detected it, he had no time to swing his mace. With his fist wrapped in armament haki and conquerors, he rushed forward. Boom! Kaido staggered and was knocked back dozens of meters by the sword, plowing a gully on the ground. Although he acted hastily, he looked solemnly at the blood dripping from the edge of his fist. If it hadn't been stuck on the bone, his hand would have been broken. Noticing Osa's sudden appearance, Big Mom was naturally not idle. As soon as Kaido was repelled, she took an attacking posture. Emperor Sword Broken Blade. Os swung his sword back and took the blow steadily. A 100-meter wide pit instantly sank under his feet. As monsters that showed extraordinary strength in childhood, Oz and Big Mom competed with brute force. The blades of the two knives kept colliding, and finally Os got angry and withstood the pressure. He finally forced the ant back a step. In terms of courage and talent, I, Oz, can't possibly lose to anyone. Chapter 103. Exploding Os, Shattered Cake Island Incredible. The ant suddenly stepped back a few steps, raised the Napoleon in her hand high, and then stuck it into the ground, and there was even a brief look of surprise on her face. It had been a long time since she felt that someone could defeat her in pure strength during a confrontation. She clenched her silver teeth under her red lips, trying to stop her retreat. But in the moment she stepped back, Os came forward with a knife in his hand, his scarlet eyes fixed on her. It's useless. He kicked away the sun, Prometheus, who wanted to hold him back, and instantly appeared behind Big Mom, kicking her with another powerful kick. Directly on her slender waist, this kick, which contained unparalleled power, sent Linlin, who was more than 8 meters away and had not yet reacted, flying into the air. Os. The ant yelled angrily and wanted to fight back immediately. Don't move, Linlin. Buzz. For a moment, Charlotte Linlin felt that her body was out of touch with the surrounding environment. Even if he quickly used Haki to break free, this moment was enough for a strong person to accomplish many things. At this moment, a hand instantly grabbed her head, and the terrifying force gave her a splitting headache. Although Linlin has now returned to her beautiful form, Os doesn't seem to have any intention of showing any mercy to her. Conqueror's lightning appeared on his arm, and Os grinned. Her mouth was covered by the dark hand, and she could not utter a word. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Oz in disbelief. She was totally suppressed. He felt a dangerous aura in Os's hand. This guy. Could it be possible? Since you have the courage to attack me, you should be prepared to have your hometown destroyed, Charlotte Linlin. Os's eyes were filled with the pleasure of a physical fight, and even his smile was a little perverted. With his scarlet eyes, he looked like a demon king walking out of hell. After a short period of accumulation of strength, Os gathered all his strength into one point in his hand, and suddenly threw it towards the ground with all his strength. With Conquerors and Armament Haki, the speed of the throw was so fast that it even traveled through space. Instantly falls to the bottom of the ocean, boom. There were bursts of sonic booms. Mother, countless children watched this scene and were shocked to the point of losing their voices. Advertisement. The mother who was so powerful that it made people despair, who had absolute authority and dominated the sea, was actually like this. Boom. A huge pit of 100 meters in size was formed in an instant, just like a missile explosion, and spread to the surrounding areas at an incredible speed. The already devastated Cake Island truly began to fall apart under this blow. Crack. Crack. The newsbird was filming from high in the sky, but no one was paying attention to it at this time. Everyone was trying to keep their bodies steady on the shattered pieces of the island. An anxious dark cloud took advantage of the chaos and flew toward the pit. Mother. Os ignored the dark cloud. He didn't expect that this move would completely deprive Big Mom of her fighting power. At this time, another figure attracted his attention again. Hey, Linlin. Boom, crack, crack. The sky suddenly darkened, as if the world was about to end. People looked up at the sky. A huge head stretched out from the sky, and the blue dragon head overlooked the earth, highlighting its majesty and oppression. Bestial form? Oz looked up and saw Kaido in the form of a blue dragon. I don't know what this guy is doing, why he flies up to the sky. But Oz didn't want to care about that now. He just wanted to beat these two guys down, so that they can feel how painful they were just now. Kaido had the same thought as he looked at the troublesome kid on the ground. He slowly opened his huge mouth, revealing a row of sharp fangs, and terrifying energy gathered in front of his throat. Hot breath. As smart as he is, he no longer expects to hit Oz at this stage. After seeing the strange repair ability, he shifted his focus to depleting Oz's physical strength. The beast form happens to be his most durable form with the largest attack range. But Oz obviously didn't want to hide. Baha ate them all. As for the mere heat breath, a handy thing. In front of the terrifying pillar of fire that was powerful enough to split mountains and seas, Oz instantly came to Kaido's side, with a pair of fists wrapped in a dazzling cross of black and red light. The light from the fist even overshadowed the light of the hot fire. Come on, Kaido. Advertisement. Oz. You be asterisk 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 D. Seeing a figure suddenly appear in front of him, Kaido's huge vertical pupils shrank instantly, his head turned, and the hot breath from his mouth also adjusted its direction. Flame, bad wind, armed color.
A series of armors are instantly stacked on the body, and the huge body of the dragon form is used to cushion the damage. This is his usual style of play. Thicker than blood, Kaido has never been afraid of anyone. Although they are both hexagonal warriors, just like Os is best at speed and strength, Kaido is best at defense. Besides, there is no way to dodge Os's attack, so it is better to confront him head-on. The hot breath that split the mountain and cracked the rocks gushed out and went straight to the figure that was only more than 3 meters tall. Boom, hot breath, fistbone galaxy impact. The fist wrapped in the ultimate Conqueror's aura, combined with the terrifying strange power, actually dispersed the heat and broke through the raging flames. Bang, whoosh. Boom, as the fist came into direct contact with the dragon scales on Kaido's head, a huge destructive force instantly swept over Kaido. It was as if the brain was about to be hammered out, and the power that could have destroyed an island was born entirely by a healthy head. In just a moment, at a speed no less than that of the old lady, the huge azure dragon fell straight to the ground with blood oozing from its mouth. The power of the smash was even no less than just now. Island destruction battle so far, Cake Island has fallen. Under this force, it began to break into pieces and sink into the sea. Everyone used their own means to escape to the outside. Katakuri Mochi sticks together younger brothers and sisters, risking being injured by crocodile. Before Kaido was defeated, he led them towards the Queen Mother Anthem in the distance. Xiaoying was looking at the center of the battlefield, and found a piece of ship wreckage that was damaged by the aftermath of the battle. Stepping on the wooden planks, with little Shaw who couldn't swim, he slowly floated on the seawater that flowed back from the edge of the island, just like rowing a small boat. As for what to use, a certain aloof black knife expressed helplessness. Advertisement Chapter 104. 2 against 1. No, it's 4 against 2. Hey, they smashed the islands. Are these the monsters that rule the sea? Lord Os will definitely not lose, right? I even doubt whether such monsters will never die. On the outskirts of Cake Island, almost all the guys with some strength ran away from Cake Island. This was also due to the fact that after the 3 of them started fighting, the terrifying residual power forced them to stay away from the battlefield and choose to fight on the edge of Cake Island. This makes it easier to escape. Hey, Kaido, you're not dead yet. A tall woman with disheveled hair stood up from the pit, stepping on flames, looking a little embarrassed. She looked at the larger hole in the distance and asked in a deep voice. In fact, you know it without asking. According to the Observation Haki, the guy in the pit still has strong vitality. I can't die even if you die, old woman. Oh my, it hurts so much. Ohs. That B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************scratched its head and slowly walked out. As a future legend who can withstand the siege of dozens of people, Kaido's tankiness is obviously at the top of the world. If you want to beat him to the brink of death, even if the most destructive peak Whitebeard comes, it will take a lot of effort. Looking at the two people who were still full of energy, Oz appeared in front of them without knowing when. It's really neat, these two guys. Again, if Oz wants to defeat two general level beings by himself, he doesn't know if beings like I Am and Joyboy can do it. But even with the Conqueror's Haki that had just made some progress, Oz himself didn't think he had the ability to do it now. Without trying desperately, and, especially since he didn't have a gun in his hand. There is no way to use the secret technique Blinky Mission Seastone foresee the future kite flying technique, to defeat the two from the side. In that case, Oz sighed slowly, turned his head and looked at Mihawk, who was rowing in the night on the sea in the distance. Hey, kitty. Shaosha, this is my limit. If I still can't win, then I'll leave it to you guys. You be ***************************************** D, are you going to mess around again? Advertisement. Hearing this roar, Oz simply tilted his head and smiled. I just want to test my limits in close combat. In the distance, on the Queen Mother Anthem, Katakuri, whose wound was still bleeding, was being bandaged by his sister. But he still stood at the bow, nervously watching the situation of the war, with red light flashing in his eyes. This is, then, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Cold sweat instantly fell from his forehead, and he could no longer maintain his usual calm demeanor. Mom, be careful, he was about to warn, but he saw a huge emerald green sword energy split the sea and slashed straight at him. Jung. A human expression of fear appeared on the huge face of Homitz at the bow. The bow was cut off. Dracul Mihawk. Katakuri looked at the figure on the lonely boat in the distance with a serious look in his eyes. Xiaoying just glanced at him, and then stared at Oz, who seemed to be making arrangements for his final affairs. It's not your turn to interfere in this battle. It would be an insult to Mihawk to allow any interference to affect this man who wanted to push the limits. He still wants to continue fighting after getting to this point. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Xiaosha expressed his incomprehension but respect, silently lit a cigar, wiped the bloodline on his face, and looked coldly at the battlefield. Only a man like this is qualified for us to follow. Only then will you be worthy of the title of the world's strongest. Mihawk admires Oz's spirit. If he doesn't even have the awareness to become stronger and only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, he would have disembarked long ago, the strongest man in the world. Hearing this, Crocodile, with a world-weary look on his face, glanced at Mihawk sideways, but did not refute anything. Yes, such a man will definitely become the strongest in the world in the future. Talent, will, wisdom. None of them are bad,
There's no reason why they can't be better than that old Whitebeard guy. Staring closely at the figure standing alone and proudly on the battlefield. She wanted to see how far this man could go, in sight. Advertisement Oz took a step forward slowly, walking towards Kaido and Big Mom. The speed was not fast, and even every step taken could be seen clearly. Oh, lol. Are you ready to throw the jar into chaos? Oz. Kaido picked up the mace, and the ant next to him was also staring at him. Obviously the previous blow did not make her lose her fighting spirit. Well, when I catch you, I will definitely squeeze you dry. Besides, when we're dealing with a tough threat like you, don't call us mean when we're 2 against 1, Oz. Two huge figures held weapons in their hands, staring at Oz, with Conqueror's Haki wrapped around their hands. But the next second, they seemed to feel something was wrong. What's this? Did I see it wrong? The scene changed, and Oz's leisurely figure suddenly seemed to freeze, with an afterimage appearing behind him. Logically speaking, only when the speed reaches ultimate will afterimages appear on the trajectory of the action. But the strange afterimage was still slowly solidifying, and later, even a second Oz appeared. These are 2 Oz, and this is far from over. In the end, there were 4 identical Oz, blinking their scarlet eyes, standing in front of the 2 of them. 2 against 1? I wouldn't call you mean. This is called 2 against 1. After all, I am dealing with you 2 sea overlords, so don't say I am mean. Kaido and Big Mom had to admit that they were a little confused when they saw the 4 Oz standing in front of them. It was not until the 4 men's divine avoidance and galactic impact actually hit him that he finally came to his senses. What kind of monster trick is this, after a series of sieges and several heavy losses? After all, they were 2 emperors with high Haki proficiency, and their observation Haki soon discovered something was wrong. Teleport continuously in 4 fixed positions, and use your observation Haki to have absolute control over the situation, to achieve the illusion of a visual and physical clone? It's really the ability of the pervert fruit, Oz. I recommend a similar type of invincible work. Please see the author's statement at the end of the chapter. Those who like the marine style can also take a look, it is also a very exciting type. Chapter 105. The battle is over, the 2 emperors are seriously injured. Question. How can one confront a tough opponent head-on without getting beaten up? Answer. Then just gang up on others. Oz had never intended to defeat these 2 monsters head-on. After all, no matter how strong Oz is, he can't really be invincible in terms of hard power. Just talking about Big Mom, it is difficult to tell who is better with their innate monster physiques, not to mention the addition of Kaido, who is a ghost plus mythical beast. It's enough to fight head-on to improve your potential and courage. This has already met Oz's expectations, so now this move, instant clone. This is how Oz intends to end this head-on confrontation quickly. Although it consumes a lot of energy, this short burst is enough to suppress the 2 people. The third world, inducing Naraku. Kaido gritted his teeth and launched a lightning attack, but was slashed away by Oz's sword. Then the other clone quickly followed up, and the fist without the knife was wrapped in black and red lightning, and it almost knocked Kaido's kidney out with 1 punch. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kaido in his Dragonman form retreated repeatedly, pounding the ground with his mace to stop himself. Oz. Puff. Before Kaido could finish his roar, the combined attack of 2 figures attacked again, interrupting his words directly, first with a feint and then with a punch. Then a knife filled with dominance, the knife flashed across. A cut was made directly in Kaido's abdomen, squeak. Blood flowed like a pillar, and when Ultimate chopped it down, Kaido even rolled his eyes for a moment. This scar that can't be removed is the end of it. Oz gasped, all his instant clones disappeared, and he looked to the side. The old lady in the distance was also lying in a big pit with blood oozing from her mouth and her mouth open. Although I wasted a lot of energy using my clones in pursuit of efficiency, but looking at the 2 people lying on the ground, they quickly regained consciousness and gritted their teeth trying to get up. Oz sheathed his sword, sweat dripping from his head, and he didn't have the energy to heal some of his wounds. As for hard power, if we fight for a long time and try our best to seriously injure the 2 emperors, we should be able to take away at least 1 more if we fight to the death. Well, it's okay. Oz smiled weakly, it was already very good at the level of General Emperor. The 2 men, who were seriously injured but still intended to attack together, slowly approached and concentrated their attacks again. Are you already exhausted? Oz? You be ****** D kid. Advertisement. King Kong Dysprosium. Fire in the sky. Facing 2 violent energies that were about to hit his face. Oz took a deep breath. We have reached this point. Let's retreat, Kitty Hawk, little sand. The next moment, swoosh. From the edge of the island, 1,000-meter-long emerald green sword energy wrapped in black and red lightning instantly attacked. Like a green barrier, it cut off all the terrifying attacks. Super large sandstorm. Then, a sandstorm swept across the sky and earth, covering most of the island like a millstone. Although the lethality is not enough, it is bluffing enough and the range is large enough. Hey. A-hole. Faced with the sudden attack, the person who was the most angry must be the old lady. Hateful. It was just a little bit away. Ours was the easiest to capture when he was weak and powerless, but since you said so, then let's stop here. Xiaoying carried Oz with a cold face, and slashed at the 2 people who were still chasing him. The huge and fierce blow forced the 2 men to stop and watch as the sandstorm swept the 3 people away. Hateful. Hey, Zeus, destroy that ship. The unwilling old lady threw the half-crippled Prometheus aside and directed Zeus, the thundercloud who had been playing dead and slacking off the whole time after being kicked. Oh, yes, Mom. Zeus was flying in the sky, his body surging with lightning. After a hasty response, he instantly changed from a cute little white cloud to a black ferocious cloud. It headed towards Oro Jackson, which was parked on the outskirts of the island. Hello. When Xiaoxia saw this scene, he immediately became anxious and was about to throw out a sandstorm. But he was stopped by Os. It's too far away, it's too late, let me come. Being carried on Mahawk's shoulders, Os looked to the horizon with a somewhat powerless look, his eyes filled with incomparable calmness. There was a cold light in his pupils as he stared at the thunderclouds in the distance. Os said lightly, "Don't move, Zeus, advertisement." Click, as the words fell, black and red lightning seemed to solidify and spread towards the horizon. Black and red lightning struck, and the broken earth was ravaged again. The big tree broke directly, and the surviving homage was struck by lightning. And when the black and red lightning really wrapped around Zeus, he was instantly in unbearable pain. It kept twisting and screaming, as if it was suffering from great pain and could no longer move. The Conquerors are even more domineering than before. Can substantial damage be caused from such a long distance? Os's rapid progress shocked the two, especially Kaido. He couldn't understand why after fighting with him, Conqueror's things would become stronger and his spirit would become stronger. But he understood that Os was really going to escape this time. After all this, you're going to run away, Os? The cunning Kaido obviously underestimated Os's intelligence. How could this kind of low-level provocation work on him? If it was a one-on-one fight, Os wouldn't be able to run away unless he fought to the point of dying. But if one person fights two emperors, it's enough to injure him seriously. Os is not greedy. The howling sandstorm swept the three of them and soon landed on the deck of the Oro Jackson. After landing steadily, Mahawk placed Oz on the recliner and exchanged glances with Crocodile. Then let's set off. Mahawk drove the Oro Jackson out of the island. Kaido and Big Mom dragged their injured bodies and looked at the ship sailing away with hatred. Hey, Lin, you still have some strength left in you. The ant nodded, grabbed the cake beside her and stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her energy. Then, let's take this opportunity to keep them all here. The ant hesitated for a while, but soon made up her mind. Since I have already offended Oz, I might as well be a bad guy to the end. Now it is obvious to them that Oz's escape alive is a greater threat. Then, this is the final blow. Kaido, who was in a very bad condition, gritted his teeth, stacked the mace and Big Mom's Napoleon together, and charged Conquerors in it. The little eagle in the distance saw this scene and his pupils shrank instantly. After being injured like this, you still have the strength to use this move? Hey, Oz, a monster like you should just stay here. Bahai. Chapter 106. Just 4 emperors, but I am the king. Aren't you exhausted? Yes. What about the last teleportation? Facing the scrutiny of Xiaoying and Xiaoxia, Oz calmly swallowed the seafood fried rice in his mouth. I am exhausted but not completely exhausted. How could a cautious man like him really not keep any cards for himself? Anyway, the final result is still good. Under the siege of the 2 sea overlords, even though Oz took the initiative to confront them head-on, they still fought back. Oz was enjoying the sea breeze while eating to replenish his energy and recover his body. Now I should be able to call myself an emperor in a few years. After all, King Luffy was chased out by Big Mom, and he didn't even really hurt her, but he was called the Emperor of the Sea. Then it would be easy for him to get that title, after all. The guy who made King Luffy the Emperor of the Sea is now even Oz's subordinate. Thinking about it, Oz looked at the other group of people on the ship. They have different shapes and sizes, basically wearing strange clothes, and standing on that side very orderly. It was a group of people from the underground world. Oz wanted them to be useful, so he teleported to the Oro Jackson. Otherwise, as his man, if he falls into the hands of Kaido and the ant, he will probably die. Hey, you guys. Hearing Oz's words, everyone was excited. The leaders of the underground world, led by Stussy and others, bowed their heads and came to Oz. Even though I know that the person in front of me may not have fully recovered his strength. But no one dared to act rashly, after the Great War. I believe that no matter how unruly a troublemaker in the underground world is, he or she will have to carefully consider whether his or her own bones are as strong as those of the 2 overlords of the sea. Looking at the big guys, who were so respectful that they didn't even dare to smoke, Oz chewed some fruit. You guys, go down at the next island. Yes, Lord Oz. When the big guys heard this, they naturally wanted it. Advertisement. Although they have joined Osa's camp, they are afraid of this boss from the bottom of their hearts, and they have a shadow in their hearts. Now that there is an opportunity for them to get off the ship, they certainly want it more than ever. Just as they were secretly rejoicing, a beautiful blonde figure came out. She was wearing a small shawl and a short skirt, and looked like a gentle older sister. Lord Oz, your injury has not healed completely after all, if we can stay here. At this time, Stussy was still loyal. After all, no matter which side she stood on, whether it was the world government or Vegapunk, she had no reason to resist Oz. The world government has friendly relations with Oz, and Oz is the master of the member states of the world government. Vegapunk is one of the biggest sponsors nowadays. Many of its private research projects rely on the huge funds from Oz. So this sentence is indeed a well-intentioned suggestion for Osa's situation. Injured?
Who said that? Oz held the apple in one hand and glanced at her with a pair of lifeless and indifferent eyes. Do you think you can keep me injured by fighting with just 4 emperors? 4 emperors? Stussy was curious about this term. In fact, the name of 4 emperors did not appear on the sea until a few years later, probably after Shanks reached his peak, and was collectively called the 4 emperors with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. But this concept was first proposed by Oz, or it was mentioned by chance before and was remembered by Morgans. This guy who loves gimmicks will probably introduce this concept in the recent newspapers, completely detonating this already boiling sea. Don't worry about that, what I want to say is, unless I die, I will always be in my prime, with plenty of food to replenish his body and his physical strength restored. Oz also had enough time and energy to repair his body. Unless the injury is fatal, he can recover more than 90% of the injury within a day. How should I put it? The teleportation fruit was developed by him. It can truly be considered a substitute version of Op fruit. He glanced at the big men in the underground world who were as obedient as cats in front of him and dared not make a sound. Oz took out a Den Mushi from his arms. Beru beru beru. Click. A bird face suddenly appeared on the Den Mushi with an expression of great excitement. Lord Oz, you are simply a walking piece of news. The next issue of World Economic News will definitely sell so well that the copy machine will smoke. Hahahaha. Morgans couldn't help but share his joy, but looking at the silent and indifferent face and the scarlet eyes on the other side of Den Mushi. His laughter gradually faded, and finally he coughed. Advertisement. So, Lord Oz, what do you want me to do? Nothing, I still have 2 things to ask you. Hearing Oz's words, Morganus didn't react much, he was used to it. Almost every time he called, Oz would make 2 requests. First, do not include my name among the 4 emperors. Yes, Lord Oz. Morgans was stunned and a little confused, but he still agreed mechanically. In his understanding, 4 emperors means 4 sea emperors who rule the sea. It represents the pinnacle of pirate status, especially when the pirate's king is dead and the new king has not yet appeared. Thinking of this, Morgans was suddenly stunned. Yes. Just 4 emperors, how can one describe this monster boss who fought against 2 emperors alone and became king at a young age? What's this? What a shame, he almost made a big mistake. After figuring it out, he began to think about it. What title is worthy of Oz's legendary life? No. It was a youthful period full of legends. While Morgause was thinking about the new title, he heard Oz start talking about the second thing. Second, I want you to inform all the important figures in the underground world that all those who submit to me must come to the Underground World Summit. Anyone who dares to be absent must either hand over all business and get out of the underworld, or commit suicide. I need to set some new rules for the interests and businesses of this world. As soon as these words came out, whether it was Morgans, Stussy, or Field, their faces changed and they looked at Oz in horror. They just heard it right, didn't they? The underworld. Is true unification finally coming? After this round of changes, the underground world that controls countless lucrative industries is expected to really change. Then Lord Oz, what is the time and place for the meeting? The time is 1 month later, and the location is. Let's set it in Sabaody Archipelago, Chapter 107 Ignite the Sea, the Fear of the 5 Elders. Hey, here. Oz noticed a newspaper delivery seagull flying 10,000 meters away, and he summoned it casually, and a newspaper appeared in his hand. If it were the original situation, the seagull might have been surprised for a while, and fluttered twice in response to the sudden situation. But now it is a trained new gull, after less than a second of shock. Salute. Although I don't know which direction to face, I will just bow 360 degrees. Interesting. Oz smiled gently, lay down on the chair and opened the newspaper, and then his attention was immediately attracted. The turbulent sea, the formation of the 3 emperors and 1 king pattern. Open double angle bracket Emir Sea Emperor. He is the king of the dark world, close double angle bracket. Battle of Nations. Black Emperor versus Beasts, Big Mom wins. Looking at the news reports that were getting more and more exaggerated, Oz's mouth twitched suddenly. What the hell is this? How did we win so completely? Throughout the article, in addition to analyzing the sea situation and pointing out several pirates overlords who are currently active on the sea, what remains is the description of the War of Nations. It was very considerate. They didn't dare to show any shots of Oz being injured and weak, and avoided them very cleverly. Instead, he grabbed Linlin and smashed Kaido towards him, punching him into the ground. The scene of the 4 clones suppressing the 2 emperors was completely arranged. Coupled with a series of clever language, it directly gives people an illusion. It was just like the 2 sea emperors of Osta, taking it easy. Even at the end, there is a scene where Big Mom and Kaido fired their last overlord shot and then sat down to catch their breath. This time, I'm afraid the popularity will catch up with Captain Roger. Both Big Mom and Kaido are big pirates who have occupied a large amount of territory in the New World and have the potential to become the king. Their bounties are among the highest in the world. These 2 people were seriously injured by Oz, especially the mysterious instant clone. Just 1 Oz is enough to make people feel extremely desperate. Facing 4, even if the strongest man in the world came to fight, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, he would probably lose half his life before he could leave. Is it possible for the newspaper to flatter me so much? He is indeed your lackey. Shaosha stood behind Oz, holding a cigar in his mouth, and looked at the newspaper in Oz's hand with a slightly gloomy look. Advertisement. It was fine before, but this time he watched the whole game and could tell at a glance that it was different from what was reported in the newspaper. That's why he started to tease Os. She admitted that Os may not have used the kind of fighting style that could bring his combat power to the ultimate level. But no matter how you look at it, it's a bit of an exaggeration for one person to crush 2 sea emperors without any injury. Os just shrugged when he heard this. This is not my instruction, it's because my subordinates are sensible. And, Os glanced at Crocodile, smiled and pulled out 2 pieces of paper from under the newspaper. Instead of thinking about this, why not take a look at the new bounty? A bounty. Xiaoxia took the bounty order, on which was printed her portrait that looked like a gangster queen. Crocodile, Logia Sand Fruit Ability User. Reward. 1.564 billion Baileys. The crime is so heinous that it doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. It's increased quite a bit. Marine and his gang always like to take off their pants and fart. Xiaoxia looked disdainful, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her feelings. For pirates, the increase in bounty is the greatest recognition of their strength and threat, and a reflection of their status on the sea. Really? Then take a look at the next one. Oz rested his head with his hand, opened one eye and looked at Xiaoxia, who looked a little proud, paying attention to her expression. Sure enough, the next second her expression changed instantly. Nani? Mahawk, this guy. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, black lines and blue veins popped out on his head, and even the newspaper was wrinkled. Reward. Hawkeye Dracule Mahawk, the Conqueror's Haki Grandmaster, possesses unparalleled swordsmanship. Reward. 3.318 billion Baileys. Regardless of life or death, the crime is extremely serious. Instead of slandering others, why not look for the reason yourself? Has the reward money increased? How much has it increased? In the Battle of Nations, you didn't get as much limelight as Xiaoying, so you just played a supporting role. Os's sharp tongue once again flared up, and Crocodile blushed and almost broke the cigar in his mouth. Advertisement. The girl's blushing face speaks louder than any words. If I hadn't been entangled by that Observation Haki B******** D category, I wouldn't have given Mahawk that chance to shine. But Xiaoying used all his strength to cut Jin. Snap. The cigar broke completely and disappeared with a wisp of flying sand. Xiaoxia looked unhappy, but faced with Os's words, she had no idea how to refute. Even though she knew that Os could be irritating sometimes, she couldn't help but be angry. She originally thought that her bounty had increased a lot, but it turned out to be less than half of the other two's. Thinking of the pride she had just felt in her heart, she felt like a clown. Facing Os's ridicule, she didn't argue with him anymore, but swore silently in her heart. Next time there is a fight, she will definitely prove herself. This news, just as Oz had expected, instantly ignited the long calm sea again. Holy Land Mariajoy, between powers. According to the video footage from the scene, even though Os didn't fully combine his abilities to fight, his direct strength alone is already comparable to that of the Marine Admiral. 5 figures were either sitting or standing, each holding a newspaper in their hands, waving their hands to let CP0 who came to deliver the message to leave. That's right, but this is not the most frightening thing. Moshe Saint narrowed his eyes and picked up another piece of information from the table. It was obvious that his expression was not very happy. This was the information sent back by the CP organization's personnel in Morgansna, and the content on it made him even more concerned. It was Oz, the only king of the underworld, who issued the Dark World Summit call. Such news is far more important than any war between pirates. After reading this intelligence, the 5 world's highest powers fell silent. To be honest, they also felt a little bit awkward about the emergence of this meeting. What do you think? Are you going to take action? The interests of the underground world include a lot of shares of the world government. If we give them all to us. Nasujiro, holding a long sword, suggested, it won't work. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Satan retorted with a solemn expression on his face. Such an action will undoubtedly break off relations with us, and there will be no room for easing the tension. The price is far more than those shares. Chapter 108. Os makes money, but is it the marine military expenses? You should know that without the support of these most profitable businesses in the world, the finances of the world government will be in big trouble. Nasu Shoulengsheng looked solemn and responded sharply in a rare manner. Yes. Although the world government sounds legitimate, it is hard to support the spendthrift celestial dragons with just that little goal. Not to mention government officials' salaries, marine military expenses, scientific research funding, and all sorts of other things. Therefore, in all kinds of highly profitable industries, there's the shadow of the world government. Entertainment and gambling, funerals, special services, transportation, public opinion, lending, warehousing, arms, intermediaries. As a behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years, they are also salivating over the huge profits of these industries. They have already infiltrated it and sought benefits. There are even many leaders of the underground world whose biggest backer is the world government. In fact, in the early days of Os' involvement in the underground world, they had already received help requests from these spokespersons. But compared to these businesses, becoming hostile to Os is undoubtedly not in their interests. So they chose to turn a blind eye. It was precisely this choice that made these representatives believe that the world government had already regarded them as abandoned children, so they joined Os with peace of mind. Therefore, after the words were released in the early stage, many big bosses in the underground world chose to surrender to Os. But what the 5 elders didn't expect was that Oz was actually so greedy. He actually wanted to control the entire underground world. You worry too much, Nasujiro. Saint Vokuli was sitting on the sofa at this time and spoke in a deep voice. Oscar is not a fool. He doesn't think he can have all the cake and eat it all, including our world government. Monopolize the world's business? I'm afraid I'll become the world's public enemy in the next moment. The power of capital is enormous, even in this world where the difference in personal strength is huge. If you touch the cake of the whole world, even if you cannot be killed, you will definitely be disliked by everyone. What Oz wants is restraint rather than possession. If this power is given, it will be given without creating another enemy. Our interests may be affected, but certainly not too much. Giving up a little bit for Osborne is acceptable. This statement was indeed tenable. After thinking about it, the other 5 elders nodded. Call Oz again and I believe you will give the world government this face. Second. Advertisement. Second. After all, they are the masters of the member states of the world government. If there is room for negotiation, they certainly hope to resolve the issue peacefully. After all, they can't solve the people who caused the problem, so they can only find ways to solve the problem. As for the question of the share of the underground world business occupied by the world government, they still need to have further detailed discussions. Of course, Oz had already anticipated this. What he needs to do is to set rules and collect money. It's not about putting everything into his own pocket. He is not willing to do such a stupid thing as forcing others to rebel. But if you really want to take all the business and benefits, how many Baileys can you earn? 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 100 trillion, 100 trillion. Based on the information provided by Morgans, Oz had a rough idea of the overall size of the underground market. Even if he only took 10% of the profit, he would not be able to spend it all in his lifetime, or even in 10,000 lifetimes. By then, the title of the richest man in the world will probably be truly well deserved. Oz was very pleased with this, and the world government also called at the right time. Oz stretched out his hand, and a Den Mushi appeared in his hand, the same one that contacted the 5 elders. Your Excellency 5 elders, Sassy doesn't care about Dana. Oz smiled gently. But 5 elders didn't want to beat around the bush with Oz, so they just stated their purpose directly. Oz, please stop talking nonsense. Our time is also very precious. This time I called you to ask you about your thoughts on the distribution of benefits in the underground world. After all, we are not fools, so there is no need to beat around the bush and talk about the underground world summit. We are all world-class figures, so we always look at the main issues directly. It seems like you guys have heard some rumors. Oz was not surprised. After all, it was normal that even the 5 elders had to personally inquire about the ownership of so much money. Don't worry, guys. I can tell you something. Whoever gets the lion's share of the profits will get it, as long as they don't disrupt the market or break the rules, and I'll only take a very small portion. After hearing this, the 5 world's highest powers all felt more at ease, but they continued to ask. How much is a portion? 5% of the net profit is not too much. Advertisement. The 5 people looked at each other and were silent for a moment. At first glance, it doesn't seem like much, but it depends on the base number. Just 5%, which falls on the head of the world government alone, will result in at least hundreds of billions of Pele's lost every year. But after thinking about it, they nodded. It was indeed a lot, but not too serious. And with Oz's unified and orderly management, the total business share of the chaotic underground world may be expanded. The pie has gotten bigger, so it's not impossible to divide some of it. Yes, but we have to ensure the safety of the total business share. Of course. After all, who in this ocean would dare to steal the business from the world government? Oz agreed with a smile, but did not notice the unhappy expressions of the 5 elders. Who dares to steal their money? There's one right in front of you. The conversation was relatively mild and friendly. After all, both sides had made guarantees and concessions for each other's interests, but the 5 elders were not easy to deal with. Their fangs are only restrained when facing things that they cannot control, but when facing their own people. Beru beru beru. Soon, another phone call was made from the powers that be. Click. This is Naval Headquarters. I'm Marshal Sora. In the Marine Marshal's office, the Marine generals who were analyzing the War of Nations fell silent when they heard the voice of the Den Mushi coming from the Marshal. When Sora saw who was calling, he immediately stood up respectfully and walked outside to answer the call. 5 elders. After the call was connected, the 5 elders no longer had the talkative attitude they had just shown. They just gave orders indifferently. Kong, we called to inform you of something. Please go ahead. Due to special reasons, the Marine budget for next year needs to be cut by about tens of billions. You should be prepared for the reduction in military spending in advance. I understand. Sora had a gloomy face. Although he felt aggrieved by the orders of the 5 elders, he had no choice but to obey. As soon as I returned to the meeting room, I saw that B********* D Garp was stealing senbei again. I immediately snatched it from him and yelled. Eat, 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 that's all you know how to do, Garp. Your salary for next month will be cut in half. Why? Chapter 109. All parties after the war. Oz arrives at Sabaody Archipelago. The world situation is clear. The Sea Emperors who rule the New World. One man fought against 2 Sea Emperors alone. I have seen the uncrowned king of One Piece. The strongest man of the next generation. Today's inventory, several legends in history whose bounties exceeded 4 billion. Worth 100 trillion? Oz's self-introduction. I don't really like money, I have no idea. 2 deputies with bounties in the tens figures, a hopelessly flawless team. Under the hype of Morgans, Oz's name once again became the world's top name after 2 years. Mahawk and Crocodile were the boss's lieutenants after all, so Morgan certainly spared no effort to promote them to high positions. They act as if they can definitely become 4 emperors if they act on their own. Countless pieces of news spread to the sea through newspapers. New World Waters, Moby DK. Kurororo. That brat on Roger's ship has really come into his own. Whitebeard, the current strongest man in the world and one of Captain Roger's rivals, who had also fought against young Oss, was now holding a newspaper and looking at it with a smile on his face. Oss from Roger's ship? That guy has been a monster for a long time. In front of him, a pineapple-haired man hugged his shoulders and said unhappily. Obviously, he still remembered Oss's terrifying strength and the black gun fired with Seastone bullets. When the other captains who joined the Whitebeard pirates earlier heard this, they immediately recalled the black-haired kid they met in the Wano-kuni Sea. Especially the captains who had fought against Oss, all had some not-so-pleasant memories in their hearts. Although Oss is indeed very strong, but this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** than the Emperor of the Sea, and he was implicitly saying that his status was higher than his father's. Next time I meet him, I must have a good fight with him. Even if it's Roger, he wouldn't dare to say that he's better than my dad. Although the captains of the squads recognized Osa's strength, they were somewhat unhappy with this series of publicity about him becoming the king. How could Charlotte Linlin and Kaido be as strong as their current dad? Chularolo. Yes. Advertisement. Whitebeard's mouth curled up slightly, with an unparalleled self-confidence and dominance on his face. If that brat Os dares to come, let me see the difference between him and Roger. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Drinking wine in big gulps, this is the confidence of the strongest man in the world. As for the title of the Sea Emperor, he doesn't care about these. Perhaps the only people he really cares about are Marco and his family. Whitebeard didn't care about this title, but Kaido, Big Mom, who was also given the same name, was very angry. What a one-man battle against two emperors, a complete victory. A stick hit the ground, creating huge deep pits and cracks, causing the surrounding area to tremble within 100 meters. Countless beasts pirates trembled, looking at the mad captain in front of them in horror. Aus is such a B***************. D. How dare you belittle lousy like this? Woo 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 woo. How come you disappeared before we even had a fight to the death? Kaido, drunk and covered in bandages, held the wine gourd and opened his mouth wide to cry. Jin, who was wearing a huge bandage, was helpless when he saw this. Fortunately, Wano Kuni is still in a closed-door state, and Oden and others don't know that the boss is seriously injured at this time, otherwise it would probably be another huge trouble. But this time, at least in the public opinion on the sea, Os became famous completely by stepping on Kaido and Big Mom's faces. Looking at the heavy bandages wrapped around Jin and Kaido, a big blonde fat man wearing sunglasses and mechanical prosthetics was horrified. He was able to escape safely after severely injuring brother Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. I would definitely die if I met this guy. At this time, Milk Dragon Quinn had no idea what kind of miserable situation he would encounter when he met O's in the future. Luckily I don't have the ability to fly, so I didn't follow them. On the other hand, the scene in Wangwo at this time was even worse than that on Ghost Island. After all, even Cake Island is almost rotten, and the relocation work alone will require a large number of homies. The key is that the ant is now seriously injured and will waste a lot of time. In the end, they had no choice but to let Katakuri, with a huge bandage on his body, personally command the relocation of the base to the islands around Bangkoku. In addition, cakes and desserts should be sent to the ant to appease her and prevent her from going crazy and causing trouble at this critical moment. He really is both a father and a mother. Advertisement. Regardless of how the world's bigwigs reacted, the Oro Jackson quickly flew over the red line and returned to the front half of the Grand Line. Sabadi Archipelago. Compared to when O's left, the changes were not that great, except that it was more prosperous. Backed by the great reputation of Os, Sammy managed this area in an orderly manner. Moreover, many big names in the underground world chose to start businesses here, which naturally boosted the economic development. Along the way, countless people greeted O's, and some women even came up to him on their own initiative, with stars in their eyes, exclaiming that Lord O's was back. When did this guy become so popular? Xiaoxia looked disdainfully at the group of fans surrounding O's. His gloomy aura made many people afraid to approach him. He is obviously a guy with a sharp tongue and bad personality. Mahawk was not surprised at all, but just walked away from Os, who was surrounded. This area is almost entirely populated by Os's men and businesses. No wonder. Xiaoxia slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, thinking of the pile of property certificates that Os had taken out when he tricked her onto the ship, and then thinking of what this guy was about to do. What a rich B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** debt of 100 billion to having a net worth of 100 billion, she stopped talking. People don't hate rich people, they just hate themselves for not being rich. Lord Os. So handsome. You've won another battle, you're worthy of being Lord Os. Yeah, he's just a mere emperor of the sea, alright. Os sighed. The enthusiasm of the girls always made him feel distressed, but after all, they depended on him for a living, and under Sammy's guidance, they really worshipped him, so he couldn't get angry. In the end, he had no choice but to teleport them randomly to the streets and alleys, and finally got away with the two of them. You can enjoy yourself in the land of comfort, but not now. Os is back with serious business. First, take a look at your own industry and do a field investigation. Os often trains his subordinates, but he doesn't really take care of them. Do you really think he's a slacker? Chapter 110. O Spendthrift, do you also have times when you work hard? Seeing Os's posture, not only Xiaoxia, but Xiaoying was also a little surprised. I've followed this guy for so many years, when have I ever seen him work seriously? The sun rises from the west of the sea. But watching Os walking through the streets and intermingling in various industries, Mahawk couldn't help but doubt his own stereotype. Maybe I really misjudged this guy. Crocodile had never seen Os's extravagance, so he didn't react too much and thought Os was just slacking off on the boat. When doing serious work, he is quite reliable. Following Os's steps, they soon arrived outside an auction house. It is quite large and seems very formal, and you even need capital verification before you can enter. The guys guarding the door all looked quite capable. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. If you don't even master Haki, you can only watch the door, but at least you should have no problem stopping the small fry who are worth millions of berries. Oz and his men wore sunglasses and stood behind the queue. They experienced all the industrial service processes so that they could better direct their subordinates. After queuing up for capital verification, it was soon Os's turn, and he directly handed over a piece of paper. What is this, a property certificate, or a bank deposit slip? Without looking at his face carefully, he took the paper skillfully and opened it. A wanted poster. This, as soon as the guard looked up, he saw a face that was very familiar to those who made a living in the underground industry. His eyes bulged out and his mouth opened wide. Os just smiled and made a zipper-like gesture at his mouth. The two guards' mouths were immediately tightly shut. The physical kind. It was not until Oz entered the meeting room that the two finally opened their mouths. Sweat was pouring down their heads. What should we do? Should we report it to Lord Doflamingo? The guard next to him heard this and punched him on the head, and a big steaming bump suddenly appeared. You idiot, Lord Oz doesn't want to make it public. Are you going to disobey his orders? Can't you tell who is more important, Doflamingo-sama or Oz-sama? Okay. After entering the venue, a staff member with good eyesight recognized Oz and his group sitting in the back row. Advertisement after all, not everyone is a fool. Soon, they arranged a prime seat in the first row for Oz. Oz waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary, and the three of them found a random seat. Oz sat with his legs crossed, relaxed and comfortable. At this critical moment when the auction is about to start, just let them be recognized. These guys don't have time to do any image projects. It just so happened that it was his first time attending an auction. I crossed my legs and enjoyed the staff's initiative to send me fruits and massages. Many people around me kept looking at me. Who is this person? He even offers extra services. Lousy is a big pirate with a bounty of 50 million, but the auction house didn't even arrange for a massage from a young girl. How blind. Maybe he is a big shot. He looks familiar to me anyway. Who can I be? I am the heir of a noble family of a member country of the world government. The people who also came to the auction were very curious about the identities of these people. But they were sitting in the dimly lit back row and couldn't see clearly, so they had to give up. At this moment, several figures surrounded by layers of people swaggered into the auction hall, as if wearing spacesuits, riding on the tall slaves. There was a sudden silence on the field. Tisk, a bunch of untouchables. Seeing the scene immediately quiet down, the two celestial dragons were obviously very satisfied. They glanced at the whole audience with contempt and walked towards the first row with swagger. How arrogant. Oz smiled, with the corners of his mouth curled up. Do we want to deal with him? Xiaoxia and Xiaoying asked at the same time, and even they themselves were stunned for a moment. No, I'll just have something fun to do later, Oz smiled. He was not afraid of killing celestial dragons, after all, his predecessors had killed many in the Valley of the Gods. But there is no need. He has a good relationship with the world government now, so he can give it some face. Saint Grim, the Holy Land is urging us to return quickly. We are not allowed to appear in Sabadi Archipelago next time. A man in a black suit, who looked like a special agent, followed behind one of the celestial dragons and gave a cautious reminder. What? Upon hearing this, the celestial dragons named Grim instantly became furious. In the terrified eyes of CP members, bang, advertisement. A wisp of smoke rose up, and a figure in a black suit fell heavily to the ground. No one cares, and no one dares to care. Even the auctioneer staff just quietly dragged the body away after the celestial dragons left. He was just a family slave, and it was a waste of his life to be killed by celestial dragons. The order from the Holy Land is that we must leave after 10 days. How dare you, Iloli B***************** D, disobey the great celestial dragons. Obviously, in Grimm's view, the advice of his subordinates made him lose face in front of his companions. The two men rode their slaves to the first row, and soon after they sat down, the auction began. The first few items were treasures and antiques, which the celestial dragons were not interested in. Only some noble merchants would ask for them. 3 million Baileys at a time, 3 million Baileys twice. Just when the deal was about to be done, a voice rang out from the last row. 10 million. What? This treasure is valued at 4 million at most, 10 million? Os didn't care about the gossip of people around him. He was just participating for the first time and had too much money and nowhere to spend it. In the end, of course, he also took the treasure without a doubt, which was a gem ring. Generally speaking, auction items are not delivered until the final payment is made. But Os's identity was different after all, so the auctioneer immediately took the ring away. You don't need to give me the rest of the collection. You can take it when I leave. Yes, Lord Oz. Oz took the ring and gave it directly to Xiaoxia because it was a women's ring and she happened to have the habit of wearing rings. Hey, Lousy doesn't want this kind of thing. Xiaoxia spoke in a cold voice, but the ring had already appeared on her right little finger without her noticing. Don't say that. After all, this is the first time I bought something at an auction. Although this auction house itself, strictly speaking, is also his property. Whispering sound, this was just foreplay. In the following auction, Oz truly demonstrated what it meant to be. Spend money like water. Chapter 111. Poor celestial dragons, are they out of money? Sure enough. This guy is just here to play. Seeing Oz's playful look, Mahawk and Crocodile put their hands on their foreheads and shook their heads helplessly. They also said that they would inspect the area and find any problems. The result is a century-old collection of fine wine from the Kingdom of Fine Wine. Starting price is 1 million Baileys. 1,200,000 Baileys, 102,001 Baileys. 1,300,000 Baileys, 103,001 Baileys. Looking at the long-haired man with sunglasses who raised his hand casually and only got one more Bailey each time, the burly pirates sitting in the front row with a barrel in his hand were obviously angry. Hey, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Bailey than lousy. Also, people at the auction house, don't you guys do anything about it? This guy didn't bid according to the minimum bid. In response, everyone in the auction hall, including the boss, just pretended not to hear it, looked around casually, and whistled. When Oz heard this, he just smiled indifferently and said playfully, "No, no, no, I just happen to like this rare kind of wine that isn't bad to drink." After saying that, he raised his hand again, 10 million Baileys. Oz was obviously extremely arrogant, and this was not the last time. The man with his legs crossed obviously likes the feeling of being able to bid freely and not taking money seriously. What followed was a huge sweep. No matter who they were or what their collections were, they were all crushed by Oz's absolute money offensive. This made the agents originally arranged by the auction house useless all of a sudden. It's over. This auction didn't sell a single item. If Lord Doflamingo finds out, he will definitely cut us into pieces and feed them to the fighting fish. Some auction house managers cried bitterly, watching Oz killing everyone, and they made up their minds that the other party would definitely not pay, or use the auction house's money to buy the auction house's things. The final result is that the auction house can neither collect money nor sell the goods. You idiot! At this time, the manager of the auction house came out, a cigarette in his hand, looking at his subordinate with disapproval. If Lord Oz is happy with his service, Lord Doflamingo will reward us in a hurry. Why would he care about these few auction items? Or rather, advertisement, Don Quixote family's assets were originally Lord Oz's private property. As the auction progressed, Oz's arrogant behavior gradually made everyone numb. In the end, no one bid anymore, and everyone agreed that Oz would take all the items at the starting price. Tisk, pariahs are pariahs, they can only look down on these junks. The two celestial dragons naturally noticed Oz's bidding, but they were too disdainful to bid for the cheap items. Until a female slave appeared as an auction item. Mina-san, the next item for auction is a very beautiful and graceful female slave. Judging from her golden hair, she may be a descendant of an aristocracy. Golden hair means he is a noble, he really knows how to do business. Oz crossed his legs and smiled as he watched the host introduce the female slaves. However, the next second, he was a little surprised by what the host said. And she also has a very beautiful name, Stella. Stella? When Oz heard this name, some of his memories were successfully awakened. Roar, he is also an important supporting role in the theater version. But shouldn't it be sold in the store? Why is it here at the auction? Butterfly effect? What a beautiful slave, I want her to be my 39th wife. Obviously, Stella's beauty was indeed outstanding, otherwise she would not have been one of the items for auction, and soon the two celestial dragons were attracted to her. Stella seemed to have recognized her fate, but she leaned against the cage with a miserable look on her face, giving off a feeling of miserable beauty, which made her even more eye-catching. The starting price is 5 million Baileys, 10 million Baileys. I wonder who dares to snatch it from me. A purple-haired celestial dragon, who was the grim saint who had spoken rudely earlier, raised his hand and signaled. Hearing this, everyone was excited, including the auction house's management, whose faces suddenly changed. Celestial dragons actually made an offer, so, everyone looked towards the last row, their faces covered in cold sweat. Could that mysterious man, Lord Oz, be? After a brief silence at the venue, a bid with a smile came from the back row. 10 million. And 1 Bailey. UB asterisk 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 D. When the celestial dragons named Grim Saint heard this, he instantly stood up and looked back, took out a golden pistol from his arms, and pointed it at Oz's figure. Advertisement, how dare you, untouchable. Hey, Saint Grim, the saint has ordered us not to cause any trouble in Sabaody Archipelago recently. Seeing him pointing his guns at people who looked like important figures, his fellow celestial dragons hastened to admonish him, saying that he seemed to be one of the few celestial dragons with brains. But it was obvious that Saint Grim would not listen at all, he just wanted to vent his anger. It wasn't until his companion said the word, knights, that he finally calmed down. Whispering sound, although he was annoyed, after hearing these 3 words, Grim took back the pistol from his heart and saved his life. 20 million Baileys. He spoke angrily and had to compete in a fair way. 20 million. And 1 Bailey. 100 million Baileys. 100 million. and 1 Bailey. Billion Baileys. 1 billion. And 1 Bailey. Looking at the red and hot heads in the front row, Os could no longer suppress the smile on his face. The price also climbed up along with the bids raised by the two rich men. Soon they arrived at 5 billion Baileys. The auctioneers and managers present were all shocked by this crazy offer. Even Stella herself was stunned. She briefly forgot the pain of parting with Tesoro forever. She stood there with her mouth open. Is she so valuable? The price stops here for now. It's not that Oz is not following suit, it's Celestial Dragons. He has no money left. Recently, the share of Tianshangjian was reduced a little by the 5 elders for some reason, resulting in him only having 5 billion Baileys in cash on hand. Even if we add the Celestial Dragons bids next to us, I'm afraid they can't compare to Os's bidding that doesn't treat money as money. Hey, Celestial Dragons, why don't you bid? Do you have no money? I can lend it to you. Os's timely venomous words were obviously the last straw that broke the camel's back for Grimm's Saint inspiration. He drew out his golden pistol, bang! The Celestial Dragon's companions beside him fell to the ground. Chapter 1123 Your agreement, give you some motivation. What's going on? The clumsy Grim Saint was horrified as he watched himself raise his gun and shoot down his unsuspecting Celestial Dragon's companion. Although due to the special spacesuit, a shot is not fatal, and the Celestial Dragons are naturally durable. But he still fell down. My body is out of control. He began to shoot randomly, shooting at the slaves and CPs beside him. The key point was that they didn't dare to hide. They could either accept death or use iron body to withstand it. In the end, he was horrified to find that his arm holding the pistol began to bend, and finally the muzzle of the gun was pointed at his temple. No, don't. Ah! Hot steam suddenly rose from the spacesuit and mist appeared on the glass cover, which made Os feel nauseous. This guy. Isn't he going to pee inside? Austin suddenly lost control of his emotions and removed his ability. Saint Grimm instantly fell to the ground, and the liquid in his clothes flowed back indirectly into the glass cover, almost drowning him. How boring. With a wave of his hand, the two pigs, the men in black, and the slaves on the ground disappeared in an instant and rolled to the door of the auction house in a very embarrassed manner. Os picked up the orange juice that the maid was holding and drank it all. Faced with this brainless weakling, Os collapsed before he even started playing. If we kill the Celestial Dragons, we will definitely fall out with the world government. Mahawk watched coldly, his sharp eagle eyes narrowed slightly. After all, they are Celestial Dragons, the most favored face of the world government, and creatures called gods. It is said that just the act of hurting Celestial Dragons will directly attract the Marine Admiral to dispatch. It's not that I'm afraid, but there's no need. Is it that serious? Os crossed his legs and opened his mouth to accept the grapes fed by the maid. It's okay to kill him, because the world government has a second option. Xiaoxia spoke coldly, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke from the cigar in his mouth. They can claim that Celestial Dragons died of illness. Just kill everyone present. Seeing the auction staff running away frantically because of the injured Celestial Dragons, she was wondering if she should kill them all. Advertisement, the Marine Admiral will probably be here soon. But before she could make a move, Os stood up, put on his black windbreaker and walked out the door. There's no need for that. He's not dead. The 5 elders will suppress this matter. Outside the auction house, Os looked at the respectful auction house manager in front of him, who was waiting here with all the items he had bought. Antiques, treasures, fine wines and beautiful women. Os pinched his chin at the pile of things in front of him, and finally picked out a few that he liked. Send these to Sammy and ask her to keep them for me, the rest. You guys who are working on this can divide it up. Hearing this, the manager, the casino guard, the working boys and the hostess all looked surprised. They looked at the tall man in front of them with great enthusiasm and felt that Os looked even more handsome than usual. As expected of Lord Oz, he is generous. The collection is worth hundreds of millions in total, and they can be divided up easily. It is several times more than their annual salary. In the end, Os only took a bottle of fine wine that he had tasted at DK's and which was not difficult to drink, and Stella, who he had bought for 5 billion. You don't really intend to take this woman on board? Xiaoxia looked at the weak woman in front of him with disdain, and then turned his gaze to Oz. How is that possible? This guy is very useful. Os held the chain in one hand, and the other side of the chain was tied to Stella's neck. When the chain was pulled, Stella cried out, which made Os feel a little strange. This feeling. Hey, Stella. Before Os could leave, a young man came running from a distance, shouting Stella's name with an angry look on his face. Stella, who was held by Os's hand, was also shocked when she saw the newcomer. She showed a sad smile on her face, and tears kept falling from her eyes. If possible, she would rather the young man not come. The young man was wearing a stylish suit and a gold chain. Os took a closer look. He actually looked somewhat similar to Ace and young Shanks, except for his different hair color. The standard face of a future big shot. Stella, let me go, There was no need for Os and his men to take action. Facing the young man who suddenly rushed out, the guard at the door realized that his chance to show off had come. Advertisement with just one punch, the weak young man, Tesoro, was knocked to the ground. I'm about to vomit bile. But even so, he stretched out his hand and crawled forward, trying hard to grab Stella's hand. Stella stretched out her hand with a smile on her face and tears in her eyes, but she couldn't shake Os's strength at all. The two of them seemed like the male and female protagonists in a melodrama who were forced to separate, loving each other but unable to be together.
This made Os's forehead suddenly drop several black lines. How did he become a villain? Os froze Stella in place, and then walked to the future world's richest man, the Golden Emperor Gol D. In the world of Pirates King, just having a face like this means that he will definitely achieve something in the future. Hello, Tezulo. Os smiled, took off his sunglasses, squatted down and looked at Tezuo, who was gritting his teeth and with tears in his eyes. The other party also looked over at this time, but just a glance and then he stood there in a daze. This is, as a top figure on the sea, Os's face had long been known throughout the sea. Even a small figure like the young man Tezuo could not fail to recognize him. I can see that you like this woman very much. Give Stella back to me. After a brief moment of daze, everyone was amazed to find that Tezuo was not at all timid, but remained determined, as if he was seeking death. Is this pure love? Os was not angry. Facing the fearless Tezuo, he just gave a murderous smile. Do you know why you couldn't protect her? Os casually produced a Bailey and threw it at Tezuo's face. That's because you are a poor fellow and you don't have the money to buy the one you love. Os had no intention of getting rid of this business genius, because he was still lacking a talent in entertainment and gambling. More importantly, he wanted to experience the Grand Tessero, a land of decadence and bliss in the movie. Os stared at him with his scarlet eyes, a smile on his lips. Let us make a 3-year agreement, Tezulo, in the name of Dr. Os. As long as you can collect 1 billion Baileys within 3 years. I will return Stella to you, and I can also give you an opportunity that ordinary people will never have in their lifetime. Chapter 113. The Arrangement of the Gold Fruit, Borsellino Attacks. Os's words, like the sound of a huge bell, deeply shook Tezuo's heart. Everything is because I'm a poor guy. Yes, if he had money, he wouldn't have had such a miserable childhood and been forced to run away from home to make a living at such a young age. If he had money, he could have bought Stella earlier and been with her forever. If he had money, he could rescue his beloved girl in 3 years. If he had money. I see, at this moment, Tezulo seemed to have made up his mind, and looked at the world's richest man in front of him with a firm look. One day, I will become the richest man in the world and save Stella. The young man roared, declaring his dream to the world, but it was a pity that there was no leak of Conqueror's Haki to boost his declaration. And this is exactly the answer that Os wants to hear the most. The smile on his face grew brighter as he looked at the promising young man and affirmed his dream. The world's richest man? Then, consider this as sponsorship and startup capital for you. Os once again took out a thick stack of Baileys from his arms and threw it directly in front of Tezuo, which looked like several million Baileys. At last, Tezuo is gone. He looked back every few steps, made an appointment with Stella to say goodbye, and ran away with Osa's Denmushi. You think highly of this guy? In fact, when Tezuo just rushed over from a distance, Xiaoshu wanted to take action, but was secretly stopped by Oz. No matter how you look at it, he is just a small-time thug who is not presentable. He is as weak as a commoner. In this world, as long as you have enough determination and luck, a small person can also become a big person. If it was just because of a gold fruit, Tezuo would not have become the richest man in the world in the original novel. If he dared to steal the devil fruit, he would have been skinned alive by Ming. The other party has strength and brains, but he just doesn't use them in the right place. I need to guide him in the future. Still qualified to work for him, maybe she will even become the first contributor to enjoyment of life. What about this woman? Xiaoying looked at Stella. He knew that Os had no habit of taking women with him. Even if they were having fun, they would usually just leave after having fun. Very ruthless. Just hand it over to Sammy when the time comes. Advertisement. After saying that, Os took the chain and headed towards the red light district. Before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something and turned back to the auction house manager who was still standing there and said, by the way, if the Marine Admiral comes, tell him that I was the one who beat the Celestial Dragons, and ask him to come find me in the red light district. Well, that's it. After explaining it, Os walked towards the red light district. Beru. Click. Hia. Good afternoon, Lord Oz. In a high-rise room, Doflamingo, wearing a pink cloak, put down the red wine in his hand. After seeing the collar, he was stunned for a moment and then calmed down. It shouldn't be the idiot at the auction house who caused him trouble. Nothing, Dover, just something I need to tell you about. Perhaps because he could hear Os's tone was quite kind, Doflamingo's heart slowly calmed down. Please give me your orders. At this time, Os and his companions had instantly reached the high-rise building inside the red light district. Oz pushed open the door, signaled the shocked Sammy and Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi to be quiet, and sat down on the sofa. Please keep an eye out for a young man named Tezulo. I just had a meeting with him this afternoon. You want me to solve it? No, find a chance to let him take away the gold fruit that I've been asking you to find. That guy is what I'm looking for, the best user of the gold fruit. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately stopped talking and thought secretly in his heart. Of course, he also knew how useful the ability of the gold fruit was. After all, he was one of the kings of the underworld who could make full use of the string fruit, and he was very sensitive to business and finance. It seems, this Tezuo is highly valued by Lord Oz. The businessman Dover quickly understood the commercial value behind this news. You can communicate in advance. One more thing, collect the devil fruit, I want to collect it. Don't forget to come to the meeting in a while. Understood, Lord Oz. Click. After Oz finished his call, Sammy and Oz's maid came forward respectfully. Obviously, they were very happy about Osa's return. Advertisement even though Os had told her long ago that he would return to Sabadi Archipelago to hold a meeting. Put Stella here, the kind that doesn't accept guests. Os arranged it casually. He didn't care, but he was afraid that if the white moonlight of this kid Taizuro was ruined, the other party would collapse. By then, his investment will be gone. Yes, Lord O's. Although she didn't know why Os paid special attention to this girl, Sammy was a smart woman and didn't ask so many questions. He just asked his men to take Stella away, then let's arrange a meal first. Os took Xiaoying and Xiaoxia to the massage center. As soon as they entered the door, countless technicians lined up and looked at the three people respectfully and enthusiastically. The other party is not only a big boss, but also the richest man in the world. Anyone would want to seize this opportunity to soar to fame. Just a simple click, no need to do so much fancy stuff. Mahawk seemed very familiar with the place. He handed his coat to the maid and lay down on the bench with his upper body naked. But Crocodile was somewhat disdainful. She glared at the muscular male technicians who were prepared for female customers and refused to change her clothes. Os was lying there enjoying himself. Seeing Xiaoxia's cold eyes, he could only say helplessly, "If you don't like pressing, then go upstairs and have a look. There are good wine and scenery there." The voice fell. Xiaoxia was too lazy to go to Rios again, and turned into a wisp of wind and sand and disappeared on the spot. "You are so lonely and don't know how to enjoy life." Mahawk did not speak, but just closed his eyes and accepted the massage on his back. It is said that relaxing and maintaining the muscles is beneficial for sword swinging. The three of them were enjoying themselves here. Little did people know that there were still people working overtime hard at this time. Moses, this is Borsellino, I have reached the Sabadi Archipelago. In just 1 hour, a warship arrived at the Sabadi Archipelago, and countless pirates fled, causing a commotion. It's the monster vice admiral in the marine. It's over. Looks like someone hit celestial dragons. Nani, stop talking nonsense and run away. A group of newly arrived pirates were running away frantically, but suddenly they found a 3-meter tall marine wearing yellow striped clothes standing in front of them. Do you guys know how to get to the biggest auction house? Chapter 114. World Government, Meeting Day arrives. Hey, here comes a slacker. Os enjoyed the delicate touch on his back, and suddenly he seemed to have discovered something and slowly opened his eyes. In his observation haki, a yellow flash reached the Sabadi Archipelago. The monster in the marine, Borsellino. Hearing this, Xiaoying became interested. He seemed to have heard that Borsellino could use a sword, although it was a laser sword made by the ability of the fruit. Let's wait and see if he comes. After Os finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. As expected, the marines are dispatched. Damn it. Who on earth dares to mess with celestial dragons? I'm going to die. Run away. Many people who were watching the show outside the auction house, where the 2 embarrassed celestial dragons were left, fled in all directions the moment they saw Marine's cloak. But some people chose to stick to it. For example, the manager of an auction house who was given an order and dared not escape. Seeing that the other party did not run away, Borsellino was also stunned, and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Excuse me, brother, do you know where the thugs who hurt celestial dragons went? Condescending, it has to be said that facing a monster of this level would put an enormous psychological pressure on ordinary people. He swallowed. You're a marine, right? Lord Os once told me that if a marine wants to cause trouble, he can go to the red light district. Why? Hearing this name, Borsellino froze for a moment, then slowly withdrew his aura and scratched his head with his fingers. Surprisingly, instead of looking solemn, his face showed a relaxed smile. Aus? This is really difficult. The order is not to start a war with the other side. The fish-slacking monster is happy. He originally thought that if the other party had already escaped to the sea, or disguised himself and sneaked into somewhere on the island, it would take a lot of effort for him to capture him, and it would be difficult to report back. But now it's okay. The troublesome things can be handed over to his superiors, and he can be free. The headquarters won't send him alone to attack O's, right? If they do, Huang will have to be careful about the Den Den Mushi losing signal. No matter how much salary you give him, just let him complete this task. Advertisement, Moshi Moshi, Marshal Kong. You've encountered a difficult situation that you can't handle. Looking at the smiling old face on the other side of Den Den Mushi, Sora was somewhat speechless, but still asked. Report on the celestial dragons, Borsellino. Yes. The 2 celestial dragons are not in any danger of death, but I don't have the right to decide to arrest the murderer. Could it be that? Kong's pupils contracted and his expression looked a little ugly. Yeah, it was Black Gun, Os who did it. I'm no match for that monster. It seemed that he was afraid that Kong would get carried away and send him to attack O's, so Borsellino shamelessly gave him a preventive measure in advance. Null. Now in the official bounty order, Os's nickname is still Black Gun, just like red hair and whitebeard. Giving the title of Emperor to the pirates is undoubtedly a bit too much for the world government and the marine. But Os didn't care. After all, the name of the Black Emperor was originally promoted by that guy Morgans, so he just listened to it. Hey, I understand. I will report this to the 5 elders later. The operation is temporarily cancelled. You will escort the celestial dragons back to the Holy Land first. Understood. Borsellino was satisfied. The escort mission was good. He could relax on the luxury ship, and the most important thing was that he didn't have to fight those monsters. For Os, a simple beating of celestial dragons is not a big deal. The fact is exactly as Os expected.
After listening to CP's story, the 5 elders did not launch a buster call to attack Os. Instead, they severely punished the 2 celestial dragons who caused trouble. Moreover, because they violated the orders of the Knights of God, the 2 almost lost their identities as celestial dragons. After all, they were the elites among the celestial dragons. Galen Sheng and the others also understood that now was not the time to go to war with Oz. If these 2 pieces of trash were really killed by Oz, their knights would be in a dilemma. If we don't fight, celestial dragons will die. This is a bottom-line issue and must be dealt with seriously. Fight and immune to death, even without enough high-end combat power you still can't win. It's the same as the 5 elders. If the matter gets out of hand and Lord IM is dragged into this, they don't know whether Oz will die, but they will definitely be doomed. The days that followed passed quickly. Oz hangs out in entertainment venues every day, enjoying his life while paying attention to the arrival of the scheduled days. In the huge luxurious room, on a 20-meter square bed, 2 maids were wearing stockings, with their shoulders exposed. They had already fallen asleep tired from last night's madness. Oz, on the other hand, was full of energy. He covered them with the quilt and then walked out of the room. With a snap of his fingers, he was dressed in formal attire. Advertisement Sammy, who was coming towards him, lowered his head slightly. How is it? The day is tomorrow. How many people have arrived now? The vast majority have already arrived, a few are still on the way, but they will be imminent. Oz nodded, relaxed his tired waist, and then walked towards the kitchen. The Sabaody archipelago has become lively these days. Sir, we will reach Sabaody archipelago in 1 hour. Great, I finally made it. I almost lost my life. Yeah, who would have thought we would run into sea kings along the way? Everyone, please be alert and go to the meeting later, don't embarrass Lousy. Various merchant ships, pirate ships, and even aristocratic luxury fleets are arriving at the Sabaody archipelago one after another. That is, it's Don Quixote Doflamingo, who has been doing very well in North Blue recently and is known as the biggest middleman in the underworld. I heard that his codename is Joker, and he is the #1 henchman under the Black Emperor. Hiss, when the people around heard this, they took a deep breath. Could it be that he is that adult's confidant? Hiya, it's really lively. Is this the terrifying appeal of Lord Oz, the king of the underworld? Well, this is only natural, right? After all, the punishment is suicide. I heard that many people were afraid of accidents, so they waited on the island half a month in advance. Doflamingo walked with an arrogant figure-8 step. His height and unruly temperament made him stand out from the crowd. At this moment, a figure wearing a small shawl immediately attracted his attention. She was a slender lady with a beautiful round hat with a flower pattern on her head, short curly blonde hair, and a small bag in her hand. With a pretty face and a hot and tall figure, she is like a beautiful rose. Roses, on the other hand, usually have thorns. Isn't this the queen of the pleasure district, Ms. Stussy? I didn't expect you to appear here. Facing Doflamingo's words, Stussy just smiled brightly. After all, it is Lord Oz's order, how dare I not come? Really? I thought you would be angry and not come because Ms. Sammy has taken your market. Doflamingo grinned evilly, licked the corner of his mouth, and deliberately squeezed the queen of the pleasure district in front of him as if to provoke. After all, what he hated the most were the people from the world government, not to mention the guys who ran Happy Street, who had already taken away his brokerage and intelligence market. Chapter 115. All parties arrived. Rayleigh drank alcohol. How is that possible? Stussy smiled and reached out to stop his men who were ready to move. It was Lord Oz ordered to run a business together with Madame Sammy. How could I possibly have any complaints against Lord Oz? Or, Doflamingo-san, do you subconsciously feel that Lord Oz's decision is wrong? Counterattack. Doflamingo's originally arrogant and rebellious smile froze for a moment, and then the arc of the corners of his mouth disappeared, and the smile turned into no smile. How could that be? I just care a little bit. What a sharp-tongued woman. And this is just a small episode. No matter how much competition there is in business, they don't have the courage to take action here. Doflamingo did not want to cause any trouble, so he led the Don Quixote family cadres forward. However, on the way, he spotted a special figure. Isn't this Ms. Crane? Why are you here? Are you here to arrest me? On the other side of the central street, the Marine Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral He, was looking at the figures of many underground world leaders, with his hands behind his back, and many Marine soldiers and generals behind him. Hearing this, she calmly looked at the evil former celestial dragon's imp in front of her, the look in her eyes like a deep pool. The world government's order sounds good. It is to send a team to maintain the safety of the people of Sabaody Archipelago and maintain environmental stability. But to put it bluntly, I'm actually here to be a security guard. If possible, she didn't want Marine to be the one watching the show. But this meeting seems to also be related to the world government's finances and marine expenditures, and is closely related to the stability of the sea. Even if the other party is not a good person, Marine has to make sure everything is safe. But it doesn't look like that. Such an orderly team. Could it be for our safety? Doflamingo felt that he was doing well again, so he used his ultimate skill right in front of his natural enemy. It seemed as if the days when he was chased around by Vice Admiral were gone forever. I hope you can still be so arrogant after returning to North Blue, kid. He looked calm, as if he didn't take Doflamingo's provocation seriously. But the pair of clenched hands behind her back revealed that she was not in as good a mood as she looked. But Doflamingo didn't take the threat seriously. Advertisement. Nowadays, he is in a period of rapid development in both strength and power, and has the support of bigwigs behind him. Although his own strength is not enough in front of the Marine Admiral and the older generation of Marines. But as long as he is still useful to Oz, the other party will definitely protect him, not to mention that he was once a celestial dragon and knows some secrets. If the situation wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to use Conqueror's Haki right in front of him. What a pity, after the warning, Vice Admiral he seemed to no longer want to pay attention to him and instead led the team to the other side of the street. He also wanted to play for a while longer, but now there were obviously more important things waiting for him. It seems quite lively. Sitting by the window, Oz's observation Haki expanded to a range of hundreds of thousands of meters, allowing him to take in the entire Sabadi archipelago. There are good and bad people here, both enemies and friends. What amused him the most was the monkey lying on a chair and trimming his nails. Even the Marines were sent here to maintain order, if the meeting turned chaotic or a conflict broke out in the Sabadi archipelago. At the end, should we add one more sentence, come out and clean the floor, Marine. Not only that, I heard that the leaders of the underground world prepared a lot of gifts for Oz, and they seemed eager to make progress. Oz appreciated their kindness, although he felt that he did not lack anything. But this feeling of being respected made Oz feel that it was worth raising these guys. Let them do business on the sea under their own names, and they will be considered half of our people. Behind Oz, Sammy, Xiaoying, and Xiaoxia stood silently. They will also attend the next meeting. Although they all work under Oz, there are differences between them. They are considered the most trusted among the trusted ones. Then, let's go, everyone. Oz drank the fine wine that he had bought at a high price, and went to the meeting place that had been prepared long ago with a few of his men. This used to be a luxury hotel, and it was also owned by Sammy. Advertisement: it was just closed today, so many residents stood on the roadside and watched curiously as Marine walked with the pirates and mafia gangs. What kind of activity is this? There's a Marine watching. Celestial dragons? No, I know one of them, he's a big pirates. Unlike the famous sea lords, the businessmen in the underground world, whether they are formal or not, are generally low-key. Only a few who are wanted or have relatively well-known identities will be recognized by residents. At this time, two burly men were guarding the hotel entrance, checking the identities of everyone entering. As expected of Lord Oz, even the guards are masters of Grandmaster two-color Haki. I heard that it was a seed that Ms. Sammy selected from the slaves. It has a very good talent. A voice sounded beside Doflamingo. He looked closely, smiled and greeted. Isn't this the news king Morgan's, Lord Oz's personal messenger? Hearing Doflamingo's gentle teasing, Morgan straightened his hat and collar and didn't care. We are all just serving Lord Oz. We still have a lot of room for cooperation in terms of intelligence, Heavenly Yaksha. Foo. That's true. Not only Doflamingo, but also the original 6 kings of the underground world, plus the big guys with monopoly power in various industries, entered the venue one by one. In this diverse crowd, a blonde man wearing slippers and holding a bottle of wine also followed the team. Who is this guy? I've never heard of such a person in the underground world. Yeah, but it looks familiar to me. You're not here to eat and drink for free, are you? Many people noticed this figure and made secret guesses. Some of them guessed that this was a drunkard who wanted to sneak in. But when he saw the guard respectfully welcoming him in, he had a different expression. What? Those big guys in the underworld weren't so respectful when they entered. Oh, I remember now. Someone suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in horror, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. The uncle holding the bottle is the vice captain of the legendary Pirates King. Pluton Hilbaz Rayleigh, Chapter 116. News about pure gold, Osor who wants to enjoy it forever. You don't mind coming here uninvited, do you, Os? In the office on the top floor of the hotel, watching Uncle Rayleigh pouring wine and drinking it by himself, he directly asked Sammy to buy half of the fine wine from the Wine Kingdom. The corners of Os's mouth twitched, and in the end he could only shake his head. You really took advantage of me, Uncle Rayleigh. How much alcohol have you drunk in these years? Hahahaha, don't worry about these details, Oz. You have more money than you can spend anyway. Rayleigh smiled awkwardly. Apparently, for Pluton Rayleigh, he still felt a little embarrassed to rely on the intern kid on the ship for a living. But there is nothing we can do about it. At the rate he makes money from coding, no matter how many more years he works, he probably won't be able to drink these expensive wines so happily. He is already in semi-retirement. If Os doesn't help him a little, he will probably have to auction himself off to get money for alcohol. But Os doesn't care about that. Not to mention, Rayleigh has been in the Sabadi archipelago for many years, and when Os was away, he also helped Sammy to deter many guys who wanted to make small moves. From a public and private perspective, there is nothing wrong with Os supporting Rayleigh until he grows old. Lord Os, at this time, Sammy came in, greeted Rayleigh and then reported to Os. Shipping King Lumit and Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo want to meet with you, saying that. I have a gift for you. When Os heard this, the corners of his mouth slowly rose up. Because he had a vague idea of what gifts the two would bring, or in other words, he had also given instructions. I just didn't expect these two guys to be so powerful and find what I wanted so quickly. I understand. Let them wait for me in room 1 and 2 respectively. Os's figure flashed and disappeared in the office in an instant. Rayleigh and Sammy seemed to have gotten used to Os's elusive state. Let me go with you to see it. It's been a while since I've been able to join in the fun. At this time, Rayleigh said to Sammy. He picked up the wine glass and stood up. Advertisement. Sammy was a little surprised, because she understood what Rayleigh meant, that he wanted to go to the meeting with her. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it didn't mean that he didn't want to show his support. It's worth it that she let Rayleigh spend money for so many years and never asked for money. Don't think that under the rule of Oz, the underground world is now peaceful and harmonious, as if it has entered the era of great unification. But don't forget, this is a person who doesn't care about his own affairs. Moreover, many people have already heard the inside information. Oz nominally controls the underground world, but in fact he does not manage everyone's market and business in detail. Although Sammy has the most natural platform for Oz, he cannot summon Oz to attack at any time and anywhere. As Oz's half-master, the name Rayleigh can be said to be both rule-compliant and easy to use. Nice to meet you, Lord Oz, in the #1 private room. A tall man was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and in front of him was a man wearing a captain's uniform and with a messy beard, bowing slightly. Shipping King Umit, I know you were the first one to surrender after Morgans gave the signal. Looking at this man who knows the situation, to be honest, just the fact that he bowed his head made Oz have a much better impression of him. Not to mention, now he seems to have brought good news. You are too kind, Lord Oz. That is the choice that every smart person would make. Afterwards, he also knew what Oz's real purpose was in meeting him alone, and slowly took out a lifecard fragment from his hand. Could this be? Yes, the place pointed by this lifecard is the legendary one. Pure gold. Hearing this, Oz couldn't control the smile at all, and raised his hand to get the lifecard in his hand. As early as when he accepted Umit's surrender, Oz had told the other party through Den Den Mushi from a distance to pay attention to the movements of a giant golden lantern fish. This shipping king is a transportation giant with huge shipping power and business spread all over the 4 seas and great shipping routes. If we were to ask who is most likely to discover a special sea king in the vast ocean, it would definitely be him. The other party was also lucky enough to fulfill his mission, or he was extremely lucky. Advertisement. After giving the order to watch out for giant golden lantern fish on the route, just a few months later, one of his fleets actually encountered it. When the leader of the fleet saw the target, he immediately stopped pulling the cargo and rushed directly into the lantern fish at full speed, carrying a lifecard. Before leaving, he ordered his men to give the other half of the lifecard to Umit. Not for anything else, just because Umit offered a reward of 5 billion berries to complete the task given by Oz. And they publicly guarantee it with their reputation in the industry, that if something unexpected happens, they will ensure that the money reaches the other party's family and that their family is safe. In the transportation industry, credit is more important than life. That is why, on this raging sea, countless people still choose to pilot and transport goods. After listening to Umit's explanation of the whole process, Oz was silent for a moment. I'll make the decision and double the price, and announce to the sea that the guy's family is under my protection, and if he can come back alive, I will give him a hereditary noble title. This decision was made, on the one hand, to win people's hearts and to recognize the loyalty of his subordinates. On the other hand, the traces of pure gold were indeed worth the price, and Oz even got a bargain. Although it is called pure gold, it has nothing to do with gold, it is more like it just looks like gold. A scientist invented a magic object that could delay aging and freeze vital signs in order to save his seriously ill daughter. All you need is an Enko-sized piece to carry with you, and after 100 years, it will be no different from a few days. Although it is not as good as the immortality surgery of Op fruit and is an alternative immortality prop, it is also a rare collection for Oz. Not to mention, if life could really be frozen, Oz would only have 60 or 70 years of enjoyment at most, and then he would become an old man. Now it has been extended countless times, and you can always enjoy the world's highest happiness and freedom. Even Oz, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but be tempted by this temptation. Moreover, it is better to do this sooner rather than later. If that guy's body or life is stuck in the gastric juice and melted, then everything will be in vain. I am very pleased with what you have done, Umit. If the situation is true and the operation is successful, I will grant you eternal life. Chapter 117. Dark fruit is obtained, and the meeting begins with a show of force. After painting a big picture for Umit, Oz patted him on the shoulder and asked him to go to the meeting first. Pure gold is indeed important, but it has been a few days, and today's meeting time is not a big deal. What's more, there must be someone more anxious than him. It was impossible to conceal the news that Umit offered a large reward to his men to find the lantern fish. Some ignorant forces are fine, but for things like the world government, there will definitely be CPs keeping a close eye on them. Besides, even if he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be a big pity. After all, his body was not at its peak yet, and he was not in a hurry to end his life. Anyway, with King Luffy as a guarantee, you can still catch the lantern fish even if you were tracking it. So, just wait until the meeting is over and then make another trip. On the other side, in box number 2, Doflamingo, dressed in a suit and a cloak, was standing in front of the window, overlooking most of the Sabaody archipelago. Sassy ignores Dana, Dover. At some point, a figure appeared at the main seat in the room, with his legs crossed and fingers crossed. Lord Oz. Turning suddenly, Doflamingo leaned forward slightly with a respectful look on his face and placed the box in his hand on the table. Hey. Since you told me about a few devil fruits that you were very interested in last time, I have luckily fulfilled my mission and successfully found one of them. The voice fell. Doflamingo slowly opened the box, and a purple-black devil fruit was lying quietly in the box. The moment he saw the devil fruit, Oz was very interested and took the fruit in his hand.
The pattern and shape are correct. As expected of you, Dover. You always bring me some surprises. Oz didn't expect that the legendary devil fruit supplier Dover seemed to be born with a unique talent in collecting devil fruit. The devil fruit, known as the strongest Logia, is also the dream fruit of a fat black man who was beaten by Oz. Logia dark fruit, qualifies for Oz's unique collection. Dover, the devil fruit, the dark fruit, known as the strongest Logia, how should I reward you? The strongest Logia? Doflamingo's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Oz's words. Logia could tell, after all, the three types of fruits looked very different. Advertisement Paramecia looks like an apple, Zone is a banana, and Logia is a pineapple. But a person like Oz actually called this fruit the strongest Logia. Doesn't that mean that this is a devil fruit that is stronger than the lava, flash, and freeze of the three marine monsters? I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. At this moment, Doflamingo regretted eating the fruit too early. Oz had already eaten the devil fruit, and he knew that. If the other party didn't eat it, he would have had a chance to fight for it. Yes, it possesses the power of darkness that can devour everything into nothingness, and can also negate the power of the fruit. Hey, it sounds really scary. Can it restrain all fruit ability users? Oz weighed the fruit in his hand, but he didn't think it was a pity. He originally collected devil fruit and didn't intend to eat it. I was just happy that I had more chips to have fun with. What reward do you want? Dover, speak up. This fruit plus your kindness is worth the price. No. I'm not doing this for the reward. I'm just following your will. Doflamingo smiled evilly but was very humble. For a tyrant like him, his emotional intelligence was extremely high when facing a superior who could not be disobeyed. Really? Since you said so, I won't reward you? Looking at Doflamingo's frozen smile, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, Oz couldn't help but smile maliciously. Making a joke from time to time is also a way to improve the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Oz teleported the fruit into the box, and a glass of orange juice appeared in his hand. He shook it and drank it all. I know you've always wanted to go back home, Dover. Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family's hometown. Oz knew Doflamingo's background very well, so he just took the opportunity to offer his services. After all, even if Oz didn't say anything, the other party would take action later. You mean? Hearing this, Xiao Ming instantly became alert. On the one hand, he didn't expect that Osorio knew the origin of Don Quixote, one of the 20 kings, so well. On the other hand, he was vaguely looking forward to it. Just do whatever you want to do. The world government won't put any pressure on you. It's just a matter of changing the king. What Doflamingo was able to do with his status as the 7 warlords of the sea, there's no reason Oz can't do it. Could it be that his name, Oz, is not as good as a mere Shichibukai? What a joke. Advertisement, I will come to Dressrosa more often in the future. I believe you should be able to manage the place well. Foo. Of course, I won't let you down. After communicating with 2 capable subordinates, it was almost time. In the hotel's spacious conference hall, all kinds of people gathered here. The seats have already been arranged. The more powerful and the larger the market share, the closer the seats will be. Their subordinates and bodyguards stood beside them. The 6 kings of the dark world, Doflamingo, Sammy, the drinking blonde old man. Several people sat in the front row, waiting for the last bit of time to come. They did not talk or discuss business like they did in the outside world. Everyone sat quietly in their seats. Even the most brutal leader of the dark world became a good boy at this moment. Time is up. As the clock struck the exact time, a sound of light footsteps spread throughout the venue. The legendary man, it's coming, tread, thump. Thump. As the footsteps sounded, all those who did not have a seat, regardless of their strength, fell to the ground with a look of horror on their faces, their eyes rolled back. This is... One of the giants opened his mouth wide, looking at the bodyguard who was hired beside him. The bounty was over 500 million, but now he has retired from the pirates. He was lying on the ground. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his face. How is it possible? Relying solely on Conqueror's Haki. This Conqueror's Haki is so scary. Doflamingo, who was in a state of fear at the sound of footsteps and Conqueror's footsteps, was now covered in cold sweat, and the smile on his face was very forced. Even the young Rayleigh couldn't help but admire it. This Conqueror's control and strength, much stronger than Roger back then. Chapter 118. Overcoming everything, Oz's absolute control. What a terrifying aura. As the footsteps sounded, all the people without seats, regardless of their strength, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in a daze. The Conqueror's control is exquisite, as can be seen from Madara. Crack. A ferocious and terrifying black and red thunderstorm suddenly filled the entire place, twisting and climbing up with its fangs and claws bared. The heartbeats of the crowd seemed to follow the footsteps. This feeling of not having your life in your own hands. There are no vacant seats, it seems everyone is very considerate. A relaxed and magnetic voice sounded in the conference hall. After hearing this voice, everyone in their seats, who were feeling the pressure, looked respectfully towards the shadow of the entrance next to the platform. You must be kidding, this overwhelming feeling of terror. Is this the king of the next generation? I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I even have trouble breathing. How could such a person exist in the world? As expected, he is a great man who overwhelmed the entire era with his own strength. How did those sea emperors survive in the face of such monsters?
In the shadow of the entrance, two shadowy outlines slowly appeared, taking steps that shook people's hearts. That is, the strongest swordsman among the younger generation, the man who has a chance to become the world's greatest swordsman, the deputy of that master. Open black lens bracket Hawkeye close black lens bracket Mahawk. The other is a monster that has the power of a natural disaster and can easily stir up a sandstorm. Open black lens bracket sand crocodile close black lens bracket crocodile. Two figures appeared first, and then behind them. There was no doubt as to the owner of the last figure, who was walking slowly out of the shadows with his hands in his pockets. Everyone stood up at this moment. Some of the guys even felt weak in the knees and staggered, and had to use their hands to support themselves on the table to keep from losing their composure. Including Rayleigh, who gave Oz this face, put down the bottle of wine and slowly stood up. Wearing a dark red suit, a black wide windbreaker, and an ace waist, Oz slowly walked into the venue with a kind smile. Advertisement, however, despite the friendly smile on his face. But the dark red thunderstorm that surrounded Oz as he walked showed how terrifying the man in front of him was. The floor was shaken and cracks appeared, and the table creaked under the heavy weight. Oz walked slowly between Xiaoxia and Xiaoying with a smile. Conqueror's lightning calmed down. He looked around with satisfaction and pressed his hands down. Don't be so polite, everyone sit down. Then, an invisible force swept over, and everyone sat down in their seats uncontrollably. As for those insignificant subordinates and bodyguards lying on the ground, they suddenly disappeared from the spot. Is this the terrifying ability of the teleportation fruit, one of the most powerful fruits in Paramecia, that has been circulating on the sea recently? Yes. With this ultimate deterrent power of the sea, even the most unruly king of the underground world would bow down to it. Rumor has it that there's been a lot of fighting on the sea lately. Which devil fruit is the most threatening, the shock fruit or the teleportation fruit? Many underground giants who had never seen Oz, after seeing his abilities, re-evaluated the other party's degree of terror in their hearts. This also made many of their little thoughts quietly extinguished at this moment. Everyone sat up straight. Although he was clearly engaged in the most cruel, inhumane and shady business, he was like a good student in class, looking at the tall figure on the stage obediently. Hash plus hash equals. They didn't even dare to ask where their men and bodyguards had gone. Oz cleared his throat, but he didn't feel nervous. After all, he was just facing a group of inferiors. He just wanted to find his form. Beside him, Mahawk and Crocodile crossed their arms in a cool manner, and were also curious about what Oz was going to say. Under the gaze of everyone, Oz spoke slowly. His eyes were calm and steady. Everyone, I think. This world shouldn't be like this. His voice was not loud, but everyone inexplicably found it convincing, perhaps because Oz was strong enough. Look at the way you do business. Are you killing people and robbing others? Are you robbing your fellow thieves? Are you stirring up internal strife? Stop doing this kind of stupid internal strife. Oz glanced around, not knowing if it was an illusion, but all the people who had done this kind of thing felt that Oz knew something, and they lowered their heads guiltily. Advertisement, since several leaders of the underground world sincerely asked me to take charge of the overall situation of the underground world. The lights above the venue shone on the 8 giants of the underground world, including Sammy and Doflamingo. This is also Oz's true confidant. Then, let me draw a few red lines for this chaotic and profiteering industry. Whoever dares to step on it will be destroyed. Oz started to use his full power right from the start. With his serious voice and sharp eyes, a thunderstorm even more terrifying than before swept across the entire venue. Except for a few people like Rayleigh, the pressure was so great that everyone could hardly breathe. The terrifying control power shared the pressure on everyone. They almost reached the limit of their mental endurance at the same time. One more point would make me feel dizzy. At the same time, I also know that profit can sometimes drive you to give up your life, so let's give it a try. Right, arrogant. Arrogant. As the words fell and faced with this pressure, Oz's name was like a mountain, pressing on the hearts of every giant. They knew that if they dared to do anything tricky again, they would be suppressed to death. Different from the pressure brought by a behemoth like the world government, no matter how powerful it is, the world government has to consider the influence of these guys who control nearly half of the world's market and wealth. If they are pushed too far, simply manipulating the market and resources can destabilize the world government's control over the ocean. But Oz is not afraid. With the support of 8 kings of the underground world, he is the biggest boss of the underground world in the world, and he also has the power to kill everyone present at any time and anywhere. He's nothing threatening. Even if the Sabaldi archipelago or the kingdom of Duramos were destroyed, it would not be a serious blow to Oz. It can only anger this king. By then, the forces and countries that the perpetrators belong to will probably crush even the earthworms in the fields into meat paste to vent their anger. No one went, and no one dared to be the first to step forward. Faced with the rules and market allocation set by Oz, while respecting everyone's original share, everyone kept silent. Even when Oz proposed to hand over a small portion of the net profit, they just looked at each other. No one dared to raise any opinions. Chapter 119 Underworld Victory MVP Result Screen. That's too much. If that's the case, I'll have to pay at least several billion Baileys every year. Go and give some suggestions. FCK, why don't you go? Some people in the audience exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. Reject? They absolutely dared not do so. After all, not only did they have no backing, but their lives were also stored with Oz. In front of Oz, they were like ants that could be found and killed at any time. Didn't you see that those underground businessmen with world government backgrounds were also silent at this moment? Furthermore, I don't dare to offer any opinions now, and I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do anything in the future. Oz has countless intelligence experts under his command, not to mention that he is the most elusive one. They all have a rough idea of how big the market share is and how much profit they can make in a year. Secretly cutting down on ingredients and paying less? Being caught means death. Seeing everyone's heavy faces, as if their parents had died, Oz knew how to control people. Of course, under my protection, your business and market share will also be protected, and the underground world will be more prosperous than ever before. In the name of Oz. The meeting didn't last long. Basically no one dared to interrupt, and Oz's words were like an order. At the same time, a flag with a black blood moon was distributed by the staff to every participant. This is the Black Moon flag of Oz, representing the forces protected and controlled by Oz, including the Kingdom of Doramos. It was also hung up not long ago and its significance was announced to the world. So far, the hanging of the Black Moon represents that the underground forces headed by Oz have successfully stepped onto the stage of history. The power called the Underworld, which is as famous as the World Government and the Sea Emperor, began to show its influence on the world. Countless reports emerged, 5 elders sent congratulatory messages, and discussed a series of profit-sharing issues with Oz. Oz has no intention of competing for world domination, which is also good news for them. Otherwise, if such a terrifying force and influence really wanted to overturn the sea, it would probably alarm Lord Yim and he would take action. East Blue, on a small sailboat, everyone was happy about meeting Yasop. Let's celebrate, we finally have a sniper on board. Advertisement. The party is about to begin. Including Ben Beckman, Shanks, a newcomer who had just been at sea for a few years, was celebrating with his friends by eating meat and drinking. This is when Hongo, the intelligence expert and the ship's doctor, came over with a newspaper. Hey, Captain. This is news about your good friend. What? Shanks, who was wearing a white shirt and a straw hat, was drinking happily. He took the newspaper and saw Oz's familiar face on it. Yasop also looked over, obviously concerned about Oz's news. What's wrong, Yasop? Do you know Oz? Shanks smiled, not understanding how Oz would be involved with his new partner. He doesn't know me, but I know him. The world's #1 sniper, that's the target I want to catch up with. Really? Then you better work hard, Osa. Shanks was halfway through his sentence when he couldn't go on. Although he believed in his crew and believed that men with dreams should not be laughed at, surpassing Oz. He was stunned for a moment, and then read the contents of the newspaper carefully, with a trace of pride for his good friend and a complicated look on his face. What's wrong, boss? It's that guy Oz, known as the Black Emperor. His power is no less than that of Captain Roger back then. While Shanks was happy for his good friend, he also felt powerless. Oz has gone too far. Not only Yasop, he even has a feeling that he may never catch up with him in this lifetime. What kind of expression is this? Hearing the hearty laughter, Shanks looked around and saw Beckman, Lakilu and others holding wine and meat, smiling at him. This is not the Shanks we know. Sooner or later, we will become big names in the world. You have to have faith, Shanks. Looking at his group of friends, the young Shanks was stunned for a moment, with an inexplicable look in his eyes and a slight upward smile on his lips. Yeah, let's reach the top of the pirates together. It will be interesting to compete with Oz then. Hahahaha. As the words fell, a slightly immature but very domineering Conqueror's Haki was reflected in this fashionable and young Shanks. I'm really looking forward to meeting you again, Oz. The latest issue of World Economic News is out. Advertisement Buggy was the first one to order his men to rob civilians, not because they couldn't afford a mere newspaper, but because their entire group had already been blacklisted. Captain Buggy, we got it. Before the younger brothers could bring it up, a split hand flew out and took the newspaper back to the main seat. Although he was blocked, Buggy is still the most loyal reader of the World Economic News. For no other reason than that the newspaper is Oz's property. There will also be a lot of news about Oscar on it. As the world's #1 Oscar fan, Buggy cares about this a lot. The first thing that caught my eye was a picture with Oz as the center, surrounded by several giants and strong men, and many underground world leaders as the background. Everyone was applauding, as if they had reached some consensus. As the most prominent figure among them, the tall Oz smiled gently and seemed to be easy to talk to. If you ignore the black and red thunderstorms around you. This photo is also one of historical significance. That is to say, the result screen of Oz winning the Underground World MVP. Oz. And Vice Captain Rayleigh. Looking at the face that was not much different from his memory, Buggy suddenly recalled the days 3 years ago when they were still on the Oro Jackson. As expected of Oz. So cool. Buggy's temper flared up, and his tears flowed like a fountain, and his arms couldn't stop them. Captain Buggy. Kabaji, who was standing by, saw Buggy like this and learned that the legendary Oz was actually his captain's good friend. He asked his own question at this time. Since you are so powerful, Lord Oz, why don't you form your own pirates group? Buggy was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, although Oz was a pirates at this time, he never had his own skull flag or the name of the pirates group. Could it be? Buggy was a little bit unconvinced, but the words that Oz said to him while eating in the kitchen that year still appeared in his mind. When you become rich, I will come to you, Buggy. My position as vice captain will always be reserved for you, Oz.